Volume 1, Chapter 251, Wishes Fulfilled, Obsessions Finally Dissipated. Madness. In the distance, Zhao Mengyou, who had hurried over, turned pale upon witnessing the scene of the two igniting their soul power, murmuring to herself, "These two fellows have truly lost their minds." Burning soul power. Dan shook his head repeatedly. Not even 1 in 10,000. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly caught sight of Gu Han's actions, his eyes widening in disbelief. Is he truly risking it all? Burning soul power. Perhaps there remains a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival. If luck is on his side, he might even attain the pinnacle of divine realms and achieve the coveted 1,000 zhang divine consciousness. But to unleash power beyond the sacred realm within the Xuan Dan pavilion is tantamount to certain death. Gu Han. Chu Kuang could scarcely fathom the depths of insanity he had already displayed, only to realize that Gu Han was even more unhinged. The moment he laid eyes on the Panlong seal, his instinct was to retreat. But before he could back away, a long sword had already pierced through him. Countless tiny sword energies danced about, incessantly ravaging his vitality. Simultaneously, though Gu Han had not activated the Panlong seal, a faint mist immediately sensed the sacred realm's power and converged upon the two of them. Chu Kuang was engulfed in despair. Then let us perish together. Without a second thought, he produced a 3-inch sacred dagger. Sensing this, the mist gathering speed accelerated dramatically. I have said it. Gu Han fixed his gaze upon him. I shall kill you, and no one can stand in my way. Without hesitation, he activated the 9-chi Panlong seal. With a resounding roar, in an instant, a colossal crimson dragon, stretching over 10 zhang, materialized above them, its head swinging as it lunged towards Chu Kuang. Die! Chu Kuang gritted his teeth, hurling the dagger to meet the dragon. Boom! A force far surpassing his current level erupted with overwhelming ferocity, directly clashing with the dragon. Simultaneously, that layer of hazy mist swiftly enveloped them. In the blink of an eye, both the dragon and the formidable might of the dagger were utterly obliterated, vanishing without a trace. The power of time. Even within the sacred realm, there was no possibility of resistance. And Gu Han and Chu Kuang, of course, were not exempt from the consequences. Before the naked eye, they aged instantaneously. In but a brief moment, these once youthful figures were now adorned with white hair and stooped postures, bearing an uncanny resemblance to those frail mortals nearing the end of their days. Brother Gu. In the distance, upon seeing Gu Han's current state, Mo Huaiyuan and her companions could no longer concern themselves with confronting Yuan Gang, rushing forward with reckless abandon. What a pity. Dan shook his head, seemingly foreseeing the fate that awaited them. One chime of the bell echoed 8 times, and another 9. Once promising prodigies, now reduced to such a fate. Is it truly a pity? Zhao Mengyou fixed her gaze upon Gu Han, her expression a tapestry of complexity. Were it not for his obstinate pursuit of that futile vendetta, how could they have arrived at this juncture? Dan cast a sidelong glance at her. Indeed, the women of the human race are as cold-blooded as one might expect. Enveloped in the shrouded mist. Worth it. Worth it. Chu Kuang, in a frenzy, interrogated Gu Han. Is it worth it? Yes. Sensing the transformation within himself, Gu Han nodded. To slay you, indeed, it is worth it. If he were to perish, he would be freed from this predicament. With him gone, his senior brothers and sisters would be safe, though Ah Sha would undoubtedly grieve for a time. Forgive me, Ah Sha. Yet, some matters truly eclipse the value of life. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through his mind. Right. It seemed he recalled something. Laboriously turning to gaze at the indistinct and fading figure of Dan Chen's obsession, still trailing behind him. I have triumphed. He sensed that with Mo Huaiyuan's disappearance, the temporal energies here might undergo a transformation, and this obsession might very well dissipate, never to manifest before the world again. This time, it should be its final opportunity. After so many years, it was high time for you all to rest. Upon hearing this proclamation, the figure's dissipating momentum abruptly halted, trembling unexpectedly. Not just him, but the other figures within the square as well. Though Gu Han's voice was not loud, it seemed to resonate clearly with them. In an instant, dozens of figures converged upon Gu Han. As the temporal energies flowed, their forms regained substance, no longer transparent or obscured in expression, revealing glimpses of their former selves, youthful, middle-aged, and elderly. In total, dozens of figures adorned in standard alchemist robes. Though he had never beheld their faces, Gu Han recognized them as the alchemists who had left their obsessions within the Xuan Dan Camp. Those pitiable souls who had waited countless years. I have one. He smiled. You need not wait any longer. The dozens of figures seemed to comprehend his words, pausing in silence, their faces subtly illuminated with joy and relief. And they all bowed to him in unison. Zhao Mengyou's beautiful eyes widened. What is happening? Alchemists. Upon seeing the standard robes, Dian was filled with astonishment, realizing they had once been the alchemists within this place. In the square, after the bows, the youngest alchemist suddenly smiled silently at Gu Han, his form flickering before vanishing into the layer of mist above. Gu Han momentarily lost his bearings. This youth was both familiar and alien to him, the youngest and most gifted alchemist of the Xuan Dan Camp. Dan Chen. Not just him, the other alchemists showed no hesitation, following suit and plunging into the mist. In an instant, the temporal energies that had enveloped the two were entirely neutralized. Were these mere obsessions? Such an extraordinary feat would have been impossible. The obsessions left by the Danshan individuals seemed to have undergone a transformation, imbued with a trace of temporal power, enabling them to accomplish what appears utterly impossible. Perhaps, deep within their instinct, they have retained the memory of Gu Han's countless deeds for them. Even as they transform into mere obsessions, enduring through 1,000,000 years, they remain steadfast in their gratitude. Before they completely dissipate, their final act is to shield Gu Han from the encroachment of temporal power. Gu Han gazes with a hint of bewilderment, unable to communicate with these phantoms, uncertain whether they are mistaken, akin to the previous Mo Huaiyuan. Yet from Dan Chen's sincere smile, it is evident that these alchemists have unwavering faith in his words. Though they may fade, they harbor no regrets. Perhaps, for them, this is the most favorable outcome. After a moment of silence, he solemnly bows to the soon-to-disperse alchemists, wishing them a safe journey ahead. What is happening? Zhao Mengyou is utterly bewildered. Why, never mind. Dian observes the increasingly unstable surroundings, wearing a look of regret. This place is on the verge of vanishing. At this moment, as the obsessions of the alchemists dissipate, the Xuan Dan Camp seems to have finally fulfilled its purpose. Whether it be the distant palace or the scenery within the square, they all begin to take on an ethereal quality, with glimpses of the outside world becoming faintly visible. In the outer realm, the complete Xuan Dan pavilion emerges, shrouded in an enigmatic mist that renders the past experiences of the onlookers nearly futile. As they witness the impending disappearance of the pavilion, a wave of anxiety washes over them. Once it is gone, will it ever reappear? Moreover, what treasures have those within acquired? As the mist swirls ever more rapidly, the crowd can faintly discern the sprawling palace and the towering Dan Tower behind it. Although the finer details remain obscured, Sister Moreau, only Ah Sha, with the thin veil of mist practically inconsequential to her, can see the square's scene quite clearly. At this moment, she observes Mo Huaiyuan and the others racing into the square. Zuyang is taken aback. Are they about to emerge? Young master. Suddenly, Ah Sha exclaims, a flicker of concern crossing her youthful face as she dashes toward the entrance. Huh. All eyes instantly turn to her. Can this little girl see what is happening inside? Ah Sha. Zuyang attempts to intervene. Don't rush in. They will be here soon. Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar pierces through the mist, reaching everyone's ears. This sound is familiar to them all. This is bad. Zuyang's expression shifts. Junior brother. Beside him, Gu Tian also looks up, staring intently at the mist. Curse it. Such reckless audacity. He dared to wield the power of the sacred realm. He must be weary of life. What on earth has transpired? The crowd was engulfed in uncertainty. No one understood better than they the dire consequences of invoking the sacred realm's might within. Only Luan Ping displayed an expression of intrigue. Without a moment's hesitation, he concluded that Gu Han was engaged in a confrontation inside. He harbored a fervent wish that Gu Han's opponent was none other than that little girl, Chu Kuang. Suddenly, a protector of the Qi army materialized beside Ah Sha. What can you see? How fares my lord? Given her disdain for these protectors, Ah Sha paid him no heed. Her thoughts solely fixated on Gu Han's safety as she dashed toward the entrance. I am speaking to you. The man's expression darkened. In an instant, the power of his transcendent third realm erupted as he lunged towards Ah Sha. Impudent girl. Upon witnessing this, Zuyang swiftly drew his blade, while Gu Tian's demonic energy surged, propelling him toward the assailant. Humph. The man sneered. As protectors, your strength is woefully inadequate. How dare you provoke my lord? I shall teach you a lesson. Previously humiliated, the Qi army protectors were eager for retribution. They seized the opportunity to retaliate, intent on inflicting severe suffering upon the two, if not taking their lives. Boom. In an instant, the three figures collided. Bang. A resounding crash echoed. Gu Tian and Zhuo Yang staggered backward, while the protector fared no better, a dark palm imprint marring his left shoulder, blood streaming from his right hand. Clearly wounded by Zhuo Yang's blade. You. His countenance grew exceedingly grim. Damn it. One in the heavenly calamity realm, and another in the earthly calamity realm. They are leagues beneath my transcendent realm. Yet here I am, wounded by the likes of them. His humiliation was palpable. Stop. Enraged, he fixed his gaze upon Ah Sha, his form flashing as he reappeared before her. Did I permit you to leave? Young master, young master. At that moment, Ah Sha had caught sight of Gu Han's dire state, her heart racing with anxiety, desperate to teleport to his side. Yet, she was obstructed, and fury welled within her. Step aside. Huh. The man wore a sinister grin. Indeed, my master is arrogant. Even a mere girl dares to challenge me. Move aside, she demanded, her voice breaking through his taunts. She fixated her fierce gaze upon the man blocking her path, wishing to rend him to pieces. The man felt his blood surge, sensing the hidden transcendent energy within him threatening to erupt, fear gripping his heart. How is this possible? She is pathetically weak. Yet those eyes, how terrifying they are. Boom. Instinctively, he swung his sleeve, unleashing a formidable attack towards Ah Sha. You dare, shouted Gu Tian and Zhuo Yang, rushing forward to intervene. Whoosh. Suddenly, yet another figure flashed past. Yet, it was another extraordinary fifth-tier guardian by the side of the Qi army who intercepted the two. The young master, witnessing the impending assault, felt a surge of urgency. However, Ah Sha appeared utterly oblivious, her eyes shimmering with an intensifying ethereal glow, effortlessly dissipating over 90% of that formidable offensive. Nevertheless, even with less than 0.5% of its original force remaining, it still sent her petite form hurtling through the air, crashing to the ground and rendering her unconscious. Alas, over on the demon's side, a burly man wore a mocking expression. Impressive, truly impressive. An esteemed practitioner of the extraordinary realm resorting to such heavy-handedness against a mere girl. The Jade Hua Sacred Land, is this all you've got? Why not summon your lord to take action personally? Such an act elicited a grimace from Elderly. Indeed, it was excessive. Where there is a master, there are bound to be servants, he scoffed. Much like that burly man, having withstood a blow from the extraordinary realm and yet remaining unscathed. He understood that Ah Sha was far from ordinary, though he could not resist a few jabs at the man for bullying a young girl. The man was filled with shame and rage. His intention had not been to strike so brutally. It was not out of compassion, but rather an overwhelming desire to save face in front of witnesses. He could not afford to appear weak. Yet, he had not anticipated that Ah Sha's abilities would force him into such a predicament. Upon witnessing this, Zhuo Yang's hand, which gripped the blade, trembled violently. Damn it! For the first time in his life, he felt such a surge of fury. Gu Han had entrusted Ah Sha to his care, and now he was at a loss as to how he would explain this when he encountered Gu Han later. Kill. Meanwhile, the demonic energy radiating from Gu Tian suddenly surged, nearly doubling in intensity, and swiftly spread toward his opponent. What is this? The man's heart raced. He could feel his cultivation, blood essence, and mental energy subtly merging with the demonic aura, coupled with Zhuo Yang's elusive blade light. He found himself ensnared in an absolute state of passivity under their relentless onslaught. At that very moment, an unexpected change occurred. The flow of the luminous mist reached a critical point, and a dazzling light flashed, abruptly vanishing before the eyes of the crowd. Within the plaza, Gu Han remained blissfully unaware of the turmoil outside. Having been tempered by the forces of time, he had managed to preserve his life, yet his lifespan was dwindling, and his body had decayed beyond recognition, rendering the effects of the blood spirit art null and void. Across from him, Chu Kuang faced a similar plight. After the luminous mist was obstructed by the resolute intentions of the alchemists, he had also narrowly salvaged his life. However, with one chime of the clock striking 8, and another striking 9, these once great prodigies now appeared aged and frail, reminiscent of two decrepit old men. As if a mere breeze could easily topple them. Gu Han. Chu Kuang's soul energy had burned through a third of its essence, and a hint of madness flickered in his murky gaze. Is this the outcome you desired? No. Gu Han fixed his gaze upon him. Killing you is. Killing me? Chu Kuang scoffed derisively. Do you still possess the strength to raise your sword? His words trailed off unfinished. Yet again, Gu Han raised his long sword, its blade shimmering with ethereal light, quivering incessantly. Impossible. Chu Kuang's face was one of utter disbelief. How could you still possess cultivation? He was blissfully unaware that, despite the formidable might of the power of time, Gu Han's meridians, born of sword intent, seemed to transcend all limitations of strength, impervious to the baptism of temporal forces and wholly unaffected. Thus, Gu Han's cultivation naturally remained intact. Suddenly, just as the long sword was about to descend, the veil of light mist enveloping the two vanished in an instant. Along with it, all structures, the towering edifice, the plaza, and everything else, disappeared. The Xuan Dan Camp was utterly obliterated. Perhaps it would never again grace the world before the eyes of mortals. Saint Sun. In the moment that the Xuan Dan Camp vanished, several of the guardians from the Wanhua sacred land caught sight of the silver-haired Chu Kuang, their expressions a tumult of shock and fury. Quickly, Chu Kuang momentarily froze, a fierce desire for survival igniting in his eyes as he staggered backward. Help me! How audacious! Luan Ping roared, being the highest in cultivation among them, the first to rush toward Chu Kuang. Gu Han. Chu Kuang retreated while laughing. Did you ever expect it? Man's calculations cannot rival the heavens. I shall survive. In his reckoning, Luan Ping could reach him in but 2 breaths, and with all his might. He was confident he could hold Gu Han at bay for that duration. Swish. Gu Han made no reply. A streak of blood-red sword light surged toward him. Chu Kuang's soul power ignited, its combustion accelerating tenfold as he desperately resisted that sword light. 2 breaths. Just 2 breaths. The ferocity of his will to survive drove him to near recklessness, yet he successfully sustained for 2 breaths. His face was alight with the joy of having narrowly escaped death. I live. Allow me to reveal to you. The remaining soul power I possess has birthed an ultimate seed. I shall attain the ultimate realm. Just one more longevity herb, and I, Chu Kuang, shall remain the prodigy I once was, while you, Gu Han, will find no resting place in death. At that moment, before he could finish, a long sword suddenly pierced through his body. Gu Han's sword. No. Chu Kuang's expression turned momentarily aghast. Impossible. He finally comprehended that 2 breaths had already slipped by. Struggling to turn his head, he found Luan Ping was still some distance away, his furious shouts echoing. Release the Saint Sun. Chu Kuang realized he had been thoroughly betrayed by Luan Ping. He cast a glance at the long sword and understood. He was doomed. If only. In that final moment before death, his mind suddenly steadied, and astonishingly, he felt no resentment toward Luan Ping. Instead, he gazed earnestly at Gu Han. On that day, I did not wish for you to be my subordinate, but rather to befriend you. Would you? Before he could complete his words, the murderous intent of the long sword erupted, extinguishing the last remnants of his vitality. Friends, do you even deserve such a title? Volume 1. Chapter 253, Reduced to Blood Imprints. Even his own father cannot find him. With a thud, Chu Kuang's lifeless body collapsed, meeting an abrupt end, without even the chance to utter a final word. Once a paragon of the sacred realm, now a fallen prodigy, he could scarcely have anticipated such a grim fate. The Saint Sun. At the very moment of Chu Kuang's demise, Luan Ping arrived before Gu Han with impeccable timing. His tone bore a hint of sorrow, his expression weighed down by gravity. Yet, within his gaze, there was no trace of fury. Instead, it was tinged with an inscrutable semblance of a smile. Dare to slay my Saint Sun. He fixed his eyes on Gu Han, vowing, my Wanhua sacred land shall ensure you find no rest in death. With a thunderous roar, he flicked his sleeve, unleashing a formidable force that descended upon Gu Han. Clang! Gu Han raised his sword in a desperate attempt to parry the blow, but the disparity in their cultivation levels was insurmountable. Despite igniting his soul power, his frail body could not withstand the onslaught, and he was sent hurtling backward. Little junior brother, Hunter, observing the scene, Zui Yang and Gu Tian immediately abandoned their opponents, swiftly rushing to Gu Han's side. Phew! The protector of the Qi army silently exhaled, relieved. Zui Yang and Gu Tian were both exceptionally formidable. He sensed that if the battle continued, they would undoubtedly sustain severe injuries, yet the one to perish would undoubtedly be himself. A fleeting glance revealed something amiss. Where is the Saint Sun? Not just him, but others also began to notice the peculiar situation. In the distance, Zhao Mengyou, Dian, and a host of followers stood in silence, their faces reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Meanwhile, Wuhan and the Qi army had vanished. Not a single follower was in sight. Over there. Soon, someone noticed the grim reality. Bloodstains and corpses lay scattered. The disappearance of the Xuan Dan Camp naturally meant they would not take anything that did not belong to them. This was an accepted truth. The emergence of bloodstains signified a heavy silence fell upon the crowd as they rushed to investigate. Young master, a burly man from the demon clan cautiously approached Dian, visibly relieved. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. I am fine, what of it? Dian shot him a glare. I was merely a tad startled. Young master. The man inquired again, what transpired here? What's it to you? Dian retorted. What of your gains? What's it to you? The man felt a twinge of grievance. In less than a day, the young master's temper had certainly worsened. Cough, cough. At this moment, Guhan struggled to rise, stuffing another pill into his mouth. Despite Luan Ping's formidable strike, he had not unleashed his full strength, and with the burning of his soul power, his combat prowess had surged significantly, allowing him to barely withstand the assault. Yet, his decaying body was beginning to falter, teetering on the brink of collapse. Little junior brother. Zui Yang's heart sank. What has become of you? At this moment, Guhan's body was in a state of utter decay, teetering on the brink of death. A flicker of sorrow welled up in Gu Tian's eyes. Suddenly, an explosive surge of demonic energy emanated from him, transforming his eyes into a void of pure black. Fixated intently on Luan Ping, his gaze brimming with ferocity and murderous intent. Kill! He cried, Father! Before he could act, Guhan seized his arm. Do not strike. Kill! Despite being restrained, Gu Tian incessantly repeated the word. Father, you need not concern yourselves with me. In my current state, I cannot linger much longer. Take Ah Sha. Just as he uttered these words, he spotted Mo Huaiyuan approaching, cradling the unconscious Ah Sha. Gu brother, Mo Huaiyuan said, her eyes glistening with tears. I have already administered the Qingbi pill to her. Yet, a sudden flash of bloodlust ignited in Guhan's eyes. Who did this? On the opposite side, the remaining 3 protectors of the Wanhua sacred land had arrived beside Luan Ping. They were oblivious to Luan Ping's secret thoughts. Upon witnessing Chu Kuang's demise at Guhan's hands, they were engulfed by a mix of fear and rage. What shall we do? How do we report back to the Holy Master? I shall slay this wretched creature. The group gritted their teeth, poised to strike at Guhan. With the Holy Sun dead, as protectors, they faced the most severe repercussions from the sacred land. Wait. Luan Ping intervened. Bringing him back alive is far preferable to killing him. He was acutely aware of Chu Kuang's esteemed position in the heart of the Wanhua Holy Master. Not only the others, but even he, as the previous Holy Sun, could not withstand the Master's wrath. The only viable option was to capture Guhan alive, using him as a means to divert the Holy Master's fury. In doing so, the burden of blame upon them would significantly diminish. Indeed, this had been his initial plan. Who did this? Where is my holy son? Where is my young master? Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from a distance. It was Wuhan and the protectors of Qi Jun, who had discovered the scattered limbs and blood, along with the familiar faces, overwhelming their hearts with terror and fury. No, they cannot be found. Wuhan and Qi Jun are nowhere to be seen. A sliver of hope flickered in their hearts. Huh? Dian scoffed disdainfully. Search? For what? They've been reduced to bloodstains. Even their own fathers would be unable to find them. In an instant, a group of protectors, their eyes ablaze with rage, approached Dian. May I inquire? One of the Qi Jun protectors, suppressing his fear, bowed before Dian. Where is my holy son? And my young master? The protectors of Wuhan could no longer contain their questions. Them? Dian rolled his eyes. They are dead. In an instant, the faces of the crowd turned ashen. The last vestiges of hope evaporating. The protectors have lost them. This sin is one they cannot bear. Who? One individual, eyes reddened, glared at Dian. Who did this? You ask me? Dian's expression hardened. I do not know. You. How dare you? Behind Dian, the figure of the Han stood cold and unyielding. How dare you show disrespect to our esteemed young master? You are simply courting death. It was he. Suddenly, from behind Zhao Mengyou, a male follower pointed towards Gu Han in the distance. It was he who did it. He is the one responsible for all the deaths. This man was one of Zhao Mengyou's followers, who harbored a particular dissatisfaction towards Gu Han, and for reasons unknown, he readily betrayed him. Huh? Dian cast a disdainful glance at Zhao Mengyou, his expression one of distaste. A revered goddess? What kind of company does she keep? Although he belonged to the demon clan, he was straightforward in nature, with a clear sense of right and wrong. Despite having suffered at Guhan's hands, he recognized his own inferiority in strength, and while feeling resentful, he harbored no ill will. On the contrary, Yang Ying staunchly defended the Dan Tower for his friends. While Guhan went so far as to exterminate 3 families for the sake of friendship, he found that truly commendable. The actions of the man, in his view, were undeniably those of a coward. Foolishness. Old Li's expression darkened, reprimanding. What gives you the right to speak here? Though angered, Old Li restrained himself. Zhang Kuan, however, felt a surge of joy. He already held deep prejudices against Guhan and took delight in directing the flames of blame towards him. Especially since Guhan had ignited this fire himself. He was merely acting out of goodwill. If these people believed this matter was our doing, would it not bring trouble to our Tianqing Hall? Quite right. The follower hurriedly bowed, his face alight with gratitude. That was precisely my thought. Upon returning, Zhao Mengyou's exquisite visage was now shrouded in frost. 100 years of wall-facing. Goddess, I shall serve 200 years. Zhang Kuan quickly interceded on their behalf. Yet Zhao Mengyou abruptly fell silent, her expression impassive as she regarded the two. 500 years. Suddenly, she spoke again. In an instant, the faces of the two turned ashen. 500 years. How many years does one have even at the transcendent realm? How many 500-year spans can one hope to have? As for the skyward realm, one would hardly live to see 500 years. Observing the despair on the follower's face, Dian reveled in his satisfaction. Serves him right. Yet, this punishment was still lenient. If it were up to me. A glimmer of gold flashed in his eyes. Such presumptuous scoundrels deserve nothing less than execution. Behind him, a host of followers trembled in fear. The young master may be generous, but he is also truly merciless. Let us slay him. Avenge the Holy Sun. That wretched scoundrel dared to lay hands on the young master. At this moment, Wu Han and the guardians of Qi Jun had completely surrounded Guhan and his companions, their anger boiling over, disregarding any connection between them and the Flame Emperor. They gritted their teeth, eager to rend Guhan limb from limb. Everyone, stand down. Luan Ping hastily intervened, explaining the rationale. The crowd suddenly understood. Yes, keeping this instigator alive would draw the ire upon him, potentially lessening the punishment and anger they would face. With this thought in mind, the crowd suppressed their murderous intent and rage, their gazes towards Guhan filled with a desire to devour him alive. Guhan, seemingly oblivious, gently stroked Ah Sha's head, his tone gentle. Ah Sha, it was they who harmed you, wasn't he it? The young disciple, Zhuiyang, wore an expression of guilt. I am fine, Guhan replied, shaking his head. Senior brother, I understand, this is not your fault. As he spoke, he produced a soul-nurturing lotus seed. In an instant, an enchanting fragrance enveloped the area. What? A semi-holy medicine? And one that enhances soul power. The astonishment rippled through the crowd. I never expected the Xuan Dan Pavilion to possess such a treasure. Boy, hurry and hand it over. Upon catching the scent, greed overtook the expressions of many, prompting them to reach out to seize it. Do not move, Guhan commanded, still focused on Ah Sha. I possess many of such medicines. All the elixirs in the Xuan Dan camp are in my possession. With that, he revealed a storage ring, filled with an unimaginable quantity of pills. From a distance, a large demon clan member cast a glance at the grim-faced Dian. No wonder the young master was so furious. It turns out he gained nothing. Goddess, elderly furrowed his brow. These elixirs are indeed all in his hands. We will observe how this unfolds. Everyone present, being of extraordinary cultivation, comprehended her words clearly, their doubts dispelled. The complete Xuan Dan Pavilion must contain elixirs suitable for those beyond the extraordinary realm, their value incalculable. Perhaps even sacred medicines could be among them. If these elixirs were offered, their own culpability would surely lessen. Bring it here. One could no longer contain the greed swelling within, raising his hand to snatch it. Crack! Crack! Suddenly, a fissure appeared on the storage ring. Dare to move, and I shall destroy it. In that moment, none dared to act rashly. They had methods to forcibly subdue Guhan, but were unwilling to gamble with even the slightest risk. Amidst the avaricious gazes, Guhan gently placed the soul-nurturing lotus seed into Ah Sha's mouth. Sister, at that moment, 2/3 of his soul power had already been consumed, and his gaze towards Ah Sha was tinged with reluctance. You all, take her away. Chapter 254. Do not rush. Let the sword energy fly for a while. What? Mo Huaiyuan was momentarily taken aback. What about you? Brother Gu. Xuan Dan understood Gu Han's intention and felt a surge of anxiety. You wish to remain alone? Junior brother. Zhuiyang tightened his grip on the dagger, letting out a sigh. Such words should not be spoken. I will not leave. Gu Tian's expression remained stoic. Yet his resolve surpassed that of the others. Leave. Luan Ping scoffed. Do you think you can escape? Not a single one shall be spared. Our holy son and young master perished at his hands. You too must remain to repay your lives. The expressions of the crowd darkened. The desire to rend a few individuals into pieces was palpable. One among them, his countenance twisted with rage, declared, Leave this boy alive to take back. The rest shall be slaughtered. Suddenly, a series of delicate sounds emerged. The storage ring in Gu Han's hand fissured further, teetering on the brink of complete destruction. My words. He stated, his expression impassive. Do you seem to misunderstand? The crowd, gripped by trepidation, refrained from making any reckless moves. In their eyes, the elixirs contained within the storage ring outweighed the lives of Gu Tian and his companions by a factor of 10. If they were to act impulsively and incur Gu Han's wrath, the losses would be insurmountable. Senior brother, Gu Han resumed after a moment of silence. You see, I am on the verge of death. Whether you leave or stay, the outcome remains the same. You should comprehend the significance of Ah Sha to me. Take her back and care for her well. His gaze swept across the group, and though his voice was soft, the resolute tone was unmistakable. This is my final wish. The group fell into silence, for reasons unknown. Though words of refusal lingered on their lips, they could not utter even half a sentence. Senior brother. Gu Han intently fixed his gaze on Zhuiyang. Promise me. All right. Zhuiyang replied with great difficulty. I promise you. Foster father. Gu Han sighed gently, observing Gu Tian, whose hair had turned gray and whose face bore the weight of time. You too must depart. No. Gu Tian retorted. No one understood Gu Tian better than he did. If both of us perish, who will avenge me? You must live, to seek revenge on my behalf, and then annihilate them all. These words rendered Gu Tian instantly silent. His pitch-black eyes scanned the crowd, as if to imprint their faces firmly in his memory, filled with a brutal and chilling intent to kill. For reasons unclear, despite their superior cultivation, a mere glance from him sent shivers down their spines. Revenge. Annihilate them all. With those two chilling declarations, he ascended into the air, vanishing from sight in an instant. Zhuiyang cast a complex glance at Gu Han, remaining silent. With a swift motion of his sleeve, he whisked away Mo Huaiyuan and Xuan Dan, soaring into the distance. Ultimately, the onlookers refrained from stopping their departure. The primary concerns were Gu Han and the elixirs from the Xuan Dan pavilion. These held far greater significance than the others combined. At this juncture, they were unwilling to jeopardize greater gains for trivial matters, preferring to avoid unnecessary complications. As for future retribution, it was hardly a concern for them. In the distance, Dian observed with profound admiration. He had not anticipated that this individual bore such responsibility, ready to shoulder the burden alone. He had previously underestimated him. Indeed, remarkable. Young master, a follower hesitated. What about the elixirs in his possession? Do not worry. Dian waved a hand dismissively. The Xuan Dan pavilion possesses an abundance of elixirs. No single family can consume them all. In time, a share will surely come to us. On another front, Oldly hesitated to speak. We, Oldly. Zhao Mengyou shook her head. Today, no one can save him, and he is no longer the person he once was. Do you understand? Oldly sighed gently, choosing to remain silent. He certainly comprehended the situation. Extending a favor to the once prominent Gu Han was a display of foresight and discernment. However, offering kindness to the current shell of a man who is on the brink of death is an act of sheer folly. Hand it over. At this moment, the crowd could no longer suppress their greed. They had departed, brandishing their storage rings. What is the rush? Gu Han's expression remained impassive. He sensed that only a quarter of his soul power remained. Just wait a little longer. Do not think. Luan Ping fixed his gaze upon him. We truly have no means to deal with you. If we are provoked, rest assured. Gu Han's eyes shifted to the horizon, where Zhuiyang had long vanished from sight. I never intended to flee. Just a little longer, it will be soon. Boom, boom. In the depths of the void, electric sparks danced, and the sound of thunder roared. Countless deep, dark thunderclouds gathered ominously, resembling ferocious beasts, wild and fierce, striking terror into the hearts of onlookers. Amidst the swirling thunder, a figure shrouded in demonic energy flickered into view. Beneath the baptism of lightning, his body bore countless wounds, with scarcely a whole spot remaining. Yet, the more grievously he was injured, the more fervent the violence and bloodlust in his pure black eyes became, as the demonic energy around him surged violently, threatening to devour the very thunderclouds themselves. In midair, Zui Yang remained silent, swiftly leading Mo Huaiyuan and the others onward. Almost there, casting a glance around, he suddenly descended. I can only take you this far. Zui Yang. Mo Huaiyuan was taken aback. You will take her back. Zui Yang glanced at Ah Sha. Hand her over to my junior sister. With her around, Ah Sha will be fine. And you? Me? Zui Yang touched the dagger at his waist and soared into the air once more. Naturally, I will return. You are not. I deceived him. Saying this, his speed abruptly quickened, and he instantly reversed his course. The two fell into silence. They understood that this was likely Zui Yang's plan from the outset, which is why he had so readily agreed to Gu Han's request earlier. Junior sister. Seeing Mo Huaiyuan's despondent expression, Shun Xian sighed. Our presence there would only be a burden. At this juncture, returning Ah Sha safely is our most pressing concern. Senior brother. Mo Huaiyuan gently stroked Ah Sha's head. Her heart heavy. Do you think Ah Sha will wake up? Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly noticed something. Hidden among Ah Sha's hair was a glimmering silver storage ring. She recognized it at once. This storage ring belonged to Gu Han, used to store all the elixirs of the Xuan Dan Camp. Bien Huang. Enough. Though only a brief moment had passed, witnessing the cracked storage ring in Gu Han's hand, Wan Ping was clearly out of patience. Hand it over. Otherwise, he cast a cold glance at Gu Han. You must not let him live or die. Indeed. Gu Han nodded in agreement. Time was nearly at hand. However, he did not relinquish the storage ring. Instead, he grasped his sword once more. One last time. Wan Ping took a deep breath. Lower your sword. Comply, and perhaps your death will be less painful. Lower it. Feeling the spirit and indomitable will emanating from the sword, he gently caressed the hilt. As a swordsman, how could he entertain the notion of laying down his weapon? Buzz. As his words echoed, the sword seemed to resonate with his intentions, trembling lightly. Just as I suspected. Wan Ping smiled ominously. I knew you wouldn't be so resolute. Suddenly, Gu Han interrupted him, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, his tone devoid of emotion. Who injured Ah Sha? It was I. A follower of the Qi army could no longer contain himself and stepped forward. I did it. Just a wild girl, unworthy of your concern. What? She seems important to you? I regret not having slain her myself. Very well. A flash of crimson flickered in Gu Han's eyes. Very well. Within the realm of consciousness, the faint blood hue deepened significantly, strands of crimson coalescing into a swirling mass of sanguine cloud. The shadow could no longer remain still. The murderous intent intensified. Something was amiss. Something significant was occurring. What on earth was this lad up to? Outside, Gu Han raised his sword slowly, pointing it at the man. This sword is for Ah Sha. To slay me? The man scoffed. Look at your pitiful state. You are on the brink of death, and yet you wish to strike me? Even if I stood still, you couldn't harm me in the slightest. Gu Han ignored him, gradually closing his eyes. In his mind, he recalled the character inscribed by the elder and the grand, overwhelming sword intent. Senior, he murmured, please lend me a sword. Boom. In an instant, the consumption rate of his soul energy surged tenfold. This time, he was not merely observing. He was completely immersed in the experience. Previously, he had been unable to comprehend the elder's state of mind, thus could not replicate his sword intent. Yet now, the circumstances were different. Yang Ying had died for him. Ah Sha had been grievously wounded. As his own soul energy waned, he too was destined for death, which unconsciously resonated with the deeply concealed notion of defeat within the elder's sword intent, establishing a faint connection with that very essence. 100 miles away, upon the earth veiled in a shade of green, a faint scratch was discernible. Upon closer inspection, it was a character, albeit somewhat askew, resembling the scrawl of a mere 3-year-old. Suddenly, this seemingly ordinary character began to tremble. Boom. The next moment, the earth quaked, and the soil was sent flying. The single word suddenly transformed into a magnificent and overwhelming sword intent, soaring into the sky in an instant, vanishing without a trace. In the forbidden ground, before the thatched cottage, the blind old man seemed to sense something, pausing his movement with the wooden staff. What a clever boy. What is it? The drowsy Chongming abruptly roused, fixating his gaze on the heavens. Was there trouble again? Had the Tao once more cast its line? That lad, the old man, accustomed to his mischievous ways, remained unfazed, his tone filled with admiration and reflection. He is borrowing my sword. Who? Chongming was momentarily taken aback before swiftly realizing. Him? The tone was laced with dissatisfaction. Look, this crafty lad. Having used up Lord Chicken, he has come to borrow your sword. Borrow my foot. No way. It's too late. The old man chuckled softly. He has already borrowed it. Have you forgotten the sword intent I left behind? TSK. Chongming grimaced. This boy is truly something, isn't he? As he spoke halfway, a sudden realization struck him. Wait, that sword intent of yours is unique in the world, evolving from your heart's desire. It seems unchanging, yet is ever variable. How could he possibly invoke it? The old man sighed. He must be in a predicament. In the desolate wilderness, upon hearing Gu Han's words, the man paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. How foolish. Who will you borrow from? Who would lend you anything? Gu Han paid him no heed, gripping the long sword as if it weighed 1,000 pounds, causing his entire being to tremble. The old man's sword intent, even if his physical cultivation were intact, would be beyond his capacity to bear, let alone now. Kill! With a soft exclamation, his long sword abruptly descended with great force. Consuming his soul power, fueled by an endless desire for slaughter, he barely managed to channel the old man's sword intent. Observing the single strike, devoid of any might, the man grew increasingly smug. Kill me? Ha. Come on, I await your attempt. Not so fast. Gu Han's voice was feeble. Let the sword energy linger for a moment. A show of bravado. The man, brimming with sarcasm, deliberately stepped forward 2 paces. Come. I dare you to kill me. Boom. Just as his words fell, a brilliant light erupted from the distant horizon, an unparalleled and majestic sword intent instantaneously descending upon the man's head with a thunderous crash. As you wish. Gu Han closed his eyes in contentment. Today, I shall end you. In the wilderness, Mo Huaiyuan and Xuan Dan raced forward with Ah Sha, their hearts heavier than before. Concealing the storage ring and deceiving those people was entirely in line with Gu Han's usual style. However, this action also indicated that Gu Han had left himself no avenue of retreat. Suddenly, the two seemed to catch sight of something, abruptly halting in their tracks. Not far ahead, a figure clad in white stood there, graceful and enchanting. The gentle breeze tousled her hair and swirled her dress, while the occasional flicker of allure in her eyes added to her captivating charm. It is you. Both individuals felt a sudden heaviness in their hearts, their guard instantly raised. The enchantress. Oh, she smiled sweetly at them. What a coincidence, we meet again. What is wrong with her? She gazed at the dazed Ah Sha cradled in Mo Huaiyuan's arms, gliding gracefully towards them, curiosity glinting in her eyes. Are you injured? Come, let me take a look, dear sister. At that moment, just as Ah Sha lay in a faint, he suddenly cried out, too deep, eerie lights igniting in his eyes. Bang! Caught off guard, Mo Huaiyuan was sent flying. Ah Sha, she disregarded the enchantress's ominous presence. What has happened to you, my dear Ah Sha? Tears welled in Ah Sha's eyes as he murmured, the eerie glow within him intensifying. His usual innocuous demeanor replaced by an unfathomable depth, exuding an air of superiority that felt untouchable. It is you. Suddenly, she recognized the enchantress's figure. Just a glance was enough to make the enchantress feel utterly exposed, as if her every secret had been laid bare. Even her very essence seemed on the verge of disintegration. My dear Ah Sha. Strangely, Ah Sha, who typically despised her, did not make a move against her, merely glanced away, the eerie glow in his eyes multiplying several times. Do not leave me. Buzz. As she spoke, the eerie light in her eyes grew ever more intense, causing the space around them to tremble uncontrollably. Unable to withstand the power of her gaze, it shattered, revealing a portal about half a foot in length. My dear Ah Sha. Almost as if in a trance, she walked numbly into the portal. I cannot bear to have you leave me. Buzz. The space quivered once more, and the portal snapped shut. Ah Sha, Mo Huaiyuan and Xuan Dan were frantic, but they could no longer pay heed to the enchantress, rushing back the way they came, pursuing with fervor. The enchantress's face, no longer adorned with her usual allure, was instead filled with dread. How could one tear apart space? What was wrong with his eyes? In that brief moment, she felt as if Ah Sha's mere glance could claim her life, a complete annihilation that even the transcendent demon of 10,000 transformations could not withstand. If it could be said that Xiongming was her natural nemesis, then Ah Sha was the embodiment of utter clarity and absolute destruction, so tyrannical that it defied reason. Why? She sighed softly, her voice devoid of any charm, imbued instead with a hint of sorrow. You do not wish to kill me? Have you uncovered my secret? That dazzling brilliance made Dan's eyes ache, rendering him unable to look any longer, his heart gripped by immense terror. What is that? It seems that the sturdy man possesses a higher cultivation level and can discern more clearly. Is it the light of a sword? Whoosh. In the distance. The protector who sought to kill Guhan was utterly oblivious, his face still bearing a hint of a mocking smile. When he was completely obliterated by the flash of sword light, leaving not a single strand of hair behind. Along with him, the two individuals who stood slightly closer were also vaporized by the radiant sword light. Swift as it appeared, the sword light vanished just as quickly, piercing the heavens before anyone could react. Moments later, Luan Ping suddenly regained his senses, drenched in cold sweat. It had been a narrow escape. Had it not been for his cautious nature, he would have surely perished beneath that lethal light. You dare to deceive me. Fear and rage surged within him, fueling his resolve for vengeance. Today, he would ensure that you were utterly annihilated. A wave of trepidation washed over him. Had Guhan not lost control of that sword light, not only would they have perished, but even the revered Saint Lord of Transformation would have met the same fate against such a formidable force. At that moment, Guhan seemed entirely impervious to the chaos around him, his eyes tightly shut, utterly motionless. Was he dead? No, not yet, though he clung to life. It was but a thread. The onlookers murmured among themselves, noting Guhan's peculiar state. His body was in a state of decay, barely exuding any semblance of vitality. And even his soul energy appeared to have been extinguished, devoid of any fluctuation. He resembled a corpse, indistinguishable from the dead. In the distance, Dan expressed his regret. He had hoped to engage Guhan in future contests, but now that opportunity had vanished. Even if he lives, he stands no chance, Zhao Mengyou remarked, her expression devoid of emotion, conveying a clear implication. A cripple could never contend with a genius who had resonated the Dao bell 7 times. Suddenly, one individual seemed to remember something and hastily seized the storage ring from Guhan's hand. As he scanned it with his consciousness, his complexion turned pale before twisting into a grimace of fury. How infuriating! It is empty. Within the storage ring, there was not even a single medicinal pill, let alone anything of value. Earlier, under Guhan's deliberate guidance, their focus had been entirely on this ring, failing to notice that he had concealed the true storage ring within Ah Sha's hair. I shall not tolerate such humiliation. The man could no longer contain his resentment and wrath, vowing to eliminate Guhan. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from him as he prepared to crush Guhan into oblivion. Luan Ping did not intervene in Guhan's current state. He no longer possessed any worth to attract their fury. Crack! Crack! Just as the man was about to strike, a sound of space fracturing suddenly resonated. You dare harm my young master. I will annihilate you. Accompanied by the sound of rupturing space, Ah Sha's voice echoed, once melodious but now suffused with a chilling and ominous tone. What? The man, poised to attack, felt his offensive momentum mysteriously halt, his body inexplicably levitating beyond his control. He attempted to harness his cultivation energy. Yet, apart from his thoughts, he had nearly lost all control over his own body. I want you dead. Ah Sha's gaze was fixed upon him, the ethereal light in her eyes almost solidifying into a tangible form. Save me. The man's face was a mask of terror, desperately pleading for help. Save me. But before he could finish his sentence, his body suddenly curled inward with the sickening sounds of bones fracturing and blood splattering. In the span of a mere breath, he had transformed into a grotesque, bloodied sphere of flesh, barely recognizable as a human. With a soft pop, the flesh orb shattered into fragments. The onlookers were seized with dread, their scalps tingling with horror. What kind of bizarre sorcery was this? It transcended mere magical prowess. Moreover, it seemed she had directly torn through the fabric of space itself. How had this young girl become so terrifying? Young master. Ah Sha disregarded their fright, her gaze fixed in a trance as she moved toward Guhan, the ghostly light cascading down to envelop her entirely, deepening her aura of terror. Kill him. One among the crowd could no longer contain himself. The power of a transcendent being erupted from him as he struck toward Ah Sha with a single palm. You shall die too. Ah Sha cast him a glance devoid of any emotion, filled only with an infinite chill and murderous intent, alongside a fleeting illusion of a world dissolving and reconstituting. No, with no chance to retaliate, the man's body was instantly reduced to countless tiny shards, which then dissipated into a mist of blood, the essence of which was consumed by the void. In an instant, the crowd was drenched in cold sweat. To be able to kill a transcendent being with a mere glance was beyond comprehension. Even a saint could not achieve such a feat. In that moment, the shock Ah Sha instilled in them far surpassed the earlier brilliance of the sword light. After all, no matter how powerful the sword light was, it remained within their realm of understanding. But Ah Sha's strength had completely transcended their comprehension. I believe it, Dian murmured from a distance, swallowing hard, his words nonsensical. His gaze reflected the grim realization that it was indeed possible to take a life. Chapter 256. Young Master, no matter where I am, you must come find me. Faced with the crowd's fear and trepidation, Ah Sha remained oblivious, her cheeks adorned with streaks of tears as she approached Gu Han. Suddenly, she stumbled, nearly falling. Having torn through space and vanquished two transcendent beings, her soul energy was greatly depleted, and she was struggling to maintain her strength. Now's our chance. One individual suppressed his own fear and shouted with excitement. She can't hold on much longer. His words instantly reminded the others. Indeed, such incomprehensible, nearly divine power could not possibly come without immense cost. How could this young girl wield it so effortlessly? The toll it exacted must be unfathomably great. However, speculation alone did not embolden anyone to foolishly rush forward. The deaths of the earlier two had instilled too much fear and shock. What if she still possessed the strength to retaliate? They may not dare to act, yet that does not imply that Ah Sha is similarly restrained. A fleeting glimmer flickered in her eyes, directly fixating on the individual who had spoken earlier. Cold, unfeeling, indifferent to all, it appeared as though, in her gaze, all living beings were no different from the soil and rubble beneath their feet. Facing Ah Sha's eyes, the man felt as if he were confronting the enormous eye that had manifested in the heavens before him, his resolve nearly shattering entirely. Suddenly, a piercing scream escaped him. Flecks of light began to disperse from his being, imparting an ethereal essence that suggested a detachment from the mundane world. Meanwhile, his visage aged at a visible pace. The crowd's pupils constricted once more. This was extraordinary material. With a resounding thud, mere moments later, his body, as if weathered by countless years, collapsed to the ground, transforming into a mound of dust. At this moment, Ah Sha had approached Gu Han. She gently extended a finger, her eyes shimmering with a haunting glow. The extraordinary material that should have returned to the cosmos was partially intercepted by her eye's technique, coalescing at her fingertip into an enigmatic point of divine light. With a soft tremor, the point swiftly entered Gu Han's body. Like a parched land welcoming a refreshing spring, his once decayed form was rejuvenated by this fragment of extraordinary essence, infusing him with newfound vitality, even revitalizing his appearance. However, his eyes remained tightly shut, standing still as if entirely oblivious to the world around him. After accomplishing this, Ah Sha's spiritual energy seemed to reach its limit. The glow in her eyes flickered twice before vanishing, revealing her face, which was now marked by exhaustion and uncertainty. Yet, no one dared to move. They were utterly intimidated by Ah Sha's unfathomable abilities. What shall we do? One person beside Luan Ping expressed with apprehension. The situation has surpassed our control, informed the Holy Master. Luan Ping took a deep breath. Our strength alone cannot contend with her. Very well. The individual hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. The others from the two families quickly followed suit, relaying the events that had transpired here. After all, Ah Sha's powers were exceedingly strange and tyrannical. Any rash attempt to confront her would only lead to futile demise. My lord, Ah Sha paid no heed to them, gently embracing Gu Han, regardless of whether he could hear her or not, gazing at him with a fervent yearning as she murmured, "Just now, I encountered the witch. It turns out she is a pitiable soul as well. Moreover, I perceived a thread connecting her deeply to you. I wished to sever it, yet feared it might affect you, so I let her go. My lord." Her gaze grew increasingly dim. She held Gu Han tighter, tears welling up, tracing down her fair cheeks, dampening his garments, and falling onto his hands. Do you remember that dream? The dream is real. Now, it is the scene from that dream. Young master, she cast a glance toward the endless sky. Although it remained tranquil, She felt as though she could perceive something different. I might soon be taken away. Yet I do not wish to depart. I do not want to leave you. I fear that if I leave, I may never see you again, and even more so, I dread the thought of forgetting you. You are formidable, are you not? Suddenly, she turned her gaze to Gu Han's brow. Could you refrain from harming the young master? If I am no longer present, please look after him. I shall express my gratitude in due course. Within the sword prison, a shadow swiftly turned around. He once again sensed Ah Sha's gaze. However, the last time her eyes were filled with curiosity, innocence, and a hint of fear. This time, he felt confusion, helplessness, and a trace of pleading. Good disciple. Though he could not hear her words, the sorrow reflected in her gaze pierced his heart. Tell me, who has wronged you? Shall I not slay him? Shall I not annihilate his entire family, his entire clan? Outside, thank you. Ah Sha seemed to perceive the shadow's response and felt somewhat reassured as she turned her attention back to Gu Han. Young master, I know. In my absence, you will undoubtedly be seduced by that witch. Young master, promise me. She clutched Gu Han's collar tightly, as if fearing he might vanish. No matter where I am. You must come to find me. You must seek me. This declaration seemed to drain her last reserves of strength. Young master, I feel so weary. May I rest for a while? Her eyelashes fluttered twice before she gently closed her eyes. 2 tears cascaded down, falling once more onto Gu Han's hand. In the deepest recesses of the consciousness space, amidst the silence and darkness of soul energy, a faint glimmer, nearly imperceptible, flickered in and out of sight, resembling the shape of a seed upon closer inspection. Here lies the remnants of Gu Han's final awareness. Is it raining? Yet is not rain cold. How can it possess warmth? Suddenly, as if sensing something, that glimmer brightened, and an overwhelming sorrow enveloped the consciousness space. Within the sword prison, the shadow, burdened with thoughts, suddenly felt this wave of sorrow. Why is this lad so heartbroken? Could it be? He recalled the prior circumstances, and his tone shifted. This is bad. It must be my precious disciple who is in trouble. No wonder I sensed something off about that little girl earlier. You little rascal. He could no longer remain still. How have you cared for her? Release me at once. If she encounters even the slightest mishap, I swear I shall end you. Do you believe me? Yet, his cries met with utter silence. Damn it. He was thoroughly agitated, pointing at the sword prison and cursing vehemently. Have you no respect? Today, you shall either release me or strike me down with a sword. Choose one. Do as you see fit. Buzz. Little did he expect that his words would indeed have an effect. The sword prison, which had never undergone any change, suddenly trembled violently for an instant and then vanished without a trace. Damn it! The shadow grew even more furious. You wretched soul! He exclaimed, rushing out in a frenzy. Meanwhile, outside, Gu Han abruptly opened his eyes. Volume 1, Chapter 257, The Sword Demon Manifested. The secret technique of the Demon Lord, the sun and moon without light. What has happened to her? Could it be that her abilities have been overexerted, resulting in a backlash? That must be it. Everyone, this is our opportunity. Observing Ah Sha's current state, the crowd in Luanping began to stir once more. However, the impression left by Ah Sha's previous actions was too profound, despite their thoughts. They found themselves unable to make a decisive choice. Just then, Gu Han opened his eyes. He immediately spotted Ah Sha, eyes tightly shut, her face still bearing traces of unshed tears, clutching his garment with desperation. Ah Sha, though he was unaware of why she was alone in this place, witnessing her current condition plunged Gu Han's heart into despair. Something is amiss. Very amiss. Ah Sha's usual symptoms of soul energy depletion were entirely different from her present state. Kid. Suddenly, the shadow's roar echoed in his mind. What have you done? Why has my disciple ended up like this? Freed from the constraints of the sword prison, he was able to freely traverse Gu Han's consciousness space, observing the situation outside. Medicinal herbs. Elixirs. Gu Han disregarded him entirely, frantically sifting through Ah Sha's hair, searching for the storage ring he had left behind. Searching for nothing. The shadow's fury escalated. Her current state cannot be remedied by mere elixirs. Gu Han's actions froze. What on earth happened? Extreme depletion of soul energy. The shadow retorted. This has led to her present state of soul energy extinction. She must have employed a technique far beyond her capacity. Otherwise, her energy loss in ordinary combat would never be this severe. Kid, what the hell have you done? What formidable foe did you provoke that necessitated her intervention, leading to this calamity? My friend, Gu Han's grip on his sword tightened. She is dead. The shadow's imminent curse faltered, unable to escape his lips. Within Guhan's consciousness space, he could distinctly sense Guhan's emotions. In those 5 short words, he experienced an unprecedented surge of anger and sorrow. Save her. Guhan gently stroked Ah Sha's head. Think of a way. As long as I can save her, I will grant you anything. Even. His eyes reddened. If you desire my body, I will offer it. I want. Just as the shadow was about to respond, he seemed to realize something, erupting into a furious tirade. Damn it. How did you let your body get into such a state? Have you meddled with the powers of time? Do you understand that your lifespan is now less than 2 months? With such a broken body, how dare you offer it? Save her. Guhan paid no heed to his words. I will agree to anything. Somehow, despite being a demon lord, accustomed to countless bloodshed and treachery, having long forged a heart of iron, the pitiful, lost gaze of Ah Sha struck a tender chord within him. The words of refusal lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet he could not utter them. Save her. He sighed deeply. In his current condition, he was incapable of doing so. However, he could temporarily seal her soul for a few days, leaving the rest to her own devices. Very well. Clear your mind. He did not delay further. With each passing moment, Ah Sha grew weaker. Do not resist. At this juncture, whatever he commanded, Guhan complied without question. In an instant, a colossal consciousness, nearly overwhelming enough to shatter Guhan's sanity, merged into his being. His hand, seemingly possessed, rose uncontrollably, slowly descending upon Ah Sha's head. As an extraordinarily pure soul energy, far beyond Guhan's imagination, continuously flowed into her consciousness. It turned out that not far away, Luan Ping finally detected something amiss. This little girl had indeed suffered a backlash. After all, such immense power must come at a cost. What he did not expect was that Guhan was able to regain his clarity, which truly surprised him. That sword. He advanced menacingly towards Guhan. You can no longer wield it, can you? This little girl is now incapacitated. Let us see who can assist you now. Guhan remained silent. At that moment, he was fully engaged with the shadow and rescuing Ah Sha, unable to move an inch. Damn it, you wretched creature. The shadow, seething with rage, hurled curses and threats, vowing to annihilate them should they dare to insult him. Suddenly, a sound of breaking air resonated. Luan Ping paused, taken aback. Is it him? In a flash, Zhuiyang appeared before Guhan. Though his cultivation surpassed that of Ah Sha, she had employed a technique that tore through space, arriving almost instantaneously, thus outpacing him significantly. You forsake your chance at survival. Luan Ping's expression remained impassive, his aura steadily rising. Yet you choose to return to your doom. I cannot decide whether to commend your loyalty or deem you foolish beyond measure. Clang. Zhuiyang remained silent, his sharp blade glinting as it pointed directly at Luan Ping. Although he was unaware of how Ah Sha came to be here, he recognized the urgency of the situation and could not afford to ask any further questions. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. A figure, shrouded in a menacing aura, covered in grotesque wounds and crackling with thunder, descended from the heavens. Gu Tian. In his quest for swift vengeance, he disregarded his own injuries, forcing himself through the ninefold thunder tribulation. Another one. Luan Ping sneered. It seems your bond with him runs deep. Very well. Today I shall slay you both before his very eyes. Kill. Gu Tian had no intention of engaging in idle chatter. His eyes transformed into an abyssal black, enveloped in raging demonic flames. As he charged fiercely towards Luan Ping without hesitation, Zhuiyang also joined the fray. Eliminate them. Bang. After all, he was a figure who had attracted the tolling of the Dao bell 7 times. Luan Ping's strength vastly surpassed that of the other guardians. Effortlessly enduring the combined strike from Zhuiyang and Gu Tian, unscathed. This young man cannot be killed. However, those two can. Boom. Boom. As the words fell, the remaining few swiftly encircled Zhuiyang and Gu Tian. Having been toyed with by Guhan and frightened out of their wits by Ah Sha, they had long been simmering with pin-up rage, and in this moment, Zhuiyang and Gu Tian became their perfect targets for release. Bang. Bang. Various divine powers and demonic energies collided, causing the very earth to tremble beneath them. With their combined might, even Zhuiyang and Gu Tian, no matter how formidable, were utterly outmatched. In mere moments, they were grievously injured, on the verge of collapse. Look, in a moment of leisure, Luan Ping did not forget to provoke Guhan. These two, one your senior brother and the other your adoptive father, are about to perish before your eyes. Do you have anything to say? Boom. Suddenly, Guhan shot his gaze upwards, locking onto him fiercely, a surge of demonic energy erupting from his body. At that instant, the shadow finally managed to temporarily seal Ah Sha's soul, freeing its hands. Guhan's gaze remained fixed, his murderous intent solidifying into something palpable. I must slay you. Just you? Wanping scoffed derisively. A worthless being. I swear. Suddenly, another voice emerged from Guhan, entirely distinct in tone and inflection, utterly unlike Guhan's own. You shall regret ever setting foot in this world. You. Luanping's pupils constricted sharply, his consciousness instantly alighting upon Guhan. Who are you? Naturally, with his cultivation, he could not perceive the existence of the shadow, which instilled a sudden sense of foreboding within him. Kid. In order to temporarily seal Ah Sha's soul, the shadow's consumption was immense, and its voice now bore a hint of weakness, though its tone was tenfold more furious than before. Your body has become a mere wreck. What does it matter if it deteriorates further? Dispose of it as you wish. Guhan certainly remembered his vow. Keeping one's word was his principle. Except when it came to Yang. All right. The shadow gritted its teeth. Let us collaborate to eliminate these scoundrels. Upon hearing the word collaborate, Guhan's expression momentarily flickered. Collaboration, very well. As thoughts of Yang flooded his mind, his murderous intent surged exponentially. This is precisely what I intend. Boom. As his declaration resonated, the demonic energy surrounding him surged dramatically, an overwhelming aura of malevolence descending upon the arena. In that instant, everyone ceased their battles, gazing at him in astonishment. Little junior brother, Hunter, Zuyang, and Gu Tian suddenly called out. Senior brother, adoptive father, keep a close watch on Ah Sha. His voice was cold and unfeeling, reminiscent of Guhan, yet simultaneously evoking the essence of another, subtly overlapping in nature. At this moment, Guhan. The entire body was enveloped by an ominous aura, with crimson and pure black swirling continuously within the eyes. The overwhelming presence nearly shattered the heavens, rendering the figure almost unrecognizable from before. Boom. Waves of formidable demonic might descended, shattering the space around them. The ground trembled, leaving the onlookers of Wanping pale with fear. They could discern that the demonic energy surrounding Guhan surpassed Gu Tian by several tiers in terms of power. How is this possible? Could he also be a practitioner of dark arts? From a distance, with the glimmer of the sword, from Ah Sha to the current demonic energy, Dian had long grown accustomed to Guhan's ever-evolving abilities, and instead, his interest was piqued. I recognize this. This must be the sword demon. At this moment, Guhan epitomized the sword demon. A voice emerged, shadowy and ominous. Slowly raising his long sword, countless tendrils of dark energy coiled around it, transforming the sword into a demonic blade. Dare to desecrate me. Today, I shall annihilate you all. Kill. Suddenly, the voice transformed back into Guhan-S. Hearing these two eerily interwoven voices, the onlookers of Wanping felt a chilling dread surge from their hearts, rushing to their heads. The sun and moon. The long sword fell heavily. The voices of Guhan and the shadow overlapped in an instant. No light. Boom. As the words echoed, the sky darkened within a radius of 10 miles around him, as if shrouded by a veil of darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The secret technique of the demon lord. Overwhelming demonic might, sun and moon obscured. In the desolate outskirts, the young man scratched his head while observing the utter stillness around him. With such vast wilderness, where could he possibly find his junior apprentice? Alas, the woman had not provided clear instructions. No matter, the youth calmed himself. I shall search slowly. I am rather curious about this junior apprentice, whom my sister holds in such high regard. What extraordinary talent does he possess? The woman disregarded their conversation, uncorked her wine flask, and took a hearty swig, her cold gaze sweeping the surroundings. Suddenly, the far-off horizon appeared to dim. There. Boom. In the midst of speaking, she soared into the air, vanishing in an instant. Beyond the celestial dome, within the void of silence. Boom. Boom. The elder, bearing a weary expression, unleashed successive assaults upon the celestial barrier, eventually creating a fissure. Without hesitation, he darted through. Simultaneously, on the land below, whether in the 5 domains or forbidden grounds, or even in realms unimaginable to ordinary folk, a host of top-tier powerhouses sensed the shift in the celestial dome, looking up in surprise, suspicion, or trepidation. Found it. At long last, I have found it. The elder paid no heed to the watchful eyes lurking in the shadows. He simply focused on the radiant black jade in his hand, his voice brimming with excitement. Young master, you have suffered all these years. I shall bring you home at once. Volume 1, Chapter 258. Sword slashes the extraordinary. Draw the sword. Sheath the sword. Next. At this moment, regardless of whether it be the gathered populace of Wanping or the bystanders such as Dan and Zhao Mengyou, all were enveloped by the oppressive and shadowy veil that loomed ominously above them, as if they were ensnared in an eternal night, their astonishment palpable. What is this? Why can I no longer perceive the world before me? Alas, my cultivation seems to have come to a standstill. My divine sense can barely reach a mere yard. Confronted by this enigmatic power, a cacophony of panicked voices erupted. The darkness resembled a quagmire, with the crowd akin to hapless insects ensnared within, sinking ever deeper. Their very essence and thoughts felt as though they were ensnared by an unyielding shadow, their movements sluggishly restrained, making even the slightest effort to resist an arduous task, let alone escape. Young master, Dan remained silent, yet the burly figure beside him could no longer contain himself. Can you discern what this is? How could I possibly know? Dan wearily shook his head. Even the ancestor may not recognize it. The earliest sword light, the abilities of Ah Sha, and this current shroud of darkness were not techniques that could be wielded by someone of the sacred realm. Fortunately, he felt an immense relief. We have not antagonized him. Yet, a seed of doubt lingered in his mind. Apart from this dark curtain, did Guhan possess other capabilities? Though his voice had grown faint to the extreme, the shadow's tone was laced with excitement. A bunch of cannon fodder. Today, you shall have no return. Regrettably, he seemed to express a tinge of sorrow. Yet his words reeked of boastfulness. This eclipse, though not my ultimate divine ability, is nonetheless a technique that garnered my fame in years past. Had I been at my peak, the realm for thousands of miles would be enveloped in this boundless gloom. Beneath this veil, I am the will of heaven. I shall determine their birth. They will live if I will it. I shall dictate their demise. They must perish if I command it. As he continued, his voice weakened further, as if sustaining this eclipse drained an immense toll from him. Guhan remained silent, astonishingly refraining from mocking him. A searing pain coursed through him, as the demonic energy eroded his flesh, recently mended by extraordinary matter, rendering it once more a disfigured sight. Yet, in comparison to the murderous intent and fury raging within his heart, this pain was but a trifle. These people, he would spare none. In the depths of darkness, he advanced with his sword, swift as the wind. Clearly, this technique was a manifestation of the shadow, utilizing his body to project its power. He was, in essence, half the master here. To others, it was a mire. To him, it was a battlefield where his form and movements had accelerated significantly, and the expressions of those around him were laid bare before his keen sight. At that moment, there were still 8 guardians within the shroud. In the blink of an eye, Guhan found himself before the first individual. That person had long sensed Guhan's aura, but found himself utterly unable to flee. Devoid of any capacity to retaliate, an esteemed master of the extraordinary realm now trembling in fear, unable to utter even a coherent sentence. You cannot kill me, he stammered. Lo and behold, Guhan raised his sword, his voice imbued with an eerie resonance. Moreover, the ominous aura emanating from the long sword rendered him increasingly reminiscent of a sword demon. You fear death as well. With a swift motion, the sword descended instantaneously. Devoid of any hesitation, the individual fought desperately to resist, but at that moment, even the slightest movement was a challenge. How could he possibly oppose it? He could only resign himself to his fate. A soft sound emerged, a life extinguished. Guhan then turned away, uncertain how long the shadow's current soul power could sustain this secret skill, shrouded in eternal darkness. Swiftly, decisively, do you dare to kill me? The second individual seemed to foresee his fate, wearing a grotesque expression, howling madly. I am from the Wu family branch of the Central State. Yet before he could finish, his head fell to the ground. Next, our holy lord, another. In ordinary circumstances, each of these extraordinary beings could easily claim Guhan's life. Yet at this moment, their lives were being reaped by Guhan with astonishing ease, to the point of tedium. Draw the sword. Retract the sword. On to the next. The process was remarkably uniform. The laws within the darkness appeared to have supplanted the laws of the great Tao. In this dimness, those once formidable guardians who had intended to toy with Guhan were now mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Another head fell. At this moment, a sliver of light pierced through the darkness, illuminating the shadows. Hurry! The shadow's voice was nearly inaudible. Finish him. He can barely hold on any longer. Meanwhile, the malevolent aura surrounding Gu Han began to dissipate, revealing his shock of white hair and his eyes still brimming with lethal intent. Without hesitation, he advanced toward the last individual. Wan Ping. He was the most powerful among them, an extraordinary being. I have declared, Gu Han raised his sword. I shall personally end your life. As he spoke, the long sword descended rapidly. No. The faint glimmer allowed a glimpse of Wan Ping's contorted and begrudging visage. I cannot die. You cannot kill me. His unwillingness was palpable. The bell tolled 7 times, and yet another fell victim to Chu Kuang. He was the most promising disciple of the myriad transformation Holy Land, with a bright future ahead and a glimmer of hope to ascend to the position of Holy Lord. How could he perish so easily here? That ray of light seemed to weaken the power of the darkness, granting him a flicker of hope. Boom! As the long sword descended, a fragment of his cultivation unexpectedly flickered back to life within him, driven by a fierce will to survive. He unleashed an aura rivaling that of a Chi Passage realm cultivator. Of course, it ultimately bore no fruit. The long sword disregarded the protective barrier around him, gliding effortlessly across his neck, blood gushing forth. Simultaneously, the all-encompassing darkness vanished in an instant. Amidst the swirling chaos, Wan Ping once again beheld a glimmer of light. Yet, immediately thereafter the brilliant light once again transformed into an endless darkness, an eternal void that buried all his ambitions and grievances. The shroud of night dissipated, and the members of the Dian regained their ability to act. Previously, under the oppressive rules of the darkness, they could not perceive Gu Han's presence. Yet they could infer the chaos from the screams and roars that pierced the air. However, when the 8 headless corpses materialized before them, it still stirred immense turmoil within their hearts. 3 families, 12 guardians, 12 extraordinary beings. All had been vanquished by his solitary hand. If one were to consider the likes of the previous Chu Kuang and Wu Han, he truly deserved the title of Sword Demon. In the distance, the demonic energy enveloping Gu Han rapidly dissipated, restoring him to his former state. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, compelling him to spit out several mouthfuls of blood. Just as the shadow had stated, at this moment, his body was even more battered and decayed than before. Had it not been for the nourishment from that trace of extraordinary substance, he would have surely crumbled to dust. Junior brother, Hunter, Zuyang, and Gu Tian rushed to his side. Gu Han waved his hand, signaling that he was unharmed. He glanced at the dazed figure in Gu Tian's arms. Relieved to see her spirit temporarily sealed and her expression now tranquil, he exhaled softly. Thank you. He conveyed his gratitude to the shadow through his thoughts. He understood well that despite the shadow's bluster of fury, it was merely a fade, a pretense to maintain dignity. Its true intention was to assist him. Otherwise, it could have leveraged the situation with the Sha for its own gain or remained an indifferent observer, possibly plotting to reap benefits. Nevertheless, it chose to undertake this seemingly foolish and thankless task. Bah! Even in its weakened state, the shadow still persisted. Help you? Don't flatter yourself. I'm aiding you. The survival of these cannon fodder is my priority. What does your fate matter to me? Otherwise, given your past actions towards me, it would be a light punishment to flay you alive. Gu Han did not refute, nor did he find the shadow's vitriol particularly offensive. Leave. He finally spoke after a moment of silence. I won't survive much longer anyway. This body holds no value for you. I shall release you now. What? To his surprise, upon hearing this, the shadow exhibited not a trace of joy, but rather a sense of exasperation. You wish to burn the bridge after crossing it and conspire against me? What's wrong? Gu Han paused briefly. Didn't you always want to leave? That was before. The shadow's weak voice was laced with indignation. Look at my current state. I could scarcely usurp a mortal's body. What difference does it make to go outside but to meet my demise? At this moment, it appeared exceedingly frail and unstable, on the brink of vanishing entirely. Evidently, whether it was to save a Sha, or perhaps it is the invocation of the secret arts that obscure the sun and moon. For him, it is an immense burden. How may I assist you? The shadow was taken aback for a moment upon hearing the word help from Gu Han, and then, in a tone of despair, replied, Forget it, forget it. With my power level, even if you were to present 10 or 8 sacred herbs, it would be of no avail. You should prioritize your own well-being first. Your soul power is extinguished, your flesh decayed, and your lifespan dwindles to less than 2 months. Young one, you ought to find a way to survive before anything else. Gu Han remained silent. He was well aware of his own physical condition. In truth, had it not been for the alchemists of the Xuan Dan Camp shielding him from the assault of temporal forces at the last moment, he would have already been reduced to mere dust. But does he regret it? No, not in the slightest. Moreover, the flames of vengeance within him have yet to be extinguished. Junior brother, Zhuang mistakenly thought he was worried about his health and comforted him. There is no need to fret. Once we return, Before he could finish, a sudden sound of breaking air resonated from afar. Senior sister? Upon seeing the stunning woman in the red dress at the forefront, Zhuang was momentarily taken aback, followed by overwhelming joy. She has returned. In Gu Han's recollection, it was the last time he had witnessed Zhuang lose composure when he shattered that piece of mysterious jade. Instinctively, his gaze shifted towards her. Yet now, as his soul power lay extinguished and only a flicker of spiritual light remained, he could not see her clearly, only perceiving that her red dress billowed gracefully, embodying exquisite beauty and exuding a powerful aura that ordinary women lacked. In an instant, 3 figures descended. The crowd entirely overlooked the 2 individuals behind her, their attention fixated solely on her. Clad in a crimson battle dress, with a jade belt at her waist and flowing hair cascading down to her waist, she casually styled her hair into a cloud bun, a fiery red hairpin slanting through her tresses, hinting at an inner fervor. The vivid red accentuated her skin, which was as radiant as snow. In terms of beauty, she even surpassed Zhao Mengyou. As for temperament, if Zhao Mengyou was a serene lotus in a pond, ethereal and refined, the woman was akin to a snow lotus atop the polar regions, proud, aloof, untouched by dust. The wine flask dangling at her waist did not appear out of place. Rather, it added an air of unrestrained elegance to her persona. Perfect. The words suddenly sprang to the minds of the onlookers. Only perfection could encapsulate the essence of the woman before them. In the distance, Dan, despite his somewhat warped aesthetic, had a keen eye and glanced at Zhao Mengyou. Goddess Zhao, how does it feel to be overshadowed? Zhao Mengyou bit her lip, remaining silent, a hint of jealousy stirring within her. Dan paid her no further heed, reflecting with a touch of melancholy. Her strength is formidable. Transcendent realm. And not just any ordinary transcendent realm at that. Furthermore, young master, she appears to be even younger than you. Dan, are you implying that I am worthless? Junior brother, Zhuang exclaimed with delight. This is our senior sister. Greetings, senior sister. Gu Han performed a respectful bow. He suddenly comprehended why Zhuang and the others held this senior sister in such high esteem whenever they mentioned her, regardless of her status. The aura she exuded was immensely powerful, almost unreasonable in its intensity. Most likely, it was the sound of the bell striking 9. The woman nodded slightly, casting a glance at Zhuang, her expression unwavering. Is it him? Yes. Zhuang naturally understood her implication. Senior sister, the junior brother is quite remarkable. The woman, aware of Zhuang's character, grasped the deeper meaning of his words. His exceptional cultivation and virtuous nature were both commendable. After a brief silence, she spoke again. Who harmed you? She did not inquire about the process, only the outcome. Clearly, her demeanor was not merely strong but fiercely protective. Gu Han remained silent, glancing at the 8 headless corpses strewn on the ground. Suddenly, a rather jarring voice echoed. Little sister, is this the extraordinary junior brother you've been longing for? Zhou Gu. The youth's expression shifted slightly, tugging at the speaker's sleeve. Say less. Humph. The young man ignored him completely. I thought he was some prodigy. As it turns out, he is merely a useless soul on the brink of demise. These words were no longer merely jarring. They were downright offensive. Upon hearing this, Zhuang's eyes narrowed instantly. As for Gu Tian, had it not been for Gu Han's restraining gaze, he would have likely charged forward, intent on tearing the speaker to shreds. The youth blinked, reflecting a bone-picking knife and a large black pot. Doesn't he that make him just a cook? And that woman earlier, holding a needle as if she were embroidering. Could she be a seamstress? He glanced at Gu Han, who appeared frail, with white hair and a decaying physique, clutching a broken sword. Apart from his unnaturally calm gaze, there was nothing remarkable about him. Undoubtedly an invalid. A cook, a seamstress, and an invalid. And what of that seemingly ferocious demon? He was intrigued to ask the woman before him about this bizarre ensemble. However, due to her formidable presence, he ultimately refrained from doing so. Yun Fan. He remained silent. Yet the woman spoke. How much of your extraordinary material remains? Huh. The youth snapped back to attention. Just a little left. Bring it forth. All right. Without hesitation, he retrieved a thumb-sized glass vial from his storage ring, within which a strand of mysterious essence swirled continuously, exuding an ethereal quality. Undoubtedly the extraordinary material she had mentioned. The woman did not take it, but glanced at Guhan. Give it to him. Huh. The youth was taken aback. Sister, this isn't that he is reluctant. Truth be told, this extraordinary material was a gift from her to him. It would suffice for her own use. Yet now she wants to give it to a seemingly doomed invalid. This left him utterly perplexed. The woman remained silent, a flicker of menace gleaming in her phoenix-like eyes. She lifted a wine flask from her waist and took a hearty swig. Give it. Now. Yun Fan was startled, hurriedly thrusting the jade vial into Guhan's hands. Her heart still trembling with fear. How terrifying. Truly remarkable. Dian raised an eyebrow, clearly impressed. This woman is indeed extraordinary. Huh. Zhao Mengyou appeared somewhat unconvinced. I fail to see it. Zhao Shenin. Dian's expression was laced with sarcasm. Your Tiansheng Hall is grand and prosperous. To claim you possess extraordinary materials is one thing, but would you truly part with them for a stranger? Zhao Mengyou fell silent. She certainly would not. Neither would her master, the hall master. Such rare and precious materials had taken generations to accumulate, at great cost. One could hardly give them away so freely. Thus, Dian remarked with a sense of reflection, you pale in comparison to her. In truth, Zhao Mengyou remained defiant. The man was correct. Extraordinary materials bestowed upon a useless person would indeed be a waste. Receiving the jade vial, Guhan was silent. He understood well the value of extraordinary materials. Otherwise, Wuda and the others would not have endured until their lifespans were nearly spent without breaking into the extraordinary realm. Yet, here he was, on their first meeting, receiving such a gift without a single inquiry. He felt genuinely moved and began to comprehend why even prodigies like Zuyang and Yu Miao held her in such high regard. With such a protective senior sister, who wouldn't he respect her? Senior sister. After a moment's reflection, he explained his situation. This item is of little use to me. Accepting it would merely squander it. Extraordinary materials could only mend his physical injuries and rejuvenate his appearance, but they could not restore his lost lifespan. To him, it was akin to a useless trinket. Indeed, a waste. The man couldn't help but interject once more. Little sister, extraordinary materials are exceedingly rare, even within the military. Such resources cannot be obtained without tremendous military merit. Yet you give them to a useless person? Senior sister. Guhan suddenly spoke. Thank you, I shall accept it. What did you say? The man's eyes narrowed in disbelief. He could see that Guhan was deliberately opposing him. I said, Guhan replied with a stoic expression. My mood is not particularly good right now. Do not provoke me. You Yunlai. The woman seemed somewhat displeased and suddenly spoke, inadvertently releasing a hint of pressure that forced the man to stagger back. Do you intend to meddle in my affairs? Yunlai was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with a mix of red and white. Yet he could not utter another word. Nearby, Yun Fan nearly burst into laughter. I warned you before not to provoke my sister, yet you refused to listen. Do you not realize how much suffering you have endured at her hands? These individuals, casting a glance at the headless corpses, who is responsible for this? Guhan did not conceal the truth. I did. Impossible. Yun Fan was incredulous. Don't think I can't see through it. These individuals were at least of the extraordinary realm in life. How could you have killed them? With a sword. Guhan shot him a glance. A single sword strike. Effortlessly lethal. Yun Fan observed that the woman seemed to believe him, and without inquiring how he had done it, she shifted the conversation. I shall devise a way regarding the matter of longevity. She recognized at once that what Guhan lacked was not vitality, but lifespan. Junior brother, Zuyang sighed. We should return first. Both you and Ah Sha require rest. Earlier, during their journey, Shun Xian had recounted the events to him. Although this matter did not directly concern him, he still felt a twinge of guilt. Rest assured, he said, patting Guhan on the shoulder. I shall ensure this matter is resolved for you. That won't be necessary. The woman suddenly gazed towards the heavens. Since I have arrived, I shall resolve everything today. As her words fell, a tremendous pressure descended abruptly. The aura of sanctity. The woman, seemingly unfazed, once again retrieved the wine gourd from her waist. She was acutely aware that so many extraordinary masters were involved, undoubtedly touching upon sacred grounds and hidden aristocratic families. Not just one. However, in her eyes, these sacred places of the eastern wilderness north were not remarkably different from the Yuqing sect. Fiery liquor as sharp as a blade, a beauty as exquisite as jade. Though she was a woman, she exuded a boldness and presence that surpassed even that of men. Yun Fan, send word to summon my Phoenix Wing army, and inform my second uncle and father to come as well. Sister. Yun Fan's eyes widened. What do you intend to do? She gestured towards Guhan and Zuyang. Is he not my junior brother? Indeed. What if my junior brother is bullied? Yun Fan blinked. How would I know? I am still just a youth. I have never experienced such matters. Quite simple. The woman stowed away her gourd. Today, we shall annihilate the sacred grounds. Humph. Suddenly, a voice imbued with concealed sanctity and fury resounded. Annihilate the sacred grounds? What audacity! Where does this ignorant girl come from? Boom. Thunder rumbled, reverberating as if a storm had erupted, causing the gathered crowd to feel a surge of blood and momentarily lose their senses. The woman narrowed her phoenix-like eyes, her garments fluttering without wind, as a scorching aura enveloped her, subtly coalescing into the ethereal form of a celestial phoenix. The Great Yin Dynasty. Fengshi. Chapter 261. Enduring Bullying. What nonsense is this? The Great Yin Dynasty. Fengshi. A straightforward declaration devoid of any sanctified authority, yet it possessed an undeniable might. The Great Yin Dynasty? Dian suddenly enlightened, having forgotten that these individuals possessed the spiritual seal, presumably backed by the Great Yin Dynasty. He had heard whispers. Could the daughter of the Flame Emperor be her? Dian felt a surge of excitement. This will be quite the spectacle. Those individuals have offended the Flame Emperor. Just thinking about it makes me break into a sweat for them. Although the Great Yin Dynasty was powerful, these sacred places and families did not harbor excessive fear. The only entity they truly regarded with caution was the Flame Emperor, the recently ascendant sovereign, the singular pinnacle of the sacred realm in the eastern wilderness. With his presence, others tremble before the Great Yin Dynasty. Although the Flame Emperor is formidable, Zhao Mengyou has resolutely decided to oppose him. Yet, he is not invincible. In recent years, the border skirmishes of the Great Yin Dynasty have intensified, binding him hand and foot, making it exceedingly difficult for him to intervene. This is indeed true. Dian made no attempt to refute her assertion. If the Flame Emperor were capable of acting freely, would we be enjoying such prosperous days? Were it not for this, the northern frontier would have long since fallen into the hands of the Great Yin Dynasty, leaving no room for their families to flaunt their power. And the existence of the so-called one sect, 2 institutes, and 3 families would be utterly laughable in their eyes. Boom. In but a few moments, that sacred might grew ever more imposing, weighing heavily upon the hearts of all present, akin to a colossal mountain. In an instant, a figure appeared amidst the silence, a middle-aged man with a stern countenance, hands clasped behind his back, clad in a moonlit robe adorned with exquisite patterns, subtly radiating a faint sacred aura, exuding an air of profound dignity. This was the Lord of Transformation. The voice that had resonated earlier was indeed his. Upon receiving the news, he had been the first to arrive. For Chu Kuang, he held immense significance, not merely for the renown of the sacred land or the enhancement of its stature, but as a future ally, a partner to support one another through thick and thin, which is why he had engaged with Chu Kuang as an equal. Yet now, Chu Kuang is dead. His plans have been utterly obliterated. As for the deaths of Luan Ping and the others, he had only discovered them upon his arrival. The foundation of the transformation sacred land is the thinnest. Setting aside Chu Kuang, the loss of these 4 extraordinary beings has already inflicted grievous harm. Little girl, upon witnessing the headless corpse on the ground, he could no longer suppress the murderous intent bubbling within him. You are the daughter of the Flame Emperor? Yes. Fengshi retained her indifferent demeanor. And so what? Just as the Lord of Transformation was about to speak, he seemed to sense something, abruptly turning his gaze toward the distance. Boom, boom. Moments later, 2 figures descended. One, also middle-aged, was Wu Qian, the steward of the Wu family branch in the central continent. The other, an elderly man, was the Lord of Jade Hua. Upon witnessing the brutal scene, their expressions darkened to the utmost degree. Like the Lord of Transformation, they too were clearly taken aback by the complete annihilation of their kin. The foundations of the 2 families are slightly stronger than that of the Transformation sacred land, yet still limited. To claim they were not pained would be a falsehood. The Lord of Transformation once again turned his gaze toward Feng Shi, his eyes brimming with murderous intent. Did you do this? As a being of the sacred realm, he perceived the truth with clarity. Although she is also extraordinary, Feng Shi's prowess far surpasses that of Wan Ping and his ilk. Only she could have accomplished such a feat. It was not her. Guhan suddenly interjected. It was I who killed them all. Every single one of them. A flicker of admiration crossed Feng Shi's eyes. She had initially intended to remain silent and shield Guhan from this predicament, yet unexpectedly, Guhan took the initiative to step forward. To outsiders, this action might appear foolish and fraught with peril, but to her, it epitomized a sense of responsibility. Her junior, Feng Shi, must embody such accountability. As for trouble, Feng Shi, had never been one to shy away from it. Just based on you? Wu Qian's eyes narrowed instantly. Unable to believe that a useless person could pose a threat. As I have stated, Guhan replied, his expression unflappable. They are not difficult to kill. One sword for each. It will not take much effort. His words dripped with arrogance, as if the three before him were merely ordinary cultivators, not formidable beings of the sacred realm. Yun Lai cast a glance at Feng Shi. It seems your judgment leaves much to be desired. This is the person you wish to protect? I have never encountered someone so brazen, so utterly devoid of restraint. Yun Fan, unable to endure any longer, interjected. Here we go again. So you truly believe you can take them down one by one, do you? He fixed his gaze on Guhan. My sister will protect you. But could you perhaps temper your bravado? Given your current state, how can you speak so recklessly? Guhan met his gaze. If I were to kneel and beg for mercy, would they spare me? Yun Fan was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Probably not. Then why should I temper my actions? They have slain my friend, and just because I am weaker, I must bow my head and refrain from seeking vengeance? To them, the weak are destined to be bullied, and any act of defiance is seen as arrogance, as a disregard for life? Why should that be the case? Tell me, he demanded, locking eyes with Yun Fan. What kind of nonsensical reasoning is this? Yun Fan was flummoxed. I am still but a youth. Such profound questions. How could I possibly know? In the distance, Dian shook his head and smiled. The logic may hold true, but he was no weakling. Very well. This exchange had thoroughly embarrassed the three from the Wan Hua sacred sect, igniting a murderous intent within them. If he sought death, they would oblige. Not just him, but also that peculiar little girl who could wield eye techniques. Yes, she must not be spared. With Yan Huang present, they naturally dared not harm Feng Shi. However, Guhan posed no such constraints. Esteemed ones, Wan Hua sacred master remarked, casting a glance at the unconscious Ah Sha in Gu Tian's embrace. This girl must be preserved. The two immediately comprehended his intent. Although they had not witnessed Ah Sha's eye techniques firsthand, they had gleaned enough from the messages relayed by Wan Ping and others. Such a defiant ability, even they had never heard of. They were certain that Ah Sha possessed a terrifying bloodline or constitution. Capturing her for study would undoubtedly yield greater value than simply eliminating her. Taking a deep breath, Guhan positioned himself protectively in front of Ah Sha. You three. Feng Shi suddenly interjected. Do you seek to harm my junior without consulting me? Little girl, are you meddling in affairs that do not concern you? Though Yan Huang is powerful, the three of us united are not to be trifled with. Besides, he is likely trapped and unable to escape. The three wore grim expressions. Guhan, they must die? No one can stop us. Not even Yan Huang. Feng Shi suddenly felt a craving for wine. Thus, she uncorked the wine flask and indulged in its contents once more. Zuyang, this junior disciple you have found is quite admirable. I am thoroughly pleased. Yun Fan, seemingly unaffected by the intoxicating effects, appeared slightly tipsy, yet her aura seemed to intensify. Send a message. Hey. Yun Fan dared not defy her wishes and promptly retrieved a dragon-shaped communication jade talisman. At once. You dare. Yun Lai interjected suddenly. To delay the border operations for such a worthless individual, you be gone. Feng Shi uttered a single word, and without any visible movement. A surge of intense energy enveloped Yun Lai, sending him flying. Hiss. Yun Fan no longer hesitated and prepared to send the message. If even his elder brother was struck, he could not afford to provoke further. Goddess. Elderly hesitated for a moment. He believed this was an opportune moment to offer timely assistance. With the foundation of the Tiansheng Palace and the might of the Flame Emperor, subduing the three families should pose no challenge. Elderly. Zhao Mengyou also appeared somewhat conflicted, but ultimately shook his head. After all, he has become a useless individual. This matter holds little significance now. Alas. Elderly sighed inwardly and refrained from further comment. He felt that Zhao Mengyou's perspective was overly pragmatic. Should Gu Han escape today and later recover, the regret would be profound. Such arrogance. The master of Wanhua erupted in fury. Let me see just how tyrannical your great flame empire can be. Today, I shall slay him before your very eyes. He prepared to strike down Gu Han, intent on seizing Ah Sha. Esteemed guests. Suddenly, a voice, polite and genteel, reached everyone's ears. Might I implore you to pause for a moment? Who? The crowd gasped in surprise. Following the source of the voice, they beheld an elderly man standing not far away, clad in a flawless black robe. His silver hair was meticulously arranged, and he bore no visible signs of spiritual fluctuation, appearing almost indistinguishable from an ordinary mortal. Yet, he exuded an air of dignified grace that commanded respect. Strangely enough, even the three saints failed to perceive how this individual had arrived. A profound silence enveloped the area. Even the master of Wanhua and his companions fell mute, their eyes filled with apprehension and suspicion. This person was either a true mortal or an entity of unfathomable terror. With utmost courtesy, the elder inclined his body slightly toward the gathered assembly. I thank you, fellow friends. Having spoken, he moved with a fluid grace, stepping directly before Gu Han, or rather, before Ah Sha, who was cradled in Gu Tian's arms. The hearts of the master of Wanhua and his companions skipped a beat. This maneuver surpassed their skills by an overwhelming margin. His tone was fervent, his form slightly trembling, and within his once wise eyes, a glimmer of tears now shone. With a flick of his hand, the black mysterious jade reappeared in his palm. In that instant, the jade radiated a brilliant light that directly enveloped Ah Sha, causing her delicate brows to furrow momentarily, as a faintly visible, translucent symbol resembling a crescent moon appeared on her forehead. Indeed, at this moment, the elder instantly recognized Ah Sha's true identity. The heavens showed mercy. Young lady, son-in-law. Tears streamed down his face, and the grandeur he once exuded faded, revealing him as an exceedingly ordinary old man. The young master is still alive. Alive. If you are aware from the underworld, you may find solace. After a moment of reflection, he managed to compose himself, regaining some of his former dignity. Fellow Taoists, he said, cupping his hands toward those around him. I have momentarily lost my composure. I apologize for my folly. The Lord of 10,000 Transformations suddenly inquired, Who exactly are you? Me? The elder shook his head. I am but a nameless individual, my name too coarse to mention. If you wish, you may simply refer to me as Butler Yu. Butler Yu? The Lord of 10,000 Transformations felt a jolt of surprise. This person is merely a butler? Moreover, the surname Yu, an ancient lineage, was one he had never encountered. This Taoist friend, Butler Yu, disregarded him, bowing slightly to Gu Tian, his tone urgent yet courteous. Might you return the young master to me? No. Boom. Gu Tian erupted with a surge of demonic energy. What young master? What young lady or son-in-law? He could not comprehend, nor did he wish to. He only knew that Ah Sha was Gu Han's lifeline, and anyone who dared to harm her would face his wrath. A true demon? Butler Yu's expression turned slightly grave. How peculiar. Since you tread the path of true demons, why do you still retain a semblance of rationality? He could see that Gu Tian was protecting Ah Sha. Thus the wariness and hostility he displayed were not held against him in the slightest. Throughout the encounter, Gu Han remained silent. Upon noticing the anomaly on Ah Sha's forehead, he began conversing with the shadow. The surname Yu? Upon hearing Gu Han's narrative, the shadow suddenly comprehended. No wonder. I said this young girl's background was extraordinary. She is indeed of the Yu clan. Seeing Gu Han's silence, he continued to explain to himself. This Yu clan boasts an exceedingly ancient lineage, dating back to antiquity, with every member adept in ocular techniques. They are a formidable clan, one few dare to provoke. Of course, compared to my 9 layers of demonic realm, they are but mediocre. So, Gu Han spoke again. That individual is a kin of Ah Sha? Indeed. The shadow leader expressed dissatisfaction. But what of being a kin? The disciple I have chosen, not just one kin, even her entire clan. Suddenly, he appeared to realize his situation. Not to mention the unfathomable Butler Yu. Even the Lord of 10,000 Transformations and others were beyond his capability to confront. Damn it. He felt a sense of despondency and unwillingness. After all the effort he put in, was it all in vain? Guhan fell silent. Suddenly, he recalled the dream that Ah Sha had spoken of. He had always doubted the veracity of that dream, but given the events of today, it appeared to be true. A pang struck his heart. Was Ah Sha truly to be taken away by someone? Outside, since Steward Yu had gone through great lengths to find Ah Sha, he had no intention of handing her over to anyone else. Fellow Taoist, he spoke courteously yet with unwavering resolve. Regardless of your willingness, young master, I must take her back. As he spoke, there was not the slightest ripple of spiritual energy from him. With a single gesture, Ah Sha's body floated effortlessly into the air. Kill. Gu Tian, his demonic aura swelling, prepared to strike. Father, Guhan suddenly interjected, halting him. Do not act rashly. This esteemed elder, he addressed Steward Yu. You are Ah Sha's kin, are you not? Ah Sha? Steward Yu scrutinized Guhan, his brow furrowing. Young master, my family's young mistress holds a noble status. This name does not quite suit her. Guhan fell silent for a moment, not dwelling on the issue of names. Instead, he gazed at Ah Sha, suspended in midair, and softly asked, do you have a way to save her? The issue concerning the young mistress is quite substantial. Steward Yu noted, immediately recognizing Ah Sha's predicament. She must be returned to her clan for a genuine remedy. However, with my presence, I shall ensure no harm befalls the young master. As he spoke, he flipped his hand, revealing a fist-sized, pitch-black, transparent crystal that materialized in his palm. In an instant, a dense, almost palpable aura of the extraordinary permeated the surroundings. Soul power. Regardless of their cultivation levels, everyone present instantly recognized the essence of soul power, which was remarkably pure and had coalesced into a tangible form. Even the experienced Sanren, who had witnessed countless treasures, could not discern what this item truly was. Merely upon brushing against that aura, Guhan felt the long-extinguished soul power show signs of revival. Even the radiant point within it seemed to swell and threatened to break free from its confines. He sensed that while the nurturing soul lotus seed he possessed was already a semi-holy medicine, it paled in comparison to the black crystal. In a fleeting moment, the crystal transformed into a mist, enveloping Ah Sha's entire being. Sister, Yun Fan swallowed hard. Do you know what this is? I do not. Fengshi replied expressionlessly, unconsciously reaching for the wine flask at her waist. At that moment, Ah Sha was shrouded in a layer of black crystal, as if sealed. Yet her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, clearly indicating that this crystal was benefiting her far beyond their expectations. Seeing this, Guhan let out a gentle sigh of relief. This young master, Steward Yu inquired again, may I ask what your relationship is with my young mistress? She is someone I rescued, Guhan replied, falling silent for a moment. Ah, I see, Steward Yu remarked, realization dawning upon him. In truth, the young master stands as the savior of my family's heir. I beg your pardon for my abruptness. I am with her. Guhan shook his head, never needing to distinguish so clearly. May I inquire, sir? The housekeeper Yu, seemingly lost in thought, cast a profound glance at Guhan. It appears that the soul energy of our young master has been depleted to its limits. Yet her spirit remains temporarily sealed. I wonder which esteemed friend is responsible for this. The strength of the seal may be feeble, but its exquisite technique leaves even him in awe. Without a doubt, it was not Guhan's doing. Guhan remained silent. He would not divulge a single word regarding the matter of the shadow. Understood. The housekeeper Yu ceased further inquiries. He had not anticipated that there existed such extraordinary individuals upon this land. It did not surprise him. The thickness of the celestial canopy was such that even he would require considerable time to breach it, naturally understanding that things were not as simple as they appeared. Nevertheless, he cared little for it. His sole purpose for coming here was Ah Sha. His gaze shifted instantly to the three figures of the Wan Hua Holy Master. Greetings to the three esteemed friends. The trio, taken aback, hastily returned the gesture. I have a query. The housekeeper Yu smiled. I would be grateful if the three esteemed friends could enlighten this old man. Pray ask away. You are too kind. If there is a need, do not hesitate to speak. Observing his courteous demeanor, the three quickly expressed their willingness, inwardly relieved. It seemed that he was not here to cause trouble. That was a relief. However, the next words from the housekeeper Yu sent a chill down their spines. The young master's condition appears to be related to the three of you, does it not? Moreover, it seemed I witnessed you three plotting against her not long ago. I wonder, what is your explanation? He maintained a polite tone, his demeanor still calm. What do you have to say? We, The three were about to respond when the housekeeper suddenly cast a glance at Ah Sha and waved his hand. Time is of the essence. There is no need for explanations. Esteemed friends, please take your leave. Take our leave? The three were momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend. Sister. Yun Fan scratched his head, muttering softly. What does that mean? Feng Shi shot him a glance. It means to send them to their demise. Yun Fan blinked. He found the housekeeper Yu to be quite a discerning individual. Although he was instructing someone to die, he still used the word please. How eloquent. How exquisite. It was entirely devoid of rudeness. At that moment, it was not just him. Even Dian and Zhao Mengyou shared similar sentiments. To invite you to die? It was the first time they had encountered murder expressed with such politeness. Esteemed friend, the Wanhua Holy Master, his scalp tingling with trepidation, exclaimed. Please allow me to explain. This is a misunderstanding. I apologize. The housekeeper Yu, with a face full of regret, replied. The young master's condition cannot be delayed any longer, and I lack the time to hear your explanations. As he spoke, he slowly closed his eyes, as if sensing something. Esteemed friend, Wu Wen could no longer withstand the pressure. I am utterly unaware of this matter. Indeed, the Lord of Yuhua hastily remarked. Had we known about this young lady, we would never have dared to offend her. This calamity was entirely instigated by my disciples. Please, my friend, feel free to express any form of recompense you desire at this moment. The three individuals no longer exhibited the grace and demeanor befitting masters of the sacred realm. Faced with the threat to their lives, their demeanor was indistinguishable from that of ordinary cultivators, and perhaps even more pitiable. Suddenly, Manager Yu opened his eyes, declaring, I have found it. The three were taken aback. Found what? They inquired. Manager Yu continued, the young master is the sole descendant of the young lady and her husband, holding great significance for our clan. Because of you and your disciples, she has suffered such grievous harm, nearly losing her life. This is indeed a sin that cannot be atoned for. As he spoke, a silver light flickered in his eyes, intensifying until it nearly became tangible, descending upon the space nearby. With a low hum, the air trembled, and three portals, each approximately 10 feet in height, slowly emerged. Behind these portals, countless figures appeared in a state of panic, looking skyward. After completing this task, Manager Yu seemed to have exhausted considerable energy, taking a gentle breath as the silver light in his eyes faded. The onlookers were filled with astonishment. What sort of ocular technique is this, capable of connecting to another realm? There, Elderly suddenly pointed to one of the portals. I believe I recognize it. It is the Holy Land of Transformation. Another individual chimed in, and this one is the Yuhua Holy Land. I have been there. It was self-evident that the remaining portal must belong to the Wu family branch. My friend, Lord of Transformation seemed to realize something, disregarding Manager Yu's enigmatic ocular technique. His face etched with terror. What do you intend to do? My apologies. Manager Yu's expression grew increasingly apologetic. The explanation is somewhat intricate, so I ask for your understanding. As he spoke, his right hand extended slowly, directly reaching into the portal belonging to the Holy Land of Transformation. What is that? Who dares to unilaterally open the secret realm of our Holy Land? When the Lord returns, you shall pay for this. Inside the Holy Land of Transformation, the crowd was filled with a mix of astonishment and wrath. Yet, despite their anger, fear was absent. No matter how weak their foundation, it remained a sacred ground. Offending a holy land meant certain death. Suddenly, an enormous hand emerged slowly from the portal. What is this? The crowd sensed something was amiss. Boom! A deafening roar followed, and before they could comprehend the situation, an overwhelming force, far surpassing that of the sacred realm, descended upon them. In the blink of an eye, all beings and flora within the Holy Land of Transformation, everything in its entirety, was reduced to dust. Even the secret realm housing the Holy Land itself vanished without a trace after that single strike. One strike. The obliteration of a holy land. You, the Lord of Transformation, stared with eyes wide, on the verge of bursting. Is this it? His sacred ground, painstakingly cultivated over millennia, was obliterated with a single strike, leaving not a trace behind. Do you intend to annihilate every last remnant? It seems. Steward, you nodded. You have come to a realization, my friend. This is indeed for the best, sparing me the need for further explanation. As he spoke, he delivered 2 more strikes at the other 2 portals. In that instant, whether it was the Wu family branch or the Jade Flower sacred ground, both followed in the footsteps of the Transformation sacred ground, utterly vanishing from existence. In just a few breaths, 3 factions and over 100,000 souls became mere vengeful spirits beneath Steward Yu's hand. Hiss! The crowd collectively inhaled sharply. How ruthlessly savage. They had thought he only sought to eliminate 3 individuals, yet he had eradicated entire clans. Sister. Yun Fan swallowed hard. This is nothing. Feng, she said lightly. I merely did what I desired. Yun Fan, I almost forgot. My sister is equally ruthless. Young lady. Steward Yu regarded Feng Shi with renewed interest, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Among the younger generation I have encountered, your talents could easily place you within the top 10. This land is indeed far more complex than it appears. What a pity that, were it not for time constraints, I would have liked to linger and observe more closely. Feng Shi remained silent, her heart unperturbed by the praise, instead tinged with disappointment. Only the top 10? Why not the first? Esteemed friends, Steward Yu once again turned his gaze upon the 3 lords of transformation. Now that all your disciples have perished, you must have no attachments left in this world. Why not take your leave? You. Despair flickered across the faces of the 3. You have killed so many. Do you not wish to cease? Though we may have erred, we do not deserve death. You act with reckless abandon, committing such slaughter. Are you not afraid of divine retribution? They understood that against Steward Yu, even united, they had no glimmer of hope. Thus they placed their last hopes in words. Hoping to sway him. How intriguing, Guhan suddenly interjected. When others reason with you, you respond with fists. When their fists surpass yours, you revert to reason. Indeed, he regarded the 3 with seriousness. Even within the sacred realms, there are those devoid of shame. What did you say? You seek death. We will slay you. The 3 wore expressions of rage, wishing to devour Guhan whole. Esteemed ones, Steward Yu chuckled. Your words resonate deeply with me. The time has come. Please proceed on your journey. As he spoke, the elder extended his right hand, and without any visible fluctuation of power, he suddenly clenched his fist. The sky was azure, clouds drifting lazily. Yet, with that single motion, the serene clouds roiled violently, condensing into a colossal hand over 10 zhang in length, descending from the heavens. Boom. In an instant, the space shattered, the heavens shifted in hue. How dare you? You go too far. I am of the Wu family from Zhongzhou. You cannot kill me. The 3 individuals appeared utterly subdued by an enigmatic force, rendering even their sacred cultivation abilities ineffective. They found themselves ensnared by a colossal hand, roaring in vain, unable to extricate themselves in the slightest. The steward, Yu, maintained his courteous demeanor, bidding them farewell. Suddenly, a soft sound echoed as the gigantic hand, formed of vaporous clouds, was instantaneously stained a deep crimson. The fate of the 3 was all too evident. Yu, as if performing a trivial task, flicked his sleeve, causing the cloud-like hand, along with the cascading blood rain, to vanish into nothingness. Unconsciously, he glanced upwards. In a concealed realm, unseen by the crowd, an elder and a brawny man felt a shiver run down their spines, a sense of foreboding creeping upon them. These 2 were none other than the Lord of the Heavenly Ascendancy and the Master of the Celestial Demon Valley. At this moment, both regretted their decision to stealthily observe the commotion. While this steward, Yu, was indeed courteous, his methods were so ruthlessly brutal that they were almost unthinkable. Turning his attention to Guhan, Yu contemplated for a brief moment before speaking. You have saved my family's young master, a tremendous favor to my clan. What form of recompense do you desire? Should it be within my capabilities, I shall endeavor wholeheartedly. However, he noted that the soul crystal's duration was limited, and certain demands would require his intervention. Guhan interjected, my relationship with her has never been clearly defined. My act of saving her is not motivated by any expectation of reward from you. His tone was slightly frigid. This is not a transaction. The young lady's name is inconsequential. She is simply my Ah Sha. You sighed. Today, I will undoubtedly take the young master away. None can impede me, and no one can obstruct my efforts. Furthermore, the young master's predicament cannot be resolved here. Only by returning home can her safety be assured. Guhan fell silent, recognizing the truth in Yu's words. He was powerless to intervene. Gazing at the black crystal where Ah Sha lay in a deep slumber, he felt a pang of sorrow. I have several inquiries, he began. Are the lady and lord you mentioned Ah Sha's parents? Indeed, Yu replied. And where are they? Yu remained silent. The answer was painfully clear. Who is responsible for this? The ancestor is currently investigating. It is likely the work of our adversaries, you answered. Guhan paused momentarily. Will Ah Sha be safe upon her return? Absolutely safe. U.S. expression grew serious. The young master holds significant importance for my clan. The previous incident was merely due to the ancestor being in seclusion, allowing rogue elements to seize an opportunity. This time, the ancestor will personally ensure her protection. No one shall harm a single hair on her head. Thank you. Guhan understood that, given Yu's status and cultivation, such assurances were unnecessary. Even if you were to take Ah Sha away right then, there would be no recourse, yet he still spoke, evidently seeking to allay Guhan's concerns. One final question. He inhaled deeply. Where do you intend to take Ah Sha? Young master, you began. The steward of the moon paused momentarily. Your notion is quite perilous. He was a man of great decorum. However, his adherence to manners was merely habitual with others. His respect towards Guhan was genuine. Firstly, Guhan had saved Ah Sha. Secondly, he could discern that the bond between Guhan and Ah Sha transcended his expectations. This was also the reason he had earnestly answered every question posed by Guhan earlier. Yet, regarding this particular question, he was reluctant to respond. What do you mean? Guhan pressed on. Young master, the steward of the moon shook his head. For your own safety, and for the sake of the young master, it would be best if you refrained from inquiring further. Although Guhan appeared on the brink of death, he did not dare to gamble on even the slightest possibility. A tragedy must not repeat itself. What? Guhan's tone turned icy. Does the illustrious Moon Clan fear exposure? If you do not tell me, shall I be unable to uncover it myself? This is your first time. A look of astonishment crossed the steward's face. How do you know? Even amidst the vast cosmos, the Moon Clan remains obscure, seldom spoken of, let alone in such a secluded land, and from the lips of one on the verge of death. In that instant, he found himself grappling with some perilous thoughts. However, he quickly suppressed them. Repaying kindness with malice is not in my nature. Young master, he sighed deeply. Please do not place me in a difficult position. Even if the opportunity arises in the future, do not seek out the young master. Remember. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from a distance. Another presence? The crowd instinctively turned their gaze. Before them, an elderly man with closed eyes, stooped posture, and parched skin approached. Holding a smooth, rounded wooden staff, taking slow, laborious steps towards them. His eyes seemed long blinded, and he moved with great difficulty, swaying precariously as if he might topple at any moment. Hiss! On the cloud, the lord of Tiansheng Palace and the master of Tianyao Valley exchanged glances, nearly losing their footing. How could this one have arrived as well? Moments later, the elder reached the group. Suddenly, he stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. Old sir. Yun Fan, noticing, instinctively stepped forward to assist. Are you all right? Cough, cough. The elder coughed a few times. I'm fine, I'm fine. Looking at Yun Fan, he sighed softly. It seems I have arrived too late. Young one, how did you end up in such a state? Yun Fan. Old sir, you must be mistaken. I am perfectly well. Having seen the elder, Guhan unexpectedly bowed. I am eternally grateful for your assistance with the sword, esteemed elder. No matter. The elder seemed to finally locate Guhan, turning his head with a touch of nostalgia. The sword lies there. Your ability to borrow it speaks to your own merit, and has little to do with me. Yun Fan blinked. With an inexplicable impulse, a hand waved before the old man's eyes. Stop waving, the elder chuckled. Indeed. I am quite blind. Yun Fan was perplexed. Can you see or not, my venerable elder? At that moment, the expression of Butler Yu was uncharacteristically grave. While others might overlook it, he could sense that, despite the old man's frail exterior, his body housed an unparalleled and formidable sword intent, capable of cleaving through all things in heaven and earth, including the sun, moon, and stars. Dear friend, he hesitated to be presumptuous. May I inquire your esteemed name? The elder shook his head, stroking his wooden cane. What need is there for a name at my age? I, the old blind man, have long forgotten. However, your earlier display of might was indeed remarkable. But dear friend, Butler, you remained silent for a moment. Do you also believe I am a perpetrator of wanton slaughter? Before the elder, he dared not regard himself as elderly. Wanton slaughter? The elder chuckled again. Though my eyes may be blind, my heart sees clearly. It is merely my inability to wield a sword. Otherwise, such insignificant scoundrels would never have the chance to act against you. His words, filled with indomitable spirit, evoked echoes of the former dominance of the Xiantian swordmaster. In the skies above, the lord of Tiansheng Palace felt a pang in his heart. You can no longer wield a sword? What jest is this? He understood the elder's strength more profoundly than others. He had been nearby when Chu Kuang was slain, and the terror of that sword strike was indelibly etched in his memory. In truth, the elder continued, the young one is correct. Even if you do not speak, he will eventually locate your Moon clan. It will merely take a bit more effort. Why must you play the villain? Butler Yu fell silent. It was evident that the elder had arrived earlier, listening intently to their exchange, and had chosen to reveal himself at this moment to support Gu Han. While he could easily slay the three of Wanhua, he found himself lacking the courage to raise a hand against the elder. He glanced at Gu Han, his expression complex. From initial indifference to later gratitude, and now to a growing respect, his impression of Gu Han had been repeatedly refreshed. Perhaps, after a prolonged silence, he suddenly sighed, his visage aging slightly. In the Kanglan ancient realm, the Moon clan, if you survive and diligently seek, you shall surely find them. Thank you, Gu Han nodded. I shall remember. My lord. Butler Yu's tone shifted, earnest as he implored. May I offer you a piece of advice? Speak forth. Gu Han furrowed his brow. If your strength is lacking, I implore you, do not venture forth. Why? Alas, Butler Yu's expression turned somewhat despondent. Regarding the secrets of my Moon clan, I cannot elaborate further. However, you must remember, the stronger you become, the safer your encounter with the young master will be. Otherwise, not only you but even the young master will undoubtedly find themselves in peril. The foolish one, if you do not come, the young master shall naturally be safe. This statement was instinctively disregarded by Gu Han. He gently approached Ah Sha, observing her serene slumber. Instinctively, he reached out to stroke her head, only to be met with an icy touch. Ah Sha, rest assured, I stand by my word, even if I must traverse every corner of this world. From the azure depths to the underworld, I shall undoubtedly find you. Await my return, my friend. The Moon steward sighed quietly, casting a glance at the elder. May I take my leave? The elder was momentarily taken aback. When have I hindered your departure? You may leave at your convenience. Why seek permission from this old blind man? Despite the Moon steward's courteous demeanor, he felt a tinge of frustration. You have bound me with your sword intent. How can I leave? Go on, go on. The elder waved his hand, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Even if I wished to stop you, I would be powerless to do so. Besides, this sword I wield was not meant for you. Farewell. He cast one last glance at Ah Sha, then at Gu Han. The Moon steward did not linger any longer. With a single step, he vanished from sight. Gu Han felt a profound emptiness. His arm remained outstretched, unmoving for a long time. Junior disciple, Zuyang patted his shoulder. You forgot to ask Ah Sha's name. It is of no consequence. Gu Han gazed towards the horizon, his expression slightly lost. What she is called is unimportant. She is simply my Ah Sha. Chapter 265. The path is nameless. The sword can also be nameless. After a prolonged silence, Gu Han turned back and bowed to the elder. Thank you for your assistance, esteemed elder. If you had not appeared today, the Moon steward would never have been so accommodating, nor would he have readily revealed the whereabouts of the Moon clan. The transmission of the sword, the borrowing of the sword, compelling the Moon steward to bow his head. Each of these favors held immense significance for him and provided considerable assistance. You little rascal. The elder paused in his motion of caressing the wooden staff. How did it come to this? My friend, Gu Han replied, momentarily silent. They caused her demise. The elder sighed, finally grasping why Gu Han could wield the sword intent he had left behind. This experience, this mindset, bore an uncanny resemblance to his own in years past. Remember, he said, his tone turning grave. In extraordinary times, one must employ extraordinary methods. You must not stray from the path and emulate my sword. Otherwise, your progress in the sword path will be thwarted. Yes, Gu Han bowed once more. I shall remember. Good, the elder nodded. To embrace death and forge ahead fearlessly. Now you exhibit the demeanor of a true sword cultivator. Esteemed elder, Gu Han shook his head. I have yet to discover its name. In truth, since he had begun to comprehend the sword intent left by the elder, he felt a profound connection with the long sword, sensing a flicker of its spirit within. Yet, he remained unable to ascertain its name. And your sword? The elder pondered for a moment before speaking again. Let me have another look. Gu Han drew forth the long sword. The master said, without knowing the sword's name, one cannot claim to have glimpsed the true essence of the sword path. At this juncture, he had roughly discerned the identity of the elder, most likely the astonishing swordsmanship prodigy spoken of by Chongming. It was of no consequence. The elder waved his hand dismissively, not surprised that Gu Han could deduce his identity. One should not take everything that Ji Yi says at face value. Your sword possesses a mysterious origin, one that even I, an old man, cannot fathom. It seems there are deeper intricacies at play. As he spoke, a sense of nostalgia washed over him. The sword itself bore no name. No name? A sword, much like a person, possesses its own spirit. To be preoccupied with names and titles is to fall into a lesser state. He smiled gently. The path of the Great Way is nameless. So too can a sword be without a name. This single utterance instantly dispelled the veil of confusion that shrouded Gu Han's heart. This sword had accompanied him since the day Gu Tian discovered it. It was more than a mere weapon. It was a companion, a member of his family. These truths were sufficient. Why should one be troubled by the question of names? Moved by his state of mind, the long sword emitted a clear, joyful sound. Good, good, good. The elder's face radiated satisfaction. It was rare indeed. He had discerned that Gu Han had grasped the essence of sword heart clarity, marking a significant advancement upon the path of swordsmanship. Senior, Gu Han bowed deeply once more. Thank you for imparting your wisdom. No need for such formality. The elder turned aside, rejecting the gesture. You possess the profound laws of swordsmanship within you, he implied, far surpassing my own understanding. I am unworthy to teach you. I merely wish to help you avoid unnecessary detours. Sister, Yun Fan blinked, utterly perplexed. Is that it? How did he come to this understanding? He didn't articulate much. So why can't I comprehend? Fengshi remained silent. The elder's features were strikingly apparent. Though she had not seen him in person, she had begun to suspect his identity. It was no surprise that Gu Han had earned his favor. After all, he was Fengshi's junior disciple and thus destined to be extraordinary. Sister. Yin Fan seemed to recall something. The message. Fengshi could no longer contain herself, fixing her gaze upon him with an inscrutable expression. What is it, sister? Nothing. Fengshi shook her head. I just feel a bit of pity for our second uncle. Yin Fan responded, junior disciple. Zuyang could no longer hold back. Earlier, the senior sister mentioned your lifespan. Indeed, Gu Han did not conceal the truth. I probably have less than 2 months left. Less than 2 months? Zuyang's heart sank. Meanwhile, the demonic energy emanating from Gu Tian surged violently once more. The elder sensed the demonic energy, somewhat astonished. This indeed presented a novel approach. His insights surpassed those of Butler Yu by a considerable margin. Beyond the true path of demonic power, he seemed to perceive something distinctly different emanating from Gu Tian. Senior, Zuyang felt a pang of sympathy. Is there a way? Elixirs capable of enhancing soul power are exceedingly rare. Those that elevate one's innate abilities are even more scarce. As for medicines that prolong lifespan, while they do exist, their rarity surpasses the former by tenfold. With less than 2 months remaining, where can one seek such remedies? As for a solution, the elder sighed deeply. It is not impossible. Breaking through is all that is needed. Ascending to the realm of Sky Sovereign will naturally lead to a resurgence of lifespan. Breaking through? Zuyang was taken aback. Previously, for Gu Han, breaking through was merely a matter of course, utterly effortless. Yet, at this moment, his soul power had withered, and he could not even maintain his connection to the divine realm. To hope for him to breach 2 realms in such a short span and ascend to the Sky Sovereign was simply inconceivable. I cannot assist him. The elder shook his head. He does not require my help. This step must be taken by him alone. If he succeeds, the heavens will be vast and the seas deep. If he fails, the unspoken words hung in the air, but the outcome was not difficult to predict. Zuyang fell into a profound silence. Meanwhile, the demonic aura surrounding Gu Tian grew increasingly unstable. Foster father, senior brother, worry not. Gu Han gazed towards the horizon. I shall not perish. I have made a promise to Ah Sha. I must find her. Until I locate her, I will not die. Zuyang remained silent. A flicker of struggle danced in his eyes, as if a decision had formed. In the distance, Dian observed Zhao Mengyou with a look of schadenfreude. Goddess Zhao, you have miscalculated again. A splendid opportunity to provide timely assistance has been squandered. Do you not feel regret? Just like Fengshi, although he had never laid eyes on her, he had deduced the identity of this blind elder. The moon overseer was formidable. Yet even he had to bow before the elder. He felt that his ancestor's previous estimation of this senior's strength had been overly cautious. And now, the elder paid no heed to anyone else, bestowing singular favor upon Gu Han. It was evident, their bond was extraordinary. Elderly sighed. Not regretting? Your insides must be turning green with remorse. Zhao Mengyou bit her lip. She too felt regret. However, upon seeing Dian's mocking smile, her ire flared. What of my regret? I shall not concede. She glared defiantly at Dian. His remaining lifespan is less than 2 months. Though it was unclear why he retained some of his cultivation. To hope for a breakthrough to the sky's sovereign in such a brief time was akin to a fool's dream. Ultimately, he had become useless. In the distance, Fengxi halted her movements with the wine jug and abruptly turned. Sister? Yun Fan was taken aback. Where are you going? Fengxi ignored him and approached Zhao Mengyou directly, saying nothing, her eyes narrowing as she regarded her intently. Zhao Mengyou's expression shifted slightly. She found it difficult to endure. Though Fengxi had not utilized her cultivation, the sheer force of her presence was suffocating. Not just her. Even the protectors felt the weight of pressure. Dian quietly retreated, taking shelter to watch the unfolding spectacle. You just said as Zhao Mengyou's pressure mounted. Fengxi took a swig of strong liquor and suddenly spoke. My junior brother is a waste? You believe that the extraordinary substance bestowed upon him is squandered? You also claim that he is destined to never break through? With each utterance, she was about to take a sip of wine. And the malevolence in her phoenix-like eyes intensified, her aura growing ever stronger. I, Zhao Mengyou, felt my cheeks flush crimson. These words were all spoken by her, and she had not anticipated that Fengxi would remember them so vividly. I was inclined to retort, yet found myself devoid of any confidence. My beauty, my presence, and my cultivation, everything I took pride in, was now thoroughly suppressed by Fengxi. Dare I ask? Elderly reluctantly stepped forward, compelled to act. He had no choice. Zhao Mengyou's neck seemed to shrink to the point of invisibility. Isn't this young lady the daughter of the Flame Emperor? Silence, Fengxi replied impassively. I am not addressing you. The overwhelming pressure emanating from her caused elderly's face to pale, rendering him unable to utter another word. Excessive. The one most pleased was undoubtedly Zhang Kuan. Previously stripped of his status as a protector by Zhao Mengyou, he had been seething with discontent, and his animosity towards Guhan had only deepened. Now, witnessing this opportunity to redeem himself, he could hardly contain his eagerness to step forward. Is what my divine maiden said incorrect? That person is nothing but a useless being. He himself claims he won't survive for another 2 months. What does that have to do with my divine maiden? Your great flame empire may be formidable, but my heavenly ascendant's palace is not to be trifled with. Upon uttering these words, silence enveloped the entire gathering. Dian looked at Zhang Kuan as if he were a fool, deeply astonished. Now I understand. This Zhao divine maiden has truly poor judgment to choose such a person as her protector. In the sky above, the expression of the burly man was quite telling. Old man of heavenly ascendance, where did you find such a gem? How on earth has he managed to cultivate to the extraordinary realm? What sheer luck? Rubbish. The master of heavenly ascendance wore a sullen expression. Rubbish. I've half a mind to strike Zhang Kuan dead. Not afraid of the Flame Emperor? That is merely talk. Who truly knows the reality of the situation? Fengxi did not summon Yun Fan to convey messages. She was simply displeased. Only she, Fengxi's junior, was permitted to bully her. No one else dared to utter a word against her. The person before her had spoken only a few words, and that was enough. Yun Fan shook his head vigorously. This person is done for after offending my sister. Humph. Yun Lai's countenance darkened. She is inviting calamity upon our great flame empire. Ninth brother, Yun Fan urged. Why not go and persuade her? Yun Lai was so enraged he nearly struck him. If even father cannot dissuade her, how can I? Zhang Kuan felt a swell of pride, believing his actions had preserved Zhao Mengyou's final dignity and upheld the reputation of heavenly ascendance. Upon returning, not only would he be absolved of previous punishments, but he might even receive a considerable reward. On the opposite side, Fengxi did not spare him a glance, taking another sip of her wine. In that instant, an overwhelming surge of fiery energy erupted. The ground beneath her feet instantly filled with countless fissures. You. Zhang Kuan's pupils constricted. Do you dare to strike? Before he could finish his words, a resounding phoenix cry suddenly rang out. Amidst the swirling currents of fervent energy, it instantaneously transformed into a magnificent fire phoenix, resplendent in crimson hues. With a gentle flutter of its wings, it vanished into Zhang Kuan's body. A cry of anguish erupted in an instant. The old man lightly caressed his wooden staff, exclaiming, "Remarkable!" At this moment, confronted by the almost unbearable intensity of the fiery essence, Li Lao and his companions found themselves devoid of any inclination to resist. They were aware of Feng Shi's formidable strength, yet they were utterly unprepared for the extent of her power. Given time, the giant overhead felt a flicker of trepidation. She could very well be another flame emperor. The master of Tianqing Palace remained silent, his gaze darkening as he observed Zhang Kuan's cries weaken. Moments later, the fervent energy dissipated, and the fire phoenix vanished. Now, Feng Shi, holding a wine jug, cast a fleeting glance at the motionless Zhang Kuan. You have become a mere shell of yourself. Zhang Kuan's body was charred black, his eyes vacant, a visage of despair, rendering him incapable of hearing her words. One strike had utterly extinguished his cultivation, leaving no room for resistance whatsoever. Zhao Mengyou could no longer restrain herself. She mustered all her courage to confront Feng Shi. What are you planning to do? My junior brother is injured. Feng Shi lifted the wine jug once more. He requires a period of recuperation. Zhao Mengyou clenched her silver teeth. What does that have to do with me? I didn't inflict the injury. In her palace, witnessing her lack of understanding, Feng Shi, for once, offered an explanation. Due to neglect and management, there are no maidens skilled in service. She scrutinized Zhao Mengyou for a moment, assessing her appearance and cultivation. You are quite acceptable. Serving as a maid would suit you perfectly, Zhao Mengyou. Chapter 266, Capturing a Divine Maiden as a Maid. Upon the utterance of these words, the room fell silent once more. Acceptable, quite good, suitable maid. Zhao Mengyou's mind buzzed. Her body trembled slightly, utterly bewildered. What? Feng Shi shot her a glance. Do you have an objection? Zhao Mengyou found herself speechless. Was this even a matter of having an objection? In the distance, Guhan was equally at a loss for words. Sister, this is... No worries, Zuyang responded surprisingly calmly. What of being a divine maiden? Can't one serve as a maid? Am I not here as a chef? He glanced at Guhan. You certainly need care at this moment. Guhan fell silent for a brief moment. I do not like her. This statement nearly shattered Zhao Mengyou's composure entirely. A divine maiden, reduced to serving as a maid, and yet not deemed worthy? In truth, Dian stroked his chin. I, too, am not fond of such arrangements. The assembly of demons exchanged glances. Your taste is rather questionable, best left unspoken. Li Lao and several guardians of the path were so enraged they could scarcely articulate a coherent sentence. This is too much. Above, the elder of Tianqing was nearly in stitches, almost tumbling from the clouds. This is truly a slap in the face. A divine maiden, reduced to the status of a mere maid, and yet she dares to express disdain? You are aware, he has been stoking the flames incessantly. I am not one to instigate trouble, but if the roles were reversed, I could scarcely endure such indignity. The lord of Tiansheng Temple remained silent. Zhang Kuan, however, was more composed. Such a foolish individual would not let the matter rest, even if Feng Shi did not take action. But Zhao Mengyou is different. She is the divine maiden of this generation. She embodies the very dignity of Tiansheng Temple. The words of Feng Shi and Guhan brutally stripped away their temple's honor, trampling it underfoot until it became utterly unrecognizable, only to be carelessly tossed aside. Humph. I can tolerate many things, but this transgression is beyond my patience. That young girl. What audacity! To have Mengyou serve as your maid. Even the Emperor of Flames would not dare to be so disrespectful. Boom. The atmosphere resonated with a divine authority, instantly dispersing the clouds overhead. Accompanying that thunderous voice, the Lord of Tiansheng Temple descended before the crowd. The burly man hesitated for a moment before following suit, fully aware that their arrival could not be concealed from the elder, and thus he chose to reveal himself openly. Ancestor. Upon seeing the giant, Dian quickly bowed in respect. What brings you here? Haha. The giant waved his hand dismissively. I came to witness the spectacle and to inquire about your recent visit to the Xuan Dan Pavilion. How many elixirs did you procure? Dian's smile faltered. Ancestor, can we discuss only the matter of observing the spectacle? Upon witnessing the Lord of Tiansheng Temple's emergence, Zhao Mengyou let out a long sigh of relief. The pressure she felt in confronting Feng Shi was immense. Master, she sensed that had the Lord of Tiansheng Temple not appeared, she might truly have been taken by Feng Shi to serve as a maid. Humph. The Lord of Tiansheng Temple fixed his gaze upon Feng Shi. Was it not you who suggested that my disciple should serve you as a maid? In the face of the sacred realm, Feng Shi maintained her composure. You misunderstand. She shook her head. It is not for me, but for my junior disciple. The Lord of Tiansheng Temple nearly laughed in exasperation. whom one serves is hardly the crux of the matter. Little girl, his expression darkened. Do not presume that with the Emperor of Flames backing you, you may act with impunity. This eastern wilderness is not solely your domain. Words have consequences. Fengshi disregarded his imposing presence. One must bear the repercussions of their statements. Everyone is subject to this, even if she is the so-called divine maiden. Humph. The Lord of Tiansheng Temple sneered. My disciple is not within your purview to discipline. Cough, cough. Suddenly, a series of coughs resonated clearly among the assembly. Gentlemen, the elder began slowly. It has been several centuries since we last met. Why have you not even exchanged greetings? At these words, a glimmer of apprehension flashed in the eyes of both individuals. Not at all. The giant laughed heartily. I was merely concerned about delaying my friend's matters. Besides, today, I am merely a spectator, and the affairs here do not concern me. He hastily distanced himself from the situation. My friend, the Lord of Tiansheng Hall, could not fathom the elder's intentions. Suppressing his rising ire as he clasped his hands in a respectful gesture. It had been many years since they last met. Yet the elder still possessed an air of dignity. Dignity? The elder chuckled self-deprecatingly. My body deteriorates day by day, and I have but a limited time left to live. What dignity can there be? The two exchanged a knowing glance, and in an instant, they comprehended the truth. Compared to centuries past, the elder's visage had aged significantly, and his body had decayed considerably. Evidently, he was not far from the end of his days. Dear friend, you jest. The Lord of Tiansheng Hall replied with an impassive demeanor. I still vividly recall that sword you wielded back in the day. One sword, severing the very foundation of a saintly realm. This was a feat more challenging than slaying the opponent outright. The elder waved his hand dismissively. You both speak of events long past. In this present, I am no longer capable of wielding a sword. I am merely waiting for death. Such words, of course, were met with skepticism. However, one thing they were certain of was that the elders seemed to be facing grave issues and would not endure for long. My friend, the Lord of Tiansheng Hall felt a slight easing of his heart. Once I have settled matters here, I shall take the time to reminisce with you. No need. The elder gestured with his hand. I am fatigued, having been out for too long. It is time for me to return. Yet, he shifted the conversation, pointing at Guhan. The little one requires attentive care during his recuperation. The implication was unmistakable. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengyou's complexion turned ashen. The elder's words carried far more weight than those of Fengshi. Dear friend, the burly man gave a thumbs up. Insightful. Tiansheng old fellow. Your divine maiden has become so pampered that her eyes nearly reach the top of her head. She certainly needs some guidance. Silence. The Lord of Tiansheng Hall's expression darkened. What do you mean by that, my friend? Nothing. The elder waved his hand. Do not misunderstand. It is merely a personal suggestion. Whether you heed it is up to you. Haha. The Lord of Tiansheng Hall took a deep breath. Your friend's suggestion, indeed, suddenly. A furious voice echoed from afar. How dare you? You even dare to lay hands on the people of the Wu family in Zhongzhou. I shall see who possesses the audacity to commit such heinous acts. With that proclamation, a figure composed purely of condensed vital energy, towering several dozen zhang, appeared before them in an instant, his features obscured. Who killed Wu Qian? Who slaughtered my Wu family's thousands of kin? Who wielded such cruel and malicious methods? Today, I shall not let him go unpunished. A barrage of inquiries, imbued with formidable saintly might, surged forth. Without hesitation, Zhuiyang and Gu Tian positioned themselves protectively in front of Guhan. Given his current physical state, being struck by this saintly might would surely result in either death or severe injury. An avatar? The Lord of Tiansheng Hall's pupils constricted, exclaiming involuntarily. So powerful. The burly man also wore an expression of trepidation. Even if it were merely an avatar, the cultivation level has already surpassed theirs significantly. So what might the true essence be? I ask once more. The figure bellowed, exuding an overwhelming presence. Who is responsible for this? If you do not speak, do not force my hand to unleash a slaughter. The hearts of the onlookers sank. The newcomer did not appear to be a reasonable individual. Alas, suddenly, a sigh resonated once more. Though the sound was soft, it suppressed the imposing aura of the manifestation entirely. Thud. The elder's wooden staff gently touched the ground, his eyelids fluttering, seeming to open, yet not fully. In that fleeting moment, an unmatched and domineering sword intent descended upon the arena. In the air, the clouds, which had been completely dispersed by the master of the Tiansheng Palace, began to coalesce again, swirling as they formed a colossal sword of cloud, 100 feet long. Its power was unparalleled. Its dominance was unmatched. The figure instantly sensed something was amiss. Which fellow cultivator is this? This may be a misunderstanding. Boom. In the next moment, within a radius of several miles, a sharp intent permeated the atmosphere. In an instant, the figure was utterly pierced through by the giant's sword, dissipating into nothingness. The sword's momentum continued, swiftly penetrating the distance, seemingly in pursuit of the figure's true form. The master of Tiansheng Palace was rendered speechless in astonishment. Such a formidable being, and he had only managed to utter a couple of formalities before vanishing? Moreover, judging by the circumstances, the true form of that individual was likely doomed as well. Instinctively, he glanced at the elder, who remained hunched, his body decayed, and aside from appearing slightly older, there was little change. He was eager to question the elder. Unable to lift the sword? Is this what you call being unable to lift the sword? Noticing his gaze, the elder continued the previous topic. My esteemed friend, what were you about to say to me? Fellow cultivator. The master of Tiansheng Palace's expression turned serious. Your suggestion resonates deeply with me. That child, Zhao Mengyou, has been spoiled since childhood, never lacking in external cultivation resources. I have indeed indulged her. It is time she faced some hardships to understand the difficulties of cultivation. Zhao Mengyou. Hee. The elder chuckled. Please do not blame me for meddling. Not at all. The master of Tiansheng Palace waved his hand. This is invaluable advice. Mengyou. He directed his gaze towards the dazed Zhao Mengyou. Take good care of this one, cough cough, and do not indulge in your whims any longer. If Li Sun were present, he would surely regard the master of Tiansheng Palace as a kindred spirit. Not far away, the burly man, for once, refrained from mocking the master of Tiansheng Palace, glancing at the elder and then at Guhan, stroking his chin, deep in thought. Dian, why don't you also ancestor? Dian was startled. Please do not entertain such thoughts. I prefer those with fur. They may not be the same, and besides, do I appear to be spoiled? The burly man pondered for a moment before abandoning this impractical notion. He was well aware of the intentions of the master of Tiansheng Palace, yet he ultimately lacked the audacity to match his boldness. Unable to lower himself to that level. Alas, the elder showed no intention of lingering any longer. I shall return now, he said, letting out a gentle sigh. I hope we shall have the opportunity to meet again. Guhan remained silent, bowing deeply to the elder. Let us depart. The burly man, having thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle, waved his hand and led Dian and the others away in an instant. Master, Zhao Mengyou bit her lip, glancing at the lord of Tiansheng Hall. I still wish to make one final effort. Mengyou, the lord of Tiansheng Hall chuckled softly. It is not far. I shall not see you off. Zhao Mengyou, is that what I meant to say? Junior brother, Zuyang sighed. Your issues are far too grave. We must return swiftly. It is strange that those two have not yet appeared. He was referring, of course, to Shen Xian and Mo Huaiyuan. Logically speaking, if Ah Sha had returned alone, the two would undoubtedly follow. Although they could not traverse the skies, given the time elapsed, they should have made their way back by now. Yet, there was not a trace of them. Run. Keep running. Yuan, she cried. Today, I shall surely bring you to your end. At this moment, in a dense forest far from the border wilderness, Yuan Gang, severely injured and gasping for breath, looked in terror at the approaching figures of Mo Huaiyuan and Shen Xian. Earlier, they had been intent on pursuing Ah Sha but had inadvertently stumbled upon the panicked Yuan Gang. Given Mo Huaiyuan's fiery temper, she immediately set off in pursuit. And with Shen Xian's swiftness, Yuan Gang, despite his injuries, found himself unable to escape. Attack. Even Shen Xian's eyes reflected no trace of mercy. The death of Yang Ying had deepened his hatred for Yuan Gang. Junior brother Yuan, a gentle voice suddenly called from a short distance away. What brings you to such a state of disarray? Upon hearing this voice, a flicker of wild joy ignited in Yuan Gang's previously despondent eyes. Brother Luo, save me. In an instant, both Mo Huaiyuan and Shen Xian became vigilant. The next moment, a figure appeared before them, exuding warmth and charm, clad in unblemished white garments. It was none other than Luo Wushuang. Chapter 267. The Rules of Luo Wushuang and the Faith of Yuan Gang. Brother Luo. The sight of Luo Wushuang sent Yuan Gang into a frenzy of delight. He struggled to bow, but was too severely injured to rise. You have finally returned. Junior brother. Luo Wushuang shook his head. Your injuries are far too severe. It is unwise to move recklessly. You must first tend to your wounds. As he spoke, without any visible movement, a jade-like pill bottle floated gently beside Yuan Gang. Thank you, Brother Luo. With just a glance, Yuan Gang realized that the quality of the elixir within was beyond his imagination, even more precious than those previously given to him by Chu Kuang. Brother. He was overwhelmed with emotion. Such a rare elixir. It is of no consequence, Luo Wushuang smiled. Your injuries are of utmost priority. Indeed. Yuan Gang suppressed his excitement and turned his gaze to Mu Rongyan and Shen Xian. Brother, these two must not be spared. Junior brother, junior sister. Luo Wushuang remained silent, merely smiling. It has been quite a while since we last met. Your cultivation has indeed progressed swiftly. Luo Madman. As Yuan Gang consumed the healing elixir, the wounds on his body began to heal rapidly, and Murong Yan's eyes turned crimson with rage. Get away. I am going to slay this scoundrel. Junior sister. Luo Wushuang chuckled softly. Why do you still possess such a fiery temper? Get lost. Murong Yan seemed to have lost all reason. Otherwise, I shall slay you too. You ought to understand. Luo Wushuang remained unperturbed, maintaining his gentle tone. You cannot kill me, and as long as I am here, you cannot harm Yuan Shidi either. Junior sister. Shen Xian quickly intervened. Do not act rashly. He was acutely aware that it would be a simple task for Luo Wushuang to eliminate them. And with him present, they indeed had no opportunity to harm Yuan Gang. Enough. Luo Wushuang waved his hand dismissively. If my junior sister has no desire for a reunion, then please take your leave. I have matters to discuss with Yuan Shidi. Noticing Murong Yan's reluctance to move, he smiled. Junior sister, do you wish to challenge my rules? Junior sister. Shen Xian's expression changed. Even if you stay, you cannot kill Yuan Gang. Ah Sha's condition is quite peculiar. We must return quickly to seek Brother Gu. We will settle this score with Yuan Gang sooner or later. That Yuan. Mentioning Ah Sha, Murong Yan regained some semblance of composure, gritting her teeth as she said, Wait. Luo Madman. You cannot protect him forever. I will eventually slay you. As the two departed, Yuan Gang slowly stood up. The healing effects of the elixir were astonishing. In just a short while, most of his injuries had healed. Brother, he said, somewhat confused. Why let them go? Junior brother, Luo Wushuang chuckled. Do you truly believe I am one to indiscriminately take lives? Certainly not. Yuan Gang replied with unwavering certainty. He genuinely believed this. In his heart, Luo Wushuang's status was unassailable. Not even Chu Kuang could rival him. Yuan Gang fully supported all of Luo Wushuang's actions and never questioned his decisions. Luo Wushuang was his faith. Now, tell me, Luo Wushuang shook his head. What has transpired? Why is there only one person left in Qingyun Pavilion? Brother. Yuan Gang's eyes flashed with a hint of hatred at the mention of Qingyun Pavilion. This calamity was instigated by that fellow named Gu Han. He recounted every detail, from the capital of the Great Qi to being pursued by Murong Yan and her companion. Of course, he infused these events with his personal viewpoint. Throughout this, Luo Wushuang's expression remained calm, quietly listening. Brother. After a while, Yuan Gang took a breath. Gu Han is truly a villain of the highest order, junior brother Chu. Qingyun Pavilion has been ruined because of him, and all our years of effort have been lost. You must not let him go, junior brother. Luo Wushuang suddenly sighed, but did not mention Gu Han. You just said that junior brother Yang has perished? Indeed, Yuan Gang replied, somewhat perplexed. He could not fathom why Luo Wushuang specifically mentioned Yang Ying. In truth, had it not been for the battle before the Dan Tower, Yang Ying would have merely been a superfluous character in his eyes. Junior brother Yang. Luo Wushuang's smile gradually faded. Was he expelled from the Qingyun Pavilion by you? Indeed. But why? He violated the rules. Yuan Gang grew increasingly perplexed. How audacious of him to disregard orders and assist that Gu Han, especially since he was merely an ordinary individual with no remarkable qualities. It was incomprehensible how he managed to deceive his senior brother and gain entry into the Qingyun Pavilion. He was truly detestable. Junior brother, Luo Wushuang's gaze was solemn. When have I ever established such rules? Yuan Gang was taken aback. Luo Wushuang had never concerned himself with matters. The plethora of intricate regulations within the Qingyun Pavilion were merely imposed by Yuan Gang from Luo Wushuang's perspective. In reality, when Luo Wushuang founded the Qingyun Pavilion, he had only laid down a single evaluative rule, the very one that Du Teng had previously contravened. Beyond that, he had never intervened in the thoughts or actions of the pavilion's members. Junior brother, Luo Wushuang sighed softly. Others may be forgiven, but you must not, under any circumstances, expel junior brother Yang from the Qingyan Pavilion. Senior brother Yuan Gang's heart raced with anxiety. Why? His admission to the Qingyan Pavilion was simply a matter of winning a wager. As Yuan Gang began to grasp the implications, his expression shifted. He guessed the Yuan crystal. Precisely, Luo Wushuang glanced at him. Thus, junior brother Yuan, the one who transgressed my rules is not junior brother Yang, but rather you. Senior brother. Yuan Gang felt an acute sinking in his heart. I truly did not know. How could he have been aware that Yang Ying had gained entry to the Qingyun Pavilion in such a peculiar manner? Junior brother, Luo Wushuang slowly extended his right hand. I apologize. My regulations have always been thus. Take a guess. The answer is quite simple. It is either one or two. Yet, gazing at that clenched fist, Yuan Gang's eyes widened with terror as he recoiled repeatedly. He did not wish to guess, nor was he willing to do so. Senior brother, you are well aware of my unwavering loyalty to you. Everything I have done is for the expansion of the Qingyun Pavilion, for your grand ambitions. One Yang Ying. His expression bordered on madness. Is he truly more significant than my years of dedication and struggle? Junior brother, Luo Wushuang sighed once more. Whom do you think is more important to me? Junior brother Yang, you, or the Qingyun Pavilion? Yuan Gang's eyes reddened. The Qingyun Pavilion. Incorrect. Is it I? Also incorrect. Could it be? Yuan Gang's voice faltered. Is it Yang Ying? In truth, Luo Wushuang's gaze remained inscrutable. None of you are important. Upon hearing this revelation, Yuan Gang felt as though struck by lightning. His face drained of color. His faith crumbled in an instant. Luo Wushuang's expression remained unchanged as he quietly regarded him, his extended fist still unmoved. 2. After a prolonged silence, Yuan Gang's eyes brimmed with fervor, fixated on that fist, and with a dry voice. He articulated his answer, Bien Huang. As the crowd dispersed, only Gu Han and his companions remained, alongside Zhao Mengyou, who appeared solitary and somewhat lost. She could hardly fathom that she had been so completely and ruthlessly betrayed by the master of Tiansheng Palace, reduced from a goddess to a mere maid. The disparity was overwhelming, and tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Yun Fan approached her with a mischievous grin, reassuring her, do not fret. Being a maid and a goddess is hardly different, merely one word separates them. Zhao Mengyou glared at him with fury. Is that what you call similar? Furthermore, Yun Fan scrutinized her appearance and smirked. This is not how a maid should present herself. That tattered veil of yours needs to go, otherwise, people might mistake you for a princess. Besides, no matter how beautiful you are, can you rival my sister? She doesn't wear a veil. So why are you being so pretentious? Have you forgotten your identity? Zhao Mengyou nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Unfazed by her reaction, Yun Fan continued. If you're worried about not performing well, fear not. Once we return, I shall find someone to teach you the proper etiquette and decorum. You seem intelligent enough. You should learn swiftly. Zhao Mengyou felt her defenses crumble. Volume 1, Chapter 268. The True Name of the Demon Lord. Damn it. Upon hearing that Ah Sha had been taken away by someone else, the already feeble shadow erupted in fury, cursing vehemently. Even as the last remnants of its soul power began to dissipate, it was the Lord who took from others. No one had ever dared to seize anything from the Lord. Just wait. What nonsense is this Moon clan or the ancient inherited clan? Once the Lord recovers, they shall face dire consequences. Concerning this matter, Gu Han expressed his concerns. Something felt amiss. He wondered if Ah Sha would encounter problems upon her return. The words of the steward of the Moon clan were laden with peculiarity, although not explicitly stated. He sensed that the death of Ah Sha's parents was far more complex than it appeared. It likely related to the steward's vehement opposition to his search for Ah Sha. Heh. The shadow let out a cold laugh. You need not worry about the girl's safety. With such a formidable bloodline, unless they are exceedingly foolish, they will undoubtedly revere her as an ancestor. As for those so-called ancient clans and their bizarre customs, why fret over them? If they irk me, one sword strike will render them utterly cleansed. Ah Sha. Gu Han fell silent for a moment. She is mine, and only mine. What do you mean, yours? The shadow retorted, displeased. She is also my disciple. This was settled long ago, and it cannot be changed. Moreover, what you should concern yourself with is not her, but your own survival. Think about how to stay alive first. Gu Han remained silent. His situation was, in fact, more dire than Zui Yang had anticipated. He understood that he could still retain consciousness only due to the residual glimmer of soul power after his soul had nearly extinguished. a glimmer that was likely the seed of divine thought the shadow had mentioned. However, he had just attempted to nurture this seed, which would prove exceedingly difficult to hatch, and the time required would undoubtedly be extensive. The shadow was acutely aware of this. The seed of divine consciousness, to hatch, is both a challenge and a simplicity. One approach is to nourish it with an unending supply of soul energy, patiently wearing away the outer shell until, at last, the conditions are ripe for it to flourish into a towering essence of consciousness. The other method relies on the elusive and ineffable chance that may arise, allowing the seed to break free and take root. In this dichotomy, Guhan inquired, what distinguishes the two? The former method is secure, albeit time-consuming. Even I, in my prime, required a year to achieve it. The latter, however, hinges entirely on fortune. If one perceives the moment, the seed's emergence is instantaneous. But without such insight, one must resort to the first method. Noticing Guhan's silence, the shadow shook his head. In truth, the first method could yield breakthroughs within a month or two if one were to find an extraordinary elixir of soul energy. Take, for instance, the soul crystal that seals that little girl. It is a life-saving treasure for Ah Sha. Guhan interjected. The shadow sighed. Under normal circumstances, Guhan's attainment of this seed of divine consciousness would be a tremendous fortune, yet now it feels like a death warrant. And you? Guhan suddenly asked. Are you truly not planning to leave? I believe, the shadow shook his head. Someone like you, a calamity, is bound to survive, and yet. His tone grew somber. Where else can I go? Even if I find a physical form, it will never be my own, meaning I would have to start anew. Even with the aid of the golden seal, reclaiming my former glory would be an arduous endeavor, and as for vengeance, that seems an eternity away. In that moment, he felt a shift within himself, abandoning his usual arrogance to reveal a few heartfelt truths. It seemed the toll had been exceedingly great. His soul form was becoming increasingly unstable. Enough, he said weakly, drifting slowly into the depths of space. This time, you have truly put me in a dire predicament. For a long while to come, I fear I shall be plunged into slumber. Kid, do not die. Otherwise, in my current state, finding a tranquil place will not be easy. By the way, he spoke with a hint of seriousness. Do not confine me in that wretched cage again. I am a person, not a dog. Rest assured, Guhan sighed softly. That will not happen again. Between the two, the journey had evolved from a life and death struggle to mutual wariness and exploitation, and now to a gradual trust. The shift in their attitudes likely went unnoticed even by themselves. Or perhaps they were aware, yet neither was willing to concede, stubbornly refusing to acknowledge the change. Also, the shadow hesitated for a moment. If you survive, do not miss any of the ultimate realms. If not, well, that is too distant for you. Just know that the secrets of the ultimate realms are far more complex than you imagine. I will, Guhan understood clearly. Aside from the enigmatic De Yin sword scripture, the ultimate realms represent his most crucial support. No matter the difficulty, he must attain mastery. As he noticed the shadow's form growing increasingly ethereal, he spoke again. If I were to evade death, I would seek retribution for your grievances in the future. The shadow's form momentarily faltered. Perhaps you should first contemplate how to survive. Having known you for so long, Guhan murmured, I still do not know your name. Qianyi, replied the demon lord, Qianyi, accompanied by a vague voice. The shadow's figure instantaneously dissipated, transforming into a wisp of ethereal light that enveloped the golden seal, gradually retreating into the profound depths of the consciousness realm. Qianyi. Guhan nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, it is a name that far surpasses Fu Yulin by 100-fold. Outside, noticing Guhan's prolonged silence, Zhuiyang grew concerned. Junior brother, perhaps we should return and look for our two senior brothers. Guhan regained his focus, gazing into the distance. I wish to see him. Very well, Zhuiyang sighed. Choosing not to dissuade him. Although he had lost his divine sense, Guhan still retained a significant portion of his cultivation. Swiftly arriving at the location of the Dan Tower, upon witnessing the scene before him, his expression was instantly clouded with confusion. The ground was strewn with blood, severed limbs, and shattered artifacts, including fragments of Yang Ying's large spear. Yet, Yang Ying was nowhere to be found. In the realm of emptiness, beyond infinite celestial domains, a magnificent and imposing palace, resplendent in white, hung high in the heavens, surrounded by drifting clouds and ethereal mists. Amidst the ebb and flow of fog, the palace's grand entrance could be faintly discerned, inscribed with the words Heavenly Palace. Below the palace, mountains stretched endlessly, rich in spiritual energy, teeming with rare and exotic creatures. Countless figures clad in black robes traversed the area, their profound and thick auras making it difficult to discern their true realms. Suddenly, a haunting bell tolled. The sound, imbued with an inexplicable essence, compelled numerous rare creatures to pause and listen intently. Some, possessing heightened spirituality, shed their beastly forms, assuming human shapes, kneeling on the ground and bowing repeatedly. At that moment, all black-robed cultivators halted, bowing deeply towards the heavenly palace, reverently welcoming the young master from his retreat. The resounding voices echoed through the heavens. With a thunderous crash, the two grand doors of the heavenly palace, crafted from white jade, slowly opened. In an instant, an ineffable aura permeated the air. Whether among the black-robed cultivators or the rare creatures, upon a mere brush with this aura, a hint of bewilderment flickered in their eyes. Their expressions shifting instantly, joy, sorrow, anger, and terror all intermingled. Yet, this aura lingered but a fleeting moment before vanishing without a trace. Amidst the ethereal mists, a figure gradually emerged from the heavenly palace. Clad in a dark robe, he stood tall and upright. Though his appearance was somewhat ordinary, an extraordinary aura emanated from him, overshadowing even the grand and imposing palace behind him. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, it seemed to encapsulate the ever-changing vastness of worldly affairs, though upon closer inspection, the myriad of worldly distractions veiled his cold and unfeeling essence. Behind him, 16 venerable elders clad in black robes stood solemnly on either side, their expressions reflecting utmost reverence. The man descended gracefully from the celestial realm, each step conjuring ethereal jade steps beneath his feet to facilitate his passage. "Greetings, young master." Upon his arrival, countless black-robed cultivators bowed deeply, their eyes shimmering with fervent admiration and respect. Young master, a legend among legends. In bygone days, he had emerged from obscurity, a mere mortal scorned by all, vanquishing countless rivals and defeating prodigious talents, ascending step by step to his current esteemed position. His journey was indeed worthy of the title legend. Suddenly, he halted. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. Ordinarily, he would scarcely acknowledge the reverence and deference of the masses. Never an exception, they had long grown accustomed to this. Yet now, as he paused, they found themselves momentarily at a loss. "Young master," an elder at the forefront ventured cautiously, "do you have a matter to discuss?" The man's gaze deepened with worldly contemplation as he posed an exceedingly peculiar question. "Do you have friends?" In that instant, the crowd was collectively shaken. Were it another, such an inquiry might not seem so outlandish. Yet this man, who practiced the profound and enigmatic essence of worldly experience, traversed the realm of dreams and reality, absorbing the myriad emotions of existence. Upon awakening from this grand dream, he would sever all sentiments, leaving only a trace of the profound and transcendent essence of the world. They understood his temperament well. Indeed, to label him as cold-hearted would not be an exaggeration. Rarely did anyone engage him in conversation, so why now mention the word friend? "Young master," the elder suppressed his astonishment. "Is it possible that something amiss occurred during your retreat?" Concern creased his brow. The essence he wielded, while undeniably a formidable technique, was fraught with peril. A moment's lapse could ensnare him in the world's trials, blurring the lines between dream and reality, leading to a loss of self and ultimately, failure. "Not at all," the man replied, shaking his head as he resumed his journey. "I am nearing completion." At this, the crowd exhaled in relief. Yet they remained oblivious to the glimmer of unusual emotion that flickered in his eyes amidst the flowing essence of the world. In this latest emergence, despite severing all ties, he found lingering traces of a strange yet yearned for emotion, along with a name, Guhan. Standing in silence for an extended period, Guhan pondered. The previous circumstances had been dire, and following successive battles, no one had focused on this matter. He could not fathom whether the disappearance of Yang Ying's body was due to triggering some hidden secret, thus being swept away by the temporal forces of the Xuan Dan Camp. He wished to inquire of Qian Yi, yet he had already succumbed to slumber. In the distance, Yun Lai exhibited visible impatience. What a grand display, making so many wait for him. "Brother Jiao," Yun Fan scratched his head. "If you do not wish to wait, you may leave. This matter bears no relation to you, as it was your own decision to follow." Under the relentless barrage of his words, Zhao Mengyou could no longer endure and recounted the events within the Xuan Dan Camp. One sacrificed his life for a friend, while another's lifespan dwindled to a mere 2 or 3 months. The fervor of youth ignited within him, instilling profound respect for Gu Han and Yang Ying. "Senior sister," said Zuyang, stroking his dagger. "Is this person your brother?" "Indeed." "May I strike him?" "Yes." Fengshi nodded, "but it is unnecessary." She cast a dispassionate glance at Yun Lai. "Leave." Yun Lai felt the stirrings of anger but understood Fengshi's temperament. Should he provoke her, she might indeed leave him severely injured. With a huff of indignation, he abruptly took flight, departing the scene. Sighing, Yun Fan shook his head. "Ninth brother, why must you be so forgetful?" "Everything was fine," Zuyang remarked, his gaze drifting into the distance, brow furrowed. "Why has he vanished?" "Senior sister, do you know the reason?" "Not at all," Fengshi replied, shaking her head. Her understanding of the Xuan Dan Camp did not surpass that of Gu Han, and thus she was unaware of the intricacies involved. At that moment, Gu Han returned, exhaling softly. He had gathered all the fragments of the great guns. But the mystery of Yang Ying's disappearance eluded him, and he could only set it aside for now. "Senior sister," he bowed to Fengshi. "Thank you for today." Having only just met, Fengshi was already willing to confront the sacred land on his behalf. This kindness he would surely remember. "Indeed," Fengshi replied coolly, removing the wine flask. "Return and tend to your wounds. Do not dawdle." She glanced at the motionless Zhao Mengyou. "Keep up. From this moment forth, you must adapt to your new identity." Zhao Mengyou clenched her silver teeth, contemplating escape. Yet, upon meeting Fengshi's gaze, her resolve faltered, and she resigned herself to her fate. The group was not particularly talkative along the journey. Only Yun Fan's discontented voice occasionally broke the silence. "Faster. Aren't you a goddess?" "Too slow. How do you usually practice? Why is your cultivation so lacking?" Zhao Mengyou's face turned crimson, remaining silent. Indeed, aside from Gu Han, she was the one with the lowest cultivation among them. Even Yun Fan had attained a heavenly tribulation realm. She could not fathom how Yun Fan, who appeared much younger than herself, could possess such superior cultivation. "Heh." Yun Fan seemed to read her thoughts, wearing a proud expression. "Following my sister. How could one's cultivation be low? Did you not see that even extraordinary materials were given to me? I shall not divulge anything. I will only provoke you." With the group's pace, it did not take long for them to exit the borders of the wilderness, coincidentally encountering Murong Yin and her companion, who were searching for them. Yuan Gang. Upon hearing their account, Gu Han's murderous intent surged once more. "Let us go," Fengshi declared, her disposition decisive. However, Shun Xian hesitated. "Senior brother Luo is also present." Fengshi possesses a cool demeanor, shunning ostentation. Although he once triumphed over 6 families, his cultivation was still modest at that time, leaving him with little impression of those events. However, he has personally witnessed the terror that is Luo Wushuang. Who stands in his way? Fengshi's gaze brimmed with malice. Who shall perish? Yuan Gang's location was not far from here, and in the blink of an eye, the crowd hastened into the dense forest. Yet, Luo Wushuang had vanished without a trace. Yuan Gang lay lifeless, his eyes wide open, the scene of his demise horrific, filled with pain, terror, and a flicker of despair that emerged from the shattering of his beliefs. The agony he endured at the hands of Luo Wushuang far surpassed that of a death dealt by Gu Han. Clearly, he was somewhat unfortunate, having misjudged the outcome. Murong Yin was greatly pleased. That wretched creature got what he deserved. Whether Yuan Gang was truly slain by Luo Wushuang was of little concern to her. She simply felt a sense of vindication. Gu Han remained silent, harboring a vague sense that if Yuan Gang had indeed fallen to Luo Wushuang, then the latter's terrifying prowess far exceeded his imagination. With matters settled, the group continued onward. However, Fengshi did not allow Gu Han to return to Fengwu Courtyard. Instead, she intended to take him directly back to the capital of the Great Yin Empire to seek out the Flame Emperor to resolve Gu Han's predicament. "Senior sister." Gu Han did not object, but made a request. "I wish to bring them along." He referred, of course, to Yang Lan and her daughter. He had pledged 2 promises to Yang Ying. Having failed to fulfill the first, he would not renege on the second. Very well, Fengshi acquiesced without hesitation. Yun Lai soared through the air, his gaze occasionally flashing with resentment and discontent. In terms of cultivation, ability, and talent, he was among the elite of the Great Yin dynasty, nearly unmatched. Yet, as Yun Fan had pointed out, in all endeavors, he would always find himself overshadowed by Feng Shi. Despite exerting every ounce of effort, he remained inferior to her. He felt discontented and begrudging. What troubled him further was that Feng Shi had never regarded him as a rival, nor did she conceal the Flame Emperor's unreserved favoritism towards her. Junior brother? Years of suppression had distorted his temperament. I shall see how he survives. Just as he was engulfed in anger, a voice, resplendent and melodious, suddenly floated up from below. Who goes there? Yun Lai's heart jolted, and he quickly descended, only to behold a stunning woman clad in a white gown, gazing at him with a smile. May I inquire, esteemed sir? The woman performed a graceful bow, her voice sweet and melodious. Have you come from the borderlands? Indeed, Yun Lai instinctively nodded. Esteemed sir. The woman chuckled softly, her laughter like 100 blossoms blooming, radiantly bright. What transpired in the borderlands? Without reserve, Yun Lai recounted everything he knew. He was, after all, a cautious individual. For reasons unknown, in the presence of the woman, he seemed to have entirely dropped his guard, failing to contemplate how she had so abruptly appeared in this place. Nor did he consider her identity, as he unreservedly voiced the most clandestine thoughts from his heart. The woman was taken aback, yet in an instant, she deduced the identity of the junior disciple he spoke of. He could only survive for another 2 months? A complex expression crossed her face. For some reason, a scene flashed through her mind. Guhan standing up for her in the secret realm. Little rascal. She sighed softly. How could someone so wicked be on the brink of death? Upon receiving the news of Yang Ying's demise, Yang Lan and her mother were, of course, heartbroken. When they beheld Guhan's aged visage and his head of white hair, they understood the immense price he had paid for avenging Yang Ying. Inger has received what she sought. Yang's mother stifled her grief. Having a friend like you is her fortune. Likewise, Guhan sighed gently. It is also my fortune. He proposed to escort the two to the capital of Dian, only to be met with their refusal, as they expressed that the northern border was their home and they did not wish to leave. Despite his earnest persuasion yielding no results, Guhan left behind a considerable amount of elixirs and entrusted Mo Huaiyuan to care for them. As for the enhancement elixir that Yang Ying had not had the chance to consume, he directly bestowed it upon Yang Lan, watching her consume it with his own eyes. Zhao Mengyou was perplexed. Such an elixir was undeniably extraordinary. Even if Guhan's talent was unparalleled, consuming it would still yield some enhancement. It was even more inconceivable for others. To give it to Yang Lan, a person whose talent could only be described as barely adequate, seemed to her an utter waste. Of course, she did not dare voice her misunderstanding. Throughout the journey, she had nearly been brainwashed by Yun Fan's words about recognizing one's own identity. A maid. Why meddle so much? With so many elixirs in hand, Guhan, wary of potential covetousness, decided to introduce Feng Shi to Wu De and Duan Ren. Not forgetting Li Sun. Startled by Feng Shi, Wu De and his companion promptly declared their decision to enter seclusion. As for Li Sun, he solemnly proclaimed that from this day forth, within the northern border of the eastern wasteland, he, Li Sun, would follow Mo Huaiyuan's lead without question to any of his suggestions, were it not for the stark difference in appearance. Zhao Mengyou might have suspected this Li Yuan master was the illegitimate son of her own master. Meanwhile, within Fengwu courtyard, observing Zhuiyang shouldering the blame and brandishing a sharp knife, Yu Miao sighed softly. Senior brother, are you returning? Volume 1, Chapter 270. Do not underestimate the middle-aged poor. Indeed. Zhuiyang paused momentarily. I have informed the senior sister. It would be better to return. What a pity. Yu Miao expressed some regret. In the future, I shall not be able to enjoy your roasted meats. Junior sister, Zhuiyang smiled. Do you remember what I said? This is our home, and the junior disciple and Ah Sha are our family. Now that senior brother cannot even protect his family, what qualifications do I have to speak of ideals? This role as a chef feels rather unsteady. Senior brother. Yu Miao smiled as well. You seem to be on the same wavelength as me. Are you departing as well? Would you care to join me? I am headed to Zhongzhou, the sacred land of Luang. How unfortunate, for my destination is the western extreme holy demon sect. After more than a decade of acquaintance, it is only at this moment that they discover each other's true identities. Farewell, brother. Farewell, sister. There is no lingering sorrow, nor is there the pain of parting. Two individuals, embarking in separate directions, each set forth on their return journey. In the midst of simplicity, true feelings reveal themselves. Time swiftly passes, and over a span of more than 10 days, in the wilderness, an air of silence prevails. Suddenly, a sound slicing through the air is heard, followed by a brilliant golden light descending from the heavens, crashing violently onto the ground. The earth trembles and shakes as a deep pit, spanning several dozen yards, is formed. Ugh! Accompanied by a voice laced with curses, a plump figure emerges unscathed, slowly floating into the air from the pit below. Dusty and weary. It is the tardy rotund figure at last. This journey is entirely different from his return last time. He senses that Gu Han is in trouble, and thus exerts his utmost effort, not pausing for a moment, arriving here in merely a third of the time. Exhausted, the rotund man mutters to himself. In an instant, a golden light envelopes his body, shaking off all the dust that clung to him. Where's this place? His small eyes scan the surroundings. Never mind. I shall inquire first. I wonder how that scoundrel is faring. The Great Yin dynasty boasts an immense territory, encompassing over 60% of the eastern wilderness. And were it not for the wild forest that divides it into southern and northern regions, the entirety of the eastern wilderness would likely fall under the rule of this dynasty. In comparison, the 10 nations under the jurisdiction of the Yuqing sect, despite having great in their title, are utterly insignificant in contrast to the Great Yin dynasty. Even a single capital city surpasses the entirety of the Great Qi nation by a considerable margin. So vast is the capital that it has been divided into 9 districts, with the imposing imperial city situated at its center. The palace of Fengxi does not lie within the imperial city, but rather in the southeastern corner outside of it. Although grand, this palace is not extravagant. Instead, it exudes a tranquil elegance and uniqueness, seemingly reflecting its owner's character, devoid of any servants or maids. Only a simple barrier maintaining the cleanliness within. In truth, since its construction, she has scarcely spent a few days residing here. Remember, as a maid, one must embody the essence of a maid. Put away that lofty demeanor of yours. What is so remarkable about the 7 chimes of the bell? Huh? Before a quiet chamber, Yun Fan relentlessly reprimands Zhao Mengyou. Who isn't capable of 7 chimes? Opposite him, Zhao Mengyou has long since removed her veil, revealing an exquisite countenance and a graceful figure, complemented by a faint luminescence emanating from her skin, capable of ensnaring the souls of countless men. At this moment, she grits her silver teeth in indignation, her face slightly flushed, and her eyes glimmering with a hint of grievance. From childhood to adulthood, who among them does not regard her with utmost reverence, daring not to harbor even a hint of disrespect? Who would dare to admonish her as they do now? Yet, Yun Fan is quite impervious to such conventions. Having spent considerable time by Fengxi's side, he has grown nearly immune to beauty. He perceives that Zhao Mengyou has yet to recognize her role as a maid and requires occasional admonishment. Just as he was speaking, a ripple of energy emanated from the restrictions of the quiet chamber, and Gu Han emerged slowly from within. Brother Gu. Upon seeing him, Yun Fan hurriedly approached. What news? Not much improvement, Gu Han replied, shaking his head. After Fengxi brought him back to the capital, she had intended for him to meet Emperor Yan. However, due to sudden upheavals and the border conflicts, the emperor had already departed, leaving behind only some spiritual herbs to replenish his soul power before hastily heading to the front lines, assuring that he would devise a solution for him. For the past few weeks, he had been in seclusion. Although he had consumed a considerable amount of herbs to restore his soul power, the flicker of spiritual light remained dim, and he was still far from breaking free from his constraints. He estimated that at this pace, it would take at least a year for that divine seed of thought to hatch. Brother Gu, Yun Fan eagerly approached him. Do not despair. There will surely be a way. Uncle is at the pinnacle of the sacred realm. Once he can intervene, he will undoubtedly find a means to save you. On the day Fengxi departed, she left him behind. Initially, he had been somewhat reluctant, but after Gu Han provided him with some body-enhancing elixirs, and he learned from Zhao Mengyou that Gu Han had emptied the mysterious pill camp, his attitude underwent a complete transformation. He began to address Gu Han as brother and felt quite content playing the role of his loyal supporter. While he acknowledged that there were many benefits to being near Fengxi, the pressure was immense, and one could expect to be reprimanded occasionally. In comparison, being Gu Han's supporter felt much more relaxed and rewarding. Gu Han remained silent, his thoughts consumed with concern for Gu Tian. On that day, Gu Tian had not accompanied him. Instead, he insisted on venturing into the forbidden territory, and despite all his entreaties, Gu Tian would not be dissuaded, eventually setting off on his own. Yet the forbidden territory was fraught with peril, and how could he truly set his mind at ease? Stop dawdling. Noticing Gu Han's apparent displeasure, Yunfan shot a glare at Zhao Mengyou. What kind of maid are you? Can't you see Brother Gu is exhausted? Come over and massage his shoulders. Zhao Mengyou remained unmoved, nearly driven to madness. Have you forgotten my sister's words? Yunfan scoffed coldly. What good is a maid who cannot serve? Fine. Zhao Mengyou's chest heaved with frustration, and suppressing the urge to retaliate against the two. She approached Gu Han from behind. Her delicate fingers reached out, poised to land on his shoulder. Do not touch me, Gu Han shot her a glance. Keep your distance. Zhao Mengyou's expression stiffened, suddenly recalling Zui Yang's words, a chill coursing through her, and she instinctively took several steps back. Alas, Yunfan shook his head. It seems Brother Gu does not favor you. He scrutinized Zhao Mengyou for a moment, his confusion evident. Why do you always radiate light? What is your unique constitution? The pure, glazed body. Zhao Mengyou's expression remained impassive. Brother Gu. Yunfan scratched his head. What kind of constitution is that? What is its purpose? I do not know. Gu Han shook his head. By its name, perhaps one could avoid bathing forever? Yunfan pondered in silence. That seems somewhat plausible. You. Zhao Mengyou's composure shattered. Gu Han. Do not think that by capturing me, you can insult me at will. First, resolve your own issues. If you cannot break through, you won't even be able to be deemed a mere waste. Her discerning nature allowed her to subtly perceive the troubles surrounding Gu Han. Mind your attitude. Yunfan's expression turned icy. Brother Gu, the bell tolls 9 times, embodying unparalleled grace. He merely faces some temporary difficulties. They will be resolved in due time. Do not focus solely on the present. Broaden your perspective. Remember, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. Do not belittle the impoverished youth. Youth? Zhao Mengyou's tone dripped with mockery. In what way does he resemble a youth? The current Gu Han, despite having refined a trace of extraordinary substance, restoring much of his physical form, still bore gray hair and numerous wrinkles, resembling a middle-aged man. Yunfan glared in anger, uncertain of how to respond. Do not belittle the impoverished middle-aged. Gu Han replied nonchalantly. Zhao Mengyou, Yunfan, good. Just as the two were momentarily stunned, a voice full of mirth rang out. What a splendid remark about not belittling the impoverished middle-aged. Who is that? Yunfan startled inwardly, quickly turning to look. Not far away, a young man stood quietly, a gentle smile adorning his face. Dressed in white as snow, untainted by dust, he exuded an elegant demeanor, warm and jade-like. Yunfan instantly became wary. Although this palace was typically uninhabited, no one dared to enter clandestinely. And yet, with his tribulation realm cultivation, he had not sensed how this person had appeared. Who are you? There is no need to panic. The visitor's smile remained gentle. I have come here to find someone. Gu Han, sensing something, slowly rose to his feet, locking eyes with the newcomer. In that moment of connection, despite never having met, they instinctively discerned each other's identities. Gu Han, Luo Wuxuang, Volume 1, Chapter 271. Gu Han, Luo Wuxuang. The visitor was indeed Luo Wuxuang. Brother Gu, this person is quite dangerous. Yunfan lost his previous playful demeanor, his face turning exceedingly grave as an aura of malice, incongruent with his age, emanated from him. For reasons unknown, although Luo Wuxuang's demeanor was humble and his aura refined, Yunfan felt a pressure from him that was even greater than that from Feng Shi. In this regard, Gu Han's perception was even more profound. Instinctively, he felt that if he were to battle Luo Wuxuang at the same level, he lacked the assurance to emerge victorious. He had faced many adversaries, including the renowned reincarnation of the Saint Realm, Chu Kuang, yet no one had ever instilled such a feeling in him. Luo Wuxuang was the first. In the shadows, Yunfan quietly produced a jade talisman. Although no cultivators were stationed here due to Feng Shi's temperament, it did not imply a lack of defenses. The moment he sent a message, skilled experts from the imperial city would arrive in an instant. There was no need for concern. Luo Wuxuang seemed to sense his actions and smiled. I harbor no ill intentions. What is it? Gu Han remained composed. Are you not here seeking revenge? If we were to tally, the Qingyun Pavilion was indeed brought to ruin by your actions. Certainly not. Luo Wuxuang shook his head. If they wish to scheme against you and seek your life, they must be prepared for the possibility of their own demise. That is only fair, is it not? To his surprise, Gu Han expressed astonishment. I did not expect to hear such words from you. Indeed, Luo Wuxuang chuckled again. You have heard many rumors about me from others, yet they do not truly understand me. Yuan Gang, Guhan suddenly inquired. You were the one who killed him, weren't you? Indeed, Luo Wuxuang replied. Was he not your loyal dog? He seemed quite devoted to you. Junior brother Yuan was commendable, Luo Wuxuang acknowledged, unfazed by the sarcasm. Regrettably, he violated my rules, and it seems luck was not on his side. It appears, Guhan smirked. You do not care for those individuals. Merely a failed experiment. Then, indeed, Guhan observed him intently. You are a madman. Mad or foolish, it matters not, Luo Wuxuang replied. Junior brother Yang died for you. And you have become this way for junior brother Yang. Such loyalty truly commands my respect. Is there anything else? Guhan abruptly interrupted. I have no time for idle chatter. If there is nothing, please leave. My sister is not here. Yun Fan tightly gripped the jade talisman. You have come to the wrong place. If you seek her, you must go to the borders. You are mistaken, Luo Wuxuang pointed at Guhan. I have come today for him. Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyou were taken aback. To find Guhan? You are not here seeking revenge. Then for what purpose? I seek you. Luo Wuxuang directed his gaze at Guhan, his smile gradually fading, wishing to confirm a suspicion, before he could finish. He suddenly glanced into the distance and chuckled. What a coincidence, another guest has arrived. Moments later, a figure surrounded by a golden radiance landed in the courtyard with a resounding crash. Boom. The once pristine ground was instantly marred by a deep crater. Coughing amidst the swirling dust, the figure appeared somewhat embarrassed. I apologize, I couldn't control my strength. Guhan fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. You glutton. Ugh, you nearly exhausted this poor man. What brings you here? The hefty man emerged from the haze, casting a few glances at Guhan before sighing. Have you been fighting again? Yes. Not long to live, then? Yes. And yet you remain so calm? I have grown accustomed to it. The corpulent man yearned to unleash a torrent of curses. However, upon reflecting on the matters he had heard from Mo Huaiyuan, the vitriol merely transformed into a sigh. I apologize for my tardiness. Not at all. Guhan gestured towards Luo Wuxuang. Just in time. The man cast a glance at Luo Wuxuang, initially indifferent, but his expression soon shifted to one of grave concern, and before long, he was drenched in a cold sweat. This person, he swallowed hard. Is he your rival? I do not know, Guhan replied with a sidelong glance. Are you afraid? Afraid of what? The corpulent man bristled with indignation. Do you not recognize my prowess? Is there anyone under heaven I fear? He cleared his throat and boldly inquired. May I ask your name? This question was directed at Luo Wuxuang. Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyou exchanged incredulous looks, thinking the audacious man was utterly shameless. He is called Luo Wuxuang. As for Guhan, he remained unfazed, having anticipated the corpulent man's antics. He is a lunatic. The corpulent man, feeling increasingly uneasy, remarked, Is this not the imperial city? Are you not the junior disciple of that princess? Given your current state, has she not dispatched anyone to protect you? It is not that I am seeking trouble, but your senior sister is remiss in her duties. Nonsense. Yun Fan could no longer contain himself, raising the jade talisman in his hand. At my command, powerful warriors will come forth. Is that so? The corpulent man's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Then all is well. Luo, I stand tall now. Filled with bravado, he proclaimed. I am Fu Yulin from Zhongzhou, and Guhan is my friend. Out of respect for me, be wise and depart swiftly, or else, should I take action, you shall suffer greatly. Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyou were left in a state of shock, pondering whether shameless was a fitting description for the man. He seemed to possess no sense of shame whatsoever. Please do not misunderstand, Luo Wuxuang interjected, shaking his head with a gentle demeanor. I harbor no ill will towards Guhan. My purpose in seeking him is simply to engage in a game. A game? The corpulent man blinked in confusion. What sort of game? Guhan, Luo Wuxuang smiled as he slowly extended his right hand. Take a guess. Is the crystal I hold 1 or 2? Is this it? The corpulent man scoffed. What sort of absurd game is this? Even a 3-year-old would find such tricks beneath them. You dare to use this to toy with my friend? Unbelievable. Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyou were equally baffled. You sought Guhan merely to engage in this childish game? This man could not be merely mad. He must be unwell. Only Guhan understood the implications of this game. It seems your earlier claim of not seeking vengeance was a ruse. You are mistaken. Luo Wuxuang shook his head. This matter has nothing to do with vengeance. You should be aware that my rules have always been thus, not specifically targeting you. Is that so? Guhan scoffed. Is this the extent of your primitive tactics? Though primitive, Luo Wuxuang's countenance grew solemn. Yet it proves to be quite useful. It is either one or two, and nothing could be simpler. From the most extraordinary of beings to the lowly ant, every creature in existence possesses a 50-50 chance of guessing correctly. The more primitive, the more straightforward, the more equitable. Nonsense. The plump man scoffed disdainfully. It's merely a number to guess. What consequences could there possibly be to warrant such grandiloquence? He cast a glance at Gu Han, declaring with great camaraderie, "If you feel embarrassed, allow me, the honorable fat master, to guess on your behalf, for I am a man of principle." As he spoke, his eyes darted towards Luo Wushuang's hand. His small eyes blinked twice, suddenly feeling a bit awkward. That hand was entirely inscrutable to him. Never mind. He stroked his chin. I shall just make a random guess and hasten to send him on his way. Guessing incorrectly would lead to death. What? That is my rule. Gu Han's expression remained impassive. Guess correctly, one lives. Guess incorrectly, one dies. Upon hearing this, the three individuals' expressions shifted slightly. They had never anticipated that a game seemingly so simple and juvenile could conceal such lethal peril. Brother Luo. The plump man's forehead began to bead with sweat. Must it come to this? Is there no way to converse civilly? In secret, he discreetly gestured to Yun Fan. Instantly, Yun Fan understood and transmitted a message without hesitation. Gu Han. Luo Wushuang paid no attention, merely fixating on Gu Han. Take a guess. Gu Han sighed. Your method of killing is rather unique. You are mistaken. Luo Wushuang shook his head. This is not about killing. It is about granting them an opportunity. All beings in this world, regardless of their origins or innate qualities, whether good or ill, should be afforded this chance. If Yang Shidi guesses correctly, he enters the Qinyan Pavilion. If Yuan Shidi guesses incorrectly, then he perishes. This is my rule. Just then, several figures clad in black suddenly descended into the arena, their expressions impassive, their presence profound and heavy, subtly exuding an aura of lethal intent. Clearly, they were seasoned warriors, far from being ordinary opponents, and the two leading them possessed extraordinary cultivation levels. Upon their appearance, their energies locked onto Luo Wushuang with unwavering intensity. Arrogance. The plump man felt emboldened once more, brimming with bravado. What a ridiculous rule. What right do you have to bestow fairness upon others? Who do you think you are? Fat Master feels you are more arrogant than the Tao itself. To be precise, Luo Wushuang pondered momentarily. I am indeed acting in accordance with the heavens. The plump man fell silent for a moment. You truly are a madman. That is of no consequence. Luo Wushuang remained unfazed by the hostility surrounding him, simply gazing at Gu Han. Although I possess great patience, as you know, every person's patience has its limits. Take a guess, is it one or two? It seems. Gu Han contemplated. You place great importance on your rules. Indeed. Yet. What a pity. He shook his head. Whether one or two, guessing correctly or incorrectly, all falls within the confines of your established rules, and I, precisely, do not wish to abide by your rules. Thus, he glanced at Luo Wushuang's right hand. I believe you do not possess a single yuan crystal in your hand. You wish to establish rules. I shall break them. Gu Han's attitude is remarkably straightforward. In Chapter 272 of the first volume, titled Lifelong Enemies, several individuals were momentarily taken aback. What? They never anticipated that Gu Han would provide such an answer. The stout man erupted in anger, cursing vehemently. Damn it. Are you truly seeking death? Why the panic? Gu Han queried, somewhat perplexed. Isn't it you who is here? Just a moment ago, you were so assertive, clearly confident of victory. The stout man felt a wave of despair wash over him. I have no confidence whatsoever. I was merely putting on a brave front, struggling to maintain composure. You brat. He shot a fierce glare at Yun Fan. What are you standing there for? Call for help. Where are the experts? Where are the transcendent beings? In such a vast empire, are there only a handful of us? There are none, Yun Fan replied, shaking his head. They have all gone to the borders. The stout man fell silent for a moment, then gritted his teeth and stepped protectively in front of Gu Han, a radiant aura emanating from him. When the battle commences, I'll ensure he escapes first. Yun Fan was taken aback, unable to fathom that this stout man, whom he scarcely regarded, would exhibit such loyalty. What nonsense! The stout man scoffed. Do not think for a moment that the esteemed Fu Yulin is unaware of your thoughts. I am not one to betray my friends. However, judging by his actions, it was evident he intended to escort Gu Han away while leaving the others to fend off their attackers. Yun Fan was bewildered, yet he felt a surge of respect and shame. One should not judge by appearances. He had misjudged this stout brother, who was truly a man of remarkable loyalty. To his surprise, however, Luo Wushuang displayed no inclination to engage. None. He sighed softly, gazing at his right hand, his expression tinged with complexity. So it truly is you. With that, he retracted his hand, casting a profound glance at Guhan before turning to depart. He.S. leaving? The stout man was astonished. Is this person's mind not functioning properly? I don't know, Guhan pondered. One cannot deduce his thoughts with common reasoning. Is that it? Is that truly it? The stout man regained his bravado. I thought he possessed some significant prowess, yet it appears he is merely another blusterer. Could it be that my imposing presence frightened him away? Stout man, Guhan sighed. Do not flatter yourself. If it comes to a real confrontation, you would likely not be his match. Are you speaking truthfully? The stout man regarded him with suspicion. Are you intentionally trying to deceive me? Outside, Luo Wushuang walked with measured steps, his pace seemingly unhurried. Yet in mere moments, the grand palace was no longer visible behind him. Suddenly, he appeared to recall something and glanced skyward. The sky was clear and blue, with fluffy clouds drifting lazily. Yet, through the layers of the heavens, he seemed to perceive a deeply concealed, emotionless giant eye, watching over all beings. The one you seek, a strange glimmer flickered in his eyes. I have already found. Thus, it is said that the most primitive methods are often the most effective. With that, he slowly opened his right hand. In the palm lay nothing but emptiness. How lacking in integrity. Before the quiet chamber, the portly man lamented deeply, enumerating Guhan's numerous faults. Do you have any idea how far Zhongzhou is from here? Do you comprehend the hardships I endured to arrive at this place? How could you bear to deceive me in such a manner? Guhan remained expressionless. And what of that sorceress? The portly man's voice faltered. Very well, if I must be deceived, so be it. Though I may not be able to defeat him, I still have some confidence in escaping with just you. Yun Fan suddenly sensed something amiss. Brother Gu, he said, as he dismissed the cloaked figures and approached. This is Zhongzhou, Fuyuan. The portly man adopted a respectful demeanor. I am but a humble individual, merely a bell tolling 9 times. Yun Fan found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond. Beside them, Zhao Mengyou scoffed, her disbelief evident. Where do such gifted individuals come from? Do you think they are as common as stray cats and dogs? Ah, the portly man's eyes brightened upon seeing her. Who is this young lady? Leave. Yun Fan explained Zhao Mengyou's identity and, glaring, added, haven't you noticed Brother Gu's friend has arrived? Why are you dawdling? Serve the tea. Must I instruct you? Zhao Mengyou huffed in annoyance and departed. A maid? The portly man shook his head. Compared to the sorceress, she still falls short. If you could take her as a maid, my word. Guhan disregarded his ramblings. What brings you here so suddenly? Intuition, the portly man sighed. Something about that cough seemed connected to you, so I rushed over to check, and indeed, trouble has arisen. You are thoughtful, Guhan acknowledged. I have heard about your situation, that friend of yours, Yang Ying. The portly man refrained from asking further. Those 2 words spoke volumes. And now, how much longer do you think you can survive? After a pause, he continued, perhaps another month? No way out. It depends on luck. The portly man fell silent again. Wait. Suddenly, he seemed to resolve himself and stood up with determination. I'll return. Guhan was taken aback. What are you doing? Do not ask. The portly man levitated slowly, earnestly advising, remember, do not die before I return. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a streak of golden light and vanished. Brother Gu, Yun Fan scratched his head. That Fu brother seems a bit shameless. Yun Fan mused silently. This is your assertion, not mine. Well, Guhan reflected. He is also my friend. With that, he left Yun Fan, who was left in stunned silence, and made his way to the quiet chambers. In the northeast direction of the imperial city, a magnificent and resplendent mansion stood, occupying nearly 1/10 of the area. The entrance was imposing and dignified, guarded by fierce sentinels. Though many passed by, they all wore expressions of trepidation, daring not to approach. Clearly, the resident here held significant power and influence. Within the grand hall of the mansion, a young man sat in a commanding position. His expression was severe, clad in black, exuding an aura of immense strength as he savored the spiritual tea in his hand. You promised me, he remarked. I shall forge 10,000 return yuan pills for you, and in return, allow me to take her away. Below, an elderly man gazed at him with a countenance filled with sorrow and indignation. To concoct this return yuan pill, I have exhausted my very essence. Yet you fail to honor your promise. As he spoke, He was overtaken by a violent fit of coughing. Xuan Dan, master. The young man gradually set down his spiritual tea, his expression devoid of emotion. Our agreement is indeed genuine. However, you are well aware of the current turmoil at the borders. The demand for various medicinal pills far exceeds the supply. Thus, he rose to his feet. You must still prepare another 10,000 return yuan pills for me. You. In a fit of rage, Master Shui coughed up a mouthful of blood. Do you intend to drive me to my grave? Do not perish. The young man chuckled softly. Should you depart this world, the fate that awaits your precious granddaughter is something I need not elaborate on, is it? Master Shui's visage turned an ashen white at those words. This statement struck at the very core of his fears. Just consider, the young man continued. Your son is deceased, your daughter-in-law has also departed, and now, with only this scant bloodline remaining, you have gone to great lengths to find her. Do you truly wish to watch her come to harm? Oh, he seemed to recall something. Your granddaughter possesses unparalleled talents and striking beauty. One can only imagine how many wish to possess her. I can no longer bear to hear this. Master Shui exclaimed. I shall fulfill my promise to you. His face appeared to age dramatically, as he fixed his gaze firmly upon the young man. You must keep your word. He understood well that the likelihood of the young man honoring his commitment was slim. Yet, in his desperation, he had no choice but to place his trust in him. Rest assured, the young man waved his hand dismissively. This time, I shall not go back on my word. Be swift, for the demand for the pills at the front lines is urgent. Should you delay, well, I cannot guarantee her safety. As Master Shui trembled away, a glimmer of coldness flickered in the young man's eyes. Young lord, at that moment, a steward-like figure emerged from the side. Are you truly going to let him leave? Leave? The young man scoffed. The moment those 10,000 return yuan pills are completed will mark his demise. What a pity. The steward shook his head. Although Xuan Mao's cultivation is lacking, his alchemical skills are indeed remarkable. A talent like him, should he be retained, would prove more beneficial than simply ending his life. There is nothing to lament. The young man returned to his seat. Within the great Yin dynasty, if the prince desires a life, that individual is destined to perish. And what of her granddaughter? The young man's eyes glimmered with a lascivious light. Such exquisite beauty. To slay her would be a travesty. I shall merely speak a word to the prince, and she shall become my woman. Splendid. The steward praised heartily. Not only will you gain a beauty, but you will also win the princess' favor. Furthermore, the return yuan pills will secure military merit. Young lord, your plan is truly ingenious, achieving 3 objectives with one stroke. The young man basked in his own satisfaction. By the way, he suddenly recalled something. What are the tasks I assigned to you? There, the steward's face revealed difficulty. It is rather peculiar. We dare not approach too closely, and furthermore, he has not made an appearance in all this time. Continue to observe, the young man instructed solemnly. The princess orders must be executed without fail. Understood. As time swiftly passed, another fortnight has elapsed. Gu Han has emerged from his seclusion once more. Brother Gu, Yun Fan's face is filled with concern. Is it still not successful? Gu Han shakes his head. Despite having consumed a considerable quantity of soul-enhancing elixirs and medicinal herbs, he is still far from the moment when the seed of divine consciousness breaks free. Do not fret. Noticing the worry etched on Yun Fan's face, he offers a reassuring smile. This time, however, it was not without its gains. During this period of introspection, he has vaguely sensed the faint opportunity that Qian Yi spoke of. Yet, each time he attempts to seize it, it seems to slip away just beyond his grasp, as if something crucial is missing. As the two converse, a waft of fragrant air approaches. It is Zhao Mengyou, who draws near and presents a cup of spirit tea. Gu Han pauses momentarily. Although his expression remains stern, it is evident that Zhao Mengyou has found her place. Brother Gu, Yun Fan says with a hint of pride, my teachings seem to have borne fruit. Haven't they? Indeed, Gu Han praises, you possess quite a talent in this regard. Beside them, Zhao Mengyou's expression remains impassive, though her chest rises and falls more rapidly. I will bite you all. I will bite you all. Brother Gu, Yun Fan, seemingly unaware of her thoughts, contemplates for a moment before his eyes light up. My sister once mentioned that haste makes waste. Since you are unable to grasp that thread of opportunity, perhaps I could take you to a place where you might gain insight and achieve success? Where to? Hee. Yun Fan chuckles mischievously, a splendid place. Chapter 273, the one standing behind Gu Han. Central Continent, situated at the heart of this land, is rich in spiritual energy and bountiful resources. Its vast expanse far exceeds that of the other 4 regions, thus giving rise to countless prodigies of remarkable talent. Numerous ancient factions, steeped in profound heritage, also reside here. Among them is the revered Luoheng sacred ground. Deep within the west, a colossal mountain range looms, resembling a crouching tiger and a coiled dragon, shrouded in green peaks and ethereal mists, exuding an aura of immortals. Within the mountains, a man walks slowly, burdened with a heavy load and a blade at his waist, his face betraying signs of fatigue. This is Zhuang. Upon arrival, he gazes at the verdant landscape ahead, exhales a deep breath, and forms an ancient seal with his hands. Buzz. The air trembles lightly, and a portal materializes in the previously empty space. Without hesitation, Zhuang steps through. Not far from the portal, an elder with a tranquil demeanor sits cross-legged, eyes closed in meditation. Sensing the disturbance, he lifts his eyelids slightly, only to widen them in astonishment. Zhua. His words become jumbled, his composure lost. Zhuang. Elder Wang. Zhuang seems familiar with him, nodding in acknowledgement. You. In an instant, Elder Wang stands up in excitement. You have returned. Wonderful, wonderful news. Ha ha ha. What a joyous occasion. Truly a moment of great celebration. As he laughs heartily, he quickly sends out a message. The Luoheng sacred ground, of course, far surpasses the likes of the Wanhua sacred ground in scale and significance. In that moment, those nearby hurried over, while those at a distance strained to arrive. Zhuang returned, as if caught in a dream. Stand aside. Finding himself encircled, Zhuang felt a twinge of displeasure. I wish to see the Holy Master. You are Zhuang. Suddenly, a voice of thunder reverberated from the sky. A youth appeared, flanked by dozens of followers, landing before Zhuang in an instant. How dare you return? Unlike the joy of those around him, the expressions of the youth's entourage were grim. Who is he? Zhuang furrowed his brow. The elderly gatekeeper felt a bit awkward. After your departure, he has become the new holy son. Zhuang fell silent for a moment, gazing intently at the youth with an expression of indifference. From this day forth, you are no longer. What did you say? I have returned. Zhuang pondered briefly. Continue as the holy son. Preposterous. The youth erupted in anger. The position of holy son is the foundation of the sacred land, requiring rigorous trials. You cannot simply assume it. Suddenly, a great laughter echoed, resonating with a sense of cosmic harmony. Is that truly so? Without a sound, an elderly man, radiant and clad in coarse garments, with white hair and bare feet, landed before Zhuang. Holy Master. The crowd bowed in unison. Zhuang. The Holy Master of Luoheng paid no heed to them, fixated solely on Zhuang. His unrestrained elation evident. Do you know how many years I have awaited your words? TSK, though your cultivation may be lacking. You were of the heavenly tribulation realm when you departed. I'm busy cooking, Zhuang interrupted. No time to break through. No worries, no worries. The Holy Master of Luoheng dared not press him. It is enough that you have returned. Breakthroughs have never been an issue for you. You can choose whenever. Being the Holy Son comes with conditions. Speak freely. I want that soul-absorbing fruit. Hand it over. The Holy Master of Luoheng waved his hand grandly. Once your cultivation reaches the earth tribulation realm, that fruit will serve you well. It has been prepared just for you. Not far away, the youth seethed with jealousy. The soul-absorbing fruit was nearly a sacred medicine. He was already at the earth tribulation realm and had long coveted that fruit. Yet the Holy Master had never been willing to part with it. To his astonishment, it was so easily given to Zhuang today. Not me. Who knows? Zhuang's next words sent him further into despair. That fruit is for someone else. You will help me deliver it swiftly, or it will be too late. The Holy Master of Luoheng hesitated. Deliver to someone else? Zhuang turned to leave. Deliver, deliver, deliver. The Holy Master of Luoheng grew anxious. It's just a fruit. If you say to whom it goes, then so be it. Wang Yong, you shall handle this matter. All affairs will be directed by Zhuang. Yes, yes. The gatekeeper, Wang Yong, immediately responded. I shall deliver it at once. In the great Yin dynasty, Zhuang instructed carefully to a person named Guhan. He is my junior disciple. Do not impose the sacred land's authority upon him. Wang Yong shivered. Impose upon him? Do you know this is your junior disciple? Am I daring enough to defy the Holy Lord? Zhuang. The Holy Lord of Luoheng chuckled. Do you have any other requests? Yes. Zhuang pondered for a moment. Help me teach someone a lesson. He bullied my junior disciple. The Western extreme holy demon sect, though not as ancient as the Luoyang Holy Land, possesses formidable strength due to its leader, Yan Xinjue. It commands numerous demon sects, and the only force capable of contending with it is the exceedingly mysterious Tianlong Temple. The practitioners of the demon arts often act in accordance with their true nature, employing methods that are more ruthless than those of ordinary cultivators. Thus, this area is rife with chaos, teeming with demonic energy, resembling a realm of phantoms. However, for Yu Miao, who grew up in this environment, such sights were merely commonplace. As she advanced, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed. What a stunning beauty! Daring to venture alone into this place. TSK, how fortuitous. I was just preparing to make a breakthrough and could use a furnace cauldron, and you shall be it. With that, an exceedingly grotesque elder swiftly blocked her path, his eyes filled with lewd desire. Yu Miao remained expressionless, gazing at him silently. Not afraid, the elder rubbed his hands together. No worries, you will soon experience. Boom. Before he could finish, a large hand surged forth from the side, seizing him tightly. The elder turned to look, instantly petrified. Behind him, he found dozens of figures, each with a menacing demeanor, ready to devour him whole. He recognized them immediately. They were all high-ranking elders of the Holy Demon sect, and the middle-aged man who had grasped him was even more familiar. The Holy Demon Lord, Yan Qianjue. My daughter. Yan Qianjue's expression twisted with rage, his aura menacing. How dare you use her as a furnace cauldron? You wretched scoundrel. Are you tired of living? With a slight exertion of his grip, the elder exploded into a mist of blood. Go. Yan Qianjue, still unsatisfied, commanded. Find this scoundrel's sect and slaughter them all to forge demon puppets. Remember, not a single tree or blade of grass is to be left. Yes, one of the followers promptly complied. The young master has returned. TSK, the young master has grown even more beautiful. Is that not an obvious fact? Our young master is indeed the most stunning person under heaven. Indeed, the high-ranking members of the Holy Demon sect fawned over her. Yan Qianjue cast them a sidelong glance. We pay our respects to the young master. The crowd shuddered, hastily bowing. Cough, cough. Yan Qianjue wore a smile, rubbing his hands, wishing to approach, yet hesitating. His eyes brimming with flattery and affection. My dear daughter, you have finally returned. You cannot imagine how much your father has missed you. I was almost driven mad with longing to see you, yet feared to bother you. The longer I refrain, the more I yearn. At this moment, he was a mere mortal father, devoid of any semblance of the Holy Demon Lord's might and aura. Enough. Yu Miao seemed unappreciative. I am tired. Come, come. Father will take you home for a good rest. Also, Yu Miao stated coolly, help me with a few matters. Speak, speak. The blood-sea ghost grass is mine. Do not be so distant when speaking to me. The entire Holy Demon sect belongs to you, so take whatever you desire. I intend to gift it to someone. Yu Miao paused momentarily. Dispatch someone to the great Yin dynasty to deliver it to a person named Guhan, and do so swiftly. There must be no delay. Guhan has no relation to you. Elder Zhou. Yan Qianjue felt a pang of concern but quickly recognized this as an excellent opportunity for Yu Miao to mend her relationship. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, you shall go and deliver it now. Yes. Wait. Yu Miao called out to him, a flicker of darkness crossing her eyes. Bring along the treasured garment left by my mother. It should be of use to him if he recovers. Elder Zhou was taken aback, glancing at Yan Qianjue. This is delivering it. Yan Qianjue fumed. Are you implying I should personally deliver it? Yes, yes. Elder Zhou was drenched in sweat. Remember, Yu Miao cautioned. When you see him, abandon your Holy Demon sect demeanor. He will not be swayed by such theatrics. Elder Zhou pondered for a moment. Young sectmaster, should I kneel and bow to him upon our meeting? The others, daughter. Yan Qianjue suppressed his frustration but could no longer contain himself. Is Guhan a male? Yes. Yan Qianjue's heart sank heavily. Yu Miao, sensing his misunderstanding, furrowed her brow and clarified, he is my junior disciple. Yan Qianjue instantly breathed a sigh of relief. A junior disciple? Then there is no issue. Wait. He became alert again. Junior disciples are more prone to trouble. By the way, Yu Miao, weary of explanations, remarked, there is someone whom I find quite disagreeable. You should assist me in teaching him a lesson. In the central region, the Fu family. Inside the magnificently adorned main hall. A portly man, weary and travel-worn, with bloodshot eyes, glared fiercely at a similarly rotund middle-aged man before him. One last time, will you give it to me? There is no negotiation. The middle-aged man, infuriated, was none other than the portly man's father, the current head of the Fu family, Fu Yud. You. The portly man trembled with anger. If you do not give it to me today, I shall sever our father-son relationship. Dream on. Fu Yud scoffed. You bear my blood. Do you think you can just sever ties? With your appearance, who does not know you are the offspring of Fu Yud? I. The portly man was close to tears. How could I possibly have such a father? Huh. Fu Yud remained unfazed. Let me inform you, everything else may be negotiable, but not this. If you entertain any further ill intentions, do not blame me for suppressing you. If you refuse to give it. The portly man's small eyes darted around, and he pointed to the extraordinarily thick pillar of the main hall made of exotic metal. I shall throw myself against it and die before you. Fu Yud shot him a sidelong glance, remaining silent. I. The portly man gritted his teeth. Fu, you shall have no son today. With that, he charged head first into the pillar. Instantly, the ground trembled violently. The entire main hall swayed and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Such a commotion. The entire Fu family, both young and old, was abruptly stirred. They hurriedly rushed over, only to be left dumbfounded at the sight. Amidst a pile of ruins, Fu Yud, covered in dust with arms crossed, bore a face smeared with grime, rendering him somewhat unrecognizable. Not far away, a rotund figure sat amidst the debris, exuding an air of despair. Damn it, why is Fat Lord's head so stubborn? The onlookers exchanged glances. This father-son duo was known for their incessant bickering, a routine they had grown accustomed to. However, the magnitude of today's commotion, which nearly resulted in the destruction of their home, was unprecedented. Patriarch, what has transpired? Someone inquired. Whatever the young master desires, you should grant it to him. Indeed, our family's treasures are piled high. There's no need to be so miserly, others urged. Yet, Fu Yud remained unmoved. Let him die? If he perishes, I could father 10 or even 100 more sons. A venerable elder stepped forward, his voice heavy with concern. Yud, even if you were to father 1,000 or 10,000, since the establishment of our Fu family, there has only ever been one like him. Fu Yud's expression stiffened as he glanced at the despondent, vacant-eyed rotund figure. His heart softened, and he sighed. Aside from that, even if you covet the position of head of the family, I would willingly concede it to you. You must understand, he continued with a grave tone, what that thing signifies for our Fu family. Suddenly, an aged sigh resonated. Grant him this. Ancestor. No, it cannot be. Fu Yud let out a deep sigh. Very well. Ancestor. With a resounding thud, the rotund figure collapsed to his knees. Thank you. I know how significant that thing is to you, but he is my friend. I cannot bear to watch him perish. Enough. The voice echoed again. Our Fu family has never harbored ungrateful individuals. This sentiment must be reciprocated. Ancestor. The rotund figure clenched his teeth. And that shameless old wretch from the Wu family, bullying my brother. This matter is far from over. In the Grand Dan dynasty, in the capital, Guhan remained oblivious to the storm brewing from the actions of Zuyang and others on his behalf. I shall go too. Upon hearing the two plan to venture outside, Zhao Mengyou could no longer contain herself. The recent days, under Yun Fan's relentless words, had nearly driven her to madness. Being of a naturally calm and serene disposition, she now longed for a breath of fresh air. Just as Guhan was about to object, Yun Fan interjected decisively. Are you really going? If so, do you have any regrets? No. Excellent. Yun Fan grinned mischievously. Then let us go together. As the trio stepped outside, they instantly became the focal point of attention. Zhao Mengyou, with her rare beauty and her flawless, crystalline demeanor, captivated the gaze of every onlooker. Meanwhile, Guhan, despite his youthful appearance, bore an air of age that drew considerable attention as well. However, although their combination was somewhat peculiar, they encountered no unsavory incidents. On the contrary, many approached them to pay their respects. It is undoubtedly due to Yun Fan's influence. You, little prince. Guhan cast a glance at Yun Fan, who indeed had some reputation. He was already aware of Yun Fan's identity, the nephew of the Flame Emperor, the sole heir of the War King, a status of great nobility. Who would dare provoke him? It was nothing remarkable, though they had only met once. Yun Fan had already adopted the demeanor of a rotund individual, and a mere little prince was hardly worth mentioning. Of course, as long as I cough, and my sister is present, we can traverse this capital with ease. Huh. Zhao Mengyou could not help but undermine him. Isn't it all reliant on women? You are mistaken. Guhan replied, shaking his head. Like you, he is a bell tolling 7 times. Yet at such a tender age, he possesses such cultivation, which cannot solely be attributed to his senior sister's assistance. It is also the result of his own arduous endeavors. Zhao Mengyou was taken aback, recalling the malevolent aura that had emanated from Yun Fan when facing Luo Wuxuan. One cannot possess such a temperament without having undergone countless life and death struggles. Brother Gu. Yun Fan instantly raised his thumb in approval. You have discerning eyes. Guhan fell silent for a moment. In truth, sometimes intellect holds greater significance than cultivation. Yun Fan huffed. Zhao Mengyou could not contain her laughter, which immediately drew Yun Fan's ire. Guhan ignored them, contemplating as he observed the passing cultivators. Compared to the northern realms, the cultivators here exhibited less of a leisurely demeanor, instead radiating an air of solemnity and ferocity, as though they had endured far more bloodshed than their northern counterparts. After a while of reflection, his thoughts returned to that elusive opportunity. What was it that he lacked? He furrowed his brow. Just as he was lost in thought, a faint fragrance wafted towards him, reminiscent of cosmetics. They had arrived. At that moment, Yun Fan's voice rang out once more. Guhan looked up and realized they had unknowingly arrived at the front of a colossal 12-story building, exquisitely constructed, with male cultivators entering and exiting, all with glowing faces and sparkling eyes. The entrance bore 3 prominently displayed characters: Leisurely Elegance Pavilion. Although he had never visited such a place, his male instincts immediately informed him of its true nature. His expression darkened instantly. As for Zhao Mengyou, her face flushed to her ears. She wished she could find a crevice to hide in, understanding at last why Yun Fan had grinned so mischievously earlier. This place you speak of, Guhan said, his face devoid of expression. Is this it? Brother Gu. Yun Fan blinked, quickly realizing the misunderstanding and hastily clarifying. You've got it all wrong. I'm not the kind of person you think I am. Guhan was utterly unconvinced, observing his behavior. It was evident he was a habitual offender. How could he claim otherwise? He doubted why She had not slapped him dead on the spot. Brother Gu. Yun Fan grew anxious. You must believe me. I brought you here not merely to introduce you to someone, but trust me, with her presence, you might just uncover that glimmer of opportunity. Guhan paid him no heed and turned to leave. Alas, Yun Fan wore a face of dejection. Brother Gu, why do you doubt me? I am still a youth, and my thoughts are pure. Zhao Mengyou, suppressing her discomfort, cast a fleeting glance at him. Do you not know? Know what? She looked at Guhan, her face flushed with embarrassment, struggling to articulate her thoughts. In truth, he did not have an inclination towards women, especially beautiful ones. Yun Fan. Guhan. He momentarily froze, swiftly turning away, his teeth clenched. Who told you? Upon witnessing his murderous gaze, Zhao Mengyou felt a twinge of fear. Zuyong. Guhan felt as if struck by lightning. It finally dawned upon him why Elder Li and Zhao Mengyou had suddenly ceased to hold him accountable, and why their gazes were laden with such peculiarities. Second senior brother. He was filled with the urge to confront Zuyong and give him a beating. Nonsense. Matters concerning a man's reputation were intolerable, regardless of how good-natured one might be. Utterly absurd. Brother Gu. Yun Fan retreated a few steps, creating distance from Guhan, his expression earnest. Do not be angry, I believe you. The moment the words escaped her lips, Zhao Mengyou regretted speaking. I believe you too. She felt that such a delicate matter, now exposed before them, could provoke Guhan into a fit of rage, potentially leading him to harm her in his fury. Her chest rose and fell rapidly, and she continued to step back. I truly believe you. Believe in a ghost. Guhan's countenance darkened further. Why are you both standing so far apart? Enough. Yun Fan feigned nonchalance. Brother Gu, since you do not fancy, cough cough. Noticing Guhan's predatory glare, he quickly amended his statement. No, I overthought it. Such opportunities are not easily found. Let us return. Return? Nonsense. Guhan's expression was grim. Come, step inside. He pointed deliberately at Zhao Mengyou. You too, come in. At this moment, life and death seemed trivial. Matters concerning reputation were of utmost importance. Inside the establishment, a different world awaited. Exquisite private rooms were neatly arranged, adorned with intricate carvings of fish, insects, flowers, and elegant designs. Enhanced by protective barriers, the atmosphere bore an air of tranquility and elegance. The hall was sparsely populated, indicating that patrons had already retreated to their desired locales. Upon observing Guhan's demeanor, a young attendant of the Qi realm furrowed his brow and approached. Esteemed guest, please hold on. At our idle elegance pavilion, if there is no recommendation, a fee of 100,000 is required. Before he could finish, a hand suddenly emerged from the side, sending him flying. Such audacity! How dare you obstruct Brother Gu? In an instant, those gathered to witness the spectacle trembled in fear and hurriedly bowed. Humph! Yun Fan did not even spare them a glance. Before Gu Han, he was a loyal sycophant. Before them, he was the formidable and domineering young lord. Young lord, please temper your wrath. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air. A stunningly graceful woman, exuding an air of sophistication and possessing profound cultivation, suddenly appeared before the three individuals, offering a gentle bow. This person lacks decorum, and I shall promptly deal with her, Gu Han remarked coolly, dismissing the matter with a wave of his hand. Not necessary, he added nonchalantly. Did you hear that? Yun Fan exclaimed, glaring. You should thank my elder brother Gu. Thank you. Thank you. The young servant expressed his gratitude profusely, bowing repeatedly, as if pounding garlic. Had it not been for Gu Han's intervention, his fate today would have been dire indeed. The woman was secretly astonished. In the vast realm of the great Yin dynasty, few could command such respect from Yun Fan, particularly in a place like this, accompanied by a female cultivator. While she marveled at Zhao Mengyou's elegance and beauty, her gaze took on a peculiar intensity. What are you staring at? Zhao Mengyou felt uneasy under her scrutiny, her temper flaring. She sensed that the woman's gaze towards her mirrored the way she looked at Gu Han. You here? Gu Han shot her a glance. Are you still accepting new recruits? Huh. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Gu Han pointed at Zhao Mengyou. How much is she worth? The woman, caught off guard by Gu Han's inquiry, turned to Yun Fan with a beseeching look. Speak up, Yun Fan urged impatiently. My elder brother is asking you. Yes. The woman glanced at Zhao Mengyou again, a glimmer of admiration flashing in her eyes. This young lady possessed both beauty and grace, surely worth at least 10 million spiritual sources. Gu Han. Zhao Mengyou's heart was near bursting with indignation. How dare you? By the way, Gu Han pondered for a moment. She is at the 7th ringing of the Dao Bell. Is that so? The woman's eyes brightened. 30 million spiritual sources. And she possesses a pure and flawless body. 50 million spiritual sources. Furthermore, she is the contemporary goddess of the heavenly god palace. 100 million. Without a hint of hesitation, her eyes sparkled with eagerness. If the price is deemed insufficient, it is negotiable. 100 million? Gu Han stroked his chin, intrigued by the staggering valuation. Meanwhile, Zhao Mengyou's complexion turned pale, her breath caught in her throat, genuinely fearing Gu Han might sell her off. Of course, Gu Han had no intention of truly selling her. Yet, her fear of him had seeped into her very bones. She couldn't help but think that Gu Han, much like Luo Wushuang, was a madman. Elder brother Gu. Observing Zhao Mengyou's submissiveness, Yun Fan's admiration for Gu Han deepened. Impressive. Gu Han sighed and patted his shoulder. Intellect is a valuable asset. Yun Fan. The woman was once again taken aback, pondering Gu Han's origins in silence. Master of the Jade Tower. Yun Fan, feeling vexed, waved his hand dismissively. Take us to see Sister Huaiyuan. We have matters to discuss with her. Huh. The master of the Jade Tower displayed a troubled expression. Sister Huaiyuan is currently receiving guests. It may not be convenient. Receiving guests? Yun Fan's brows furrowed deeply. Who is more important than my elder brother Gu? In the elegant abode at the top floor, a lavish private room occupied the majority of the space, and it was the only one on that level. In stark contrast to the exterior, within the private room, the atmosphere was strikingly pure and elegant, far removed from the opulence outside. Within a small, fist-sized crimson copper censer, a subtle fragrance lingered, emanating from a remarkably precious agarwood that possessed the ability to calm the mind and spirit. At a nearby desk, a middle-aged man cradled a cup of exquisite tea, gazing intently at a jade guqin not far away. He spoke slowly. I wonder how you have deliberated on my previous suggestion, Miss Xue? Opposite him, a young woman adorned in a blue dress, with an exquisite countenance, bit her lip and remained silent. She was indeed the Huaiyuan spoken of by Yun Fan. What's the matter? The man's gaze turned icy. Do you believe the young marquis unworthy of you? Not at all. Huaiyuan shook her head. I only wish to sell my musical talents, nothing more. Huh. The man interrupted her dismissively. Only selling your musical talents? Once you enter this refined abode, do you truly believe you can leave unscathed? Miss Xue, I fear you are overestimating your position. Allow me to enlighten you. He pressed on aggressively. Whether you agree or not, you are destined to be the young marquis's possession. Agreeing might spare you some hardships. Refusing. He scrutinized Huaiyuan with a gaze brimming with greed and lewdness. When the young marquis grows weary of you, know that I have long admired Miss Shui as well. Upon hearing this, Huaiyu's complexion drained of color. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated as the door to the private room was forcefully pushed open. Who dares? The man's eyes narrowed. Which reckless fool dares to disturb my important business? I shall eradicate you. Is that so? Yun Fan stepped inside, his demeanor radiating menace. You speak of eradicating me. Today, if you do not dare to act, do not blame me for your demise. In an instant, the exquisite tea in the man's hand shattered upon the floor, scattering into fragments. The man felt a wave of cold sweat drench his back. Young Prince. In the first volume, chapter 275, Brother Gu, this sister only sells her musical talents. Upon seeing Yun Fan, the man was enveloped in terror, cold sweat streaming down his face, trembling uncontrollably, devoid of the arrogance he had displayed towards Huaiyuan. Quickly, Yun Fan, exuding a palpable aura of menace, approached him. The man could bear it no longer. Regardless of his fighting capabilities, he would not dare to lay a finger on Yun Fan. Young Prince. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground. I did not recognize you. Otherwise, even with 1,000 lives, I would not have uttered such nonsense. I was blind to your greatness. Noble Prince, please forgive me this once. Beside them, the owner of the Jade Tower felt a surge of anxiety, daring not to utter a single word. Uninteresting. Observing the man's lack of backbone, Yun Fan's interest in questioning him further waned, leaving him somewhat disappointed. You truly are spineless. I had expected some resistance. Begone. For if I had not pressing matters today, I would not let you off so easily. Yes, yes. Thank you, young prince. The man, as if released from a heavy burden, hastily stood up, eager to flee this den of troubles. However, before he departed, his gaze wandered aimlessly, unable to resist casting a glance at Gu Han beside Yun Fan. Wait a moment. Such a trivial gesture was naturally noticed by Gu Han. You seem to know me? No, I don't. The man hesitated, hurriedly denying it. No, that's not right. Gu Han fixated on him. Your eyes betray you. Although this is our first encounter, your gaze towards me is not one of mere curiosity like that of you Lu Zhu and others. Instead, it carries a hint of probing and scrutiny. As if you are not unfamiliar with me at all, as if you possess a profound understanding of my circumstances. Yet, prior to today, I had never stepped out of the palace. Only Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyou were privy to my true identity. The man's eyes darted away, regretting his rashness inwardly. And he forced himself to state, I truly do not know. Stop with the nonsense. Yun Fan interrupted. Brother Gu says you have issues. If he says so, then you do. Now speak up. He felt a bit awkward. Brother Gu, what issues does he have? Gu Han shot him a glance. Suddenly realizing how challenging it must have been for his senior sister to have such a simpleton by her side all these years. Sister Huaiyuan. Yun Fan scratched his head, looking at the woman in blue. Do you know this person? Huaiyuan bit her lip. He is the steward beside young Lord Song. Song Jian? Yun Fan was taken aback. Isn't he that sycophant of ninth brother? He briefly explained to Gu Han the context. Within the Da Yin dynasty, aside from the Yin emperor, his father, the War King, was also at the Sacred Realm, along with 9 marquises who had achieved great military exploits. All at the Transcendent Realm. Song Jia was one of the 9 marquises, and Song Jian was his son, who had always been close to the 9th prince, Yun Lai. Meanwhile, Yu Luzhu silently chuckled to himself. A sycophant? That is indeed the young lord. Who would dare show him any disrespect? Perhaps only this little prince before him would have the audacity to call him that. 9th prince? Gu Han pondered. From the first moment Yun Lai saw him, he had persistently targeted him. Thus, Gu Han naturally harbored no fondness for this 9th prince. I see. He cast a glance at Steward Song. My affairs. They must have been relayed to you by that damn 9th prince, correct? Yu Luzhu trembled in fear. I didn't hear a thing. I didn't hear anything. Who exactly is this person, to be even more formidable than the little prince? Yun Fan blinked, pretending he had not heard. 9th brother's targeting of you is likely due to my sister. This person, he sighed gently, has a particularly small heart, unlike my uncle, yet he is stubbornly competitive. He has always sought to overshadow my sister, and it has become somewhat obsessive. Honestly, if it weren't for Sai, how could my sister endure him for so long? I am quite curious, Gu Han replied in a neutral tone, though a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. What reason would he have to speak of my matters to you without cause? Is there perhaps another motive? There is none. Song Guan was paralyzed with fear, tightly insisting. I don't know you. I was merely curious, just curious. Zhao Mengyou shook her head in silence. The more he was filled with trepidation, the larger the cracks in his facade became. Gu Han furrowed his brow. Deprived of his soul power, he was unable to employ his soul capture technique, which would have revealed the truth in an instant. Brother Gu, Yun Fan exclaimed, thumping his chest. Leave this matter to me. Gu Han shot him a skeptical glance, clearly doubting his confidence. Where did this unshakable assurance stem from? Was it true that ignorance breeds courage? With a mysterious smile, Yun Fan brandished a jade talisman, activating it in a heartbeat. In an instant, a figure clad in black appeared soundlessly in the space. Did you hear everything that was just said? Yun Fan directed at Songguan. Go, take him away and thoroughly interrogate him. Make sure he reveals every detail without omitting a single word. Yes, the black-clad figure replied, swiftly leading the despairing Songguan away. Brother Gu, Yun Fan said confidently, it won't be long before we have results. Gu Han nodded. These black-clad enforcers operated similarly to the Murong family's shadows, yet their skills and methods were significantly superior. With their assistance, he could conserve much of his own energy. Well done, he praised Yun Fan, an unprecedented compliment. Yun Fan's spirits soared as he waved away the Jade Tower's owner. Sister Shui, he greeted with a smile directed at Xueyu. It's been a while. Little Prince, Xueyu replied with a grateful expression, performing a gentle bow. Yun Fan's unexpected arrival had fortuitously extricated her from a predicament. Brother Gu, Yun Fan proudly indicated Xueyu. This is the person I wanted you to meet. Finally, Gu Han had the opportunity to scrutinize her, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Though Xueyu's beauty was somewhat eclipsed by Zhao Mengyou's, she was still a rare beauty in her own right. Her demeanor, although slightly fragile, possessed a captivating charm that evoked sympathy, contrasting with Zhao Mengyou's graceful and ethereal elegance, each possessing their unique allure. Both Gu Han and Zhao Mengyou observed each other. It seemed instinctual for her to harbor a sense of rivalry. In terms of poise, they were evenly matched. In appearance, Xueyu fell slightly short. Gazing down from Xueyu's visage, Zhao Mengyou felt an uplift in her spirits, straightening her posture with pride. Is there even a need for comparison? Instant victory. As Gu Han continued to gaze at her, Xueyu blushed. Yet she understood that anyone who could command such respect from Yun Fan must possess an extraordinary status, and she hurriedly acknowledged him. Young master, you honor me. Gu Han remained silent, his gaze still fixed on her. He sensed an inexplicable familiarity emanating from Xueyu. Zhao Mengyou bit her lip, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Such behavior hardly resembled that of someone uninterested in women. Reflecting on Gu Han's affectionate demeanor towards Ah Sha, she suddenly comprehended that Gu Han did not dislike women. He simply did not harbor feelings for her. Coughing slightly, Yun Fan observed that Xueyu was blushing under Gu Han's gaze, and he found it increasingly difficult to bear. Brother Gu, Sister Shui is unlike those below. She solely offers her musical talents. Gu Han's expression darkened. Brother Gu, Yun Fan quickly attempted to rectify the situation. You see, Sister Shui's melodies are not for everyone to hear. This is precisely why I brought you here. Perhaps you might discover that elusive inspiration within her music. Is that so? Zhao Yuming scoffed. You brought us here merely to listen to music? What other reason could there be? Zhao Mengyou felt a flush of embarrassment and fell silent. Yet her indignation only grew. Playing the zither? I can do that too. If you wish to listen, why should I perform for them? Brother Gu. Noticing Gu Han's increasingly dark expression, Yun Fan misunderstood the situation once more. If you truly wish to cough, I cannot assist you in this matter. I am a person of principles, and if my sister were to find out, she would surely punish me, perhaps even involve you as well. Moreover, do you not have an aversion to women? Of course, he dared not voice this last thought. It mattered little, as Gu Han had already resolved to silence him. Coughing nervously, he could not help but add, Brother Gu, let us agree that you must not resort to force. With a swift motion, Gu Han could no longer contain himself and struck Yun Fan on the back of the head. Silence. His expression had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Listen to the music. He dared not allow Yun Fan to speak further. Young master, Xueyu felt a flutter of anxiety, fearing that Gu Han might be as impatient as Steward Song, and she quickly bowed again. Please, take a seat. Approaching the table, she gracefully settled down, taking a deep breath to clear her mind of distractions. In an instant, the delicate and fragile aura surrounding her vanished, replaced by an ethereal elegance. Zhao Mengyou, still unconvinced, muttered, Is this all? I can do that too. At that moment, Huaiyu's focus was solely on the exquisite jade zither before her. A glimmer of otherworldliness flickered in her eyes as her slender fingers gently caressed the strings. The first note resonated, and Zhao Mengyou was instantly spellbound. What is this enchanting sound? Amidst the melodious strains, she felt as if she were immersed in a mountain stream. The tinkling of water and the symphony of birds creating an indescribable sense of ease and joy. Suddenly, the music transformed, transporting her to an expansive azure sea. The resonant tones crashing like waves upon the shore, sweeping away her inner turmoil. In a fleeting moment, the melody shifted again, and she found herself gazing upon an infinite starry sky, the delicate notes both tangible and elusive, vast and profound, revealing her own insignificance and humility. This realization only served to fortify her resolve to pursue the path ahead. Meanwhile, Yunfan listened, entranced. In contrast, Guhan's experience ran far deeper. Though he maintained a facade of calm over the past few days, a sense of impatience had inevitably begun to stir within him. Yet, as the music washed over him, that restlessness dissipated entirely, granting him a fleeting sense of ethereal tranquility. From the melodies of the zither, he discerned myriad sentiments: the affection of Gu Tian, the betrayal of kin, the unwavering loyalty of Ah Sha, the protective care of his senior brothers and sisters, the sorrow of losing a dear friend, and the emptiness that accompanies avenging great grievances, all interwoven within the strains of the music. A faint crackling sound emerged, almost imperceptible. Remarkably, the mental seed he had tirelessly polished, which had yielded little success, suddenly manifested a slender, nearly undetectable fissure. As the final note lingered in the air, Huaiyu gracefully rose and offered a gentle bow. I have embarrassed myself. The music was enchanting. Yun Fan, lost in thought, felt his eyes grow red and his gaze dim. Sister Shue's zither played was truly a melody one could never tire of. Zhao Mengyou's face flushed crimson, her silence speaking volumes. Huaiyu's music had evidently transcended mere melody, influencing the hearts of those present, subtly hinting at the essence of Tao and divine powers. If she were to delve deeper into this art, her future achievements would be boundless. She felt a tinge of relief that she had not claimed to be a proficient player. At that moment, Guhan exhaled a heavy breath and slowly opened his eyes. Brother Gu, Yun Fan hurriedly approached, a glimmer of hope illuminating his features. Did you find it? No. Guhan replied, shaking his head, disappointment washing over Yun Fan's countenance. However, Guhan continued, shifting his tone, I have discerned what it is. Finding it is not particularly arduous. I merely overlooked something earlier. We are merely here to listen to the music, not to engage in anything else. Is that so? Yun Fan paused, then erupted with joy. So, does that mean, do not celebrate prematurely, Guhan cautioned, shaking his head. Though I know what it is. Executing it will not be so simple. Zhao Mengyou's expression grew complex, and she could not help but inquire, what is it exactly? It is straightforward, Guhan replied candidly. It is a matter of seeking life amidst death. I must endure a life and death battle to compel myself to break through. The hatching of the mental seed is unique to every individual. Huaiyu's music had caused a fissure to appear in his mental seed, prompting him to reflect on the past and confront his own heart, thus discovering the most suitable path for his breakthrough. A life and death battle. During the chaotic times in the borderlands, Ah Sha, Qian Yi, Feng Shi, and Butler Yu had all intervened, causing him to miss the opportunity for such a battle, which had prevented him from finding this crucial moment. Yet, he was acutely aware that without these individuals, even if he were to break through, survival would be improbable. Brother Gu, Yun Fan expressed concern, isn't this exceedingly perilous? He understood that Guhan's notion of a life and death battle was indeed one that could determine fate. What if, he pondered, I were to try? You cannot, Guhan replied with a glance. I cannot summon the intent to kill you, nor can you harbor any malice towards me. Ultimately, it would merely be a fade. Then, Yun Fan contemplated, his eyes brightening. What about her? He gestured toward Zhao Mengyou. Brother Gu, you must not know. This woman harbors thoughts of secretly eliminating the two of us daily. She surely despises you and longs to slay you. Nonsense, Zhao Mengyou exclaimed, her face aflame. I do not. Her disdain for Guhan is genuine, and her resentment is equally palpable. She would take great pleasure in delivering him a beating. Yet the thought of killing Guhan has never crossed her mind. After all, the conflict between them is not as significant as it may seem. She recognizes her own limitations. Guhan promptly dismissed her thoughts. Just so you know, Zhao Mengyou retorted, her face flushed with indignation. I'm not the type to seek revenge with a vengeful heart. Guhan pondered for a moment. It's simply because your strength is insufficient. Zhao Mengyou. I would very much like to see how you survive in a true life-or-death battle. If I were to perish. Guhan glanced at Yun Fan and pointed at Zhao Mengyou. Shall we send her back? No, let us sell her. Zhao Mengyou. Guhan ignored her further, striding directly towards the somewhat dazed Shuaiyu. With a sincere demeanor, he clasped his fists in gratitude. Thank you, Miss Shui. If it weren't for your melodious playing, I fear finding this sliver of hope would have been an arduous task. No need for that. Shuaiyu, feeling apprehensive, quickly returned the gesture. She was genuinely startled by Guhan's earlier gaze. However, in her fluster, a sliver of red thread appeared on her fair neck, below which lay a hint of jade-like skin, creating a mesmerizing contrast with her snow-white complexion. Guhan was momentarily taken aback, his gaze fixated. This object evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Miss Shui, he gestured towards the red thread. May I take a closer look at it? He was referring to the red thread, yet to the others, the direction seemed somewhat askew, leaning downward. What object? Shuaiyu was momentarily dumbfounded, having never encountered such a query before. You. Her complexion fluctuated from crimson to pale, and eventually transformed into indignation. I initially thought you were different. Yet it appears you are merely a frivolous and reckless individual. How dare you insult me so? Brother Gu. Yun Fan was on the verge of tears. This is utterly inappropriate. We truly came here to listen to music, nothing more. My sister would kill me, and she would kill you too. At that moment, he genuinely believed Guhan's interest had transcended mere admiration for women. This was nothing short of lasciviousness. Meanwhile, Zhao Mengyou felt a twinge of discomfort. Apart from Feng Shi, she considered herself a paragon of beauty, yet having spent nearly a month in Guhan's presence, he had never cast a glance her way. To her surprise, he now seemed captivated by Shuaiyu. What do you wish to see? She exclaimed, feeling defiant. Isn't the most exquisite scenery right beside you? Instinctively, she glanced down. The peaks loomed high and unattainable, the scenery resplendent, yet her toes remained out of sight. Bah, blind fool. As a goddess, her former pride and dignity were swiftly eroded by Guhan's indifference. You all. Guhan's expression darkened. What nonsense are you thinking? I merely wish to see that piece of jade. Jade? Yun Fan blinked in surprise. Ahem, so it's nothing serious then? You wanted to see jade? It was all just a misunderstanding? Shuaiyu's face flushed an even deeper shade of red, gently turning away to mask her embarrassment. She cautiously produced the piece of jade and extended it before Guhan. Young master, please take a look. Her hands trembled slightly, as did her voice. Ultimately, this jade was a cherished possession, still imbued with a lingering warmth and a hint of her personal fragrance. Naturally, Guhan did not accept it. I see, he said, his expression revealing a complex mix of emotions as he scrutinized the jade. It seems I have been remiss. You share the surname Shui. So what is your connection to the esteemed Shui? To his discerning eye, the jade appeared rather ordinary, somewhat worn, and merely half of a whole. However, it was strikingly identical to the piece he had seen in the hands of the renowned physician Shui on that fateful day. Only when the two halves were united could it be deemed complete. Shuaiyu was momentarily taken aback, her form trembling as tears quickly filled her eyes. Esteemed Shui? She whispered, his name is Shui Mao. In that instance, tears cascaded down her cheeks. He is my grandfather. Young master, she exclaimed, taking 2 steps towards Guhan, her eyes reflecting a mix of hesitation and fear. Have you met my grandfather? Is he still alive? He is alive, Guhan sighed. However, the last time I saw him was nearly a year ago. Alive is good, Shuaiyu murmured, oblivious to anything else he might have said. Alive is good. Brother Gu. Yun Fan scratched his head. How do you know Shui's sister's grandfather? Esteemed Shui, Guhan paused momentarily. He has done me a great favor. Had it not been for the 3 elixirs he provided, Ah Sha might have perished long ago and never made it back under the care of Manager Yu. The debt of gratitude for saving a life is immeasurable. Miss Shui, he glanced at the still weeping Shuaiyu. If it is convenient, could you please enlighten me regarding what transpired? He had already discerned the unusual behavior of the esteemed physician, but refrained from inquiring further without her prompting. Shuaiyu began softly, as if speaking to herself or addressing the others. Years ago, after the enigmatic ghost physician mysteriously vanished, Shui Mao sought refuge, married, and raised a family, diligently studying alchemy and medicine. Though his cultivation was modest, His compassion and expertise in both fields garnered him considerable respect, and no one dared to trouble him. Over time, he earned the title of a divine physician. However, on a certain day 2 decades ago, several highly skilled individuals suddenly invaded the Shui household and, without hesitation, slaughtered over 100 men, women, and children. Only Shui Mao managed to escape, gravely injured, in search of help, yet he has since vanished without a trace. Recalling the horrors of that day, Shui Yu's complexion grew even more pallid. My father, my mother, my uncles, my aunts, and all my siblings, my entire family, they perished before my eyes. I am the only one left. A heavy silence enveloped the three, envisioning a 4 or 5-year-old girl standing amidst a pool of blood, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of her dearest kin. How despicable! Yun Fan seethed. Which scoundrel could be so cruel? Zhao Mengyou remained silent. Yet her complexion was far from pleasant. Although her gaze and temperament exhibited certain flaws, she was by no means a ruthless killer. Otherwise, she would not have previously intervened to prevent Zhang Kuan from harming Guhan. Guhan took a deep breath. And then, what happened next? Shui Yu smiled sadly. They claimed I was quite beautiful, thus sparing my life and bringing me here. Had it not been for my innate talent in music, which garnered recognition, I fear. She left her sentence unfinished, yet Guhan could guess the truth. If not for her musical prowess, Shui Yu would have long been reduced to a mere object of entertainment like others. Miss Shui, he declared, a sudden resolve forming in his heart. Do you wish to leave? What? Shui Yu was momentarily taken aback. Leave? How she longed for that. She dreamed of it endlessly. To outsiders, she appeared stunning and possessed unparalleled musical skill. Each day, countless individuals were willing to pay exorbitant sums to hear her play. Yet only she understood the dire nature of her circumstances. Possessing beauty and talent without any connections left her at the mercy of others. The number of those who coveted her was incalculable, and Song Jian was merely one among many. My lord, she stammered, scarcely able to believe it. I can truly leave? Her eyes sparkled for an instant before dimming again. No, they would never allow me to go. It was evident. As the star of the elegant pavilion, Shui Yu had amassed untold wealth over the years. Such a lucrative asset would not be easily relinquished. All you need to do is answer, Guhan insisted, locking his gaze onto hers. Do you wish to leave or not? Yes. Under Guhan's intense scrutiny, Shui Yu found herself momentarily dazed, then nodded decisively. All right. Guhan affirmed. Then let us go? Brother Gu, Yun Fan blinked in surprise. How will we do this? Guhan shot him a glance. Is there a problem? You just mentioned that with you here, I could stride through the capital with ease, correct? Not me, Yun Fan quickly corrected, feeling a tad embarrassed. It's my sister. It's not that simple, Zhao Mengyou interjected, unable to contain her skepticism. In a place of such magnitude, situated at the heart of the capital, there must be a considerable background involved. This undoubtedly implicates many interests, and it may well involve a formidable power, even if you are a minor prince or princess. She began to fall into her old habit of calculating the potential gains and losses. You simply do not understand. Yun Fan interrupted her. With my uncle here, this great Yin dynasty exists. Do you comprehend? The person who holds sway here is solely my uncle. Is that clear? His word is the absolute decree here. Do you understand? Zhao Mengyou ground her teeth in frustration. You mentioned the emperor, not yourself. Do you see that? Yun Fan pointed toward the outer chamber. As if she were a fool. What is that? The imperial city. If my sister speaks, my uncle could personally dismantle it. Do you believe that? Zhao Mengyou fell silent, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of sadness. A father, a master, a doting parent, a vendor of disciples. There was simply no comparison. Then do not hesitate. Guhan was acutely aware that he could indeed roam freely within the capital. With a sense of urgency, Yun Fan wasted no time and promptly summoned the esteemed owner of the Jade Tower. What? Upon hearing that Guhan intended to take Shui Yu away, she immediately lost her composure. This simply would not do. How so? Yun Fan mimicked Guhan's tone. Is it a matter of difficulty? The owner of the Jade Tower fidgeted, expressing that it was not a question of difficulty, but rather that if Shui Yu were to leave, half of their establishment would be in jeopardy. What nonsense! At that moment, Yun Fan embodied the persona of an insufferable lackey, brash and unreasonable. Do you know who my brother Gu is? Informing you is merely out of courtesy. Should you provoke him, I can dismantle this place in an instant. Do you believe me? The owner of the Jade Tower was at a loss, utterly believing him. Had it been anyone else, She would have long summoned formidable experts to turn the two into ashes, without uttering a single word. Yet, here stood two individuals, one a minor prince, the other a person of indeterminate status, yet capable of making the prince his subordinate. Neither could she afford to offend. In her helplessness, she could only tearfully recount her struggles, detailing her care for Huaiyuan and the considerable investment she had made in her development. This stirred Huaiyuan's emotions, tears welling in her eyes, desperately wanting to retort, yet her gentle nature rendered her speechless. Guhan dismissed her words entirely. Investment? Huaiyuan was merely at the spirit-profound realm. How many resources could have been expended? That wretched loot, not even qualifying as a profound artifact. What value could it possibly hold? He understood her intentions all too well. Name your price. He was disinclined to engage in prolonged negotiations, wishing only to resolve the matter swiftly. Should the terms be agreeable, I shall compensate you. 50 million spiritual essence. The owner of the Jade Tower's eyes sparkled, her tears forgotten as she promptly announced a figure. This was precisely what she had been waiting for. Since she could not prevent it, she would extract every last bit of Huaiyuan's worth. Zhao Mengyou instinctively felt a surge of joy, involuntarily puffing up her chest. Huh. That's still half of what I expected. Something seems amiss. 50 million? Guhan chuckled, casting a sidelong glance at Yunfan. Do you possess any wealth? No funds. Yunfan decisively shook her head. If I had money, would I be following you around as a lackey? Thus, Guhan pondered, you never spend when you visit, do you? This made Yunfan blush. She hadn't visited many times, and besides, she wouldn't dare accept my money. My apologies. Guhan fixed his gaze on the owner of the Jade Tower. I, too, am without funds. He possessed numerous treasures. Merely the elixirs from the Xuan Dan Camp constituted an invaluable fortune, not to mention those precious formulas. However, the owner was evidently seeking to exploit him heavily. He had no desire to be a fool, nor was there any need for him to be one. The owner's expression was quite the spectacle. She wanted to turn against him, yet lacked the courage, suppressing her emotions, though barely able to contain them. Young master, this is absolutely unacceptable. 50 million is already a concession made in light of the young prince's status. How about, suddenly, Guhan interjected, smilingly proposing, I can offer you a goddess in exchange. What do you say? Zhao Mengyou's countenance paled. Suddenly, she felt an intense loathing for the fact that she was worth twice as much as Huaiyuan. Guhan, her eyes reddened, overwhelmed with a sense of grievance. Even if I were to perish, I would never allow you to. Very well. The owner of the Jade Pavilion's eyes brightened. She had always been preoccupied with Zhao Mengyou. The bell tolled 7 times. The pure and flawless glass body. She was indeed a goddess. Her worth surpassed that of Huaiyuan by a significant margin, and the wealth she could bring forth would multiply exponentially. Guhan's expression turned frosty. Dream on. Zhao Mengyou let out a long sigh of relief. Her face filled with sorrow, her rows of snow-white teeth nervously gnashing, fixating on Guhan's neck, seemingly contemplating where to sink her teeth in. Young master, the owner of the Jade Pavilion could no longer contain herself. This elegant pavilion, is it owned by several lords and the 9th prince? Yunfan was taken aback. Is this place his? Indeed. Guhan's face remained inscrutable. If you seek wealth, go to my senior sister. Hee. Yunfan chuckled mischievously, with tenfold courage. He would not dare to. The owner of the Jade Pavilion's expression darkened further. Your senior sister? Who is she to be so audacious? By the way, Guhan seemed to recall something. My senior sister is named Fengxi. Thud. The owner of the Jade Pavilion's body softened, collapsing into a heap. Your Highness. Volume 1. Chapter 277. If not for a personal commitment, then it's of no concern. Within the great Yin dynasty, everyone comprehended a profound truth. The Flame Emperor, Yin Tian, was the heavens for all. With him present, the great Yin dynasty thrived. His words were absolute truth. His commands were to be executed without question. No one could defy him, nor could anyone challenge him. Except for one, Princess Ten, Fengxi, the Flame Emperor's most cherished daughter, the brightest genius of the great Yin dynasty. A paragon of unparalleled talent, beyond the reach of her contemporaries, and the only one capable of making the Flame Emperor bow his head. No one doubted that should she speak, the Flame Emperor would abdicate without hesitation, allowing her to ascend as empress. Similarly, no one questioned whether Fengxi's disciple could traverse the capital with ease, not merely walk, but stride with confidence. The owner of the Jade Pavilion naturally held no doubts. Thus, she completely succumbed, utterly cowed. What is it? Yun Fan inquired with concern. Owner of the pavilion, have you given up on being a goddess? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengyou shot her a fierce glare, her hatred swiftly redirected. No. The owner of the Jade Pavilion trembled. What about the money? She was on the verge of tears. She had presumed that by invoking the ninth prince, a formidable backing, the other party would show some leniency, but unexpectedly, the response had been to elevate Feng Shi, which was akin to summoning the Flame Emperor himself. No. In certain respects, Feng Shi is even more fearsome than the Flame Emperor. If Yun Lai were to request funds from the Flame Emperor, he might merely face a reprimand. But daring to approach Feng Shi for money would likely result in a broken leg. Huaiyu observed with great satisfaction. Although the owner of the Jade Tower cannot be described as malicious, she certainly does not embody kindness. She merely regards her as a tool for profit. While she may presently appear pitiable, none understand the true horror of the owner's methods better than Gu Han. As Huaiyu was lost in thought, Gu Han's voice resonated once more. Let us depart. Huaiyu paused, her expression a blend of complexity. To her, the quiet elegance pavilion was akin to a den of demons, a place where she tread cautiously, quaking in fear, yearning to escape, yet finding herself ensnared, resigned to her fate. Yet Gu Han's arrival changed everything. If you wish to leave, then leave. Those simple words dispelled the shadows of despair that clouded her heart. My lord, she curtsied gracefully. Without your rescue, I fear I would have plunged into an abyss of no return. Now, how might I repay you? Perhaps by offering myself? Yun Fan interjected, leaning closer. Ah, isn't this a scene plucked from a mortal tale? Brother Gu, it seems you have achieved your desires. Before he could finish, Gu Han delivered a swift slap, causing Yun Fan to stagger. Wincing, Yun Fan could not comprehend how, despite Gu Han's diminished state, he still possessed such strength. Miss Xue, Gu Han stated earnestly, I am escorting you solely due to the great kindness that your predecessor has shown me. As for the notion of self-sacrifice, let us refrain from such talk. Xueyu's face flushed crimson, biting her lip. You misunderstand. I meant to say that I have no means to repay you, except perhaps to serve you faithfully. Gu Han's expression stiffened. Zhao Mengyou stifled a laugh. Once more, Gu Han retaliated with a sharp slap to Yun Fan's head. Let us go. He exited the private chamber with a dark expression. Observing this, the others hastily followed suit. Xueyu was the last to depart, doing so decisively, without a trace of lingering emotion. Throughout the ordeal, the owner of the Jade Tower had not dared utter a word. My lady, a middle-aged man approached cautiously after the group had exited. Are we simply allowing them to leave? With a swift motion, the owner struck him across the face. Do you wish to condemn me? Her countenance was now a stark contrast to the feeble demeanor she had displayed before Gu Han, radiating an aura of cold menace. Having encountered many individuals, she recognized that if she insisted on obstructing them, the matter would transcend mere finances. Her very life could be at stake. With Feng Shi present, her demise would be in vain, as none would dare to champion her cause. The man, cradling his face, continued, regarding His Highness and the Lords. The quiet elegance pavilion is their source of income. With Xueyu's departure, our earnings will surely plummet, inciting their displeasure. Silence. The owner of the Jade Tower snapped. Her expression icy. Do you presume to challenge the likes of the 10th Prince? Dispatch a message. This matter is far beyond the scope of our insignificant selves. Understood. After the man departed, the owner gazed at the now vacant chamber, suddenly filled with regret. Over the years, had she shown Xueyu a bit more kindness, even a trace of affection would surely have altered today's outcome, preventing such a disastrous fate. Is that Miss Xue? My heavens, how did she emerge? In all these years, it is the first time I have seen her take the initiative. What is the origin of this individual? Capable of commanding the attention of two extraordinary beauties who follow him like handmaidens? And then there's the young prince. How can he be so nonchalant alongside Zhao Mengyou, who is already a figure of intrigue? Now, with the addition of the well-known Xueyu, Gu Han has instantly become the center of attention, particularly the young Prince Yun Fan, who remains by his side, grinning and acting like a devoted sycophant. What a revelation! At last, I comprehend why some individuals resort to bullying others with their power. Why? Yun Fan, ever eager to engage, leaned closer. Because, Gu Han sighed, genuinely impressed. Yun Fan found it difficult to grasp. Zhao Mengyou rolled her eyes. For them, wielding power over others has become almost a norm, devoid of any emotional weight. Yet Gu Han is different. He has always been the one under pressure. To exert dominance over others is an entirely new experience for him. Only Shui can somewhat empathize with Guhan's sentiments. Brother Gu, Yunfan pondered, what should you do now? To the borders. Guhan contemplated for a moment. That place should suit me perfectly. Amidst the chaos of war, where life and death are omnipresent, it presents the finest opportunity for my breakthrough. Brother Gu, Yunfan unusually fell silent for a moment. It's very dangerous there. Moreover, Shuiyu also expressed concern. The 9th prince and several marquises are present there. No need to worry, Yunfan shook his head. Before my sister, they are mere jesters. Furthermore, with my uncle and father overseeing, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly. But what is it? Guhan detected a change in his tone and furrowed his brow. Do you know? Zhao Mengyou suddenly interjected. The Flame Emperor has 9 children. Yet why have you only encountered Feng Shi and Yunlai? They are dead, Yunfan sighed. Among my uncle's 8 sons, 3 were injured in battles against the barbarian tribes and could not break through, their lifespans exhausted. The remaining 5 perished on the battlefield. All dead. Guhan was taken aback. He had heard of the border conflicts, initially believing them to be mere skirmishes, never anticipating such a tragic extent. Actually, previously. Yunfan continued, my father had 2 more sons, but his words trailed off, clearly indicating that they too had perished. Guhan patted his shoulder. It's all right. Surprisingly, Yunfan was not particularly sorrowful. They died before I was born, so there was little emotional connection. As for my uncle's 8 sons, apart from my 7th brother, I have never met a single one. Alas, I wonder if one day, I too might meet my end on the battlefield. Why? Zhao Mengyou inquired. I have read accounts of your wars with the barbarian tribes. Why has it escalated to such ferocity? How would I know? Yunfan rolled his eyes. I have asked. But my father won't tell me. Aren't you afraid of dying? Of course. Zhao Mengyou, filled with curiosity, pondered why amidst such fierce conflict, Yunfan could remain blissfully oblivious. As if he were a simpleton. It seemed he had grown accustomed to it. Yunfan, aware of her unspoken thoughts, appeared unfazed. After years of fighting and enduring life and death, they had all learned to take it lightly. Zhao Mengyou shook her head. You stand no chance. The barbarian's strength far surpasses yours. With my uncle around, Yunfan replied with a smile, we at least will not face defeat. Zhao Mengyou fell silent for a moment, uncharacteristically refraining from rebuttal. He truly was an extraordinary individual. I must go, Guhan interjected, shaking his head. Let us not discuss breakthroughs. Mu Rongyin and Xin Xian are currently honing their skills on the battlefield. I am somewhat concerned. Moreover, Zuyang had mentioned that upon entering the Fengwu Academy, he needed to assist Feng Shi with a task. Although Feng Shi did not bring it up due to his physical condition, this matter had lingered in his mind. Shuiyu, lost in thought, caught his eye. I wonder what your plans are for the future? Shuiyu hesitated briefly. As long as my grandfather is alive, I wish to find him first, then remain by your side, serving as a maid, to repay your great kindness. Guhan felt a headache coming on. From the very beginning, Shuiyu had addressed him as young master, and despite his attempts to persuade her otherwise, her attitude remained unchanged. For some reason, Zhao Mengyou felt a twinge of jealousy, just a smidge. Look, suddenly, Yunfan's scolding voice echoed. What kind of maid are you? You can't even address him properly as young master. You are utterly unqualified. You need to be thoroughly trained when you return. Zhao Mengyou gritted her teeth in response. At that moment, a shadow flickered past, and the cloaked figure reappeared before them. Young prince. Huh. Yunfan was taken aback. So soon? The figure, lacking any fortitude, divulged everything without coercion. Speak, Yunfan said, glancing at Guhan. What is the 9th prince truly plotting? The cloaked figure recounted the orders received by Song Jian. They were, in essence, quite simple. To monitor Guhan's every move and, in the meantime, ascertain whether he could recover. Monitor me? Guhan scoffed, a cold smile gracing his lips. I didn't expect that this dying man would be held in such high regard by the 9th prince. I am genuinely taken aback. Too much. Yunfan shook his head. If my sister found out, the 9th prince would surely face dire consequences. Additionally, the cloaked figure cast a glance at Shuiyu. There is one more matter concerning this young lady. Grandfather. Upon hearing the cloaked figure's account, Shuiyu's complexion turned pale. He is actually in the capital? Song Guanxu's knowledge was limited, yet it allowed them to piece together the unfolding events. Several months prior, Shuishini had arrived in the capital and, upon unexpectedly learning of Shuiyu's whereabouts, had been overjoyed, eager to reunite with her. However, he had been detected and subsequently taken to the Songhofu. where Song Jian threatened him with Huaiyu's safety. He was coerced into refining 10,000 return-to-origin pills within 2 months, with the promise of releasing Huaiyu. However, after Xue the Divine Doctor fulfilled his obligation, the agreement was suddenly revoked, with the demand for yet another 10,000 pills in exchange for the release of both individuals. Unbeknownst to them, a plot was afoot to eliminate Xue the Divine Doctor the moment the pills were completed, simultaneously intending to seize Huaiyu as a personal possession. Outraged gripped Yun Fan. How had he not discerned the cruel methods of this scoundrel before? Huaiyu bit her lip, tears streaming down her face, desperately wishing to plead for Gu Han's assistance, yet the words remained unspoken. Senior Xue, Gu Han maintained a calm demeanor, betraying no hint of emotion. Is he still at the Song Marquis's residence? Yes. Is that Song Jin present too? Yes. Did the 9th prince instruct him to act thus? The cloaked figure hesitated for a moment. Yes. A sudden chill enveloped Yun Fan. Brother Gu, by the way, Gu Han seemed to recall something. Is that steward Song dead? Not yet. Gu Han's expression shifted to one of dissatisfaction. You didn't eliminate him? The cloaked figure appeared somewhat awkward. This was not his fault. The fellow had given in too quickly, leaving him with insufficient time to employ his strategies. Understood. He clasped his hands in a salute. I shall go and see to his demise at once. Brother Gu, Yun Fan cautioned carefully, you mustn't go. Gu Han smiled, though the warmth was absent from his expression. To the Song Marquis's residence. It is a rare opportunity to exploit one's advantage. How could we not seize it? In the northeastern region of the imperial city, at the Song Marquis's residence, uniquely designed structures filled the estate. Although the number was considerable, their arrangement was orderly, preventing any sense of chaos. In the southeast of the estate, within a side hall, dozens of alchemical furnaces were lined up in rows. Before each furnace sat an alchemist, attentively monitoring the concoctions within. The temperature inside the hall was noticeably higher than outside, with numerous strands of alchemical energy swirling together, exuding a rich herbal fragrance that rendered the faces of the alchemists increasingly indistinct. These individuals were the alchemists recruited by the Song family. On the borders, there were naturally alchemists accompanying the troops, but in comparison to the vast demand for elixirs, their numbers were woefully insufficient. In desperation, various factions and armies offered handsome rewards to entice wandering alchemists to craft potions for them, subsequently dispatched to the front lines. The alchemists within this hall were, of course, also recruited by the Song family. Suddenly, an elderly alchemist turned pale, spitting out a mouthful of blood that stained the furnace before him crimson. Shui Daoyu, what has happened to you? Alas, why are you working so hard? Instantly, several familiar alchemists rushed to his side. This blood-spitting alchemist was none other than Xue the Divine Doctor himself. I'm fine, he replied, his complexion ashen and his eyes devoid of light. Clearly at the end of his strength, yet he struggled to rise. I'm all right. As he spoke, he glanced at the furnace. A thin wisp of black smoke wafted through the air, a clear indication that the concoction had been ruined. With a gentle sigh, he expressed the pain that weighed heavily on his heart. Xue Daoist, a middle-aged alchemist, remarked, his brow furrowed. Forgive my candor, but your relentless pursuit of alchemy has taken a toll on your body, accumulating hidden injuries that could jeopardize your life at any moment. No matter how many resources you amass, what value do they hold if you lose your life? He had already witnessed the madness of Dr. Xue. Within 2 months, he had managed to concoct a staggering 10,000 return-to-origin pills, an efficiency that surpassed theirs by 5 or 6 times. While Dr. Xue's unparalleled alchemical skills contributed to this feat, the greater reason lay in his reckless abandon, showing no regard for his own well-being. Dr. Xue remained silent. Upon learning of Huaiyu's survival, he had ceased to value his own life. The words of Song Jian echoed in his ears. 10,000 pills. If it can save Huaiyu, I would expend every ounce of my being, even if it meant turning to ash, without a hint of regret. Suddenly, the door to the side hall was forcefully swung open. Who goes there? 3 haughty young men strode in, their noses wrinkling at the burnt scent. Who ruined the pills? Humph, the wasted materials will be deducted from your rewards. Truly a bunch of inept fools, unable to even refine a simple pill. Heh, R&T scattered cultivator alchemists just like this? Born from the wild. If it weren't for the urgency of war, who would bother with such incompetence? The trio wore expressions of derision, their words laced with venom. One could no longer contain their indignation. You are also alchemists. You should know that there is no absolute certainty in refining pills. Occasionally ruining a batch is perfectly normal. Silence. The man in the center scowled. Your alchemical rewards for this month are forfeited. The individual was about to retort, but was restrained by a companion. Sigh. Let it go. We are scattered cultivators. We cannot contend with them. Shuemao. The man sneered, his gaze immediately locking onto Dr. Shui. I knew it was you. This batch of pills was ruined by you. Wasn't he it? Old fool, churning out 500 return to origin pills in 3 days. Truly useless. Dr. Shui remained silent. But a flicker of intense hatred flashed in his eyes upon seeing the 3 men. 3 gentlemen, the middle-aged alchemist beside him interjected, unable to tolerate the insult. 3 days for 500 pills is remarkably swift, especially considering that Taoist Shui has already sustained injuries in his pursuit of alchemy and still requires rest. You wretch, the man retorted with a vicious expression. What are you to defend him? The middle-aged alchemist's tone became heated. Since you are so oppressive, then let us not bother refining these pills. As for the rewards, you may keep them if you wish. Leave. The man replied leisurely. Go tell the young marquis that these scattered cultivator alchemists, like dogs daring to rebel, must be swiftly suppressed. Meanwhile, in a chamber filled with the essence of spring, a beguiling woman, her figure exquisite and draped in a thin veil of green silk that left little to the imagination, nestled against Song Jian, her voice dripping with seduction. Young marquis, if Shuaiyu remains obstinate this time, what shall be done? The jealousy in her eyes is unabashed. Like Shuaiyu, she too resides in the elegant pavilion, albeit on the 11th floor, while Shuaiyu occupies the 12th. Just 1 floor apart, yet their treatments are worlds apart. She engages in the business of seducing men, whereas Shuaiyu merely has to flick her fingers and play a tune to ensnare countless admirers. Is this fair? She perceives it as profoundly unjust, and thus, her envy festers, driving her to incessantly wish for Shuaiyu's downfall. In my view, she is acutely aware of the art of pleasing men, her body twisting like a serpent within Song Jian's embrace. This wretched woman simply fails to recognize her fortune. Does she not realize that the young lord's attention is a blessing? Humph. Observing the female cultivator's seductive demeanor, Song Jian feels a surge of uncontrollable rage within him. His temper flaring. She will belong to me, whether she consents or not. The fire within him blazes stronger, and he can no longer contain himself. He is on the verge of meting out punishment to this female cultivator. At this moment, a voice from outside interrupts. The scattered alchemists are in uproar. Apparently due to that Shuemao, that old fool. He has disrupted our affairs. A glint of murderous intent flashes in Song Jian's eyes. It appears you are truly tired of living. In the side hall, do you wish to leave? The figure coldly surveyed the crowd of alchemists. Dream on. Until the conflict concludes, no one shall step foot outside this place. From this day forth, every action you take will be closely monitored. Humph. Those who dare to entertain ulterior motives should consider the consequences. The crowd is filled with sorrow and indignation. Being treated like prisoners is an unbearable feeling. However, they possess no capability for resistance. As alchemists, particularly scattered ones, their combat prowess pales in comparison to their peers, leaving them powerless to fight back. Wretched scum. The figure spat disdainfully, then turned once more to Shueshini, a smirk flickering in his eyes. Shuemao, if you are still breathing, rise and concoct those pills. Do not forget the promise you made before the young lord. Even in death, you must produce the elixirs. Shueshini remained silent. Hatred is futile. Aside from risking his life to refine pills in the hope that Song Jian would honor his word, he is utterly powerless. Huh. One person wore a face of contempt. I wonder why the master does not simply kill him. You do not understand, another replied with a chuckle. The master has stated that all things should be put to their best use. Since Shuemao is an alchemist, allowing him to perish in the pursuit of alchemy is a fitting end. Besides, he has already lived 20 years longer than expected. Granting him a few more days is inconsequential. The master's wisdom, the last person sighed in admiration. We are far inferior. Is that so? Suddenly, a cold voice rang out. To utter such words, your master is indeed shameless. Who is that? The 3 individuals' expressions darkened as they beheld 4 figures approaching, 2 men and 2 women. Leading them was none other than Gu Han. There is no need to mention Feng Shi. With Yun Fan present, their entry into Song Ho's residence is remarkably effortless. There are indeed guards and formidable experts present, yet who would dare to obstruct the son of the War King, the young prince of the great Yin dynasty? The young prince. As Gu Han and his companions approached, A steward hurriedly made his way over. I shall inform the young marquis at once. No need, Guhan replied, gesturing towards the side hall. I have a great interest in this place. Previously, they had learned that the alchemists of the Song Marquisate were within these walls. However, the steward appeared troubled. This is slap. Before he could finish his sentence, he was sent flying by a single strike from Yun Fan. Brute. Yun Fan displayed his sycophantic nature once again, a boastful look on his face. My elder brother can go wherever he pleases. If he desires to sit in my uncle's chair, none would dare to stop him. Who do you think you are to impede him? Guhan fell silent for a moment. I have no desire to sit. My elder brother, Yun Fan exclaimed, a look of lamentation on his face. It's merely a metaphor. Besides, with my sister here, it wouldn't matter if you did sit. My uncle is not a petty man. As they spoke, the group reached the entrance of the side hall. In an instant, Guhan spotted the gravely injured physician Xue, and a wave of memories washed over him. They had met twice before. The first time, he saved Ah Sha's life. The second, he gifted Ah Sha a storage ring brimming with precious elixirs. This kindness would forever remain etched in his heart. Predecessor, he said, bowing solemnly. It is good to see you again, little brother. Physician Xue was taken aback. How did you end up here, grandfather? Before he could finish, Xueyu rushed into the main hall, tears streaming down her face. Physician Xue stood frozen in place. Despite 20 years having passed, he recognized her instantly, unable to forget even the slightest detail of her appearance. You are little you? He uttered only a few words before he could no longer contain his tears, his heart overflowing with concern, affection, and longing encapsulated in those simple phrases. This poignant scene left the alchemists in the hall deeply moved. Alas, even Zhao Mengyou, skilled in schemes, could not help but sigh at the sight. Not wishing to intrude upon their reunion, Guhan turned his gaze to the three young men. What has happened to Senior Xue? Who are you? The leader of the three frowned upon seeing Guhan's gray hair and aged visage. We brutes. Yun Fan exclaimed furiously. You do not even recognize my elder brother? Have your eyes gone blind? At his words, the expressions of the three young men soured considerably. Elder brother? What elder brother? Who the hell knows where this surname, Gu, came from? However, due to Yun Fan's status, they dared not refute him, awkwardly bowing in response. Greetings, young prince. Elder brother. Yun Fan completely ignored them, sidling up with a sycophantic demeanor. Shall we kill them or merely maim them? The choice is yours. Zhao Mengyou, exasperated, could only shake her head. Yun Fan's antics had truly taken sycophancy to an extraordinary level. The expressions of the three men darkened further. Young prince. The leader strained to suppress his anger. We are from the Jade Dance sect. Yun Fan pretended not to hear. Jade Dance sect? Quite impressive, isn't it? Nonsense. Aren't you merely a vassal of our great Yin Empire? Don't kill them. Guhan shook his head. Too cruel. Yun, you still recognize the word cruelty? Guhan remarked. During the border wilderness, I heard you were more ferocious than anyone. Zhao Mengyou widened her beautiful eyes, secretly doubting whether Guhan had changed his disposition. First, disable their cultivation, Guhan contemplated. Then break their limbs. Just leave them breathing. These individuals seem problematic, and I have questions to ask. Yun, the sycophant, instantly felt relieved. This is indeed my brother Gu's style. Chapter 279. I do not relish slaughter. I inquire, you respond, or else I will end your lives. In the northwest of the imperial city, Elder Zhou, cloaked in black and exuding a faint aura of menace, descended slowly, weariness etched upon his face. At last, he had arrived. Having received Yu Miao's orders, he dared not delay even for a moment. He exerted himself fully and only reached the capital today. To his surprise, that lady turned out to be a princess. Years ago, when Fengshi took Yu Miao away, he had witnessed it. Never mind. It is imperative to locate the young leader's disciple first. He mused to himself. The young leader had instructed him not to adopt the holy demon sect's mannerisms, but to observe proper etiquette, lest he provoke that young Master Gu's displeasure. Suppressing his thoughts, he forced a strained smile, blocking the path of a passing cultivator. Fellow Taoist, please pause. What do you want? The man was startled by his sudden interruption. May I inquire where Princess Fengshi's palace is located? At that moment, another voice rang out from a distance, echoing his question perfectly. It was Wang Yong. The distance between the falling balanced sacred land and the western extreme holy demon sect was akin to that of the great Yin Empire, and their cultivation levels were similar. Yet they had arrived in the capital almost simultaneously. In an instant, both men felt a mutual recognition, their gazes crossing from afar for a fleeting moment. This individual was a formidable rival. Unanimously, the thought emerged in their minds. Before they could speak, a commotion suddenly erupted from afar. Hurry, let us see the spectacle. It seems someone is engaged in a life-and-death struggle with young Master Song. A life-and-death struggle? My heavens, who dares to be so audacious? I know. It's the person beside the young prince. Previously, he took Miss Huaiyuan from the elegant pavilion, his origins shrouded in mystery. And he seems to reside within Princess Fengshi's palace. Upon hearing the discussions, both men felt a stirring in their hearts. Found him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the imperial city, thank goodness, the portly man touched the storage ring on his hand, releasing a sigh of relief. The ancestors saw me off. Otherwise, I might not have made it in time. Soon after, those murmurs reached his ears. His brows furrowed momentarily. Damn it, just because Fat Lord is absent. Are you trying to stir trouble? What a farce. How many days do you think you have left to live? At the Song Marquis residence, upon hearing Guhan's words, the expressions of the three men darkened further. Little Prince, the leader gritted his teeth. Our Jade Dan sect has rendered considerable service to the great Yin Empire. Do you truly wish to disregard the bonds between our families? Enough with the nonsense. Yin Fan scoffed. Brother Gu has already spared your lives. That is ample grace. As he spoke, he was prepared to take action, intending to incapacitate the trio on the spot. Little Prince, please show mercy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. It was Song Jian, accompanied by a female cultivator, arriving just in time. Upon seeing Gu Han, his pupils constricted sharply. Clearly, though he had never seen him before. He instantly deduced Gu Han's identity. Little Prince, he said, maintaining a calm demeanor as he bowed slightly to Yun Fan. I was unaware of your esteemed presence and failed to extend a proper welcome. Please forgive me. His gaze swept across the room, landing on Zhao Mengyou. His eyes lighting up. What a stunning beauty. She is even more exquisite than Huaiyuan. Song sycophant. Yun Fan exclaimed with disdain. Do you think you have the right to gaze upon Brother Gu's maid? Be careful lest I pluck your eyes from their sockets. At these words, Song Jian's expression darkened instantly. Being labeled a sycophant in front of so many was a blow to his pride. Little Prince, he stifled his anger. I believe I just heard you intend to act against those three. Is there a problem, Song sycophant? Yun Fan shot him a glance. Zhao Mengyou blinked. Her expression one of disbelief. She felt that Yun Fan was rather oblivious. With sycophant tossed around so freely, was he not the biggest sycophant of them all? Do not act rashly. Song Jian shook his head. They are disciples of the Jade Dan sect, and with the current turmoil at the front lines, injuring them could jeopardize the peace between our families. The three men breathed a quiet sigh of relief. With Song Jian present, they believed they would be safe today. Peace. Yun Fan scoffed. Do they possess the right to demand civility from me? Besides, Brother Gu merely intends to incapacitate them. He is not seeking their lives. Is that not sufficient grace? The Jade Dan sect, Gu Han suddenly inquired. What kind of place is that? Yun Fan promptly explained. With the ongoing strife at the borders of the great Yin Empire, an immense quantity of medicinal pills is required. The Jade Dan sect, a prominent sect skilled in alchemy from the eastern wilderness's southern region, is considerably larger than the Yuqing sect. However, due to their lack of martial prowess, they have chosen to shelter under the great Yin Empire. They must send their disciples to the borders to concoct the majority of the medicinal pills needed for the war. Brother Gu, he added, do not concern yourself with them. In recent years, their greed has only intensified. Not only have they produced an increasing number of inferior pills, but the quantity of spiritual herbs they require has also become alarmingly excessive, while the actual pills produced have diminished. It is evident they are lining their own pockets, taking our spiritual herbs to sustain their sect. Your Highness, such words should not be uttered lightly. We are all sincerely devoted to the service of the great Yin Empire. Regarding the matter of alchemy, it is inherently fraught with uncertainty. Occasionally producing subpar elixirs is quite normal, is it not? The three individuals naturally declined to admit their faults, repeatedly voicing their grievances. Within the hall, a group of independent alchemists was incensed. Shameless, utterly shameless. Your Highness, this gentleman is mistaken. Song Jian sighed and clasped his fists towards the two. Over the years, the Jade Alchemy sect has dedicated itself to the creation of a vast quantity of elixirs, which is evident to all. Furthermore, we are not experts in alchemy. How can your Highness so recklessly tarnish our reputations? Moreover, his tone shifted. The frontline battles are intensifying. The Jade Alchemy sect supplies 70% of the elixirs required by our great Yin Empire. Should we rashly provoke them, the consequences could be dire. Esteemed gentlemen, he continued, bowing deeply, regardless of any mistakes they may have made, I implore you to prioritize the greater good. His words resonated with fervor and conviction. Previously, he had overlooked the presence of Steward Song and instead noticed Huaiyu. Realizing the situation had been compromised and surmising the purpose of Gu Han and his companion's visit. Nevertheless, he remained unflustered, confident that the weight of righteousness would overwhelm the two. Song's sycophant, Yun Fan's expression darkened. I never expected your tongue to be so nimble. At that moment, Shueshini gradually regained his composure, assisted by Huaiyu as he slowly stood. Little brother. He had already heard Huaiyu recount the events and could not bear to see Gu Han in a predicament. I am immensely grateful that you were able to rescue Xiaoyu. As for other matters, they are unnecessary. Senior, Gu Han glanced at him and smiled. I understand. The greater good is of utmost importance. Hearing this, the three felt a surge of relief. They believed they were in the clear for the day. Brother Gu. Yun Fan was momentarily perplexed by Gu Han's intentions. Shall we take action then? Gu Han's smile broadened. You desire the greater good? I shall provide it for you. The three were taken aback, still reeling from the sudden appearance of a shadow beside them. In an instant, screams echoed. The three, merely at the spirit-profound realm, stood no chance against Yun Fan. In less than 2 breaths, their cultivation was completely obliterated. Their limbs were shattered, and they lay on the ground, wailing incessantly. The turn of events was too swift for anyone to comprehend. Of course, even if they could, they dared not intervene. Your Highness. Song Jian's complexion turned ashen. You are playing with fire. He had initially thought Gu Han, burdened by righteousness, would choose to compromise, yet he never anticipated that the other party would act so unpredictably. Only Zhao Mengyou remained unfazed. Glancing at Song Jian, a hint of derision flickered in her eyes. Continue to provoke him. This fellow dares to confront the sacred land with his godly realm cultivation. Will he be intimidated by your righteousness? If you believe he is one to yield, you will find yourself suffering more than anyone. Wait a moment. Gu Han cast a glance at him. It is not yet your turn. Song Jian's heart jolted with surprise. What does this mean? Gu Han ignored him and strode directly towards the 3 individuals, fixing his gaze on the person on the left. I am not a person of wanton violence. I will ask a question, and you shall provide an answer. Do you understand? His expression remained impassive. The man, filled with despair, began to speak. You this, but before he could finish, a flash of sword light appeared, and his head was severed from his body. Yun Fan inhaled sharply, stunned. Has Brother Gu always been this ruthless? No. Zhao Mengyou shook her head. Huh. Yun Fan was taken aback. Is there someone even more ruthless? Indeed, Zhao Mengyou sighed. When he avenged his friend. I do not relish in slaughter. Gu Han turned his attention to the man on the right. I will ask a question, and you shall answer. Do you understand? The man quivered in fear, his composure shattered, much to the delight of the onlookers in the hall. I am from the Jade Dance sect. With another swift motion, the sword flashed again. The man's head fell to the ground. The servants and guards in the manor watched in terror. Is this what you call a lack of fondness for killing? Ignoring them, Gu Han shifted his gaze to the man in the middle, who, before Gu Han could speak, was already in tears, utterly broken. Do not kill me. I will tell you everything. Good. Gu Han nodded. I just heard you say that your master extended Elder Shue's life by 20 years. I assume that incident from years ago was his doing? Yes. Yes. The man replied hastily. The reason? The Dan recipe. He dared not withhold any detail. Before the ghost doctor departed, he left behind a Dan recipe for Elder Shue. My master demanded it, but he refused, and then he threatened the lives of my master's entire family. How did he know? My master was a close friend of Elder Shue, with over a decade of friendship. And the recipe, did you obtain it? I obtained it. Strange, Gu Han mused, puzzled. If you secured the recipe, why still resort to killing his whole family? Jealousy. My master envied Elder Shue's superior talent in alchemy, and he insisted on eliminating all threats to prevent future repercussions. So, Gu Han smiled. You all decided to slaughter over 100 members of his family? No. The man, terrified by Gu Han's smile, cried out, It wasn't me. It wasn't my decision. It was my master and the sect leader's idea. It had nothing to do with me. This confession was heard clearly by all the alchemists present in the hall. Vicious. No, it's simply inhumane. Elder Shue, a middle-aged alchemist, sighed. You, back then. The past resurfaced, and the face of the divine physician, Elder Shui, was filled with pain and guilt. I was misled by that man's deceit, leading to the tragic demise of my family. I was blind. The onlookers shook their heads in silence. If placed in their shoes, they would likely have faced the same fate. Who could have foreseen that a friend, with whom one had shared heartfelt bonds for over a decade, would secretly harbor such malice? It serves as a reminder that the human heart can be treacherous, and one must remain vigilant. Is that so? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Did your sect partake in this matter? Yes. Yes. Now it makes sense, Guhan said, a smile gracing his face as he turned to the man. You are quite cooperative. It is only right, the man replied. Thank you. No need for thanks. What would you like in return? Could you spare my life? Apologies. Guhan smiled apologetically. That is not an option. The blade's radiance re-emerged, instantaneously transforming that individual into a mist of crimson. Volume 1. Chapter 280. With a name that includes sword. Do you consider yourself a swordsman? Are you even worthy? Song Jian was both astonished and furious. Regardless of right or wrong, Guhan had brazenly slain 3 individuals before his very eyes, effectively trampling on his dignity. This esteemed brother, he contemplated confrontation but hesitated, resorting instead to the rhetoric of righteousness. This action was excessive. Song Jian, the sycophant. Yun Fan seethed with rage. Should such a wretched creature not be eliminated? No matter. Guhan chuckled softly. Let him speak, for it was now his turn. You. Song Jian's heart skipped a beat, yet his demeanor remained obstinate. If Yudan's sect were to learn that 3 of their disciples had perished in the capital, dissatisfaction would undoubtedly ensue. The current conflict was fierce. Should they cease or diminish the supply of medicinal pills, the repercussions would be catastrophic. Do you comprehend? This burden, I assure you, even His Highness cannot bear. At this juncture, he no longer concealed his awareness of Guhan's identity. He dared. Yun Fan laughed coldly. The audacity. One can never predict such bravery. Song Jian's words were laden with double meanings. When a person is pushed to their limits, they may inevitably commit irrational acts. Ridiculous. Guhan shook his head. I have merely slain 3 of them, and they are already dissatisfied? They annihilated over 100 members of the Shui family. How much dissatisfaction should that entail? Furthermore, he fixed his gaze upon Song Jian. I am quite curious. When you are cornered, what exactly will you resort to? You. Song Jian ground his teeth. Feel free to attempt it. In truth, Guhan pondered, you possess quite the intellect. By leveraging Elder Shui, you compel Miss Shui to submit to you, and then, using her as leverage, you coerce Elder Shui into concocting a multitude of return-to-origin pills for you. Ultimately, you procure the person, the elixirs, and the mission. It indeed constitutes a flawless scheme. Upon hearing this, Physician Shui's complexion paled. He could fathom that Song Jian was untrustworthy, yet he never anticipated such ruthlessness. Nonsense. Exposed for his clandestine intentions, Song Jian was engulfed in shame and fury. He comprehended that Steward Song had betrayed him. A deep-seated loathing brewed within him, resolute in his decision to eliminate the traitor upon his return. Beside him, the female cultivator could no longer restrain herself. And so what? The young lord's interest in Shui Yu is her fortune. Who among us is unaware of the true nature of the elegant residence? Are there any within that place who are untainted? They publicly sell musical talent, yet who knows how many unspeakable dealings transpire behind closed doors? What right does she have to reject the young lord? Every utterance was akin to a dagger, piercing deeply into Shui Yu's heart. She yearned to elucidate her position to Guhan, yet felt unworthy of explanation, burying her head deeply in shame. Alas, Physician Shui's tears flowed freely, unable to articulate even a few words. The weight of guilt intensified. Silence. Song Jian roared in fury. He had consistently sought to suppress Yun Fan and the others under the guise of the greater good, aiming to instill caution in their actions. Yet unexpectedly, his efforts were dismantled by this female cultivator. A mere few words had fully ignited the flames of animosity. Look, Guhan chuckled once more. This is a quintessential display of foolishness. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light was unleashed. Despite his diminished state, he still possessed the cultivation of the Lingxian realm. How could a practitioner of the rudimentary Jiyuan realm withstand such force? In an instant, she could barely utter a single word before her head was severed from her body. Song Jian refrained from intervening. Guhan, though hesitant to act, felt an urge to do so himself. Not far away, Zhao Mengyou furrowed her brow. sensing that Gu Han's demeanor was rather unsettling. "What's wrong?" Yun Fan inquired. Zhao Mengyou pondered for a moment. "His bloodlust has intensified significantly." "Is that so?" Yun Fan mused. "Didn't he brother Gu often smile when he took a life? He seemed devoid of murderous intent then." Zhao Mengyou reflected. He smiled frequently, but when his intent to kill was present, he never smiled. Now, it is precisely the opposite. This is troubling. Yun Fan's expression shifted. Has brother Gu lost his mind? What is he thinking? Zhao Mengyou shot him a glare. "It's just that those events have impacted him too profoundly." "Oh." Yun Fan glanced at her. "You are observing him quite closely. Weren't you the one who wanted him dead? Have you developed feelings for brother Gu?" The probing questions left Zhao Mengyou blushing furiously. "Ridiculous. It's merely a personal habit. Do you expect me to believe that?" Zhao Mengyou bit her lip. "To kill Gu Han? No. I wish to silence Yun Fan." "All right." Gu Han's gaze shifted, smiling as he turned to Song Jian. "Shall we settle the score?" "Brother Gu." Yun Fan perked up, leaning closer. "Let me handle it. You're not in the best condition to engage. Just give the word. Incapacitate him? Or shall we sever all his limbs first?" "You." Song Jian's heart sank. "Don't go too far. Enough." Gu Han shook his head. "There's no need for that." Upon hearing this, Yun Fan wore a look of disappointment, while Song Jian felt a slight relief. "Just finish him off." Gu Han then added, "and make sure he's dead." Song Jian was momentarily stunned. It wasn't he, just him. Even Yun Fan was taken aback, eyes wide as they regarded Gu Han. To incapacitate and to kill are not synonymous. "Sir, young brother." Shui Yu and Shui Shini were in a state of agitation. In the capital of the great Yin dynasty, killing a minor lord was a matter of grave consequence. Far different from taking the lives of 3 disciples from the Jade Dance sect. Gu Yun Fan swallowed hard. "Brother Gu, are you serious?" "Indeed." Gu Han clapped a hand on his shoulder. "He must die. Otherwise, I will not find peace." "You." Song Jian's eyes turned crimson. "This is intolerable." "Indeed." Gu Han's smile grew wider. "I am indeed bullying you, just as you have bullied others. What can you do about it?" Song Jian's eyes burned with fury. He could do nothing to Gu Han. The disciple of Feng Shi, within the confines of the great Yin dynasty, no one dared to lay a hand on him. "Brother Gu, must he truly die?" "Absolutely." "Very well." Yun Fan gritted his teeth. "Then I shall take action." He could sense the lethal intent in Gu Han's voice. Song Jian. With a stern expression, he regarded Song Jian, even altering his form of address. "Today, I shall engage in a life-and-death duel with you." Upon hearing this, Gu Han appeared somewhat perplexed. After offering a brief explanation, the words hung in the air, sending shockwaves through the crowd. A life-and-death duel is a revered tradition within the great Yin Empire. When irreconcilable conflicts arise between cultivators, they may choose to settle their differences through such a duel. Regardless of their cultivation level or status, as long as both parties consent, a fair battle ensues, continuing until death, with no external interference permitted. Of course, while it is said that cultivation levels do not matter, such duels typically occur between cultivators of comparable strength. Song Jian clenched his fists tightly. To kill Yun Fan? Setting aside whether he dares to do so, he simply cannot. Yun Fan, despite his youth, has reached the 4th stage of the heavenly tribulation realm and has accompanied Feng Shi into battle numerous times. He is far beyond the reach of this young lord, who remains sheltered in the comforts of the capital at the 2nd stage of the heavenly tribulation. The only viable option is to refuse, though it would be a blow to his pride, causing him to hang his head in shame and potentially tarnishing the reputation of the Song Marquis. It remains the most prudent course of action. "I refuse, wait." Gu Han interjected suddenly. "The one dueling is not him, but me." "What did you say?" Song Jian exclaimed. Disbelief etched on his face. "What? You cannot even muster the courage?" Gu Han frowned slightly. Song Jian became so agitated he nearly trembled. "But you said so." "Brother Gu." Yun Fan also quivered, exclaiming, "This is not appropriate." "Little brother, young master." Shui Yu and the physician Shui fervently tried to dissuade him, not wanting Gu Han to encounter any danger due to their predicament. "Fear not." Gu Han was evidently not one to heed counsel. "This individual is quite suitable. He shall suffice." Yun Fan understood. Gu Han intended to use Song Jian as a stepping stone to break through his own limits. In every conceivable way, Song Jian was indeed the most fitting object for tempering, presenting the very opportunity for Gu Han to transcend his current boundaries. Zhao Mengyou bit her lip. A sudden wave of inexplicable emotion surged within her. She felt strangely concerned for him. "Do not worry. Guhan glanced at her. As long as you have behaved yourself during this time, even if I were to lose, I would not sell you off. Huh. Zhao Mengyou secretly spat, her heart racing. She lowered her gaze, chastising herself for her weakness as she caught sight of her own impressive form. Very well. Song Jian realized that Guhan had no intention of letting him off the hook today. A life-and-death duel was his only hope. More importantly, it was Guhan who proposed it first. According to the rules, if he were to openly slay Guhan, even someone as proud as Feng, she might not seek retribution against him. I agree. His voice carried an inexplicable excitement. He thought Guhan rather foolish, almost endearingly so, for relinquishing all advantages to willingly march toward his doom. However, casting a sweeping glance around, he shook his head. We need to change locations. Outside the residence. Good. Upon hearing this, Song Jian's countenance brightened, and he instantly shot toward the outer grounds. The more who knew of this matter, the more who witnessed it, the fewer troubles he would face after slaying Guhan. A fair battle. Surely even the Emperor of Yin would not intervene. As Guda and Yun Fan were about to persuade him further, Zhao Mengyou intervened. Do not disturb him. Before a battle, especially one that concerns life and death, distraction is most unwelcome. Before the two of them, Guhan maintained a calm demeanor, a smile gracing his lips. Yet within that smile lurked a chilling intent to kill. The more he smiled, the more pronounced the murderous aura became. With a deliberate pace, he unsheathed his sword and stepped out of the Song Marquis residence. Outside, a throng of people had already gathered, forming layers upon layers of spectators. They had heard the news intentionally disseminated by the Song Marquis' residence. Someone was to engage in a life-and-death duel with the young Marquis. Such an event was a rare spectacle, perhaps a once-in-a-lifetime occurrence, and they were eager not to miss it. In no time, countless figures surged from all directions, creating a sea of black-clad spectators. Remember, as Guhan emerges, Song Jian suppressed his own excitement. This was your own proposal. You cannot go back on it. Naturally, Guhan smiled, slowly raising his long sword. Come, allow me to test just how much weight you carry, little Marquis. Upon realizing that Song Jian's dueling opponent was Guhan, the crowd was left dumbfounded. Setting aside appearances, was his cultivation level truly no jest? Death matches have always occurred between practitioners of similar strength. But a duel between the spirit profound realm and the heavenly tribulation realm? Had they lost their minds? A challenge issued from a lower realm to a higher one was unprecedented in their experience. Nonetheless, despite their confusion, the prevailing atmosphere of war within the great Yin dynasty revered martial prowess. Although Guhan's actions seemed suicidal, they couldn't help but harbor a secret admiration. A weaker fighter challenging a stronger one. This was the embodiment of fearless bravery, a testament to honor even in defeat. Not far away, Yun Fan watched, his heart in turmoil. Yet he understood that this was Guhan's trial by fire, and equally, his lifeline. Damn it, he cursed inwardly. If Brother Gu loses, I will do whatever it takes to eliminate that scoundrel Song Jian and avenge him. Suddenly, Song Jian appeared to have an epiphany, greedily casting a glance at Zhao Mengyou. How about a wager? He proposed. In your dreams. Guhan understood his intentions, and his smile broadened. My servant is not something a lowly creature like you can covet. At these words, Zhao Mengyou's chest heaved violently for a moment as she resolutely steeled her heart. If you should lose, I will spare no effort to rid the world of this detestable scoundrel, avenging you, my not-so-detestable scoundrel. Very well. With a glint of coldness in his eyes, Song Jian swiftly drew a long sword. The blade shimmered with brilliance, emitting a clear, resonant sound. It was a top-tier, profound weapon. Its appearance far surpassed the shabby sword in Guhan's possession. As fellow sword cultivators, he lightly swung the sword, instantly directing its tip toward Guhan. I too wish to witness your prowess. A sword cultivator, indeed. Guhan's laughter was tinged with a hint of madness. The murderous intent in his eyes transforming almost into a crimson glow, barely contained. With sword in your name, do you fancy yourself a sword cultivator? Do you believe you are worthy? Buzz. Sensing the overwhelming killing intent from its master, the long sword trembled incessantly. Whoosh. With a swift motion, the sword was brandished, unleashing a magnificent beam of sword light that instantaneously reached Song Jian. Volume 1, Chapter 281, Fierce Battle. Life from Death. The sword light was ethereal, arriving in the blink of an eye. Although it was approximately 1/3 smaller than the sword light at his peak, its sharpness and murderous aura were indeed more formidable than before. This is bad. As the sword light approached, Song Jian's pupils constricted sharply. He exerted all his might, abruptly shifting his form to the side. Whoosh! The sword light grazed past in an instant. A chill pierced his face, and blood began to drip incessantly. A slender 3-inch cut appearing from the gust generated by the sword light. He fixated intently on Gu Han, a mix of shock and fury surging within him. His cultivation was at the second level of heavenly tribulation, having endured 2 lightning tribulations to temper his body. Thus his physical strength was naturally superior to that of an airborne realm cultivator. Yet, he never anticipated that he would still be injured by this sword light. No. Merely the wind stirred up by the sword light. If it were the true sword light, he dared not imagine the consequences. Incredible. This sword light is astonishingly swift. Could it be that the spirit profound realm has reached such heights? Nonsense. He must possess extraordinary abilities. Otherwise, how could we, all being in the spirit profound realm, lack such prowess? The crowd murmured among themselves. If earlier they merely admired Gu Han's courage, at this moment, they acknowledged his strength. Can he win? Zhao Mengyou and Shui Yu's eyes brightened. It is hard to say. Unlike the sycophantic Yun Fan, who had rich combat experience, he could discern the strengths and weaknesses of both parties. Song Jian, the sycophant, was ringing the bell. Moreover, he was a natural-born gold fiend body. Although Brother Gu had a considerable gap in cultivation and his body was waning, the outcome was uncertain. He sighed. Brother Gu's aim is not merely to win. What Gu Han seeks is but a glimmer of opportunity for breakthrough brought about by life and death peril. From this perspective, the stronger Song Jian is, the better it is for Gu Han. However, conversely, the stronger Song Jian becomes, the greater the life and death crisis Gu Han faces, thus increasing the likelihood of his demise. Yun Fan was acutely aware of this contradiction, torn between hoping for Song Jian's strength and fearing it. Underestimating the situation. In the arena, Song Jian touched the blood on his face, wearing an icy expression. Unexpectedly, you do possess some skill. Enough with the idle chatter. Gu Han raised his sword, declaring, Song Ho, you are considered a figure of note in the great Yin Empire. Yet you have produced such a worthless son and still dare to claim the title of Ho. Boom. As he spoke, his dual polarity cultivation erupted entirely. An unparalleled spiritual pressure surged forth instantaneously, leaving those nearby feeling an overwhelming, almost tangible sense of oppression. This is the extreme realm. What? So it is the extreme realm. No wonder he appears to possess neither extraordinary physique nor lineage, yet exhibits such strength. If he were at the pinnacle, it would all make sense. The crowd buzzed with discussion. However, it was evident that very few could discern Gu Han's dual realms. As the surging spiritual energy coursed through him, though his meridians showed no signs of distress, his flesh erupted with countless wounds, blood flowing incessantly, causing great concern among Yun Fan and the others. In my view, Gu Han seemed oblivious, relentlessly provoking Song Jian. You are nothing but a pathetic little lord, at best a frenzied monkey. I will slay you. So deeply humiliated, Song Jian could no longer contain his murderous intent. His cultivation surged to its peak, a sharp aura emanating from him, continuously merging into the sword in his hand. With a swift motion, the long sword swung down heavily. Several strands of sword energy, each a foot long, enveloped in a piercing intent, descended upon Gu Han. Sword energy? The crowd gasped in astonishment. It suddenly dawned on them that Song Jian also claimed to be a swordsman. The bloodlust in Gu Han's eyes intensified. He did not flinch or evade, but met it head-on. Clang, clang. The sound of metal ringing echoed continuously. He wielded his sword repeatedly, yet his figure kept retreating. His injuries multiplying, most due to the exertion of his cultivation, but some inflicted by the sword energy itself. Clang. Another light sound. As he retreated several paces, he bent his sword, dispersing the final strand of sword energy. Is that all? He felt a tinge of disappointment. Is that what one calls sword energy? Many wield swords. Yet true swordsmen are exceedingly rare, almost never encountered. The initial threshold, expelling sword energy from one's body, poses a challenge for most. And the subsequent techniques of merging and splitting sword energy, not to mention the realm of intent that Gu Han was beginning to grasp, are even more formidable. With his discerning eye, it was clear to him that Song Jian's so-called sword energy was elementary and crude, riddled with flaws. Setting aside cultivation, in terms of swordsmanship, Song Jian could not even compare. Impossible. Seeing Guhan merely sustain minor injuries was hard for Song Jian to accept. My sword technique has already reached the celestial level. How could this be? The technique is flawless, Guhan replied with a hint of mockery. The flaw lies within you. You claim I have practiced it incorrectly? Song Jian glared fiercely at Guhan. No, Guhan shook his head. It is merely that you are utterly incompetent. Even if this technique surpassed the celestial level, you could achieve nothing of merit. The crowd exchanged glances. Young Lord Song, upon hearing this, felt as if struck by a thunderclap. Such a person is deemed incompetent? Song Jian fell silent, his body trembling slightly. This was rage. Boom. After all, he was of the thunder tribulation realm. In his fury, his sharp aura surged several-fold. Wisps of pale yellow golden malevolence swirling around him, instantly cutting the bluestone ground beneath into a disfigured state. Die? Just die? With that. The long sword swung fiercely again and again. The essence seems to flow into the long sword without restraint, transforming into streams of golden sword energy that relentlessly descend upon Guhan. Clang, clang. Faced with the incessant barrage of sword energy, Guhan is forced to retreat, sustaining more and more wounds, yet he remains indifferent. The long sword in his hand becomes but a fleeting shadow, blocking the sword energy within a mere foot's distance from him. This is dire. Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyou exchanged grave expressions. What is it? Shui Yu and Shueshini felt a sudden jolt of anxiety. Brother Gu is right, Yun Fan sighed. Song Guliai is indeed cunning. Recognizing that his swordsmanship pales in comparison to Brother Gu's, he has chosen to abandon the contest of swordplay, opting instead to leverage his superior cultivation to wear Brother Gu down. Given Brother Gu's current state, he cannot possibly endure for long. His intent is to exhaust Brother Gu to death. Moreover, Zhao Mengyou added, this strategy incurs virtually no cost for Song Jian, making it the most prudent and least burdensome approach. Instantly, Shui Yu and his companion grew increasingly concerned. Boom, boom. The dense sword energy rained down, devastating the ground into a state of utter ruin. Amidst the swirling dust, Guhan's figure flickered in and out of sight, his wounds multiplying. You are useless. I had elevated your status. Suddenly, Guhan's form halted, a brilliant sword light igniting once more, hurtling towards Song Jian. As it traveled, the concentrated sword energy dissipated into nothingness. Swish. By the time the sword light breached the blockade and approached Song Jian, it was already at its last gasp, only to be met with a heavy slash from Song Jian's sword, further bruising his pride. He had not anticipated such a disparity in cultivation levels, and amidst his relentless assault, Guhan still found the strength to counterattack. Wanna die? I shall grant you that. In an instant, he vanished into the air, shedding his previous caution for a more ferocious demeanor. In a heartbeat, Guhan's figure was once again engulfed by his onslaught. Alas, Yun Fan sighed. Is it truly wise for Brother Gu to provoke him so? What is happening? Suddenly, a slightly grave voice resonated nearby. Brother Yulin. Yun Fan's heart leapt with joy. You have returned. The newcomer was, of course, the stout companion who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion. The stout fellow's forehead twitched with a vein, his mood too fraught to address the misnomer. His small eyes narrowed into slits, fixated on Song Jian with hostility. You scoundrel! I will obliterate you! As he spoke, he prepared to strike down Song Jian on the spot. Brother Yulin, Yun Fan quickly interjected. Wait, Brother Gu, may I inquire? Is the injured one perhaps young Master Gu? And is the one with lesser cultivation also young Master Gu? Suddenly, two voices, one from the left and the other from the right, interjected. Their tones differed, yet their inquiries were strikingly similar. It was none other than Wang Yong and Elder Zhou, who had both arrived simultaneously, having caught wind of Yun Fan and the stout fellow's conversation. Yun Fan was taken aback. How remarkably alike these two are. At this moment, Zhou Chonglao and Wang Yong were discreetly scrutinizing each other, their eyes betraying a palpable wariness. This individual is indeed a formidable rival. Both of them simultaneously harbored this thought. Meanwhile, the rotund man, oblivious to their tension, grew increasingly anxious. What on earth is happening? He was in the midst of a life-and-death struggle. Zhao Mengyou offered a brief explanation, articulating the essence of seeking survival amid peril, striving for a slender opportunity for breakthrough in the face of mortality. What? Zhou and Wang felt a chill run through them. Initially, they intended to intervene directly and eliminate Song Jian on the spot, but upon hearing her words, they hesitated. They were aware of Gu Han's circumstances, having heard Zui Yang and Yu Miao mention them. This deadly confrontation represented Gu Han's critical trial, as well as his chance for revival. More importantly, it was a choice made by Gu Han himself, and they dared not interfere. However, their reluctance did not extend to the rotund man. A golden light emanated from him, and he dashed forward in an instant. Brother Yuan, Yun Fan shouted anxiously, the rules of a life-and-death duel are nonsense. The rotund man was unyielding. Do the rules of your great Yin dynasty hold sway over me? In the air, upon witnessing the rotund man suddenly charge forward, Song Jian's heart skipped a beat, prompting him to retract his assault. As the dust gradually cleared, Gu Han's form re-emerged before the crowd, his body marred by ghastly wounds. A portion of these injuries were inflicted by Song Jian, but the majority stemmed from his reckless exertion of the dual extreme realm, despite his deteriorating condition. Who are you? Song Jian questioned, perplexed. How dare you disrupt a life-and-death duel? Silence. The rotund man's tone was chilling. Utter another word, and I shall end your life. Cowed by his imposing presence, Song Jian promptly fell silent. The onlookers regarded this mysterious, yet seemingly powerful figure with bated breath, pondering his origins. The rotund man, noticing the smile fade from Gu Han's eyes, resumed a semblance of normalcy. You returned rather swiftly, but let us not dwell on that. He instantly sensed Gu Han's peculiar state. What is amiss? Why the overwhelming desire to kill? Gu Han remained silent. After a moment, the rotund man sighed and refrained from pressing further. I have brought something back. It is an item that our ancestor relied upon, and I believe it may have a chance to save you. Shall we return and give it a try? Rotund man. Gu Han cast a glance at Song Jian. I am merely attempting to save myself. Save yourself? Nonsense. The rotund man retorted sharply. Look at yourself. What a pitiful state you're in. Even if you possess strength, how much can you actually wield? A life-and-death struggle? Self-rescue? More like courting death. Seeing Gu Han remain unmoved, he found himself at a loss for words. You truly refuse to back down? The rotund man probed. Gu Han glanced at the sword in his hand. Yun Fan has informed you of the rules governing this duel, has he not? As a swordsman, to retreat signifies a lack of courage. Once fear takes root in the heart, the sword will inevitably falter. The rotund man remained silent. Although his understanding of Gu Han did not rival that of Yang Ying, he was acutely aware of his character. No one could sway him. Sighing, he felt a wave of disinterest wash over him. Since this is your choice, I, Fat Lord, shall not interfere further. From the day we met, we have faced life and death countless times, and this time, you must also persevere. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at Song Jian, his expression somewhat peculiar. You dare wield a sword? This remark undoubtedly inflicted great harm on Song Jian, who had always considered himself a sword cultivator. His eyes turned crimson, and he gripped his long sword tightly, nearly succumbing to madness. Brother Yuan, Yun Fan gazed at the stout man in admiration. You are truly formidable, far surpassing Brother Gu. Those 5 words directly breached Song Jian's defenses, yielding an unexpectedly profound effect. This young Master Gu, Wang Yong couldn't help but express his sentiments. To conceive such a method of survival amidst death, his courage, temperament, and intellect are unparalleled in my experience. No wonder our holy son holds him in such esteem. Haha, Elder Zhou was not to be outdone. In my view, once young Master Gu surmounts this tribulation today, he shall soar like a bird into the sky, or a dragon into the sea, his future boundless. Indeed, he is the most cherished junior disciple of our esteemed little master. Although they were both praising Gu Han, anyone could discern the underlying competitive undertones in their words. Boom. At that moment, Song Jian renewed his assault, intensifying his onslaught to an even more frenzied state than before. He no longer considered what was prudent. He merely sought to suppress Gu Han with absolute prowess, swiftly vanquishing him to prove his strength and reaffirm his identity as a sword cultivator. A deep crater had formed where Gu Han stood. Yet, despite being at an overwhelming disadvantage and suffering increasingly severe injuries, he showed no signs of relenting. His cultivation surged almost to the point of overload, resisting the relentless barrage of attacks while occasionally retaliating with beams of sword light directed at Song Jian. At this moment, the astonishment felt by the onlookers was beyond description. Their gazes towards Song Jian grew increasingly peculiar. 5 chimes of the bell. Heavenly tier techniques? Self-proclaimed sword cultivator? How could someone with merely the cultivation of the spirit profound realm, who appeared nearly incapacitated, take this long to subdue him? Could it be that the young Marquis is truly as described by others, a mere facade, lacking substance? Die? The collective gaze of the crowd pierced through his dignity like 1,000 blades. With a furious shout, his divine consciousness surged toward Gu Han. Boom. In an instant, Gu Han's formidable soul energy had long been exhausted, making it impossible to resist. A thunderous crash echoed in his mind, and the motion of his sword came to an abrupt halt. Within the realm of consciousness, there was only emptiness, a profound silence. With a flicker of spiritual light akin to a candle in the wind, on the verge of extinguishing, an opportunity. Outside, upon witnessing Gu Han's stilled movements, Song Jian's heart leaped with joy. With a sweep of his long sword, he aimed straight for Gu Han's brow. 10 feet, 1 foot, 3 inches. This distance was virtually negligible for him. In less than a breath, the mysterious sword was nearly piercing Gu Han's brow. Gu Han could neither see nor sense it. In the remnants of instinct, the looming threat of death intensified. A faint crack resonated, deep within the recesses of consciousness. A minuscule fissure on the seed of thought suddenly expanded, proliferating until it enveloped the entirety of the seed in an instant. A sharp sound erupted. The dark shell shattered explosively. A glimmer of brilliance, seemingly existent yet ethereal, began to glow softly. Brother Gu, damn it, there's no turning back now. Outside, Yun Fan and the rotund companion were poised to act directly, ready to rescue Gu Han. Wait, no need. Wang Yong and Elder Zhou, possessing the highest cultivation among them, were far from ordinary and immediately sensed the anomaly surrounding Gu Han. He has broken through. He has succeeded. They could discern it. The onlookers, however, remained oblivious, their expressions a tapestry of complexity. What a pity for this man. Death. A flicker of excitement ignited in Song Jian's eyes, his face contorting slightly. The tip of his sword a mere 3 inches from Gu Han's brow. Suddenly, Gu Han did not move, yet his sword did. With a resonant hum, the long sword vibrantly crossed his brow, intercepting Song Jian's lethal strike. No. Song Jian's pupils constricted. Impossible. At that moment, Gu Han slowly opened his eyes. His consciousness reborn, he distinctly perceived the jubilant spirit concealed within the long sword. Old companion. He gently caressed the blade, a tender light flickering in his gaze. Thank you. The sword vibrated once more. Has he truly broken through? At that instant, the crowd was astonished to discover a shift in Gu Han's aura. He had reached the realm of divine communication. The rapid turn of events was beginning to exceed their capacity for comprehension. And yet, what of it? Song Jian gritted his teeth. A mere realm of divine communication. How could it possibly rival me? Gu Han did not spare him a glance, gently grasping the long sword with a smile. The elder was right. Whether renowned or obscure, you have merely been my old companion for 20 years. With that, he took a single step forward. Just one step. His cultivation had remarkably ascended to the second level of divine communication. Simultaneously, his once gray hair darkened considerably, and his visage regained a youthful flourish. What? The crowd gasped in horror. Even Song Jian, incredulous, involuntarily took a step back. Ignoring them, Gu Han advanced another step. The third level of divine communication. And Song Jian retreated yet again. Another step. The fourth level. The fifth level. With each stride, his cultivation surged, and his appearance grew increasingly youthful. As though strolling leisurely, he took 9 steps in total. His consciousness expanded to 1,000 zhang, the pinnacle of divine communication. His visage returned to its original splendor. Brows like swords, eyes like ink, a handsome countenance and a gallant stature. The deathly tribulation had passed. He had been reborn. Compared to before, a deeper, enigmatic essence now enveloped him. This was confidence, an unwavering assurance of invincibility. In that moment, Gu Han undeniably exuded a fatal allure. Amidst the crowd, there were undoubtedly many young women who gazed at Gu Han with infatuation. Not far away, Shuiyu looked at Gu Han with a dazed expression, wishing to etch this moment into her heart forever, never to forget it throughout her life. Beside her, Zhao Mengyou finally felt a sense of relief in her anxious heart. The triad realm, she murmured to herself, observing Gu Han at that moment. A myriad of emotions surged within her: joy, bitterness, regret, and a hint of affection that she herself was unaware of. He had recovered. He was no longer a useless being. Once again, he had transformed into the extraordinary figure he once was. A sense of loss enveloped her. Although Gu Han was close at hand, she felt an insurmountable distance between them, as if he were beyond her reach. In the first chapter of Volume 1, a sword is not to be wielded thus. The Triad Realm. Yun Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. My goodness, young Master Gu, a historical figure of unparalleled greatness. Wang Yong exclaimed in admiration. Young Master Gu, a celestial prodigy. Elder Zhou lamented. The two exchanged a quick glance, their expressions darkening. Imitate my speech. Is it amusing to you? This person is truly detestable. Only the rotund fellow understood the significance of Gu Han's Triad Realm, genuine and flawless. He said with a hint of bitterness. Nothing remarkable. Huaiyuan in a realm of their own. Oh, Yin Fan approached. Brother Yuan, you also possess a realm? How coincidental, I do as well. Of course, we certainly cannot compare to Big Brother Gu. Firstly, the rotund fellow patted his shoulder. Do not call me Brother Yuan. That is a taboo for Fat Master. Understood. Yun Fan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Brother Yuan, what about the second? Do not rush, the rotund fellow sighed, casting a deep glance at him. There is plenty of time ahead. Yun Fan. Gu Han broke through. The crowd erupted in astonishment, and Yun Fan and the others were elated. The only one displeased was Song Jian. 9 steps. From the spirit profound realm to the perfection of the divine connection realm. How could that be possible? If breaking through were so swift, what was the purpose of arduous cultivation? If everyone could simply take 100 or 80 steps, wouldn't they all be invincible? Thank you, Gu Han smiled at him. Though you are a waste, you are still adequate as a stepping stone. What did you say? Song Jian's face turned ashen. In gratitude, a fleeting flash of bloodlust flickered in Gu Han's eyes. I have decided to send you to your demise. His tone was confident, domineering, and ruthless. Just based on you? Song Jian laughed in anger. Do not think that just because you have broken through, you can act so arrogantly. What? Not enough? Gu Han raised an eyebrow. Hee. Then, he pondered. How about this? As the words fell from his lips, he stepped forward. In an instant, his divine consciousness expanded, enveloping everything within 1,000 zhang. Everyone's expressions, movements, tones, and even the tiniest grain of sand on the ground were vividly presented in his mind. Yet, it was not complete. His divine consciousness continued to spread, instantaneously connecting with the surrounding space. The internal spiritual energy gently dispersed, pulsating at a barely perceptible frequency, gradually merging with the surrounding space. In silence, he began to rise slowly, floating in midair. The realm of sky control. The crowd instantaneously widened their eyes in astonishment. Another breakthrough. Merely 10 steps. From the spirit profound realm directly to the realm of sky control, a leap of 2 significant realms. Unheard of. Unseen. A sudden, inexplicable thought flickered across the minds of the onlookers. Perhaps only the 10th Prince Feng Shi, universally acknowledged as the foremost prodigy of the great Yin dynasty, could be compared to this individual. So it was. In midair, Gu Han pondered deeply. The realm of sky control signifies the pinnacle of mental fortitude, wherein one begins to comprehend the essence of space, allowing their spiritual energy to resonate with the barriers of that space, thereby acquiring the ability to soar through the skies. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Within the realm of consciousness, the long-dormant the Yin sword scripture trembled briefly, and a golden rune suddenly erupted, transforming into an immensely profound incantation that entered his perception. The ultimate sword. Among the myriad of techniques in existence, none are indestructible. Only swiftness is unbreakable. The so-called ultimate sword embodies the swiftness of the blade. Once the sword is drawn, the distance shrinks to nothing. Thoughts become the measure of distance. And a master can traverse realms, roaming the heavens, reaching the furthest corners of the earth with but a thought. An opportunity. Seeing Gu Han lost in thought, Song Jian felt a surge of elation. In a life-and-death battle, how dare he be distracted? Foolishness. With a slight movement, he prepared to strike Gu Han with ferocity. However, before he could act, a sudden brightness flashed before his eyes. Poof! In the next moment, a blood hole the size of a thumb appeared on his chest. He gazed down in astonishment, disbelief etched across his face. Who has harmed me? Who? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They had seen no one make a move. Such speed in the sword. Not far away, Wang Yong and his companion instantly discerned the truth. Impossible, though they did not know the identity of the assailant. Song Jian immediately thought of Gu Han. It cannot be you. What do you think? Gu Han replied with a smile. Poof! Without even drawing his sword. He merely lifted his arm slightly, and another blood hole appeared on Song Jian's chest. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Indeed, it was he who had struck. But why could they see nothing? Song Jian was equally stunned. He could not even perceive the trajectory of the sword light, feeling as blind as a bat. How could he defend, and with what could he defend? If that sword light were aimed at his brow, the thought alone nearly shattered his composure, extinguishing all fighting spirit. Gritting his teeth, he resolutely activated his movement technique, instantly fleeing in the direction of the imperial city. Running away? The crowd blinked, somewhat taken aback. The esteemed young marquis. Frightened away by 2 strikes? Bah! Yun Fan looked on with disdain. What a disgraceful display. According to the rules, a death match is a fight to the bitter end, determining life or death without regard for status or title. To flee without a fight is to relinquish one's dignity and to cast aside shame. Even if one survives by sheer luck, they will inevitably become the subject of ridicule. In just a few breaths, Song Jian had escaped to a considerable distance. His figure reduced to a mere dot against the horizon. Not pursuing? The stout man cast a surprised glance at Gu Han. Fear not, Gu Han replied with a smile. He cannot escape. With that, he took a single step, his form enveloped by a faint aura of sword intent, almost transforming into a fleeting shadow, accompanied by a whistling sound as he gave chase, his speed several times that of Song Jian. Yun Fan's mouth fell agape. This cannot be the speed of a practitioner in the skyward realm. Sword escape technique. Wang Yong recognized it instantly. Moreover, it was far beyond the ordinary sword escape technique they were familiar with. This young Master Gu is quite formidable. Both men simultaneously entertained this thought. Damn it! The stout man exclaimed with envy. I must ask him to teach me later. Brother Yuan, Yun Fan interjected. Are you also a sword practitioner? The stout man, recalling the unique characteristics of his own impervious golden body, wore a face of despair. I am merely a meat shield. With all his might, Song Jian urged his cultivation. Not daring to look back. Dignity, honor, all were cast aside. Survival was all that mattered. Young lord, as he flew forward, a voice suddenly called out from ahead. Where are you going? In an instant, Song Jian halted, despair etched across his face as he gazed at Gu Han in the distance. He understood. Today, he would not escape. Save me. Gritting his teeth, he shouted toward the distant Song Marquis mansion. Boom. Suddenly, a powerful aura surged from within the Song Marquis mansion, enveloped in overwhelming might as it rushed toward Song Jian. The stout man squinted his small eyes. Transcendent realm? The Song Marquis. Yun Fan's expression darkened immediately. What audacity! My uncle has ordered that all in the transcendent realm within the capital must head to the front lines, and you dare defy military orders. Humph. The stout man sneered. Leave it to. Before he could finish, Wang Yong and Elder Zhou had vanished in an instant, their speed so rapid it seemed they feared losing to their opponent. Never mind, it's nothing. The stout man blinked and relaxed again. I told you. With his sword pointed directly at Gu Han, Song Jian's tone was frantic. When a person is cornered, they can resort to anything. Even if you are the disciple of the 10th prince, it doesn't matter. If pushed to the brink, I will not hesitate to kill. Release me, and I promise not to let him harm you in the slightest. What say you? His voice trembled. His hands shook. The sword quivered as well. Clearly, his anxiety had reached its peak. First, you lack the qualification to negotiate with me. Second, Elder Shui has bestowed great kindness upon me. Third, Gu Han smiled, his eyes glowing red with intensity. A sword is not wielded in this manner. Just as Song Jian was about to retort, an exceedingly brilliant light suddenly flashed before him. Clang. Thud. Both man and sword were sent flying. In an instant, he was cleaved in two. Volume 1. Chapter 284. Do you believe I would kneel before young Master Gu right here? Blood rained down, and corpses plummeted. Yet, Gu Han did not cast a single glance at them. To him, Song Jian was merely a stepping stone, hardly a worthy opponent. He possessed formidable skills, but exhibited lamentable combat prowess, clearly having grown complacent in a life of luxury, having forgotten how to engage in battle. Below, the onlookers were awestruck. This was the epitome of strength, the true visage of a swordsman. Suddenly, a voice filled with anguish and fury erupted. A black-robed elder burst forth from the Song Marquis. His visage twisted with rage, soaring towards them, revealing himself to be at the extraordinary third level. I will slay you. This individual was evidently unwaveringly loyal to the Song Marquis, disregarding Gu Han's status entirely, his gaze fierce enough to devour. "I will kill you, slap. Slap." Before he could finish his threat, two crisp sounds echoed. His form abruptly faltered, coming to an instantaneous halt. He had not intended to stop, yet he was powerless to move. Wang Yong and Elder Zhou, one on each side, clasped his shoulders with hands like iron vices, rendering him immobile. "You." His pupils constricted sharply. "Who are you?" Within his perception, the two exuded profound and immeasurable auras, having reached the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm. With one foot seemingly on the threshold of the sacred realm. Within the great Yin dynasty, aside from the Yin Emperor and the War King, there were no more than 5 individuals of such caliber. Even among the marquises, few possessed such a level of mastery. Fool. At that moment, Yin Fan arrived. Fixating intently on the elder. "My uncle has issued a decree. All extraordinary realm cultivators of the great Yin dynasty are to proceed to the borders. Do you dare disobey? Do you understand?" His ire mounted with each word. "Brother Gu is my sister's junior disciple. How dare you lay a hand on him?" Boom. This declaration undoubtedly stirred a tempest within the hearts of the onlookers. It was even more shocking than the earlier duel between Gu Han and Song Jian. He is the junior disciple of the 10th prince? No wonder. Ha ha ha. If he is the junior disciple of the 10th prince, it is no surprise he could slay young Marquis Song with a single sword. Nonsense. How could the 10th prince's junior disciple be an ordinary figure? The crowd buzzed with excitement, their expressions transformed, their gazes toward Gu Han imbued with newfound warmth. Previously, they had only offered respect and admiration for his strength. Now, there was a hint of camaraderie. The junior disciple of the 10th prince. Wasn't he that akin to being one of their own? Gu Han found this curious. Yin Fan was unfazed. "In the great Yin dynasty, my sister holds a uniquely esteemed position, and her prestige is unimaginable. Most of these individuals have returned from the battlefield to recuperate, many of whom owe their lives to my sister. As you are her junior disciple, they naturally harbor goodwill towards you." At that moment, the elder remained silent, his gaze fixed intently on Gu Han. "What are you staring at?" Yin Fan's countenance darkened. "You need not inquire." Zhao Mengyou shook her head, recognizing that this individual was clearly a loyal subordinate cultivated by the Song Marquis, a person devoted solely to his master. Devoid of regard for others. Assassins? Yin Fan seethed with anger. What are the intentions of this Song Marquis? Quite apparent. Zhao Mengyou regarded him as though he were a fool. He has developed ulterior motives. Ulterior motives? Yin Fan was taken aback. How is that possible? He has been by my uncle's side since he was a mere novice. Perhaps not, Zhao Mengyou replied, shaking her head. Your war has persisted for too long. Some individuals may falter and inevitably devise their own plans. Upon hearing this, Yin Fan's expression dimmed momentarily, yet he chose to remain silent. At that moment, Wang Yong and Elder Zhou, having long harbored mutual disdain, began to clash. Friend, Wang Yong said with a facade of cordiality, this person possesses mediocre skills. Leave him to me. No need for your intervention. Not so fast, Elder Zhou retorted with a forced smile. You have traveled far and must be weary. Allow me to handle this trivial matter. Friend, Wang Yong continued with a smile, you should step aside. No. Elder Zhou shook his head repeatedly. It is better if you yield. The expressions of the onlookers grew peculiar. Even a blind man could perceive the animosity between the two. What is the background of these two? The stout man inquired, drawing closer. Why does it seem as if they are naturally at odds? Did you not ask? Gu Han replied, somewhat astonished. Of course not. The stout man scoffed. Seeing you steal the spotlight, who had the time to inquire? At this juncture, their verbal exchanges became increasingly heated. Yield. No, you yield. Nonsense. Apart from the sovereign, no one can command me. I heed no one but the sect leader. Amidst their quarrel, genuine fury began to ignite, and their strength intensified as two beams of light, one white, one gray, continuously surged into the elder's body. Being merely at the third stage of transcendence, he was ill-equipped to withstand the tumultuous assault of two such formidable experts. A scream echoed as his body rapidly expanded, instantly bursting into a cloud of blood mist, crushed by their overwhelming force. Hey, Wang Yong's expression darkened. Such fury, my friend. Elder Zhou retorted. Your temper is not insignificant either. As it appeared that a physical confrontation was imminent, Gu Han could no longer remain passive. Esteemed seniors, please, I implore you. Not at all. This cannot occur. The expressions of both men shifted, their anger evaporating in an instant. Wang Yong of the Luoheng Sacred Land. I have the honor of meeting you, young Master Gu. Zhou Yi of the Western Extreme Sacred Demon Cult. I am pleased to meet you, young Master Gu. In unison, they bowed respectfully to Gu Han. The stout man was taken aback. Such an esteemed individual? You have heard of him? Not just heard of him. The stout man did not shy away from Wang Yong and Elder Zhou, providing a succinct explanation. Be it the Luoheng Sacred Land or the Western Extreme Sacred Demon Cult. Both are formidable powers in the world, deeply rooted with numerous adept individuals and significant influence. Within their ranks reside several formidable beings of the sacred realm, and the likes of the Lord of Falling Balance and Yin Qianjue transcend even the sacred realm, their might astonishing and unfathomable. Is that not so? Gu Han pondered thoughtfully. Observing the profound respect from the two, he surmised their origins, undoubtedly linked to Zui Yang and Yu Miao. Brother Yu Lin, Yun Fan inquired with curiosity. And what of you? With such prowess, your background must be considerable as well. Indeed, the stout man replied with pride. My Fu family is well regarded even in Central State, comparable to these two esteemed places, sharing equal prominence. Gu Han understood. The stout man's claim of equal standing was, at best, a 3-to-7 split. Zhou Yi's peripheral vision caught something amiss. He noticed that Wang Yong was bowing lower than him by half an inch. Infuriating. Instinctively, he pressed his body down an inch. Despicable. His movement was instantly detected by Wang Yong, who then lowered himself by 3 inches. Shameless. Zhou Yi cursed internally, lowering himself by another 3 inches. Let us go all out. Wang Yong gritted his teeth and pressed down another 3 inches. In a moment, they were both engaged in a humorous contest, continuously lowering themselves until they could barely move without their heads nearly touching their feet. The scene was both absurd and comical, leaving several onlookers with peculiar expressions. Is this really necessary for a mere greeting? Fool. Zhou Yi glared at Wang Yong, his eyes reddening. Press on. If you dare to lower yourself again, I shall kneel before this esteemed young Master Gu and pay my respects. My face. As a member of the demon sect, I act without restraint. What need have I for such trivialities? Wang Yong seemed to have divined his thoughts, his gaze flickering with the same determination. This man was indeed insufferable. He must not be bested. You dare kneel? I shall kneel too. What is face, when it comes to not losing ground? Both Gu Han and the others felt a headache coming on. Enough, the formalities have been exchanged. Rise now. With Gu Han's intervention, the two immediately stood. Yet their anger simmered within as they cast sidelong glances at one another, finding each other increasingly displeasing. This isn't over. Just wait. Of course, despite their animosity, under the guidance of Zui Yang and Yu Miao, and with their rivalry fully ignited, their attitude towards Gu Han became increasingly respectful, leaving no room for reproach. The stout man silently lamented, "This is no different than a son's regard for his father." Soon after, the two conveyed their purpose, which fortuitously confirmed Gu Han's suspicions. Young Master Gu, Wang Yong presented a thumb-sized, resplendent white, soul-absorbing fruit, sparkling with ethereal light. The saint has instructed that this must be delivered into your hands. As he spoke, he deliberately waved the fruit before Zhou Yi and presented it to Gu Han. Unbelievable. Zhou Yi's expression darkened instantly. What a display. Please, young master. Take a look. He fixed his gaze intensely upon Wang Yong, and with a swift motion, he produced a medicinal herb, the blood sea demon grass. This herb possessed 5 leaves, entirely crimson, with tendrils of demonic energy swirling around it. Astonishingly, each leaf bore a vividly lifelike human face, contorted in agony, silently wailing and reaching into the depths of the souls of those present. What a remarkable find. The glutton's old habits resurfaced instantly. Such a treasure. This is indeed the finest of the semi-holy herbs. If the timing is right, it could very well evolve into a holy herb. Gu Han remained silent, deeply moved. These 2 semi-holy herbs were the most exquisite elixirs for nourishing soul power, even surpassing that of the soul-nurturing lotus seed. Clearly selected specifically for him by Zui Yang and Yu Miao. He held no doubt that if there were a holy herb that could enhance soul power, they would have presented it to him directly. Senior brother, senior sister. He sighed softly, touched by their thoughtfulness. Do not be impatient, young master. Zhou Yi provocatively glanced at Wang Yong, then with a flourish of his hand, produced a moon-white robe. Ethereal radiance shimmered, displaying extraordinary colors and divine attributes. Young master. Zhou Yi's voice boomed, seemingly fearful that Wang Yong might not hear him. This treasure robe, even among our sacred demon sect, is a priceless artifact, woven from threads extracted from dozens of precious materials. It is impervious to water and fire, resistant to magical attacks, and possesses the efficacy of calming the mind and nourishing the soul. As for its defensive capabilities, they are unrivaled. Even someone of my cultivation would find it exceedingly difficult to damage it. Just one glance, and Gu Han was enamored. Uncle, this cannot be used. It is the lifeblood of my Fu family. The precious robe Yu Miao had previously given him had suffered considerable damage during the battle in the border wasteland, and given his current level of cultivation, its utility had diminished significantly. Yet the robe in Zhou Ye's possession was perfectly suited for him. Ha! Witnessing Wang Yong's expression darkening, Zhou Yi felt a surge of delight. The young master is a sword cultivator, lacking no means of offense, his lethal prowess far exceeding that of his peers. If he were to don this robe, it would be akin to adding wings to a tiger, a perfect complement. Wang Yong's face had turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Earlier, he had thought Zuyang overly generous for gifting the soul-drawing fruit to Gu Han. But now, what a miser! How exceedingly miserly! Young saint, the treasures within our holy land are countless. All you need to do is speak, and our Lord could hardly refuse. Why, alas, now, we appear to be at a disadvantage. More critically, he felt his own reputation had been utterly tarnished. Meanwhile, Yun Fan watched with barely concealed envy. He sensed that this robe bore a striking resemblance to the phoenix luminous war skirt worn by Feng Shi. In contrast, the glutton remained utterly composed, even somewhat dismissive. When it comes to defense, Fu Yulin has never bowed to anyone. Zhao Mengyou appeared dazed. For the Tianqing Hall, these items were unparalleled treasures, accessible only to the hall master. Yet now, they were being casually offered, and judging by the expressions of the two, they seemed to think the gifts were insufficient. For the first time, she distinctly felt the profound depth and terror of those top-tier forces. As for the rotund fellow, Gu Han naturally did not hold back. You have brought something as well, haven't you? It was said to assist me in breaking through. Let me see it. However, the rotund fellow surprisingly refrained from boasting. This item is rather special and not suitable for display. Since you no longer require it, I must return it swiftly, lest my father takes drastic measures against me. Gu Han understood. For someone as attention-seeking as the rotund fellow to conceal something, it must be extraordinary. Alas, the rotund fellow lamented, it is regrettable. For this item, I nearly dismantled my home and almost severed my relationship with my father. You truly are a good brother of Brother Gu. Yun Fan was instantly moved. Gu Han sighed, feeling somewhat touched. As long as you have this intention, it suffices. You are a friend I cherish. The rotund fellow wore a melancholic expression. Had I only persisted a bit longer, we might have lost our father-son bond. Alas, indecisiveness. The expressions of the others turned peculiar. The rotund fellow's behavior had reshaped their understanding of the concept of limits. Gu Han felt that his words of comfort were entirely superfluous. Seeing that the matter was settled, he had no intention of lingering and prepared to take Dr. Xue and the others back to tend to their injuries. However, before departing, he instructed Yun Fan to make proper arrangements for the wandering alchemists, which elicited deep gratitude from them, who bowed repeatedly. For them, as wandering practitioners lacking strength and background, life in the capital was exceedingly arduous. Yet, a seemingly casual remark from Gu Han completely transformed their fates. Yun Fan could not decipher Gu Han's intentions, but effectively played the role of an obedient aide. Do not understand? No matter. Just follow the orders. After a while, Gu Han had long departed. Yet, the onlookers continued to fervently discuss, unwilling to disperse. It was evident that, following this day, Gu Han's reputation would sweep through the royal capital and the entire Dayuan Empire like a tempest. Within the imperial residence, Dr. Xue held the vial of Ning Bai Dan, staring dumbfounded at the description on the bottle, being accepted as a disciple by the ghost doctor. His aptitude in alchemy was undoubtedly extraordinary. Coupled with decades of immersion in the art of alchemy, his skills were truly unparalleled, far beyond the reach of ordinary alchemists. Even so, the miraculous effects of this Ning Bai Dan profoundly astonished him. How could such a potion exist in this world? Instinctively, he scrutinized the vial, seemingly attempting to deduce the ingredients and formula from it. Predecessor, Gu Han shook his head. This Ning Bai Dan was painstakingly developed by the alchemists of the Dan Tower in their moment of despair. How could it be easily comprehended? First, tend to your injuries. We shall deliberate on subsequent matters later. Dr. Shui, in a daze, was assisted by Huaiyuan into the quiet chamber. Cough, cough. The rotund fellow, having caught a whiff of the fragrance, immediately approached. This elixir, is it sourced from that place? Is there any left for me to savor? Gu Han cast a glance at him. Indeed, the glutton possesses an exceptionally thick skin, and who better than you, Gu Han, to understand my nature? Gu Han chose to ignore his nonsensical ramblings. The Wuxiang golden body, what need is there for healing? It is simply unbreakable. Meanwhile, Wang Yong and Zhou Yi, feeling restless, observed but refrained from asking further questions in light of Gu Han's silence. Young Master Gu, Zhou Yi cleared his throat and approached. Having recently bested Wang Yong, he felt quite pleased with himself. Since the items had arrived, he was eager to. Before he could complete his thought, his smile faded, and he abruptly turned his gaze toward the distance. Wang Yong instantly sensed something amiss as well. What is it? Gu Han asked, taken aback. There's someone. Zhou Yi's body emanated a swirling mix of gray and black energy, his gaze sharp and brooding, his expression exuding an aura of malevolence akin to a formidable demon emerging from a sea of corpses. He bore no resemblance to the amiable demeanor he had displayed in front of Gu Han. This person is peculiar. As soon as Zhou Yi's words fell, a figure materialized in the distance, suffused with overwhelming demonic energy. Even from afar, they could feel the unrestrained killing intent radiating from him. Zhou Yi squinted, a cold smile curling his lips. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's merely a demon cultivator at the tribulation stage. How fortuitous to have encountered him today. I must show him what a true demon cultivator embodies. Wang Yong chuckled proudly, a layer of white light enveloping him instantaneously. A mere demon cultivator. What is there to fear? If he falls into my hands, it will be his misfortune. With me present today, he shall never return. This time, under no circumstances could they allow him to make the first move. The two exchanged provocative glances, each harboring the same thought. Young master, wait a moment. I shall capture him. Fear not. This individual is already in my grasp. As they spoke, they were poised to act. However, unexpectedly, before they could strike, Gu Han, brimming with delight, surged forward. The newcomer, of course, was Gu Tian. The expressions of the two men stiffened, their movements halted. This gentleman. Zhou Yi managed an awkward smile as his malevolence dissipated in an instant. Is it truly the young master's adoptive father? Indeed. The glutton wore a look of schadenfreude. Go on, weren't you planning to capture him? And Wang Yong, didn't you claim that Gu Uncle would never return? Splendid. Simply splendid. Zhou Yi burst into laughter, his tone filled with admiration. The purity of this friend's demonic energy is unparalleled. I have never encountered such a thing in my life. Although his cultivation may be slightly lower, the techniques he practices must be of the highest caliber in the demonic arts, far superior to my own. Given time, he will undoubtedly rise to become a formidable figure in the demonic realm, akin to the sect leader. How remarkable! Wang Yong, unwilling to be outdone, expressed his awe. Young Master Gu, despite his youth, has achieved the rare triple extremity realm and possesses unparalleled swordsmanship. It appears he has indeed inherited the true teachings of his mentor. Truly, a tiger begets no dogs. Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyou exchanged peculiar glances, one a sword cultivator, the other a demon cultivator. The relationship is tenuous at best. What true transmission could there be? As Han Er observed Gu Han's current state, Gu Tian's demonic aura receded, and the murderous intent in his eyes gradually faded, allowing him to regain a semblance of rationality. You are all right now. At this moment, he held a jade talisman in his left hand, a route map meticulously drawn for him by Yun Fan to ensure he wouldn't lose his way. In his right hand, he tightly grasped several spiritual herbs. Although they were not on par with the two semi-holy herbs, they were still rare treasures comparable to the seven-leaf yuanling grass. Father, I am fine. Gu Han, seeing the more weathered face of Gu Tian, felt a pang of sorrow and explained in detail. I am fine. Good, good. The anxious look in Gu Tian's eyes vanished, replaced by a sense of relief. As long as you are fine. Instinctively, his gaze shifted, landing on the corpulent figure nearby. The rotund man stiffened, recalling the previous torment he had endured at Gu Tian's hands. No way. He cursed inwardly. What am I afraid of? The fat master is not the same as before. Even if I stand here and let Uncle Gu strike at will, he cannot breach my defenses. Uncle, he mustered his courage and inched closer. It's good to see you again. Your vigor remains unchanged. Gu Tian remained silent, merely staring at him, and the rationality in his eyes seemed to diminish, veering towards a complete return to darkness. This made the corpulent man uneasy. "Uncle, it's me, Yulin. Do you not remember me? I share a life-and-death bond with Guhan. You cannot lay a hand on me." "Father." Guhan also sensed that something was amiss with Gu Tian. Yet, no matter how he called out, Gu Tian appeared oblivious. Following his gaze, Guhan realized that he was not actually looking at the rotund man, but rather at the storage ring in his hand. "Fatty," Guhan's heart stirred. "What do you have in that storage ring?" He understood well that although the storage ring possessed its own space, making it nearly impossible for outsiders to probe, Gu Tian practiced the enigmatic Great Freedom Heavenly Demon technique, which might allow him to sense something unusual. Boom. At that moment, a towering demonic flame surged from Gu Tian, fixating intently on that storage ring. It was evident he was eager to take action, yet he restrained himself with the last remnants of his rationality. "Uncle." The corpulent man felt a surge of panic. "I cannot use this. This object is the lifeblood of my Fu family." Boom. Just as the words left his mouth, the demonic aura surrounding Gu Tian intensified further. What to do? The rotund man was frozen in place. Engaging Uncle Gu was a perilous affair. He was too ferocious and fought recklessly, which was inappropriate. Should he flee? His small eyes darted around, contemplating a hasty escape. Crack, crack. However, before he could make a move, the storage ring in his hand suddenly fissured with numerous cracks and exploded. The next moment, a fist-sized, luminescent gray stone emerged before everyone's eyes. Hiss! The stone seemed to possess a life of its own, suddenly emitting a piercing shriek. "What?" The corpulent man's eyes widened in disbelief. "Is this thing alive?" "Young Master Gu, be careful. Young Master Gu, it's dangerous." Wang Yong and Zhou Yi swiftly positioned themselves in front of Guhan. Boom. At that very moment, Gu Tian's eyes transformed into a pitch-black void, his body enveloped in swirling demonic flames that surged outward, indicating a complete loss of reason. Hiss! The stone, sensing an imminent threat, emitted an even more piercing shriek, as if it were engaging in a contest of might against Gu Tian's demonic aura. In the first volume, Chapter 286, True Demon, Gu Tian. Crack. Witnessing Gu Tian's overwhelming demonic power, the stone seemed to possess a semblance of sentience, letting out a shriek before splitting open, as if it were a mouth agape. Strangely, within that mouth were 2 rows of twisted, menacing fangs. Hiss! The stone trembled incessantly, its mouth opening and closing, as if taunting and mocking those present. "Fatty!" Guhan exclaimed, his scalp prickling with unease. "Is this your family's heirloom?" Fatty was utterly bewildered. "No. When the ancestor found it, it was merely a stone that could assist in breaking through realms. Many in our family have utilized it for that purpose over the years without issue. Who could have anticipated this turn of events? Where did you find it?" "In the Forbidden Land." The crowd fell silent. Although the 5 domains were teeming with formidable beings, their understanding of the Forbidden Land was scant. They only knew that the deeper one ventured, the more bizarre and perilous it became. Even the most exalted experts had no clue about the deepest recesses of the Forbidden Land or its true extent, which was said to be several times larger than the 5 domains. Such knowledge was merely conjecture based on fragmented evidence over the years. "This object is indeed peculiar," Zhou Yi remarked, his countenance grave and on high alert. "It is also exceedingly dangerous." Wang Yong nodded in agreement. "Even with my cultivation level, I can sense the threat it poses. Moreover, this entity clearly exhibits movement and laughter, appearing almost alive, yet it is undeniably inanimate." Zhou Yi interjected. "I can detect no trace of life emanating from it. It is truly bizarre. There is something amiss. We must not let our guard down. One must not underestimate it." In that moment, the two engaged in an incessant analysis, their exchanges flowing with a sense of familiarity born from years of collaboration. They soon recognized the underlying issue. Bah! They cast disdainful glances at one another, their spirits quite vexed. "This person is indeed my lifelong adversary." Just then, the stone suddenly sprang to life. Yet, its target was not Gu Tian, who had been confronting it all along, but Zhao Mengyou, who stood a short distance away. Hiss! It shrieked incessantly, moving with astonishing speed. Swiftly arriving before Zhao Mengyou, her face turned pale, for among them, she possessed the weakest cultivation and thus became the stone's first target for attack. Infuriating. Outrageous. Zhou Yi and Wang Yong bellowed in anger, immediately springing into action. However, they were ultimately a moment too late. It was not due to their lack of skill, but rather because most of their focus was directed towards Gu Han, leaving them less attentive to the others. The mouth of the stone widened even further. A chilling and eerie aura descended, nearly freezing Zhao Mengyou's blood and cultivation entirely. Am I to perish? A thought abruptly flickered through Zhao Mengyou's mind. What use is all this scheming throughout the day? Am I not still destined to die? Suddenly, the stone, heedless of her musings, lunged with its sharp teeth. Enveloped in that frigid essence, ready to devour her. In an instant, the surroundings brightened. A resounding clang echoed. The stone was struck by a beam of light. Veering off at an angle, it was the extreme sword. The one who acted was none other than Gu Han. Unlike Zhou and Wang, Gu Han had been vigilantly observing the stone due to his connection with Gu Tian, and upon noticing its unsettling movement, he immediately drew his sword. Fortunately, he had mastered the extreme sword technique. Otherwise, Zhao Mengyou's fate today would have been dire. He saved me? Zhao Mengyou stood in a daze, her heart racing. Her mind consumed by this singular thought. This is outrageous. You shall not escape. Two furious shouts erupted. Zhou and Wang, feeling their pride wounded, promptly unleashed their full power. And two beams of gray and white light illuminated the space. Hiss! Gu Han's intervention had thwarted their plans. The stone, though unscathed, appeared furious. Its rows of sharp teeth grinding together, producing a cacophony of piercing sounds as it charged toward the two. Suddenly, a massive hand, steeped in malevolent energy, reached out and seized it. It was Gu Tian. Boom. As he grasped the stone, the demonic energy surrounding him surged, as if it had come to life. Binding the stone tightly, Zhou and Wang halted, recognizing that Gu Tian seemed to have a mysterious control over this enigmatic stone. Hiss! Just as they had surmised. The once ferocious stone now seemed to encounter its nemesis in Gu Tian, its shrieks tinged with a hint of fear as it struggled in his grasp. Desperately attempting to escape, yet it had no chance against the iron grip of his hand. Impressive. Zhou couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It seems I have underestimated this fellow Taoist. This remark was not mere flattery. As a practitioner of demonic arts himself, hailing from a prestigious sect like the Holy Demon Sect, he had perused countless texts on the dark arts, yet he could not discern the nature of Gu Tian's cultivation. Only perceiving that his demonic energy was pure and primal, reminiscent of the most orthodox demonic practitioners of legend. As time passed, the stone became increasingly saturated with demonic energy. Its shrieks growing fainter, its struggles weaker. Hiss! It seemed to realize its impending doom. The stone emitted a desperate wail, louder than before. Crack! Crack! Instantly, countless fine fissures appeared on its surface, and with a gentle squeeze from Gu Tian, it crumbled into a handful of dust, cascading from his fingertips. Hu! Yun Fan let out a profound sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was Uncle Gu present. Otherwise, chaos would have ensued today. Brother Yulin, are you truly unaware of what this item is? It's over. The chubby one paid him no heed, his eyes devoid of life. It's over. My lifeblood is gone, absorbed by the stone. The demonic aura emanating from Gu Tian had grown increasingly violent and bizarre, spreading outward with a life of its own as his body trembled slightly. Strangely, the demonic energy swirling behind him gradually morphed into a shadowy figure. Although its visage was obscured, its form and aura mirrored his exactly, brutal, uncanny, and cruel. If Gu Tian's original self retained a semblance of humanity, this shadow was devoid of it entirely, embodying a true demon. Father, Gu Han was utterly taken aback by the unforeseen transformation in Gu Tian. In a moment of urgency, he rushed forward. What has happened to you? He cried. With Gu Han approaching, the shadow's eyes suddenly turned a blood-red hue, emitting a peculiar roar, and it charged at Gu Han with an overwhelming intent to kill. The overwhelming malevolence bore down on Gu Han, causing him to falter momentarily. Boom! In the next instant, Gu Tian's demonic energy erupted once more, resembling tendrils that ensnared the shadow, binding it tightly and rendering it immobile. The shadow roared in fury, incessantly bellowing at Gu Tian, seemingly displeased with his actions. Dare to harm my son. Gu Tian's eyes darkened to pure black as he fixated on it. Die! As he spoke, he extended his hand, grasping the shadow with force, crushing it into a fine powder that dissipated into wisps of demonic energy. However, before anyone could react, the demonic energy reassembled, reforming the shadow. Yet, compared to before, Its aura was significantly weakened, though the malice in its gaze toward Gu Han intensified, still brimming with malevolence. With a furious roar, it charged again. Boom. It was promptly dispersed once more by Gu Tian's punch. Boom. Boom. After several such encounters, the shadow's energy dwindled to a near-nothingness, finally settling down slightly. Yet it continued to fixate on Gu Han. Gu Tian remained silent, casting a glance at it. The shadow appeared to cower before him, freezing in place. No longer daring to act recklessly, standing still behind him as if it were truly his shadow. Not far away, Zhou and Wang wore grave expressions. Earlier, although they could not decipher Gu Tian's technique, they believed their cultivation level would easily overpower him. However, after Gu Tian absorbed that peculiar stone and evolved into the shadow, they sensed an exceedingly terrifying and dangerous presence. A moment's negligence could lead to their downfall at his hands. Father, Gu Han would not ponder too deeply. Upon witnessing Gu Tian suppressing the shadow of darkness, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Do not come near. Gu Tian barred his path. A flicker of anguish and struggle danced in his eyes, as brutality and rationality alternated, seemingly engaged in a relentless battle against the demonic essence within him. Meanwhile, the shadow behind him began to stir with ominous intent. Gu Han's heart raced with concern. Following his surge in power, Gu Tian's demonic instincts appeared to have significantly intensified. The one most familiar with the Grand Liberation Celestial Devil scriptures, Qian Yi, had succumbed to a deep slumber, leaving Gu Han oblivious to the events unfolding within Gu Tian. After a brief moment, a glimmer of clarity returned to Gu Tian's gaze. Father, he uttered. But Gu Han's apprehension remained unabated as he regarded the ominous shadow behind Gu Tian. What exactly is this? Myself, Gu Han was momentarily taken aback. Myself? The shadow was, astonishingly, a manifestation of Gu Tian himself? Indeed, apart from its temperament, this shadow bore an uncanny resemblance to Gu Tian. Zhou, well-versed in various matters, pondered thoughtfully. This entity bears a resemblance to the method of incarnation. Not quite, Wang Yong interjected, shaking his head. I have encountered the method of incarnation before. It is better described as a phantom body coalesced from one's own cultivation. Ultimately, it remains the same individual. However, this entity, while connected to our companion, seems to operate independently, almost like a distinct life form. Fatty, Gu Han's anxiety surged. What on earth is happening with your vital essence? I, Fatty, now devoid of any pretense, confessed, I truly do not know. This thing is merely a tool for transcending realms. When our ancestor discovered it, he stumbled upon a peculiar substance within. After inadvertently coming into contact with it, he managed to break through despite nearing the end of his lifespan. He brought it back without hesitation. Over the years, many from my family have relied on it to surpass their cultivation bottlenecks. Even my father's holy realm was attained through it. Is that so? Wang Yong's realization dawned upon him. No wonder the Fu family ascended from obscurity to prominence, suddenly producing numerous formidable experts. It is rumored that the esteemed ancestor Fu acquired a treasure capable of breaking through realms, though he never acknowledged it. So it truly exists. What a pity, Fatty lamented, his expression one of grievance. I have yet to use it even once. It cannot be used, Gu Tian interjected suddenly. There is danger. The more one uses it, the heavier the taint it bears, and it may ultimately consume you. Everyone was struck by the revelation. They had all witnessed the peculiarities of the stone. Assisting others in breaking through realms? Such a fortuitous occurrence is rare indeed. Most likely, as Gu Tian had suggested, this entity covertly aided the Fu family in their ascension, ultimately with the intent of devouring them. Devour? Fatty broke into a cold sweat at once. He would not question Gu Tian's words. The ability to sense the existence of such a mysterious stone through a storage ring was enough to convince him. After the initial shock, relief followed. Thank goodness. He wiped the sweat from his brow. The elder ancestor expressed concern over our excessive reliance on this object, keeping it well hidden unless absolutely necessary. He hesitated to elaborate further. If we were to use it recklessly and frequently, the Fu family might very well cease to exist. Gu Tian spoke once more, revealing that he had, in fact, been nurturing us all along. Observing the rotund figure before them, the onlookers exchanged peculiar glances, a single phrase surfacing in their minds. Well fed. The portly man, flushed and panting, interjected, Uncle Gu, while your statement holds truth, does the term nurturing not carry a somewhat derogatory connotation? Foster father, Gu Han inquired with curiosity. Do you know what this object is? Gu Tian remained silent, a flicker of inner turmoil evident in his gaze. After a lengthy pause, he managed to find some semblance of calm, staring intently at Gu Han with a tone tinged with reluctance. I must leave. Leave? Gu Han was taken aback. Where to? An unsettling feeling began to creep in. Although Gu Tian had a habit of departing occasionally, he would invariably return after a while. Yet this time felt markedly different. The Forbidden Land, Gu Tian declared resolutely. Forbidden Land? Gu Han's heart sank. That place. My path lies within, Gu Tian asserted, casting a glance at the ominous shadow behind him. I must go, for I will increasingly lose control and could inadvertently harm you and those around you. The individuals present shared a close bond with Gu Han, and he knew all too well that a recurrence of his outbursts could lead to unintended consequences, something he wished to avoid at all costs. Foster father, Gu Han felt a pang of sorrow. Is there no way to dissuade you? Gu Tian remained silent. Whether for the sake of his own cultivation or Gu Han's safety, he felt compelled to venture into the Forbidden Land. He had no choice. Foster father. Gu Han understood that he could not change Gu Tian's mind, his heart heavy with grief. How long will you be gone? Gu Tian did not respond. Unable to articulate his thoughts, it could be days, years, or perhaps he might spend a lifetime within the Forbidden Land. Gu Han, recognizing the futility of persuasion, attempted to force upon him the soul-absorbing fruit, the blood-sea spectral grass, and the soul-enhancing elixirs acquired from the Xuan Dan Camp. Gu Tian was on the verge of breaking through to the Earth Tribulation realm, and these items would undoubtedly be of great assistance. There's no need, Gu Tian declined firmly. My path is unique. I no longer require such aids. As he sensed his impending departure, the shadow behind him seemed unwilling to accept this fate. Thrashing and roaring once more. Die? With a glint of ferocity in his eyes, Gu Tian unleashed a powerful punch, scattering the entity into nothingness. This time, it did not reconstitute. Suddenly, Gu Tian turned back to Gu Han, asking, is it still there? Yes, Gu Han understood implicitly. Gu Tian was referring to the golden seal. This was the first time he had mentioned it since their reunion, and Gu Han sensed that Gu Tian, having absorbed the mysterious stone, had likely gained a deeper understanding of the seal than even Xian Yi. Do not touch it, Gu Tian cautioned gravely. Under no circumstances should you make contact. Understood. Gu Han nodded. I will remember. And do not discard it. Why not? It is a key. Volume 1, Chapter 288. I, Gu Han, shall repay enmity and kindness alike. A key? Gu Han was momentarily taken aback. What key? The door key? Mentioning the golden seal seemed to unsettle Gu Tian, who incessantly repeated these phrases, as if entrusting Gu Han, or perhaps admonishing himself. Open it, open it. Gu Han fell into contemplation, remaining silent. All along, whether concerning his own affairs or the golden seal, Qian Yi had been exceedingly reticent, unwilling to elaborate. He had never inquired in depth, but it was apparent now that the secrets hidden within were far more intricate than he had imagined. Roar. The demonic shadow seemed to sense Gu Tian's unusual state. With a fierce roar, it lunged once more at Gu Han. Boom. Before it could act, a massive hand, suffused with malevolence, emerged and crushed it into fragments. This time, it took a considerable while for it to regain its form. Hunter. Gu Tian's gaze flickered momentarily, returning to a semblance of clarity. Yet he refrained from mentioning the golden seal, as if his previous utterances were mere delirium. I am leaving. Take care of yourself. With that, without waiting for Gu Han to inquire further, he seemed to have no intention of lingering. A swirl of demonic energy enveloped him as he ascended into the air and vanished. Watching Gu Tian's figure swiftly disappear from sight, Gu Han wore a pensive expression, remaining speechless for an extended period. Do not worry. The plump companion patted his shoulder, letting out a gentle sigh. The outer perimeter of the Forbidden Land isn't as perilous as it seems. Back when our ancestor had yet to step into the sacred realm, he ventured in and returned safely, didn't he? Moreover, you are well aware of how formidable Uncle Gu is. If he could absorb such bizarre entities, who would be the unfortunate one should he enter the Forbidden Land? There was some logic to that. Gu Han felt somewhat reassured. First, there was divine power. And now this peculiar stone. With the great freedom heavenly demonic scripture at his side, Gu Tian's demonic prowess far surpassed his expectations. In truth, within the outer perimeter of the Forbidden Land, there were few things capable of injuring him. Perhaps they would even serve as nourishment for his demonic energy. Sighing, He felt a slight lift in his spirits. However, the plump companion began to look despondent. With the loss of that item, the foundation of my Fu family is also gone. This truly is. Plump 1. Guhan interjected earnestly. You heard what the adoptive father said. If that thing were to remain within your family, it would undoubtedly provoke a calamity in the future. Discovering this hazard in advance is it not, a fortuitous turn of events for you? Do you truly wish to be consumed by it? You do not understand. The plump one's expression darkened. For these years, the stability of my Fu family has largely depended on that item. In the central state, his face was etched with concern. A family that has lost its foundation is akin to a beast stripped of its claws. Should any whispers of our predicament escape, we would not know how many forces or adversaries would fixate upon us. Ah, the foundation. Guhan suddenly sensed something amiss. Zhou and Wang also appeared puzzled. Is it truly so serious? The stone is gone, yet your Fu family retains all its experts, and your ancestor is still well. Is it necessary to speak of it in such dire terms? Brother Yulin, only Yun Fan. Worry crept in, and one couldn't help but ponder what to do next. The rotund man secretly admired Yun Fan's understanding, yet sighed deeply. He realized that only by uncovering a treasure capable of solidifying the fortunes of the Fu family could this crisis be averted. Was that not so? Guhan suddenly chuckled. For instance, cultivation techniques, supernatural abilities, secret skills, anything will suffice. The corpulent man instantly perked up. Of course, those of heavenly rank won't do. They lack the necessary depth. Ideally, something transcending heavenly rank would be best. Higher levels are always preferable. The more the merrier. He spoke eagerly, his eyes fixed on Guhan, nearly imploring him for a favor. Yun Fan was taken aback, harboring doubts about whether the man's size was a result of his insatiable appetite. Wang Yong and his companion were equally bewildered, their lips twitching in disbelief. Transcending heavenly rank. How audacious. Such forbidden techniques certainly existed, yet they were exceedingly rare across the 5 domains. Otherwise, the coveted forbidden technique bestowed by the Tao in years past wouldn't have incited such fierce competition. More is better? Do you even grasp the implications, you glutton? Guhan's expression darkened. He had already discerned the man's relentless desire for his techniques. I knew you had ulterior motives. Coughing awkwardly, the rotund man whispered. I'm not asking for much. Just 10 or 8 techniques will suffice. If that is too much, 3 or 5 would be acceptable. None. Guhan retorted, exasperated. Not even half a technique. The rotund man felt a pang of despair upon sensing the sincerity in Guhan's tone. Truly none? Just wait a moment. Considering the time the man had invested for his sake, Guhan's heart softened, and he sighed. At present, there is indeed nothing available. How long a wait? The rotund man pressed on, unwilling to relent. Soon, if all goes well, Guhan glanced at him. In 10 to 15 days. And if it takes longer? Perhaps 100 to 80 years. At that moment, Xuan and his companion emerged from the quiet chamber. Zhou and the other man were taken aback. They could clearly see that while Xuan's injuries were not fatal, recovery would typically require considerable time. Yet, the Xuan before them appeared vibrant, his complexion rosy, and his demeanor calm and steady. Where was the semblance of injury? Impossible. Both men felt a jolt within. How could he have recovered so swiftly? In less than a quarter of an hour? Even the finest healing elixirs from our sacred land could hardly achieve such miraculous results. Curiosity enveloped them regarding the elixir Guhan had provided. Young brother. Xuan's eyes still reflected a glimmer of astonishment as he clasped his hands in gratitude towards Guhan. Thank you sincerely for your assistance. Thank you, my lord. Xuanyu offered a graceful bow. Without your help, not only I, but my grandfather would be in your debt. I have no means to repay you except, please. No need for such formalities, Guhan replied, feeling a headache coming on. Just call me by my name. I am not accustomed to such titles. Moreover, these matters were merely trifling efforts on my part. Xuanyu remained silent, not responding. Her temperament had always been gentle, yet she seemed particularly resolute in this matter. Sighing, Physician Xue remarked, for you, it may be a trivial matter, but for my grandson and me, it is a tremendous favor. A tremendous favor? Guhan suddenly laughed. Senior, if I am not mistaken, your cultivation is merely at the 7th level of the divine passage realm, is it not? Indeed, came the response. Why deceive me back then? With his current level of cultivation, he could see clearly. Physician Xue had claimed that the elixir was of no use to him, but that was a falsehood. In truth, he needed it more than anyone else. For a loose cultivator at the Divine Passage realm, a pill refined from semi-holy medicine was undoubtedly the most precious treasure he possessed. In truth, Physician Xue said with a bitter smile, that elixir holds little value for me. Even if I were to consume it, it would only allow me to break through to the skyward realm, which serves no real purpose. Since that is the case, why squander it? It is better to give it to Ah Sha. She reminds me of Xiaoyu, and I hold a fondness for her. When Ah Sha is in a good mood, her demeanor is serene and obedient, bearing some resemblance to Xueyu. The reason he saved Ah Sha was not solely due to his benevolence, but also for this significant reason. Speaking of which, he pondered, where is Ah Sha? Why have I not seen her? She has returned home, Gu Han replied, his expression dimming. However, I shall bring her back, I promise. Physician Xue sighed inwardly, choosing not to inquire further. He clasped his hands and said, now that my injuries have healed, I shall take my leave. Suddenly, Gu Han spoke up. Have you not avenged your grievances? Although Song Jian is dead, the true culprit still lives well. The Jade Pill sect slaughtered over 100 members of your family, and you would let it go? At these words, both Physician Xue and Xueyu revealed a deep-seated hatred in their eyes. Such enmity, how could it be forgotten? How could one not seek retribution? What is it? The plump man quietly pulled Yun Fan over. Is there a story? Sighing, Yun Fan recounted the events concerning Physician Xue. TSK, the plump man's small eyes instantly narrowed. Such blood feuds must be avenged. Indeed, Gu Han smiled. Senior, he has slain your entire family. Therefore, you must eradicate his sect. It is only fair, is it not? Oh no. Upon seeing Gu Han's smile, Yun Fan felt a shiver run down his spine. Here we go again. Brother Gu's murderous intent is potent. Yet, Physician Xue understood Gu Han's meaning. However, the Jade Pill sect was entangled in the border conflicts of the Great Yin dynasty, and he did not wish for Gu Han to wade into such murky waters. Senior, Gu Han shook his head. I only ask, do you wish to take revenge? Physician Xue and Xueyu fell silent. They could not bring themselves to utter words of denial. That is well, Gu Han nodded. In our 2 encounters, I have gifted you elixirs twice. Now, it may seem insignificant, but at the time, it was a life-saving item. This debt of gratitude must be repaid. He turned to Zhou Yi and Wang Yong. I shall soon depart for the border. Please inform your senior brothers and sisters upon your return that we shall meet again in the future. Of course. Zhou Yi beamed with a smile. The words of young Master Gu, I shall certainly convey. Humph. Suddenly, a voice of fury resounded. It was Wang Yong. Despicable, truly despicable. He cast a glance at Zhou Yi, his expression filled with righteous indignation. A friend for over a decade, yet capable of such treachery. He deserves death. I, Wang Yong, have always acted with integrity. I cannot abide by such heartless and malicious individuals. Now that I have witnessed this, I shall not remain idle. Young master, he declared with unwavering resolve, cupping his hands towards Gu Han. I, Wang Yong, am willing to accompany you on this quest for vengeance. Should you have any commands, do not hesitate to speak. Senior. Xueyu's eyes turned red. Thank you, Senior, for your noble intentions. I, Xuan Mao, shall never forget. Xue the Divine Doctor was about to perform a grand gesture of respect. No. Wang Yong's heart raced, a surge of strength emanating from him, quickly preventing the two from bowing. Fellow Taoist Xue, you are being too courteous. Ordinarily, he would hardly spare a glance for someone like Xue the Divine Doctor. Yet seeing Gu Han's evident respect for him, he dared not act presumptuously. In my life, I have made friends based solely on character, never on cultivation. We are peers and should treat each other as such. The matters concerning fellow Taoist Xue are my own. This grudge must be avenged, or I shall remain unsettled. Boom. The words remain unsettled struck Zhou Yi like a thunderclap, leaving him momentarily stunned. Haha. At last, I have taken the lead. Wang Yong glanced at him, feeling a sense of clarity and delight. You wretched creature. Zhou Yi's eyes turned red with anger, not adhering to the usual protocols. Haha. He was quick to react, laughing angrily. Even as a practitioner of the dark arts, I would never act without reason, nor would I betray my friends. This scoundrel is truly detestable. I, Zhou Yi, despise such petty individuals. Until this scoundrel is dealt with, and the Jade Pill sect is eradicated, I shall never return to my sect. Senior. Xue the Divine Doctor was about to bow again. No need. Zhou Yi hurriedly stopped him. Your character is magnanimous and virtuous. I truly admire you. Only lamenting that I met you too late. Rest assured, I shall utterly annihilate that so-called jade pill sect. Not a single tree or blade of grass shall be left for them. Fellow Taoist Zhou. Wang Yong wore a smile that did not reach his eyes. Did you not just say you wanted to return? Huh. Zhou Yi ignored him entirely. We practitioners of the dark arts are most adept at contradicting ourselves. Do you not know even this? Lifelong adversaries. Observing the two at odds, everyone involuntarily thought of this phrase. In light of this, with two additional formidable allies, Guhan naturally would not refuse. I extend my gratitude to both of you. My actions are solely for the sake of righteousness. My motives are entirely selfless. The two replied, almost in unison. Bah! Shameless! You wretched creature! Upon this exchange, they exchanged a glance, their eyes brimming with malice. Volume 1. Chapter 289. Only children make choices. I shall pursue both personal vendettas and the greater good. Fatty. Guhan glanced at the chubby one. Do not return just yet. We are still unaware of the situation at the border. Stay here. You might still be of assistance. Naturally, he would not be courteous to Fatty. The latter was utterly frustrated. Return? What the hell? The very essence of my being has been stripped away by Uncle Gu. How could I possibly return? He is certain. Even if I were to return and explain the circumstances, it is highly likely that Fu Yud would leave me half dead. Zhao Shun. He cast a glance at Zhao Mengyou, who remained lost in thought. Guhan pondered for a moment. This trip to the border is not solely for vengeance. I must also remain there to assist senior sister. Should you wish to return, I shall not impede you. In certain respects, Zhao Mengyou does bear a resemblance to Lu Ying. However, compared to Lu Ying, she possesses an additional layer of affection, which is the very reason he is inclined to spare her. Zhao Mengyou suddenly came to her senses, instinctively asking, Why do you want to save me? Guhan. Is that what I meant to convey? With a sigh of resignation, Guhan repeated himself. Zhao Mengyou hesitated. Had it been earlier, Guhan's intention to release her would have filled her with joy, prompting her to leave without a moment's hesitation. However, especially after Guhan inadvertently saved her life, she found herself at a crossroads. She gazed intently at Guhan, clad in a flowing moon-white robe, his stature striking and his demeanor transcendent. The youthful innocence had fled from his brow, replaced by an amalgamation of vigor and menace, bestowing upon him an ineffable allure. In the past, her cheeks flushed. How had she not noticed his striking appearance? I do not wish to leave. Instinctively, her ruby lips parted to utter these words. She was fearful, terrified that if she departed this time, she and Guhan would never cross paths again. Upon hearing this, Guhan furrowed his brow. Not leaving? Does that not make you an additional burden? What? The chubby man exclaimed. Have you actually developed feelings for my brother Gu? This statement was unmistakably heard by all present. Sensing the peculiar gazes directed at her, Zhao Mengyou was utterly dumbfounded. She never anticipated that the chubby one would make such a declaration. This rascal. It was undoubtedly intentional. Her face visibly flushed, she could hardly lift her gaze, her eyes fixated on the ground, wandering as if in search of something. TSK. The chubby one feigned concern. Are you looking for a crack in the ground? My eyesight is keen. Would you like me to assist you in your search? Zhao Mengyou's composure shattered entirely. You wretched fatso, I shall end you. This chubby fellow was truly insufferable. A shared thought arose among the others. Enough. Guhan interjected, his brow slightly furrowed. Cease this frivolity. We must hasten to the border. He did not comprehend Zhao Mengyou's thoughts, nor did he wish to. Even though his heart held little malice towards her, to claim that he had developed feelings for her was simply out of the question. Brother Gu, Yun Fan, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up, though the playful expression had vanished from his countenance. Do you truly intend to annihilate the Yudon sect? What? Guhan glanced at him. Did you not mention that these individuals have become increasingly outrageous, hoarding resources and growing ever more negligent in their alchemical practices? Would it not be fitting to eradicate them? Those individuals. Yun Fan hesitated for a moment. It is indeed quite intolerable. Not merely I, but many within the military share dissatisfaction with them. However, Brother Gu, you are aware that without their presence, the supply of medicinal pills along the border would diminish by over 70%. This would be exceedingly detrimental to the war effort. The matter is not insurmountable. Zhou, having suffered a minor setback, has naturally become more astute and has stepped forth. Princess Fengxi shares a close relationship with our young master. A mere message would ensure that the holy demon sect delivers a substantial quantity of medicinal pills. Wang Yong, unwilling to be outdone, eagerly took on the responsibility. As for me, having fallen to the sacred land, I shall undoubtedly offer my utmost support. Yet, even so, Yin Fan shook his head. This merely addresses a temporary issue and is not a sustainable solution. Warfare, of course, differs vastly from the conflicts among ordinary cultivators. Not only does it extend over an extensive duration, but the quantity of medicinal pills required is a terrifying figure that cannot be quantified. You too perceive this, do you not? Gu Han cast a glance at him. Should I prioritize the greater good? Yin Fan remained silent. Physician Shui quietly sighed. His reluctance for Gu Han to seek vengeance stemmed from a desire to spare him from a predicament. Indeed, Gu Han nodded. Revenge, in the broader picture, particularly concerning the elder sister, present a vexing dilemma, and the choice is far from simple. But why must I choose? Yin Fan was taken aback. Not choose. Gu Han smiled. The Jade Pill sect, I shall eradicate. The greater good, I shall pursue as well. On the border of the great Yin dynasty, a towering and perilous mountain range looms, stretching endlessly and faintly bordering the central continent, serving as a crucial demarcation between the eastern wasteland and the northern domain. Within this range lie several valleys, each hundreds of miles wide, interconnected by numerous passageways approximately a mile wide. Here, the military cultivators of the great Yin dynasty are stationed. At the very heart lies a valley that spans nearly 1,000 miles. Flanking it are two majestic peaks, with a 100-foot wide exit nestled between them, above which two imposing characters are inscribed on the stone wall, Heavenly Gate. Inside the valley, military encampments of various sizes are arranged with remarkable order, seemingly endless at a glance. The soldiers traversing through are imbued with an air of grim determination and the scent of blood. At the far end of the valley stands a massive white military encampment, from which wafts the aroma of medicinal herbs, mingling with a fervent heat. This is the distribution center for medicinal pills within the military. At this moment, having just emerged from a fierce battle, numerous soldiers are present to collect their pills. Yet faintly, the sound of an argument can be discerned. A single bottle? In one of the barracks, a pallid cultivator, seemingly gravely injured, gazed at the vial in his hand with great displeasure. How is it only one bottle? Was it not two before? Only one. Opposite him, a middle-aged man resembling a pill master shook his head. The recent battles have been exceedingly intense, coupled with a higher incidence of defective pills. Thus, the supply has regrettably dwindled. One bottle is the result of our tireless efforts day and night. Beyond this, we truly have nothing left. You lot. The cultivator erupted in fury. This is utterly excessive. In earlier years, there were 3 vials. Later, it dwindled to 2, and now only 1 remains. You are receiving an increasing amount of elixirs, yet the pills you concoct are diminishing in quantity. Have you failed in your crafting? His anger mounted with each word. I suspect you have hoarded them for yourselves. Tread carefully in your speech. The alchemist's expression shifted subtly. The art of alchemy inherently hinges upon chance. Even if you were to find the finest alchemist in the world, the success rate could never reach 100%. You press us tightly while demanding quality. My Jade Pill sect has exerted every effort. If you remain dissatisfied, feel free to summon those rogue alchemists. He let out a cold laugh. I fear you might not receive even a single pill. The cultivator was choked with rage. This is outrageous. I shall inform His Highness of this matter. Once she investigates, we shall see what you have to say. With that, he stormed out of the tent. At the heart of the military camp, within an opulent alchemy chamber, the young sect master stood before an elder who regarded him with utmost respect. They are dissatisfied once more. No matter, the young man waved his hand dismissively. When Elder Hong was present, the supply had also been reduced from 3 vials to 2. They have grown accustomed to it. These 2 individuals, one an elder of the Jade Pill sect and the other the son of its master, overheard every word of the cultivator's ire. However, the elder hesitated. 10 furnaces yielding 4 failures is already the limit. Any further might provoke the discontent of the War King or even the Flame Emperor. Let it be for now. The young man pondered, ultimately unwilling to overstep. Once they have acclimated, we can reassess. Moreover, if they are dissatisfied, what can they do? Outside of my Jade Pill sect, where could they possibly find such a multitude of alchemists in such a short time? Rely on those rogues? His tone dripped with disdain. A group of inept individuals could hardly achieve greatness. Huh. The elder chuckled in agreement. The sect master's words ring true. Those rogue alchemists, with their haphazard backgrounds, cannot possibly compare to our well-versed practitioners. In truth, An idea flickered in the young man's mind, and a glimmer of obsession danced in his eyes. If she were to utter a single word to me, requesting the restoration of supplies to 2 vials or more, it is not beyond the realm of possibility. Years ago, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of Feng Shi and had since become utterly enraptured, forsaking his sect and taking over Elder Hong's responsibilities to manage affairs here. He prided himself on his appearance and considerable cultivation, bearing the responsibility for 70% of the medicinal supplies for border conflicts. He had thought Feng Shi would treat him with courtesy. Alas, over the years, she had not exchanged a single word with him, nor even cast a glance in his direction. She did not even know his name. The more this persisted, the more discontent brewed within him. The elder dared not speak. Feng Shi's status was far too unique. Throughout the entire Great Yin Empire, indeed across the eastern wilderness, no one had ever dared to compel her to do anything against her will. Not even the sacred grounds would dare show her any disrespect. Noticing the elder's silence, the young man felt a surge of irritation. By the way, these days have been exceedingly busy, and I have neglected to inquire about whether Xuan Mao has passed away. The elderly man replied promptly, I shall go to Lord Song's military camp shortly to find out. Humph. The young man scoffed disdainfully. What nonsense is this Wu Huaiyuan pill? This so-called immunity against divine suppression. Such a ridiculous alchemical formula can hardly be deemed a treasure. That so-called ghostly physician is merely a charlatan seeking fame. He lamented the waste of the resources of the Jade Pill sect in attempting to unravel it. The old man nodded in agreement, having also encountered the alchemical formula. The Wu Huaiyuan pill? Its peculiar name and bizarre effects render it less valuable than a useless pill in their eyes. Outside the military camp, a disgruntled cultivator encountered 2 individuals. One moved with an air of authority. It was Shen Xian. The other was significantly taller than Shen Xian, possessing a strikingly handsome visage, and bore a towering, pitch-black wolf fawn club adorned with menacing spikes, even surpassing her height. It was none other than Mo Huaiyuan. Along the way, numerous cultivators regarded her with expressions of utmost respect. In the battlefield, strength reigned supreme. With Mo Huaiyuan's colossal bloodline, coupled with the wolf fawn club that Feng Shi had specially procured for her, she thrived in her element, fully harnessing her innate might. The northern tribesmen, predominantly of physical cultivation, boasted tremendous brute strength and formidable defenses, posing significant challenges to the cultivators of the Great Yin dynasty. However, when faced with Mo Huaiyuan and her imposing wolf fawn club, merely surviving the encounter could be deemed fortunate. Consequently, on the battlefield, Mo Huaiyuan eclipsed Shen Xian's prominence tenfold, garnering a respect tenfold greater. In less than 3 days, she had developed a fondness for this place. I knew Brother Gu would excel. Indeed, my brother has survived countless life-threatening situations. Which one has he not evaded? The uncertainty of his arrival lingered. It should be today. Mo Huaiyuan shook the wolf fawn club in her hand, causing Shen Xian's complexion to pale. They had just learned from Feng Shi of Gu Han's impending arrival. An excitement bubbled within them. If you ask me, Mo Huaiyuan declared, her wolf fawn club swinging with vigor, this battlefield will surely depend on my brother Gu. Those brutish foes will meet their match. Suddenly, she spotted the disgruntled cultivator. What troubles you, Brother Zhang? The cultivator named Zhang Shan, familiar with the duo, approached hastily. Although Mo Huaiyuan had been present for a short time, her boisterous nature and straightforward demeanor, along with her previous acts of saving numerous cultivators, had earned her considerable esteem. Despite her youth, she was affectionately referred to as Sister Mo Huaiyuan by many, a title she cherished. What? Upon hearing Zhang Shan's account, Mo Huaiyuan was incensed. While we fight for our lives up front, those scoundrels dare to withhold our elixirs. Let's go? With a fierce swing of her wolf fawn club, she proclaimed, I shall crush these scoundrels. If my brother Gu were here, he would have unsheathed his sword and dealt with them long ago. After taking just a few steps, Mo Huaiyuan suddenly slapped her forehead, nearly forgetting something important. With that, she produced a slightly worn elixir vial. First, let's treat your wounds. The vial contained Ningbi Dan, and Zhang Shan's heart leaped with joy as he sincerely bowed and accepted the precious medicine. Thank you, Sister Mo Huaiyuan. His injuries were quite severe, and if not treated promptly, he would likely face significant repercussions. Since Mo Huaiyuan's arrival, Ningbi Dan had gained immense renown. Compared to ordinary healing elixirs, which repaired injuries at a pace over 10 times slower, the efficacy of Ningbi Dan was unparalleled. More crucially, due to the sluggish action of typical healing potions, They were virtually ineffective in the heat of battle. In stark contrast, Ningbi Dan boasted miraculous effects. As long as the injury was not fatal, a complete recovery could be achieved within mere moments. Moreover, there were also Qingling Dan and Imu Dan, both equally extraordinary in their effects. In recent days, many had witnessed the wonders wrought by Ningbi Dan. Initially, its emergence had caused a considerable uproar, even drawing the attention of the War King himself. However, upon learning that the elixir had been smuggled from the Xuan Dan Camp, he departed in disappointment, realizing that the supply was far too scant for the vast army's needs. Shen Xian let out a quiet sigh. It was not that he was unwilling to part with such a treasure, but after witnessing countless comrades fall in battle, the elixirs had been distributed generously, leaving their stock perilously low. He feared that after another fierce confrontation, they would be completely depleted. If only this elixir could be mass-produced. Sister Moro, Zhang Shan, well aware of the elixir's value, reassured her, "Rest assured, I won't take your gift for granted. I will share a portion of my military merits with you later." In the borderlands, military merit held immense importance, even surpassing the value of yuan crystals. Various items, from magical artifacts to resources and spiritual herbs, could be exchanged for military merit, and even extraordinary materials were obtainable at a significantly reduced rate compared to the outside world. However, healing elixirs were a unique case. Due to the intensity of the ongoing conflicts, their demand was incessant, and they were distributed freely after each battle, negating the need for additional exchanges. Otherwise, a considerable portion of the military merits earned would be consumed for this purpose. Share a portion? Nonsense. Mo Huaiyuan swung her wolf-toothed club with vigor. You should conserve your military merit for your own advancement. Now, let us go teach them a lesson. Junior sister, Shen Xian hesitated. Are you sure? Huh. Mo Huaiyuan scoffed. What is there to fear? If Brother Gu were here, he could cleave them all in two with a single sword strike. Don't you believe it? With that, Shen Xian ceased to dissuade her, fully convinced. As they journeyed on, numerous cultivators learned of her intent and joined their ranks, united in their disdain for the actions of Yudan's sect. Thus, led by Mo Huaiyuan, they surged forward, filled with righteous fury, towards the white military encampment. 100 miles away, in a black military stronghold, Your Highness, this matter cannot simply be overlooked. Indeed, those scoundrels from the Yudan sect have become increasingly outrageous. It is precisely because of these vile creatures that the casualties among my cultivators have risen by a full 20%. Your Highness, give me a word, and I shall lead my men to eradicate them. A group of 5 or 6, brimming with fury, clamored incessantly. They were enveloped in an aura of bloodshed and murderous intent, with the weakest among them at the 7th tier of the extraordinary realm. 2 of them even exuded a presence that could faintly rival that of Zhou Yi and Wang Yong. These individuals all ranked among the 9 marquis. This is unwise. An elderly man with graying hair shook his head. Killing them would be as easy as pie, yet in these tense times of war, where do we find the time and energy to seek replacements? If we merely intervene and apply pressure, they would likely comply. If we annihilate them entirely, it would serve as mere venting of our frustrations. But then what shall we do about the ensuing conflicts? What of it? A burly man seethed with indignation. I cannot abide such humiliation. They must be eradicated. Indeed, we have endured hardship without elixirs before. We survived that as well, several others echoed, their voices rising once more. At the head of the assembly, Fengshi remained composed, quietly observing the commotion outside, while occasionally sipping strong liquor, seemingly oblivious to the heated debate. Your Highness. The elderly man grew anxious. You must make a decision. Ignore them. Fengshi appeared to regain her focus, her tone as cold as ever. When my junior brother arrives, we shall leave the matter to him. Junior brother? The crowd fell silent, having vaguely heard of Guhan, but failing to comprehend why Fengshi would suddenly mention him. Your Highness, the old man pressed, more urgent than before. Let us set aside the discussion of junior brothers for now. What are the elixirs? Fengshi spoke once more. He will have a solution. Prior to Guhan's arrival, he had already sent a message through Yunfan. The group was momentarily taken aback. A solution? Could it be that your junior brother is an alchemist as well? But even so, what of it? This is a battlefield, not some other place. Even the most skilled alchemist cannot possibly concoct such a vast quantity of elixirs. Your Highness, can he truly manage? I have faith in him. Now be gone. Fengshi began to dismiss them. With their minds swirling with confusion, the group, cowed by her formidable presence, dared not utter a word and could only retreat in resignation. Your Highness's aura is overwhelming. Once they departed, Fengshi withdrew her flask, a flicker of contemplation crossing her eyes. Suddenly, she turned to one of the 3 female cultivators standing behind her. I notice you seem quite pleased at the mention of my junior brother? The female cultivator was taken aback. Your Highness, I do not. Fengshi remained silent. An intense aura coursed through her, and a phantom of a celestial phoenix appeared in her gaze, its wings fluttering as if to shatter something. Who are you? I have never encountered you before. Her eyes fixed on the female cultivator. Why do I never doubt your identity? Earlier, when she had mentioned Guhan's name, she had sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere surrounding the female cultivator, which sparked a flicker of alertness within her. The female cultivator lowered her head in trepidation. I am, Your Highness. Suddenly, a frantic voice echoed from outside. It's bad. Sister Morong has brought people to destroy the Yudon sect. Prince Nine and Lord Song intend to punish her. You must go take a look. Understood, Fengshi replied, her brow furrowing slightly. Stay here, do not move. She pointed a finger, and a crimson barrier instantly enveloped the female cultivator. Once Fengshi departed, the female cultivator gently patted her chest, secretly sighing in relief. That was close. I was almost discovered. Good brother, she chuckled softly, as if relieved. Sister knew you wouldn't perish. A flicker of light danced in her eyes as she effortlessly broke free from the barrier and gradually faded from view. Throughout this, the 2 female cultivators beside her remained as still as marionettes. With a resounding crash, a formidable wolf-tooth club struck down, sending shockwaves that demolished a significant portion of the camp. Sister Morong, splendid work. It's high time we taught these scoundrels a lesson. With such strength, it was no wonder she could make the barbarian tribes weep. Ha ha ha. Our Sister Morong possesses divine strength. What are mere barbarians to her? Her actions undoubtedly brought immense satisfaction to the onlookers, who cheered continuously, their eyes filled with admiration. Humph. Morong Yin brandished the wolf-tooth club. It's nothing. If my brother Gu were here, it certainly wouldn't have stopped at merely demolishing their camp. At the mention of Guhan, the crowd fell into a solemn silence. During this time, they had heard that name too many times from Morong Yin. To avenge a friend, to slay all the holy sons. The 3 great holy lands were utterly destroyed because of him. The sensational Ningbi Dan was also brought forth by him. In the military, strength was revered far more than in the capital. Such courage, such determination, such prowess, despite never having met him. They had developed immense curiosity and respect for this legendary figure, feeling that a true hero born in this world ought to revel in the swift resolution of grievances. Even more remarkably, he was Fengshi's junior disciple. Fengshi's prestige within the army was second only to the Flame Emperor and the War King. Thus, even though Guhan had not appeared, he was already regarded as one of their own. Audacious, a disheveled middle-aged alchemist emerged from the ruins, his face turning pale with rage. You are utterly lawless. Zhongshan naturally showed him no mercy. You dare to withhold our elixirs, yet you don't allow us to vent our anger? Withhold? Suddenly, a cold voice pierced the air. What a grand accusation. It was the young sect master and an elder who had come out upon hearing the commotion. Who did this? His countenance darkened as he scanned the crowd. Step forward. Hee. Morong Yin sneered, thrusting the wolf-tooth club into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. I did it. With the wolf-tooth club and her extraordinarily robust physique, she instilled great pressure upon the 2. And I. Zhongshan stepped forward with a sense of camaraderie. I've long wanted to smash your camp. Count me in. I have long harbored a deep disdain for them. One of my brothers suffered from untreated injuries, leaving him with lasting consequences, all because these scoundrels withheld the elixirs. My friend experienced the same plight. Morong Yan's actions undoubtedly ignited a fire within them, unleashing all the pent-up dissatisfaction and fury they harbored. In an instant, the crowd surged forward, with more cultivators rushing in from the distance, drawn by the commotion. The situation had spiraled beyond control. You young men turned pale, retreating in fear. Do you dare to rebel? Bah! Zhongshan's eyes glistened with indignation. We merely seek justice for ourselves. We have provided you with countless spiritual herbs, yet you have hidden them away. You young men, though fierce in demeanor, were quaking inside. I have sent word, when the 9th prince arrives, he will surely provide you with an explanation. The crowd, brimming with murderous intent, approached slowly. With so many present, a mere casual strike could obliterate not only him, but also the entire encampment behind him. At that moment, regret filled his heart. He should not have been so greedy. Reducing 2 vials of elixir to 1, not to mention the wrath of the Flame Emperor, he could hardly withstand the fury of so many. Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air. 2 figures descended before the crowd. Leading was Yun Lai, followed closely by a grim-faced middle-aged man, Song Ho. Your Highness. Upon seeing Yun Lai's arrival, the young man let out a long sigh of relief. You have come. Humph. Yun Lai cast a cold glance at him. Do not presume that I am unaware of your actions. This matter will be addressed later. Your Highness. The young man gritted his teeth. The issue with the elixirs can be negotiated. However, these ruffians show utter disregard for military discipline and are causing a public disturbance. I implore you to mete out severe punishment. Yun Lai ignored him, turning his attention to Murong Yen. Are you the instigator? He was already aware of the identities of Murong Yen and her companion. Your Highness. Zhang Shan quickly stepped forward. Sister Murong is also advocating for us. Indeed, Your Highness. These scoundrels have gone too far. While we brothers fight valiantly, they scheme in the shadows. In that moment, many stepped forward to plead on behalf of Murong Yen. No need for pleas. Murong Yen said fearlessly. I cannot abide these scoundrels. While you risk your lives, they plot behind your backs. If my brother Gu. Silence. Upon hearing Gu Han's name, Yun Lai's expression darkened instantly. He harbored a deep aversion towards Gu Han, which extended to a dislike for both Murong Yen and her companion. Your Highness. Song Ho remained expressionless behind him. Such matters must not set a precedent. Otherwise, it will lead to endless troubles. This individual must be severely punished to uphold military discipline. The day before, he had received news of Song Jian's demise in his duel with Gu Han. Though it was a fair contest, in his heart, the vendetta for his fallen son must be avenged. Given Murong Yan's close ties with Gu Han, she would be his primary target. Indeed, Yun Lai nodded in agreement. According to Lord Song, what course of action shall be taken? Considering the favor of Princess Fengxi, Lord Song narrowed his eyes slightly. He decided to spare her life, but stripped her of her powers to serve as a warning to others. What? Shun Xian's complexion changed dramatically. Are you issuing a public decree? Boom. However, Lord Song did not grant him the opportunity to speak, exuding an overwhelming aura as he prepared to subdue Murong Yen entirely. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, abruptly gazing into the distance. There, a glimmer of golden light emerged. Boom. The golden light was swift, almost in the blink of an eye. It descended before the crowd, shaking the very ground and creating a massive pit in the formerly solid encampment. Murong Yen was momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. Is it you, fat man? Cough. Cough. The rotund figure, enveloped in golden light, slowly emerged from the pit, shaking off the dust from his body. Nonsense. You woman, sigh? Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the enormous wolf fawn club in Murong Yan's hand. Alas, he cast a sympathetic glance at Shen Xian. Poor you, Shen Xian. Where's brother Gu? Murong Yen asked anxiously. Wasn't it said that he was with you? The fat man glanced up at the sky. Isn't he already here? Swish. As his words fell, a figure silently manifested within the arena, an ethereal glow continuously swirling around him, exuding an unmatched sharpness. Within a foot of his stance, the ground appeared as if sliced by a razor, polished to a mirror-like sheen. Clad in a moon-white robe, his tall and straight figure radiated an air of both heroism and lethal intent. It was none other than Gu Han. Ha! Young Master Gu's sword evasion technique is unparalleled under heaven. TSK, 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 young Master Gu is born for swiftness, I cannot compare. Before the crowd could fully react, 2 voices rang out, seemingly eager not to be outdone, with an underlying tone of rivalry. Naturally, it was Zhou Yi and Wang You. Volume 1. Chapter 291. Leave one alive to inquire about the path to Yudon's sect. Over 10 miles away in a valley, a middle-aged man clad in a blue long robe, exuding an air of bravado, stood atop a mountain peak with his hands clasped behind his back. This man was none other than the brother of the Fire Emperor, the Battle King, Yunzhan. Excellent. He gradually withdrew his gaze. Princess Feng's discernment is commendable. This young man is quite impressive. Shall we not intervene? Behind him, an elder in black robes stroked his beard. According to Princess Feng, this young lad possesses a fierce killing intent. We must be cautious to avoid a great upheaval. No matter, Yunzhan replied in a calm tone. With Princess Feng present, she can stabilize the situation, let him create a ruckus as he pleases. Moreover, these past years, my brother and I have been unable to take action. There are numerous entrenched issues within the army, and this is an opportune moment to rectify them. That rascal Yun Lai is simply unfit for great tasks. Sigh. The elder let out a deep breath. This battle, who knows when it will reach its conclusion? Humph. Yun Zhan gazed into the distance. Through the thick fog, he faintly discerned two burly, bare-chested elders glaring hungrily at this place. He wishes to fight. My brother, and I shall surely accompany him to the end. Inside the military camp, Zhou Yi and Wang Yong exchanged a fleeting glance, their animosity towards each other unmistakable. Flattery and sycophancy lingered in their minds as they silently cursed. Behind them stood Xuan Mao, Zhao Mengyou, and three others they had brought along. Yet curiously absent was Yun Fan. Brother. Upon seeing Gu Han, Mo Huaiyuan's eyes reddened, her concern evident as she rushed to embrace him. I knew you were unscathed. Gu Han hesitated for a brief moment, then deftly sidestepped, taking refuge behind Shen Xian. As a swordsman, he was ill-suited to withstand Mo Huaiyuan's exuberant affection, which might well have left him with broken bones, regardless of his protective garments. Senior sister Mo Huaiyuan, Zhang Shan cautiously approached. Is this the one? Indeed. Mo Huaiyuan exclaimed, her voice brimming with excitement as she brandished her wolf-toothed club, causing Zhang Shan to break into a sweat. This is Gu Han, my brother. The revelation ignited a fervor among the crowd. Truly a striking figure. Senior sister Mo Huaiyuan did not deceive us. They exclaimed, hearing that brother Gu is a swordsman. His presence indeed commands respect. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted and conversations erupted, momentarily casting aside thoughts of the Jade Pill sect and Yun Lai. Gu Han, taken aback, pondered when he had become such a source of admiration. In truth, whether due to the charm of the surroundings or Mo Huaiyuan's previous praises, their positive impressions of him had been firmly established. Humph, the corpulent one muttered, a hint of envy in his tone. Is my cultivation not on par? Is my entrance not equally graceful? Why does no one commend me? Suddenly, Xueshini's gaze locked onto the elder beside Gu Han with a seething intensity. It is you, he declared, his voice laced with profound hatred. Xuan Mao? The elder, having sensed Xueshini's arrival, smirked upon being recognized. You truly have a remarkable fate. Xueshini's eyes glistened with rage. Damn it. Senior, Gu Han squinted. Is it him? I recognize him too. Xueyu's eyes shimmered with unshed tears as she glared at the elder. My father perished at his hands. Understanding dawned upon Gu Han as he nodded. Let us begin with him. Preposterous. Yun Lai's expression darkened. This is the military camp of the great Yin Empire. It is not a venue for personal vendettas. Restrain your behavior. This is neither the wilderness nor the northern frontier. Learning of Gu Han's acclaim only worsened his mood. The sight of Gu Han being so celebrated further soured his disposition. Anyone who enters here must abide by the rules of the great Yin Empire. Our accounts. Gu Han cast a sidelong glance at him. We shall discuss them later. With that, his gaze returned to the elder, whose unease was palpable upon sensing Gu Han's murderous intent. The elder quickly sought to defend himself. Your Excellency, the young man is unaware of the matters within the capital, and he knows not the circumstances surrounding Gu Han's arrival. Tensions are rising. This is a military camp, not a place for settling personal grudges. Uft. Before he could finish his protest, he suddenly felt a brief flash of light before his eyes. Thud. By the time he regained his composure, the old man had a faint trace of blood at his brow, and his corpse collapsed to the ground. Silence reigned. The onlookers were left in shock. They had anticipated that Gu Han would engage in a theoretical debate with the opponent and wait for Feng Shi to arrive to make a decision. Yet, before Feng Shi could even arrive, and without allowing the other party to utter a single complete sentence, he had executed him directly. As previously stated, Mo Huaiyuan was not the slightest bit surprised. If my brother Gu were here, he would have drawn his sword and slain them all. Yet you did not believe. Indeed. Indeed. Zhang Shan nodded repeatedly, his face filled with admiration. He secretly thought to himself that this brother Gu was truly formidable. Only Yun Lai had just realized what was happening. You dare to commit murder within the military camp? Seize him. Whoosh. Whoosh. As soon as the words left his mouth, two figures instantly appeared before him. Humph. Wang Yong snickered coldly. If young Master Gu wishes to kill someone, that person must die. Huh. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Ye's eyes. The rules of the great Yin dynasty hold no weight with my Western extreme sacred demon sect. Boom. As he spoke, two formidable auras emanated, causing Yun Lai, and Song Ho to pale and stagger back. How powerful! The two exchanged glances, their faces filled with horror. Such superlative masters were scarcely found within the military of the great Yin dynasty, and these two had seemingly emerged from nowhere. Your Highness. The young man's complexion shifted between shades of green and white as he suddenly turned to Yunlai. You must give me an explanation for this matter. My Yudan sect's hundreds of alchemists have diligently crafted pills for the great Yin dynasty, only to witness our sect members being slain before our eyes. Where is the justice? Where is the heavenly principle? If this continues, who would dare to serve the great Yin dynasty? Ha! The crowd inwardly cursed. How shameless of him to utter such words. Enough. Pressured by such circumstances, Yunlai's heart burned with resentment, both towards Gu Han and the Yudan sect. Soon, I shall, Your Highness. The young man, however, discerned the insincerity in his words and gritted his teeth. I demand an explanation now. I can guarantee you. His eyes reddened. From this day forth, even if my Yudan sect's alchemists exhaust themselves, we shall restore the supply of 3 bottles of pills. At these words, Yunlai's spirit surged. Is that true? He felt a surge of excitement. If he could single-handedly restore the Yudan sect's supply of pills, his prestige within the military would undoubtedly soar. Indeed it is. However, I have conditions. The young man fixed his gaze on Gu Han. Those who killed my Yudan sect's elder must pay with their lives. And he turned to Murong Yan, a glint of greed flashing in his eyes. I want 20 bottles each of the Ning Bai Dan, the Miaoqing Dan, and the Yimu Dan. These particular pills were renowned for their extraordinary effects. They had long been eyeing them, but their requests for more, under the guise of researching the pill formulas, had repeatedly been met with refusal. Owing to Fengshi's formidable influence, no one dared to press too hard. Now that an opportunity had arisen, he naturally did not wish to let it slip away. Ha! The scoundrel! What a beautiful thought! To pay with one's life, dream on. If someone must pay, it should be you for those brothers who perished due to insufficient elixirs. His words instantly reignited the simmering anger within the crowd. Wang Yong and Zhou Yi remained expressionless, regarding him as one would a corpse. The realization struck. The rotund man felt a pang of sentiment. Indeed, not a single one among that scoundrel bunch from Yudanzong is worth a damn. Yunlai hesitated. The second condition was manageable. But the first, killing Gu Han. How could that be possible with Fengshi present? No one dares to take such a step. Your Highness. The young man, utterly oblivious, swiftly produced a jade talisman. If you refuse to comply, I shall cease my words abruptly. Suddenly, an enigmatic figure materialized in the hall, draped in a flowing red gown. She appeared ethereal, as if not of this world. Your Highness. The crowd hurriedly paid their respects, their eyes alight with fervent admiration, a stark contrast to the scant regard shown to Gu Han. Gu Han felt a profound realization wash over him. It was only at this moment that he comprehended the immense esteem Fengshi commanded within the military, as Yun Fan had alluded to. Upon her arrival, Zhao Mengyou instinctively recoiled. Zhao Goddess. The rotund man approached with a mischievous grin. Still seeking a crevice to hide in, Zhao Mengyou's eyes reddened, nearly brought to tears by his audaciousness. She had never encountered such a brazen and detestable individual, particularly one so formidable. Have you healed? Fengshi seemed entirely oblivious to the happenings in the hall, her gaze fixed solely upon Gu Han. No lingering threats? None. That is well. Where is Yun Fan? He has tasks to attend to. Gu Han smiled. I shall return in a few days, and then I will surprise senior sister. Additionally, he surveyed the assembly of cultivators with a pure smile. I shall also present them with a surprise. Perhaps it was due to Fengshi's presence. Or perhaps he was simply born for the battlefield, but he found the atmosphere here to be delightful, as he did the cultivators. A surprise? The crowd exchanged glances, yet dared not inquire, their hearts in a tumult. Indeed, given Fengshi's nature, she naturally would not pry further. Do you require assistance? No need. Gu Han glanced at Wang Yong and Zhou Yi, the ever-ready formidable enforcers. I can manage. Very well. Fengshi lingered no longer. Spotting a few lords approaching rapidly, she suddenly seized her wine flask. Upon witnessing her movement, the lords' eyelids flickered, and they awkwardly retreated. Enough of this. We cannot provoke a drunken highness. Let her carry on. Little sister. Yunlai, fully grasping her intent, erupted in fury. Will you allow him to run rampant like this? Fengshi ignored him, turning to leave. 10th Prince. The young man, seething with jealousy as Fengshi's attention remained solely on Gu Han, not casting a glance in his direction, felt a fire ignite within him. If that is the case, do not blame Yudenzong for disregarding righteousness. In that moment, he swiftly activated the jade talisman in his hand. Instantly, hundreds of alchemists emerged from the military encampment. Move. His tone was filled with deep-seated hatred. In the grand realm of the great Yin dynasty, the arrogance of the ruling power has become intolerable. This alchemical elixir, we shall cease its refinement. Let us return to our sect, whether it be execution or punishment. You are free to decide. The young master speaks the truth. We shall no longer toil for them. After all, I am eager to see where they will procure such an abundance of elixirs in our absence. A multitude of alchemists gathered, clamoring incessantly, emboldened by the tense atmosphere of impending conflict. In the short term, the great Yin dynasty would struggle to find so many skilled alchemists to replace them. Rely on loose cultivators? Their alchemical prowess could never rival ours. At these words, Fengshi paused momentarily. A glimmer of surprise flickered in the young man's eyes. Has she yielded? Yet, little did he know, Fengshi's subsequent declaration struck him like a thunderbolt. If we shall not refine, then let it be so. With that, she vanished in an instant. Excellent. Excellent. He could scarcely contain his laughter, though tinged with fury. In that case, I shall observe how you manage without us. No, Guhan interjected, shaking his head. You shall not witness it. What? The young man was taken aback. In the next moment, a crimson mark appeared on his brow. Confusion still lingering in his eyes. The sword's light was too swift for him to comprehend the meaning of those words before he met his demise. Young master. Upon witnessing the young man's death, the alchemists were consumed with hatred, their eyes filled with venomous resentment directed at Guhan. And you lot. Guhan's gaze shifted. You too shall not be spared. How can one perceive the dead? Wang Yong and Zhou Yi instantly stepped forward. Let one survive. Guhan pondered briefly. We must inquire about the way to the Jade Elixir sect. In the first volume, Chapter 292, if the opportunity arises, assist me in eliminating a certain individual. With the prowess of Wang Yong and Zhou Yi, the hundreds of alchemists were as insignificant as mere ants. They needed not lift a finger. A mere hint of their oppressive aura was sufficient to claim the lives of the majority. Flee. Flee. After all, they were but alchemists. Aside from their craft, they had never witnessed such a bloody scene. Their resentment and rage swiftly transformed into terror, causing them to scatter in every direction. Scoundrels! Zhang Shan could no longer contain his fury. Let us slay them. A pack of tyrants. In our daily dealings for elixirs, they have always made things difficult for us. Yet here they are, meeting their comeuppance. With Fengshi's prior words echoing in their minds, the long-simmering dissatisfaction and anger of the cultivators erupted violently, heedless of any command. Their eyes ablaze as they charged toward the alchemists. In an instant, corpses lay strewn across the ground, the stench of blood lingering in the air. Throughout it all, the benevolent Xuan exhibited not a shred of compassion. It was evident how deep his animosity towards the Jade Elixir sect ran. Amidst the chaos, Zhou Ye's powerful hand seized a fleeing alchemist, extracting the location of the Jade Elixir sect. It was not far, merely 2,000 miles away. With a swift motion, he, born of demonic lineage and inherently bloodthirsty, paid no heed to the man's pleas for mercy, crushing him effortlessly. Wang Yong felt a twinge of regret, cursing the fact that he had been outpaced. Gentlemen, Guhan contemplated. Rest assured, esteemed Shui, declared the young master with an assertive thump on his chest. The matter concerning Taoist Shui is my responsibility, and I shall accompany him on this journey. And I as well, Zhou Yi added, unwilling to be left behind. We shall seek justice for Taoist Shui's blood feud from years past. A sense of distaste welled up in Wang Yong's heart. Why must everyone be involved? Guhan nodded thoughtfully. The Yudon sect has but a single ancestor of the third tier in the transcendent realm, with both Zhou and Yi accompanying him. There is no doubt of success. Indeed, he mused, his gaze contemplative. The esteemed elder is magnanimous, yet understanding dawned upon the two, who wasted no time in rolling up their sleeves, taking along the fervently passionate Xueyu and the renowned physician, Xueshini, and swiftly departed. Brother, Morong Yin hefted her wolf-toothed club. It is truly wonderful that you are unharmed. Guhan found himself at a loss for words, gazing at the club that towered over him. Indeed, when it comes to weaponry, I, Guhan, must concede to Sister Morong. Isn't it splendid? She beamed, noticing his fixation on the club, far more energetic than that cumbersome hammer. Guhan could only cast a sympathetic glance towards Shen Xian, who appeared equally perplexed. Song Jian. A voice suddenly broke the silence. The taciturn Song Ho finally spoke. Did he perish by your hand? Gu Han turned to find a familiar visage, one that bore a resemblance to Song Jian. Indeed, do you seek vengeance for him? Huh. Song Ho's tone turned ominous. You are the young prince's junior disciple. How could I dare lay a hand on you? Besides, my inept son was outmatched in a fair duel and met his demise at your hands. He deserved it. There is no room for revenge. A sardonic chuckle escaped him. Though he seemed to commend Gu Han, the chilling undertone in his voice was unmistakable. A promising youth, indeed. He cast a lingering glance at Gu Han before striding away. This man, the stout figure, squinted his small eyes. He is deeply calculating. You killed his son, and yet he remains indifferent? Gu Han sighed. Such individuals are the most formidable. He harbors intentions to strike against you. Huh. Gu Han scoffed. I welcome it. As the crowd grew increasingly fervent, their eyes clouded with bloodlust, Yun Lai, with bloodshot eyes and clenched fists, also departed without a word. Gu Han remained silent. What is the matter? The stout man raised an eyebrow. Didn't he send someone to monitor you? The attempt on physician Shue's life was surely a commission from the Yudon sect. Are you just letting him go? Gu Han shook his head. He is the last brother of my senior sister. Cough, cough. The stout man recognized Gu Han's predicament and refrained from further inquiries, his small eyes darting. That formula is gone. Gu Han ignored him entirely, turning to leave. If you want it, take it or leave it. I am off to see my senior sister. Wait. The stout man was unconvinced, his eyes gleaming with anticipation as he watched Gu Han's retreating figure. I shall extract it from you eventually. At that moment, the crowd gradually converged. The alchemists of the Yudon sect possess virtually no combat experience. How could they possibly stand against a group of seasoned warriors? Hardened by the blood of battle? In mere moments, they were utterly vanquished. It was exhilarating. A release of pent-up frustration surged forth, leaving everyone feeling utterly refreshed. Sister Murong was indeed correct. Zhang Shan wore an expression of excitement. This young Master Gu is truly a formidable individual. Is it any wonder? Being the disciple of the 10th prince? The thrill was overwhelming. At last, they had avenged their grievances. The crowd buzzed with admiration and gratitude towards Gu Han, scarcely contemplating the elixirs. Even if they spared the Yudon sect, given the current trajectory, they would eventually perish on the battlefield due to insufficient potions. Therefore, it was better to release their anger first. Within the black military encampment, Feng Shi quietly sipped her drink. Below, several lords wore expressions of distress, standing awkwardly. The Yudon sect had been obliterated. While the release of frustration was satisfying, the elixirs were also gone. The next assault from the barbarian tribes could come at any moment, and the meager supply of potions remaining in the military could scarcely sustain them through even a couple of battles. They hesitated to inquire, casting furtive glances at the elderly figure with graying hair. Clearing his throat, the elder steeled himself. Your Highness, while the satisfaction is palpable, should we not consider the matter of the elixirs? Do not ask me, Feng Shi replied, shaking her head and glancing toward the outer chambers. Inquire of him. The crowd was momentarily taken aback. After a few breaths, an intense, piercing sound sliced through the air, and Gu Han's figure appeared before them instantaneously, exuding an aura so sharp that it rendered the ground beneath him impeccably smooth. The onlookers were secretly astonished. Such speed. Though they could discern that Gu Han's cultivation was merely at the void flight stage, his velocity surpassed even that of many at the tribulation stage. This young man is remarkable, though somewhat reckless in his actions. They privately assessed him. Esteemed guests, Feng Shi cast a glance at them. What do you think of my junior brother? The group exchanged glances. Even at this moment, was such a question meaningful? Excellent. Truly excellent. They offered tepid compliments. Constrained by decorum. What is amiss? Gu Han sensed something was off. Hey, one burly man, known for his fiery temperament, could no longer contain himself. Little brother, did you enjoy the slaughter? It was acceptable, Gu Han replied, leaving the man momentarily speechless. This lad certainly does not conform to expectations. As the man appeared ready to erupt, the elder intervened. Old Liao, calm yourself. Young man. He glanced at Feng Shi and then at Gu Han. Feeling quite troubled. You must understand, the Yudon. I understand, Gu Han smiled. There is no need for concern. I will handle this matter. The elder lost his composure. You will handle it? You are a swordsman. Do you possess the ability to concoct elixirs? Even if you could summon a group of wandering alchemists, what substantial achievements could they possibly accomplish? Guhan remained unfazed by his expression, contemplating for a moment. I heard from Yun Fan that the casualties among the border cultivators are significant, and I can assure you. He gazed calmly at the others. Let us reduce the casualty rate by tenfold. Tenfold. Insane. Absolutely outrageous. The group instantly lost their composure, staring wide-eyed at Guhan. If it weren't for Feng Shi's presence, they might have drowned him in their spittle. How is it that this lad seems more formidable than his majesty? Humph. The man surnamed Liao could no longer contain himself. Don't speak of tenfold. Even if you could reduce the casualties by threefold, I, old Liao, will bow to you in front of the entire army. Is that so? Guhan's eyes sparkled. Do you truly mean that? Hee. Old Liao chuckled in disbelief. I, old Liao, stand by my word. Ahem. The elder sensed something mischievous in Guhan's smile, and his heart skipped a beat. Old Liao, you've gone too far. You've said too much. Nonsense. The man surnamed Liao waved his hand. His Highness and the others can bear witness. I, old Liao, will keep my promise. Guhan smiled again. He found this man to be straightforward and fiery, yet not ill-natured, quite unlike that cunning rascal, Fatty. Then it's settled. Very well. Feng Shi suddenly interjected. Everyone, please step outside. I have matters to discuss with my junior brother. The group exited the military camp, suddenly realizing something amiss. They had come to inquire about the elixirs. Yet it had somehow transformed into a wager. Bah! This lad is far too sly. He has led them into his trap. Oh! The man surnamed Liao was equally vexed. If I, old Liao, lose, I'll bow to him. But what if he loses? This lad, didn't he mention that? The others looked at him, speechless. You're only realizing this now, old Liao. The elder pondered. Let us not speak too boldly. I have a feeling that lad's smile is rather peculiar. What if, just what if, he truly can accomplish it? Accomplish it? The man surnamed Liao's eyes widened. Then he sighed. If he can, that would be splendid. I would willingly bow to him even 10 times. Sigh. The elder sighed softly. If he could achieve that, I would even want to bow to him myself. Having witnessed life and death countless times does not equate to being indifferent to it. Over the years, the casualties among the border cultivators have grown increasingly severe, and they naturally feel more anxious than anyone else, wishing to avert such tragedies. Humph. Suddenly recalling something, the man surnamed Liao let out a cold laugh. Ji Cheng and Song He, those shameless individuals, not only follow the ninth prince around all day, but have even established some ridiculous leisure pavilion with him, bringing shame upon us. Rather than wasting time on that, they should consider how to minimize the deaths of their own people. Ji Cheng and Song He are both among the 9 lords, yet they have been ensnared by Yun Lai. In past wars, the casualties among their subordinates have been the highest. Forget it. The elder sighed again. Different paths lead to different endeavors. Let them be. Inside the military camp, Guhan finally asked the question that had been buried deep within his heart for a long time. On that day, the second master spoke of entering the Fengwu courtyard, indicating that he would require assistance with a particular matter in the future. What could this matter be? Upon hearing this, Feng Shi removed the wine flask from her waist. The perfect triad? She inquired. Guhan nodded, not wishing to conceal the truth from her. Indeed, the perfect triad. Feng Shi's movements momentarily halted, and a fleeting image of a celestial phoenix darted across her eyes as she scrutinized Guhan intently. In an instant, a terrifying pressure descended upon him. Guhan's heart raced. Previously, Yun Fan had mentioned the overwhelming pressure when facing Feng Shi, and now he experienced it firsthand. It was formidable, both in strength and presence. It was terrifyingly powerful. Eventually, Feng Shi retracted her gaze, and the pressure dissipated instantly. If you possess sufficient strength, assist me in eliminating someone. Who shall I kill? My 4th brother, Yin Tuesday. Do not worry. To slay that Guhan, I require but a fleeting moment. Guhan was taken aback. I heard from Yun Fan that he is not dead. Feng Shi shook her head. Only 4 individuals are privy to this matter. However, Guhan grew increasingly perplexed. Isn't he your 4th brother? Why must you kill him? Forget it. Feng Shi appeared to recall something, shaking her head and choosing not to discuss it further. Do not disclose this to Yun Fan, nor mention it to anyone else. Moreover, your cultivation is still low. It is premature to speak of this. Take this, she said, producing a transparent crystal the size of her thumb. As it emerged, Guhan suddenly felt the space around him become unstable. This is a void essence crystal. Feng Shi remarked lightly. It will aid you in comprehending spatial concepts and hastening your cultivation. Thank you, senior sister. Guhan accepted it without hesitation. for he indeed required a swift enhancement of his abilities. He silently committed Feng Shi's instructions to memory and refrained from further inquiries, subsequently taking his leave. After Gu Han departed, Feng Shi turned her attention to the two female cultivators. Where is she? Who? The two were momentarily taken aback. Your Highness, there are only the two of us here. Yes, Your Highness, perhaps you are mistaken? Feng Shi remained silent, her brow suddenly furrowing. The barrier she had erected should have been more than sufficient to confine even an earthly tribulation cultivator. Yet she did not expect that it would allow a female cultivator of merely divine connection realm to escape. She had been careless. 2,000 miles away from the military encampment lay a breathtaking mountain gate teeming with spiritual energy. Here was the stronghold of the Yudon sect. However, at this moment, the Yudon sect had devolved into a veritable slaughterhouse. Thud, thud, under the overwhelming presence of Wang Yong and Zhou Yi. An elder and a middle-aged man instantly fell to their knees, trembling in fear. Shuemao, the middle-aged man pleaded desperately. You have always been magnanimous. We have known each other for over a decade. Can you truly disregard the bonds of our past? Bonds. Dr. Shue's eyes were filled with rage. Hongyi, I considered you a confidant, yet for a mere pill recipe, you endangered the lives of my entire family and still dare to speak of bonds? The middle-aged man, Hong Yi, was indeed the architect of the tragedy that befell Dr. Shue's family. The elder. It is indeed the venerable ancestor of the Jade Dan sect. At this moment, both individuals silently regretted their past actions, killing the entire family of divine physician Shui for a seemingly worthless alchemical formula. What weighed heavier on their conscience was their carelessness. Had they mobilized all their forces to locate divine physician Shui and eliminate him completely, perhaps today's calamity would never have unfolded. Shuemao, the ancestral figure of the Jade Dan sect, gritted his teeth. Now that matters have reached this point, I find myself at a loss for words. If you seek vengeance, I cannot stop you. However, considering the events of that day, which were instigated by a few of us, if you still harbor resentment, feel free to take our lives. But might you spare the Jade Dan sect a chance at survival? He was well aware of divine physician Shue's temperament. When force fails, it is best to appeal with gentle words. Divine physician Shui remained silent. Friend Shui, Wang Yong remarked indifferently, his words are not to be trusted. A smirk emerged on Zhou's lips, a glint of bloodlust flashing in his eyes. According to the traditions of our holy demon sect, not a single tree or blade of grass should be left for them. They were acutely aware of Gu Han's instructions. Divine physician Shui felt his heart soften, but they certainly would not. Grandfather. Shui Yu's eyes brimmed with tears, her voice laced with hatred. I do not wish to let them off. Suddenly, divine physician Shui spoke, his tone desolate. I once knelt before you, pleading to surrender the formula, hoping you would spare my family, yet you feared the exposure. His eyes turned crimson, fixating on Hong Yi with intense fury. Did you grant me a path to survival? Ha ha. Wang Yong laughed heartily. Friend Shui, you are not one to be dismissed lightly. Zhou also appeared pleased. This friend of yours is indeed worth befriending. Boom, boom. As they spoke, the two ceased restraining their powers. And two overwhelming auras, one white and one gray, suddenly enveloped the Jade Dan sect. They reached the peak of the Transcendence realm, subtly approaching the Saint realm. Such formidable existence was beyond the capacity of these individuals to withstand. Wherever they passed, everything was reduced to dust. Naturally, Hong Yi and the ancestral figure of the Jade Dan sect were the first to be transformed into a mist of blood. Suddenly, Wang Yong noticed that his white light was being suppressed by the gray light by several inches. Humph, he scoffed. As his thoughts shifted, the white light immediately overpowered the gray. Huh. Zhou was unwilling to be outdone and instantly pushed back. In an instant, both of them propelled their powers to the utmost limit, their faces flushed. One moment, one would suppress the other, and the next, the roles would reverse. Yet neither was willing to relent. Scoundrel! Cursed wretch! Their outward confrontation was accompanied by inward curses. At this moment, not even a single stone remained amidst the clash of their formidable energies. Predecessor. Shui Yu wiped her tears, desperately holding back her sorrow. Do not forget the task entrusted to us by the young master. This is bad. A sense of foreboding struck both of them. In the capital, Gu Han had instructed them to retrieve every resource that the Jade Dan sect had consumed over the years, leaving not a single item behind. Damn it. Almost ruined my grand plans. They shot each other a fierce glare and instantly retracted their oppressive aura. dashing towards the treasury of the Jade Dance sect. Grandfather gazed at the forlorn expression of physician Shui. Shuiyu's heart was a tumultuous blend of sorrow and joy as she murmured to herself, "Young Master Gu is a man of his word. He has avenged us." Before she could finish her thought, tears streamed down her cheeks. Physician Shui wore a look of bewilderment. How could he have fathomed that the destitute youth he had once compassionately aided would metamorphose into the very Gu Han, who, with a mere utterance, had absolved him of a 20-year-long blood feud within a purple military fortress? Yunlai's countenance was shrouded in severe gloom as he sat in silence at the head of the table. Below him, Song Ho and another diminutive man exchanged furtive glances. This individual was Ji Chung, one of the 9 lords. "Your Highness," after a prolonged silence, Ji Chung could no longer restrain himself. "What is your intent?" A flicker of internal conflict passed through Yunlai's eyes. If this were to reach the ears of the emperor and his uncle. "Your Highness," Ji Chung interjected, "both the Flame Emperor and the War King have their own adversaries. They are unlikely to intervene. Moreover, I have frequented here multiple times without drawing their attention." Yet, Yunlai remained indecisive. "To betray the great Yin dynasty," he mused. "Humph." Song he scoffed. "Your Highness, forgive my candor. But while you remain steadfast to the great Yin dynasty, how do they regard you? Aside from Princess Fengxi, do they hold you, the 9th prince, in any esteem? You have witnessed today's events. That Gu Han has just arrived at the military camp, yet commands such renown, surpassing even you. He has publicly humiliated you before the Jade Pill sect. Neither the War King nor the Flame Emperor spoke a word. Even those soldiers disregard you. Your Highness." He fixed his gaze intently on Yunlai. "Surely you do not believe you have a genuine chance to ascend that throne?" Boom. These words struck Yunlai like a bolt from the blue, shattering his hesitation and uncertainty in an instant. "My conditions." A tinge of crimson seeped into his eyes. "Has he consented?" "Rest assured, Your Highness," Ji Chung hastily replied. "The elder who negotiated with me mentioned that you and that individual share a common lineage, bound by blood. Should you go forth, your treatment will undoubtedly surpass that of all the barbarian tribes, and even those youthful war gods will be at your command. You are his direct descendant. Your Highness," Song he added, "forgive my frankness, but while you are indeed a paragon of talent, remaining here will only leave you overshadowed by Princess Fengxi. You will never have the opportunity to rise. Not to mention, there is now the formidable Gu Han. In my view, his sword intent is pure and transcendent. If you were to confront him in combat, you may not emerge victorious." Upon hearing this, the bloodshot veins in Yunlai's eyes intensified. In truth, Ji Chung shook his head. "The number of barbarian tribes far exceeds our own. If this war continues, we face inevitable defeat. With Gu Han having obliterated the Jade Pill sect, the day of the great Yin dynasty's complete downfall may not be far off. By the way," he added, seemingly casually, "that individual also mentioned that should you go, he would refine the trace of your ancestral dragon bloodline. Is that true?" Yunlai abruptly lifted his gaze, fixing a fierce stare upon him. "What manner of identity does he possess? Why would he deliberately deceive His Highness?" "Very well." Yunlai's eyes transformed entirely into a shade of blood red. "I have consented." Thus, when the barbarian horde assaults once more, the Flame Emperor and the War King shall find themselves embroiled in a fierce struggle, and that moment shall be our opportunity. Ji Chung and Song he exchanged glances of delight, secretly exhaling in relief. The situation on the battlefield was far from optimistic. Both had long contemplated surrender. Yet an unusual condition was imposed. Should they manage to sway Yunlai, assistance would be granted to elevate the two of them to the sacred realm. Such temptation was impossible to resist. They had labored tirelessly, subtly inciting discord, and at last, with Gu Han's arrival today, they achieved their objective. In due course, a glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Song He's eyes. Gu Han would undoubtedly appear amidst the chaos of battle. "I shall first claim his life, avenging my son." Ji Chung silently shook his head. The intensity of warfare was such that no one's safety was assured, even for those of extraordinary caliber. One need only look at the number of the Flame Emperor's sons who had perished to understand this. Among the 9 Marquis, only Song he had preserved his bloodline. Yet he was reluctant to allow his son to undergo the rigors of battle, resulting in a formidable cultivation devoid of practical combat ability, ultimately leading to his demise at Gu Han's hands. Revenge aside, he cautioned, "We must not allow it to hinder our grand endeavor." "Rest assured," Song he replied, brimming with confidence. To slay him takes but a mere instant. In a makeshift military encampment, Gu Han held the void essence crystal, deeply immersed in contemplation. The void realms allow one to harness the mind's essence, merging their aura with the surrounding space to enhance their affinity with it, just as fish thrive in water. Achieving such harmony permits one to traverse the heavens at will, summoning thunder to temper the body. The ultimate state of the mind's essence is, of course, far more stable and robust than that of an ordinary cultivator, thus sensing the space becomes considerably easier. With the aid of this void essence crystal, his breakthrough speed would naturally surpass the imaginations of others. Just as he was engrossed in his studies, a faint commotion arose from outside. In the blink of an eye, he found himself in the outer area, where Mo Huaiyuan and a few others had just arrived. What transpired? He inquired. It's that group of barbarians again. Mo Huaiyuan's expression was less than favorable. After every battle, they always come to provoke us. Provocation? Through her explanation, Gu Han came to understand. Within the barbarian ranks, there exists the Hall of War Gods, comprising 9 youthful war deities ranked from low to high. Several years ago, the top-ranked war god was brutally slain by Feng Shi before the 2 armies, and ever since, the remaining ones have incessantly provoked our forces after each conflict, inviting cultivators of equal standing from the great Yin Empire to duel, seeking to restore their lost honor, a practice that has nearly become tradition. However, these young war gods are meticulously chosen, and as body cultivators, they possess formidable defenses, naturally holding a significant advantage. Thus, over the years, the great Yin Empire has witnessed far more defeats than victories. It was Mo Huaiyuan who stepped forward, almost crushing their 6th young war god, which significantly bolstered the morale of the troops. Determined to reclaim their honor, they soon returned after the fierce battle. This time, they brought the 5th young war god. How dreary, the stout fellow scoffed. A body cultivator? Unmatched in defense. If he could bring that top contender over, the stout lord would gladly compare defenses. The 9 young war gods held fixed positions, yet the individuals were replaceable. 1 death, 1 casualty, and a new contender would inevitably emerge. Let us go? Gu Han stated impassively. They arrived at the battlefield in no time. The area was already surrounded by numerous cultivators, and from the despondent expressions on their faces and the bloodstains on the ground, it was evident that the situation was grim. A towering, muscular youth clad in brown battle armor stood 100 paces away, his arms adorned with several golden rings, calmly meditating. Beside him stood over 100 barbarian warriors, their physiques almost exaggeratedly robust. Even Mo Huaiyuan appeared somewhat petite in their presence. Useless. Not a single one can fight. Bring out that Feng Shi woman. She is so beautiful. Let her dance for our war god. Various vile insults echoed around. In terms of cursing, these barbarians were quite repetitive, yet the cultivators, having suffered 2 consecutive defeats, were too demoralized to retort. Oh, Sister Mo Huaiyuan and young Master Gu, you have arrived. Upon seeing Gu Han and others, the cultivators' spirits lifted, swiftly parting to create a path. They were well aware of Mo Huaiyuan's impressive achievements. The stout fellow cast a casual glance. What a joke of a war god, with such meager skills, daring to humiliate themselves. If not for my superior cultivation, I would easily crush them. I shall take the field. With a thud, Mo Huaiyuan thrust her wolf-toothed club forward, ready to engage. Sister, Gu Han, with a sweep of his mind, discerned the opponent's true capabilities and halted her. If you fight him, you can only win but not kill him. Hearing Gu Han's voice, the young war god suddenly opened his eyes. Another group of useless ones. Where's Feng Shi? Call that woman out to dance for me. If I'm pleased, I might let you off today. Otherwise, as he spoke halfway, his gaze fell upon Zhao Mengyou, and his eyes lit up. This woman. Excellent. Let her come over to keep me company, and I might show you some mercy. How infuriating. Zhao Mengyou's face turned pale with rage, ready to charge into battle. I will kill him. Oh, the stout fellow was taken aback. Has the goddess changed her demeanor? I heard that brat Yinfan mention you. Cough, cough. Upon noticing Gu Han's glare, he hastily fell silent. On the battlefield, Zhao Mengyou grit her silver teeth, resolutely dismissing any notions of being a goddess. Everyone was the same. Having resolved to stay, I shall not be a mere ornament. Adaptation is imperative. Gu Han cast her a surprised glance. Zhao Mengyou's cheeks flushed, and she promptly turned her head away. You two are incapable. Gu Han shook his head. Although he could slay him, it would not be sufficiently exhilarating. The rotund man's eyes brightened. Are you going to make a move? Gu Han paid him no heed, glancing at the youthful war god before suddenly smiling. How about I engage you in combat? Though this barbarian possessed formidable strength, it was primarily in terms of physical prowess. His true cultivation level was merely that of the void realm. You? The youthful war god scoffed derisively. Just based on your pretty face. Boom. Before he could finish his sentence, a tremendous surge of energy erupted. Gu Han vanished from his spot. When he reappeared, he stood mere feet away, emanating a sharp intent that scraped painfully against the war god's face. What? The group of barbarians gasped in astonishment. This person possesses incredible speed. Boom. The youthful war god, seasoned by the battlefield, was momentarily taken aback, but his cultivation erupted in full force. Gold rings clanged in his hands as a faint crimson aura burst forth around him. Come, he taunted, let me see what you've got. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish speaking, without any discernible movement from Gu Han, invisible sword energy struck the blood barrier, leaving trails of blood on his body. Is that all? He laughed maniacally. Not enough. The war god is mighty. Witnessing his arrogance, the crowd of barbarians grew excited, chanting incessantly. The war god is mighty. Kill. Their jubilation lasted but a fleeting moment. A chilling voice, laced with murderous intent, suddenly drowned out their cheers, and the barbarians felt a flash before their eyes as Gu Han's figure vanished once more. When they looked again, he stood back at his original position, holding a bloodied head in his hand. It was none other than the youthful war god. Before them lay a headless corpse. From the moment Gu Han struck to the instant he claimed his opponent's head, not even 2 breaths had elapsed. The barbarians were stunned. Their war god had perished? Just a mere waste. Gu Han remarked indifferently, how dare you boast in my presence? Uft. The sword energy swept through. That head instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist. Volume 1, Chapter 295, Gu, the Vanguard. The sharpest blade of the Dian frontier army. Within the black military encampment, Feng Shi furrowed her brow, pondering the matter of the female cultivator when suddenly an excited voice echoed from outside. Your Highness, good news. That disciple of yours, the esteemed Gu, is truly remarkable. Upon hearing the account, Feng Shi's brow relaxed slightly, a sign of her burgeoning delight. Understood. She contemplated for a moment. Issue a command. From this day forth, Gu Han shall serve as the vanguard of my Fengyi army. The man was taken aback. Vanguard? Among the various armies. Aside from a few lords, there were numerous leaders and deputy leaders, followed by various ranks of officers, yet the position of vanguard had never been established. Clearly, this was a special arrangement Feng Shi devised for Gu Han. Henceforth, the voice of Feng Shi resounded once more. Gu Han, you are the sharpest sword of our great Yin border army. Indeed. Excellent. The man with the surname Liao, observing from a distance, brightened up and praised. A decisive victory. A splendid victory. This lad, though a tad insidious, strikes with remarkable precision and formidable strength, reminiscent of our prince in his prime. Old Liao, someone beside him chuckled. You seem quite fond of him. Don't forget you have a wager with him. The man named Liao waved dismissively. I'm just a simpleton. What do I care for wagers? With his prowess and achievements alone, he earns my utmost respect. What a pity, the elders sighed with regret. If we had more talents like him in our ranks, our morale would not be so dismal. The border army boasted a multitude of cultivators, with many geniuses among them. However, most were merely at the 3rd or 4th ringing of the Dao bell, while those at the 5th were rare, and those beyond the 6th were few and far between. The 9th ringing? Only Feng Shi could be counted. This lad, Liao erupted in hearty laughter. I wager my head that he is indeed at the 9th ringing, no doubt about it. Meanwhile, Gu Han's performance did not escape the notice of Yun Lai and his companions. Unlike the joy evident in others, their expressions darkened, their eyes glinting with cold light. Especially Yun Lai. He was not blind. Judging by Gu Han's displayed cultivation and killing power, he was undoubtedly at the 9th ringing of the Dao bell. Why? He seethed with resentment. Why must you all be at the 9th ringing while I am only at the 8th? In that moment, consumed by jealousy, he solidified his previous intentions to ally with him, to awaken a trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline. In doing so, he would surely attain the stature of the 9th ringing as well. This child, Ji Qing spoke gravely. If he were to grow, he could become another 10th prince. Song, he sneered. He better have his chance. Let him live a few more days. When the great battle arrives, I will surely take his life. 9th ringing? A dead ninth ringing is worth less than a single ringing. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. What was he planning? On the battlefield, the spectators were momentarily stunned as they witnessed Gu Han swiftly sever the head of the youthful war god within mere breaths. Then, an eruption of cheers followed. Even the heavy weight of despair that lingered in their hearts was momentarily lifted. Brother, Mo Huaiyuan brandished her wolf-toothed club vigorously. Well done. Except for the plump fellow who remained composed, the others quickly paled and scattered. Gu Han smiled, for this was precisely his intention. He had long heard from Yun Fan that the barbarians were not only powerful, but also outnumbered the great Yin Emperor's border troops by far. Though he did not know why they had never mobilized fully, the border army still found it exceedingly challenging to hold them at bay, often suffering more defeats than victories. And even in victory, it was a Pyrrhic one. Though the presence of the Flame Emperor, the War King, and Feng Shi kept their spirits from plummeting to the depths. The year after year of repression and despair was undeniably palpable. He understood well. As the two armies clashed, morale is of utmost importance, perhaps even surpassing the significance of those elixirs in certain respects. Clearly, the swift and decisive defeat of a youthful war god has instilled a greater sense of inspiration than what Mo Huaiyuan previously provided. At that moment, a cultivator hurriedly arrived to convey Feng Shi's orders. The vanguard? The sharpest sword? Instantly, the crowd was invigorated, their gloom and despondency considerably alleviated. It was evident that Feng Shi had a profound understanding of the army's psyche. She was acutely aware of what the border troops yearned for most: a sword. A sword that could cleave through all opposition. And Gu Han was the most fitting candidate. Uft, murmured the rotund fellow under his breath, his tone tinged with envy. Isn't he just a mere vanguard? Who is he trying to impress? Just wait. I will surely claim the title of a grand vanguard and overshadow this scoundrel. Huh. Zhao Mengyou shot him a glance. What of the grand vanguard? He is indeed the sharpest sword. And you? What are you? The rotund man fell into contemplation. The hardest shield? Such a notion seemed absurd. Gu Han cast his gaze upon the sullen-faced barbarians, perplexed. Did they dare to call themselves war gods? Who conferred such a title? Is this the caliber of warriors in your war god temple? Fools. A barbarian fumed. You dare to insult my war god? Before he could finish, a gust of wind rushed forth, and the invisible sword energy left numerous lacerations upon him, as Gu Han had already appeared before him. Before he could utter another word, a flash of brilliance flickered, and he felt a chill at his throat as consciousness rapidly faded away. Arrogant. Slay him. Hang his body outside the war god temple. The barbarians roared in fury. Against the border troops of Dian, their mentality had always been one of arrogance. Looking down upon their foes, Gu Han's words had undoubtedly shattered their pride. Gu Vanguard. Seeing Gu Han encircled, some cultivators rushed forward to assist. Get lost. The rotund man lazily crossed his arms, watching the spectacle unfold. If Gu Han could not handle such a minor skirmish, then he, the rotund one, would gladly take the vanguard position. Among these barbarians, the strongest cultivator was still significantly weaker than the fifth war god, so how could they possibly rival Gu Han? In an instant, the light of the sword blazed forth, and the scattered invisible sword energy enveloped the surroundings. Heads flew from their bodies, blood splattered incessantly. Yet, Gu Han's figure was nowhere to be seen. He moved with such speed that, apart from the rotund man and a few others, no one could capture his movements. The onlookers were captivated. Indeed, Gu Vanguard was the sharpest sword. Moments later, the barbarians could no longer withstand the onslaught. They were fierce and barbaric. Yet facing such one-sided slaughter where they couldn't even graze their opponent's clothing drove them to the brink of despair. Their once dauntless spirit had been utterly extinguished. Finally, after suffering near total casualties, the remaining barbarians lost their previous arrogance and fled in disarray. It was only at this moment that Gu Han revealed himself. No pursuit ensued. With a flick of his long sword, it rested against the throat of a barbarian. I forgot to inquire earlier, which war god was that? The fifth. What of the others? None have arrived. I beg your pardon. Gu Han smiled amiably. Shall you lead the way? Chapter 296 of Volume 1. Was a sword turned to mud? What? The crowd, momentarily stunned, quickly grasped Gu Han's intent, and their hearts ignited with fervor. Indeed, the barbarians dared to challenge us. We can do the same. Previously, they had always been the oppressed, suffering numerous setbacks, and had subconsciously forgotten this unspoken rule. Let us go. The rotund man's eyes sparkled with excitement. Let's witness the spectacle. Ideally, let that so-called first war god emerge, and I shall crush him with my own hands. Last time, I failed to annihilate that fellow. Mo Huaiyuan glanced at her wolf-toothed club, feeling discontented. This time, I must not falter. At this moment, not only those in the arena but also many cultivators heard the news and hurried from their respective camps, gathering in a grand procession behind Guhan, making their way toward the barbarians. In the distance, an elder furrowed his brow. Is there not a multitude of them? What nonsense! Liao, the man, scoffed. For years, we have been suppressed by the barbarians. Who does not harbor a grudge? Who does not yearn for vindication? Moreover, in a one-on-one, fair contest of equal standing, it is they who establish the rules. Do they dare to defy them and lose face? If a conflict arises, so be it. We can always engage in another battle. In truth, the elder sighed. What we lack most now is not elixirs, but morale. His Highness's decision is indeed astute. This lad's sword is unparalleled in sharpness. Naturally, another chimed in. I believe that within the same realm, only His Highness from years past could rival him. The youth is formidable. Nevertheless, the elder shook his head. We must follow closely to prevent those individuals from resorting to desperate measures. Elsewhere, Feng Shi's orders had reached Yuan Lai's ears, and his countenance darkened further. Let us go, to see for ourselves. The sharpest sword? Such grandiose claims. My younger sister is foolish. Both father and second uncle are equally misguided. Fear not, Your Highness. Song He exuded confidence. This sword shall eventually break in my hands. The barbarian encampment lay merely a few hundred miles from the Dalian border troops. Although they did not hasten their pace deliberately, it did not take long for them to arrive. Before them, the barbarian stronghold appeared rugged and domineering. Stretching endlessly before the eye, the barbarians stood poised, their faces aflame with fury, fixated on the dark mass of Dalian border troops behind Guhan. Elder, a barbarian who had previously fled, returned, striking his chest with one hand, and bowed to a brawny man. It was he. He spoke insolently, insulting our war god's hall. Humph. The brawny man snorted, his aura surging, causing discomfort in the ears of all present. How many years had it been? He had forgotten the last time the Dalian border troops had come to their doorstep. Although it was not a formal war, yet, even in the face of failure, his pride would not allow it. Infuriating. With a flick of his gaze, he suddenly turned towards the barbarian leading Guhan. The glory of our ancestors has been utterly squandered by you. As he spoke, his blood surged, and with a powerful punch, he struck. Thunderous booms echoed in his ears, as an overwhelming force of blood surged forth, descending in an instant. In that fleeting moment, the barbarian merely brushed against that tremendous power and was instantly obliterated into a mist of blood. Seemingly intentional, the residual force of that might subtly affected Guhan. In an instant, the moon-white robe draping Guhan shimmered with a gentle light, dissipating the overwhelming force entirely. At that moment, a towering figure landed before Guhan, blocking the collective assault. Liao, you wretched creature. His eyes blazed with fury. I knew you would not abide by the rules. Liao Zheng. The expression in Xian He's eyes instantly turned icy. The two had clashed on the battlefield several times, and were well acquainted with each other's capabilities. In the distance, the plump man squinted, his body shimmering with a faint golden light. Mo Huaiyuan and her companions wore grim expressions, their eyes fixed on the group of barbarians, ready to erupt into battle at the slightest provocation. Kit, Liao Zheng cast a sidelong glance at Guhan. As long as I, old Liao, am here, feel free to do as you wish. This was indeed the rule they had set. If they broke their word. He glanced at Xian He and the several robust barbarians beside him. Old Liao is not to be trifled with. A sudden pang of guilt washed over Guhan. Old Liao was a straightforward man. Had he perhaps gone too far in deliberately putting him in a difficult position? Just moments ago, he collected his thoughts and suddenly turned to Xian He. That fifth war god is utterly useless. Come, find me someone capable of fighting. As his words fell, his sword quivered in his hand, its ringing sound resonating. Arrogant. Where did this ignorant fool come from? To insult the war god temple, even if you had 10 lives. It would not suffice. Instantly, a host of barbarians erupted in fury, their eyes fixed on Guhan, wishing to devour him alive. The war god temple was the most sacred place in their hearts, and they would never allow anyone to desecrate it. Xian He coldly regarded Guhan, as though he were gazing upon a corpse. What? Guhan ignored his gaze. Is there no one left? Or do you still not dare? Arrogant. Suddenly, A voice of anger erupted from the crowd as a young barbarian emerged, flanked by others. He was tall and robust, adorned with golden rings on his arms, his attire mirroring that of the previous fifth war god. To insult my war god temple, you shall be punished. A sweep of his consciousness caused Gu Han's brow to furrow instantly. This barbarian's blood was unsettled, and his physique did not possess the strength of the fifth war god, clearly indicating a significant disparity in power. Mo Huaiyuan blinked in surprise. Is this not the fellow I nearly pounded to death earlier? This barbarian youth was none other than the sixth war god, who had narrowly escaped her wrath. Through the secret arts of cultivation, he has healed his injuries and reappeared before the crowd. Do you seek death? Gu Han brandished his long sword, pointing it directly at him. The sixth war god did not take action, but suddenly laughed. I have heard them say that your agility is remarkable. Indeed, I expected your strength to be formidable. His expression was one of derision. It turns out you are merely a rat that scurries away. My people have always revered strength. Only by confronting one another directly and defeating opponents with absolute power can respect be earned. You, who rely on speed and cunning, dare to call yourself strong? He Shao met his demise at your hands, and I feel it is a grave injustice. He Shao, the name of the fifth war god. Is that so? Gu Han remained unfazed. What do you intend to do? Simple. Seeing Gu Han take the bait, the sixth war god's eyes brightened. Let us compare strength and physical prowess. That is what true warriors ought to do. Despicable. Mo Huaiyuan cursed vehemently. My brother is not a body cultivator. How can he compare strength with you? If you wish to compete, I shall engage you. Behind her, a multitude of border soldiers echoed her sentiment with their own denunciations. To utter such words is exceedingly shameless. Unexpectedly, Zhao Mengyou's delicate face darkened. These barbarian tribes may possess great physical stature, yet they are not devoid of intellect. Oh, the rotund one teased. Are you concerned for him? Zhao Mengyou had no mood for banter. Fear not, the rotund one chuckled. This scoundrel has never suffered a loss. Do you believe that this so-called sixth war god will meet a grim fate? Young man, Liao Zheng interjected. Do not heed him. To their astonishment, Gu Han nodded in agreement. What? Liao Zheng's eyes widened. I, Liao, just praised you, and now you're becoming arrogant? To attack another's strength with one's own weakness is not boldness. It is courting death. The crowd was left speechless, their faces etched with concern. Boom. Before they could utter another word, a formidable aura suddenly surged from Gu Han. Thunderous. As his internal spiritual power reached its limit, a faint sound akin to rumbling thunder resonated. Buzz. Pure spiritual energy surged wildly into the sword, causing it to sing incessantly. The sword's spirit expressed a jubilant sentiment, continuously responding to Gu Han's intent. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. Two figures of Gu Han appeared in the arena. One remained in place, while the other had already arrived before the sixth war god. The speed was so great that it left behind a lingering shadow. Comparing strength? As the shadow gradually dissipated, his true form gazed at the sixth war god, a radiant smile upon his face. Then let us indeed compare. This is bad. The sixth war god felt a tingling at the back of his head. Waves of oppressive spiritual pressure, akin to mountains and colossal waves, descended upon him, nearly robbing him of the courage to stand before Gu Han. Bang! Another explosive sound. Gu Han raised his sword high, bringing it down with tremendous force. The pressure the sixth war god bore suddenly multiplied several times. A roar erupted. His muscles swelled instantaneously, veins protruding like worms, channeling an immense surge of vital energy into his arms. A crisp clang resonated as the golden ring converged at once. He raised his arm high, directly confronting Gu Han's longsword. A resounding boom echoed, drowning out his anguished cries. The earth trembled beneath them. Gu Han stood firm, his figure unwavering amidst the swirling dust, which only added to his enigmatic presence. Gulp. The soldiers instinctively swallowed, their minds racing. What was the outcome? Had they won or lost? In their anxiousness, they temporarily forgot to probe with their spiritual senses. Gradually, as the dust settled, Gu Han, clad in moon-white robes, stood impassively at the center, while before him lay a newly formed deep pit. Within it, the sixth battle god lay shattered, his flesh mangled and bones broken. His once towering form now crumpled into a heap, several broken golden rings scattered beside him, lifeless. Hiss! The crowd stared in disbelief. Was he truly reduced to mere pulp by a single strike? Chapter 297. Whether third or fourth, all of you come at once. TSK, TSK. The rotund man instinctively rubbed his head. This rascal possesses considerable prowess. Huh. Zhao Mengyou raised her chin proudly, a sudden surge of superiority flooding her heart. Uninformed. What is flesh pulp? Have you ever witnessed blood being turned into a print? Suddenly, Guhan furrowed his brow, glancing at his right hand. Liao Gang's realization dawned. A pang of concern gripping him. What's wrong? Are you injured? My hand is numb, Guhan replied candidly. Liao Gang, I never anticipated this. Above. The elder looked on in astonishment, marveling at the audacity of such a head-on approach. Such formidable spiritual power must surely exceed the bipolar realm. This young man surpasses our expectations, he observed keenly, recognizing that Guhan's strike had compressed all his internal spiritual energy within the sword before unleashing it in an instant. The delicate balance between tension and release naturally yielded tremendous destructive force. It seemed simple, yet few could accomplish it. First, the sword must possess sufficient hardness. Secondly, one's physical and spiritual strength must be ample and potent. Otherwise, it would merely be an empty facade, lacking any true might. One individual, reveling in misfortune, remarked that the brute had ensnared the young man, only to find himself caught in the trap instead. A distinguished swordsman, opting not to wield his sword against foes, but instead bludgeoning them. This lad was indeed a rarity. Lao Liao was in peril. Another pondered thoughtfully. With this young man's intellect, Lao Liao stood no chance. Gu Vanguard. Below, someone from the ranks of soldiers shouted. Mighty, Gu Vanguard, Gu Vanguard. With him leading, the crowd erupted into cheers, their eyes fervent. Voices soaring like a tsunami, echoing far and wide. In that moment, Guhan's standing in their hearts ascended to new heights. Zhao Mengyou gazed at Guhan, her expression dazed, while beside her, the rotund man felt a mix of envy and jealousy within himself. No, he must secure a formidable vanguard. As his gaze swept across the surroundings, it quickly landed on Liao Zhang. His eyes sparkled with realization. This individual appeared somewhat foolish, yet possessed a straightforward disposition and lacked cunning. An ideal companion who could be easily persuaded. Further afield, witnessing Guhan's adoration from the masses, Yun Lai's expression soured considerably. More disconcerting than his own face was that of the barbarian warriors. The illustrious sixth warrior of the war god temple had been ruthlessly slain by a mere sword strike, suffering an ignoble death, and the war god temple had been shamed alongside him. Go, Xian, he commanded coolly, proclaim that all of his kin shall be demoted to slavery. Yes, a barbarian responded promptly. Didn't I mention? Guhan gazed at him earnestly. If a formidable opponent were to emerge, akin to the previous one, there would be no need for further humiliation. Though I wouldn't mind escorting them on their journey, the act of slaughtering too many becomes quite tiresome. Xianhe's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He yearned to strike down Guhan directly. However, the rules had been established by the barbarians. They initiated the challenge. And killing Guhan would only exacerbate their disgrace. Moreover, with Liao and his companions present, he could not act against Guhan. Among the throng of barbarians, 3 warriors, numbered 7, 8, and 9, clenched their fists tightly but dared not enter the fray. Their strength paled in comparison to the previous 2 warriors. To charge into battle recklessly would lead to both disgrace and demise. Is that it? Guhan expressed his disappointment. You should disband this so-called war god temple at once. Suddenly, a voice imbued with vitality, faintly resonating with a golden chime, echoed through the air. How audacious! Guhan narrowed his eyes instantly. A master. The second war god had emerged from seclusion. With him present, that scoundrel would surely be dispatched. In an instant, the eyes of the barbarian warriors brightened, only to be met with disappointment soon after. The second war god, having endured the toll of 7 chimes and surpassed the 8th layer of thunder tribulation, wielded unparalleled strength. Yet, he was unable to intervene. The barbarians had initially set the rules for combat within the same realm to prevent Feng, Shi, and Yun Lai from participating. Over the years, they had reaped immense benefits from this regulation, but they never anticipated that today, this very rule would bind them. As they spoke, 3 young barbarian warriors stepped forward, approaching Guhan. Their blood surged high, their bodies muscular and bronze-like, resembling living statues. They were the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th war gods. Young man, Liao Zhang said, his expression stern. Take it easy. Rest assured, Guhan nodded in acknowledgement. How shall we proceed? The leading warrior glanced at Gu Han, speaking nonchalantly. Are you confident? The two behind him had not undergone the thunder tribulation to refine their bodies, and in principle, they stood on equal footing with Gu Han. I shall take the lead. One of them took a deep breath, looking toward Gu Han. I am the third. No need to continue, Gu Han interjected, shaking his head. Whether the third or the fourth, both of you should join forces. Liao Zheng felt a pang in his heart. Is this what I Lao Liao mean? Arrogant. The two were enraged. They understood that Gu Han was formidable, yet they also possessed their own pride, believing themselves to be ranked highly. Even if they could not prevail, they would not allow him to dominate them. However, they never anticipated that Gu Han would regard them with such disdain. Boom. With a furious shout, the third war god summoned an immense surge of vitality that ascended to the heavens. The golden ring in his hand trembled slightly, converging in an instant as he hurled a punch toward Gu Han. Before the fist even arrived, an overwhelmingly powerful force whipped through the air, causing Gu Han's robe to flutter violently. Puff! His punch was executed with blinding speed. In the blink of an eye, it reached Gu Han, piercing through his chest. Gu Xianfeng. The border troops gasped in astonishment. Something is amiss. The third war god furrowed his brow. The sensation from his fist felt as if it had struck nothingness, devoid of any sensation of penetrating flesh. From the side, suddenly, the second war god shouted. This is bad. The third war god felt a chill run down his spine as Gu Han before him began to gradually dissipate. It was merely an afterimage. Puff! At that moment, a flash of light swept past, and he felt a cold pain. His right arm had been severed from his body, soaring into the air. Death! Unlike Song Jian, he was immensely experienced in combat and paid no heed to his severed arm. With a shake of his left arm's golden ring, a surge of light instantly coursed into his body, causing his left arm to expand momentarily, accompanied by a thunderous sound as he swung forcefully to the right. Puff! Another empty strike. Too slow. Gu Han's voice echoed behind him. Following this, a sharp pain pierced his neck. I come to assist you. At that very moment, the fourth war god could no longer adhere to the rules. He crossed his fists, shaking the golden ring, which instantly grew considerably larger in his grasp. As boundless vitality surged into it, descending upon Gu Han's back. At this moment, Gu Han's sword was about to descend upon the third war god's neck. Sensing the movement behind him, his eyes narrowed into a slit. Boom. In the next moment, an incredibly terrifying spiritual pressure erupted from him once more. Kill. A flash of crimson light gleamed in his eyes. The spiritual energy within him surged into the long sword, which blazed with brilliance, enveloped in a layer of faint red light. Puff! A soft sound. The long sword swiftly sliced through the third war god's neck. In the blink of an eye, leveraging the residual momentum, Gu Han pivoted sharply, the sword's brilliance more radiant than before, descending with force. Puff! Another soft sound. The fourth war god's movements abruptly halted. At this moment, the golden ring in his hand was but half an inch from Gu Han. Yet, this half-inch was an unfathomably vast distance for him. Gulp! A quiet sound. The head of the third war god fell to the ground. The fourth war god slowly lowered his head, gazing at the shallow line of blood before him, opening his mouth as if to say something. Let us attack together. Gu Han shook his head. You are not capable. As his words fell, the bloodline of the fourth war god rapidly expanded, beginning at his left shoulder and cascading down to his right waist. That single strike cleaved his body diagonally in two. The residual, formless sword energy erupted, instantly purging the last remnants of vitality from within him. A profound silence enveloped the scene. The surrounding troops, their faces flushed, found themselves rendered speechless. Clearly, they were overwhelmed with exhilaration. Amidst the crowd, Zhang Shan mustered all his strength, raising his fist high and shouting with all his might, Gu Vanguard! Gu Vanguard! Gu Vanguard! His cries shattered the stillness, releasing the fervent emotions that had been pent up within the hearts of the spectators. A cacophony of enthusiastic cheers erupted, forming a stark contrast to the low, despondent murmurs of the barbarian tribe. In the heart of the barbarian territory, within a little-known secret place, the abundant spiritual energy coalesced, shrouded in mist, subtly taking the form of a dragon. First was the cloud figure, then the phoenix maiden, and now this young man. Oh, Yin Tian, why must your fortune far surpass mine? A deep, contemplative voice echoed from an unknown source. Before the barbarian camp, the second war god gazed at the two corpses lying before him, a flicker of murderous intent flashing in his eyes, yet he ultimately refrained from striking. "Do not hold back," Guhan chuckled. "If you wish to kill me, go ahead." "What?" The second war god's gaze sparkled with a glint of menace. "Are you seeking death?" "I merely wish to see," Guhan replied, a flash of bloodlust crossing his eyes, "whether my sword is sharper or your body, tempered through the thunder tribulation, is tougher." "Young man," Liao Gang's heart raced, "don't act recklessly." "Fear not." Guhan nodded. "I will not be reckless." Boom. As his words fell, the spiritual pressure emanating from him surged once more, and he charged toward the second war god with his sword drawn. Volume 1. Chapter 298. Gu Vanguard, the True War God. The path of body cultivation is a unique avenue. Although it begins similarly to that of ordinary cultivators, gathering spiritual energy, opening spiritual pools, and condensing consciousness, the ultimate aim is to nourish the physical body. Through various means, one hones an indestructible, tribulation-resistant body, achieving a modest success. As one progresses further, the disparity between the two paths becomes increasingly pronounced. For body cultivators, the significance of the thunder tribulation in tempering the body is immense. It is, indeed, a tremendous opportunity. The thunder tribulation realm serves as a watershed between the power of body cultivators and the strength of their physical forms. Although there exists merely a single realm of difference, the contrast is monumental. This is also why the second war god, witnessing Guhan's formidable prowess, still harbored confidence in his ability to subdue him. As the sword energy approached, instead of being alarmed, he laughed. "Very well, since you seek your own demise, do not blame me for suppressing you with my realm." Boom. As his words resounded, his blood and energy surged violently, and his already imposing physique swelled yet further. A faint glow enveloped his bronze skin, and as his blood surged to its peak, the sound of rolling thunder reverberated within him. Puff, puff. In an instant, the intricate and finely woven sword chi had already descended upon him. The blood barrier trembled incessantly, yet it managed to fend off all the onslaught of sword energy. Indeed, not far away, Xinhe nodded with satisfaction. The bloodline of the barbarian ancestor within Badu had evidently become considerably purer than before. It seemed that during his period of seclusion, he had made significant advancements. Batu, the name of the second war god, observed as Guhan's assault was thwarted. The morale of the Great Flame Border Army instantly surged, for they understood Guhan's formidable strength, yet Batu's combat prowess was evidently a notch above the previous adversaries. Could victory be attained? Even the expressions of the lords, including Liao Zheng, grew solemn. Batu's might was, naturally, anticipated by Guhan. With the sword chi's assault proving ineffective, he experienced no surprise. With a gentle shift of his form, he left behind an afterimage, instantly traversing several zhang, while the spiritual energy within him surged once more, entirely compressing into the sword's body. Buzz. The long sword emitted a clear chime as it descended once more. Excellent. The spark of battle ignited in Batu's eyes. He was aware of Guhan's speed and chose not to evade. The golden rings upon his arm radiated brightly as he delivered a powerful punch. The sound of thunder roaring within him, imbued with unparalleled vitality, crashing forcefully towards the long sword. Bang! As fist met sword, an immense sound erupted, and an invisible wave swiftly radiated outward. Amidst the rising dust, the ground around the two became riddled with broad fissures, stretching far into the distance. Batu's physical strength was formidable, while Guhan was safeguarded by his precious attire. Such force posed no harm to either of them. Drip, drip. In the midst of tranquility, blood continuously dripped from Batu's fist. Yet, he had completely withstood Guhan's strike. This is bad. A sense of dread filled the hearts of the border soldiers. Just moments ago, that sword had reduced the sixth war god to mere flesh and blood, yet against Batu, it merely left him with a superficial wound? How strong was his physique? Batu glanced at his right hand with indifference. Such meager ability is hardly impressive. Enduring. Guhan chuckled. A few fractures? Batu's expression darkened. Guhan's method of wielding the sword like a hammer was indeed extraordinarily potent. The external injuries were merely the surface, for fractures had appeared in his finger bones, hand bones, and even arm bones. Boom. With a surge of vitality coursing through him, those fractures swiftly began to mend. His physical cultivation endowed him with remarkable recovery abilities. Again, but in the next moment, Guhan's voice resonated once more. Bang! Another sword struck down. Flames ignited in Bada's eyes as he could only brace himself once again. Bang! Bang! To his surprise, Gu Han seemed to relish the act of using his sword to strike, blocking one blow and immediately following up with another without pause. With each resounding crash, Bado's stature diminished until, at last, he stood level with Gu Han. Half of his body was forcefully driven into the ground. The onlookers stared in disbelief. It was their first encounter with such a style of combat. Liao Zheng wore an expression of utter disbelief. This rascal, surely, was being deliberately mischievous. Bado was on the verge of a breakdown. His speed was no match for Gu Han's, aside from enduring the blows. He had no other recourse. Bones were breaking in increasing numbers, and his injuries were growing more severe, while the humiliation he felt was insufferable. With a grimace, he activated the golden rings on his right arm, causing it to swell once more, seizing Gu Han's longsword in his grasp. In an instant, the sword's aura pierced flesh, grinding against his bones. Death. Yet, he disregarded everything, channeling all his energy into his left fist, launching a fierce strike towards Gu Han. Now was the moment Gu Han had awaited. His mind surged, and he struck decisively. The unparalleled might of his consciousness was not something an ordinary cultivator could withstand, especially not Bado, a physical cultivator. In that fleeting moment, Bada hesitated, his eyes momentarily blank. Thrust. Gu Han pushed forward with his sword, driving it directly into Bada's brow. However, as the blade entered, a jarring sensation arose. Bada's bones were too resilient, impeding the sword's progression. At that instant, excruciating pain surged through Bado, jolting him back to awareness. We die together. His eyes turned crimson, the ferocity within him fully unleashed, and the power in his left fist surged once again, crashing down upon Gu Han. Kill. Gu Han, however, did not flinch or evade. The remnants of his cultivation surged into the longsword. Thud. A soft sound echoed as a highly compressed, formless sword aura erupted from the back of Bada's head, embedding itself into the ground, leaving behind a deep crater. Bang! Two powerful arms fell limply to the earth. Bada was dead. Silence enveloped the arena. Xianhe's countenance darkened, as if it could weep. He had just praised Bado, and now Bada lay lifeless. Even with his formidable physique, he felt a sting of embarrassment. Gu Xianfeng, indomitable and majestic. After a brief pause, the Yin border army erupted into a fervent cheer, more enthusiastic than before. In that moment, in their hearts, Gu Han was undeniably the god of war. Observing the fervor among the cultivators, Gu Han understood that his objective had been achieved. Is that all? Retrieving his longsword, he cast a glance over the faces of the now grim-faced barbarians. Where was their first god of war? Would he not emerge to face him? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the barbarians darkened further. The first god of war? Even if he were not in seclusion, the vast disparity in realms would render any confrontation futile. Even if he were to slay his opponent, it would hardly be a point of pride. Should he fail, the reputation of their god of war would be irrevocably tarnished. How disappointing. Gu Han felt a wave of disillusionment as he disregarded the murderous glares from the barbarians and returned to the company of his comrades. Still holding on, the rotund man scoffed. That must have taken quite a toll, right? Gu Han did not deny it. The chime of the seventh bell resonated, signifying formidable strength, particularly in physical prowess. His victory was achieved with such precision and decisiveness, undoubtedly due to his utmost effort, even employing mental assaults. Although it appeared effortless, the toll was immense. At this moment, the morale of the barbarians and the frontier troops of the Great Yin had inverted. One side was steeped in despair, while the other brimmed with fervor. In the far distance, Yunlai clenched his fists tightly. He yearned to abandon everything and rush to that person's side. However, contemplating the unpredictable tactics of the Flame Emperor, who might be observing the situation here, he forcibly suppressed his agitation. Patience. He must await an opportunity that guarantees success. Allow this Gu Han to revel in his triumph for a few days longer. Indeed, the elder and several others, including Liao Zheng, approached, showering Gu Han with accolades. Truly, he was the sharpest sword of our Great Yin frontier troops. Initially, due to the matter concerning the Jade Pill sect, they harbored slight grievances towards Gu Han. But upon witnessing his achievements, all traces of discontent vanished. Gu Han's actions undoubtedly revived the morale of the Great Yin frontier troops little by little. From the perspective of the cultivators, what they now beheld was not despair, but rather a fervent fighting spirit. It became evident that the barbarians were not invincible. They could feel fear, could perish, and could be crushed into pulp. How many years had it been since they had the opportunity to hold their heads high? In Chapter 299, titled Ghost Doctor, featuring the Xuan Dan Camp and the Wu Huaxian Shindan, the plump figure swaggered onto the scene. In the eyes of the hefty man, the battle achievements were rather unremarkable. The others looked on in disbelief. If this was not impressive, then who could measure up? Liao Zheng's temper flared. He deemed the plump man excessively arrogant, even more than Gu Han. Huh. The plump man cupped his hands. I am Fu Yuan from Zhongzhou. Merely the sound of the ninth bell, hardly worth mentioning. The others exchanged peculiar glances. Whether it was 9 chimes or not was a matter for discussion. Such things were not typically proclaimed by oneself. This man had an extraordinary thickness of skin. You? Liao Zheng's face displayed skepticism. 9 chimes. He was aware that the plump man was a friend of Gu Han and possessed considerable strength, yet he remained oblivious to his true identity. Where did so many ninth chimes come from? The entirety of the 5 domains combined had so few. Had they all converged upon the great Yin border? Noticing his compliance, the plump man felt a wave of relief. This old Liao was indeed a straightforward individual, far too easy to manipulate. Gu Han could surmise part of the plump man's thoughts, but chose to disregard him. After exchanging a few words with Mo Huaiyuan and the others, he departed from the scene. Today's events were merely an accident. Although he had slain several battle gods, greatly uplifting the troop spirits, the disparity in strength between the two sides remained unchanged. In contrast, his strategies were of paramount importance. What to do? After a brief silence, a barbarian behind Xian, he suddenly spoke, his face contorted with unwillingness. Have we suffered such a significant loss of face, only to let him depart so easily? Return first. Xian, he replied, his expression devoid of emotion. This young man is not worth concerning. His strength is ultimately too feeble to affect any significant matters. In the impending grand battle, should he dare to appear, I shall exert all my efforts to eradicate him. The battlefield is, naturally, a realm devoid of the constraints of challenges. Before departing, he cast a discreet glance into the distance, where stood Yun Lai and his companions. Humph. Observing the exuberance of the border troops, Yun Lai clenched his fists tightly. Once I awaken the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, all of this shall belong to me. Upon returning to the military camp, the physician Shui had long since returned. Compared to before, his visage appeared more aged, yet his spirit was markedly improved. Evidently, due to the alleviation of the 20 years of resentment that had weighed heavily upon his heart after avenging his family. Shuiyu regarded Gu Han with a gaze imbued with newfound sentiments. Little brother, young master. Upon seeing Gu Han's return, the two were prepared to pay their respects. Without Gu Han, not only would their family feud have been extinguished, but both of them would have undoubtedly met with a most tragic fate. There is no need for such formalities, Gu Han sighed inwardly, preventing the two from bowing. Years ago, Shui the physician's expression had been dim. I was misled by Hong's words. For the sake of a worthless pill formula, I brought ruin upon my entire family. Worthless? Gu Han expressed surprise. Shui the physician's alchemical skills were extraordinary. With Gu Yi as his master, how could his formulas lack merit? Indeed, it is worthless, Shui the physician sighed. The formula left by my mentor is called the Wu Huaxian Shindan, and its effects are exceedingly peculiar. What? Gu Han's heart trembled. The Wu Huaxian Shindan? Previously, he had only known that the Jade Pill sect had seized Shui the physician's formula, but he never inquired further. Never imagining it to be such a pill, he had only glimpsed the Wu Huaxian Shindan within the grand hall of the Xuan Dan Camp. The formula was preserved on the 2nd level of the Dan Tower, and the complete Xuan Dan Camp had only been revealed once, aside from him. No one else had witnessed it. Where did Gu Yi acquire it? What troubles you? Noticing his unusual expression, Shui the physician inquired. Senior, Gu Han's demeanor betrayed a hint of peculiarity. Is it possible that the formula for the Wu Huaxian Shindan is? Several days prior, he had already handed over the portions of the formulas obtained from the Xuan Dan Camp to Shui the physician, Wu Yun Dan, Zhao Shindan, Ningbai Dan, Yimu Dan, and Miao Qing Dan, over 10 varieties in total. These formulas were the very foundation of his audacity to directly obliterate the Jade Pill sect. There was no need to mention the fat man. As for Zhou Yi and Wang Yong, he had also provided each with a copy. Although Zui Yang and Yu Miao did not care for such things, for the Luo Hung Holy Land and the Holy Demon sect, it represented a significant reciprocal gift. However, formulas like the Qing Mu Xianjia Dan were not only of little use, but could also potentially introduce unforeseen variables if disseminated. Thus, he refrained from presenting them. Upon hearing Gu Han's description, Shui the physician was equally astonished and promptly divulged his own formulas. The two compared their findings. However, two formulas were discovered. Although they bore the same name, the ratios of the spiritual herbs within differed by a mere 70%. The one belonging to the esteemed physician Shui was evidently refined, having undergone modifications to accommodate certain herbs that had vanished through the annals of time, while the one in Gu Han's possession was the most primitive version of the formula. Senior, Gu Han furrowed his brow. What do you know about the esteemed ghost physician? His mentor, physician Shui, sighed. His temperament is rather peculiar. He only taught me the art of alchemy and refrained from discussing anything else. I have only heard of the Xuan Dan Pavilion, yet have never had the fortune to enter. As for my mentor, he chuckled bitterly. I do not even know his origins. Before he departed, he entrusted me with that formula, but said nothing of his destination. Gu Han fell silent, sensing an enigmatic connection between the ghost physician and the Xuan Dan Pavilion. Alas, he murmured, shaking his head. The truth of the matter will likely only be revealed when I encounter the ghost physician one day. Younger brother, physician Shui sighed again. In truth, any formula from the Xuan Dan Pavilion is an invaluable treasure. You have so freely given it to us. Senior, Gu Han smiled. Bonds of friendship are more valuable than anything. Yes, a debt of gratitude shall be repaid tenfold, and enmity shall be avenged tenfold as well. The teachings of Gu Tian remained etched in his memory, and this was the very reason he had hastened to the border after recovering from his injuries. Although he bore no grudge against the barbarians, they held a profound enmity towards Feng Shi, and he remained to assist her in overcoming her tribulations. Physician Shui understood his motives and refrained from further inquiry. By the way, he added after a moment's contemplation, I have diligently studied these three formulas over the past few days and made some modifications. However, due to time constraints, I could only achieve 70% of the original efficacy. The three concoctions, Ning Bai Dan, Imu Dan, and Miao Qing Dan, were precisely what Gu Han intended to promote within the military. With these, all other haphazard healing potions could be discarded. 70%? Gu Han's heart leaped with joy. That is sufficient, more than sufficient. He had not anticipated that physician Shui would resolve this issue within mere days. Such remarkable talent in alchemy, it was no wonder he had garnered the ghost physician's favor and been accepted as a disciple. A 70% efficacy already surpassed the healing elixirs crafted by the Yu Dan sect by leaps and bounds. At that moment, he glanced into the distance. Once Yun Fan returned, he could commence the alchemical process. Suddenly, an explosive commotion erupted from afar. Boom, boom. Two formidable presences surged forth, followed by a chorus of vehement denunciations. I have endured you for far too long. I have found you irksome for ages. Today, you shall learn a lesson. It is time for you to face some hardships. It was none other than Zhou Yi and Wang You. Gu Han felt a headache coming on. Although Zui Yang and Yu Miao were as close as family, and Zhou Yi and Wang Yung could technically be considered half-allies, they seemed to be natural adversaries from the very beginning. I shall go and mediate. With a darkened expression, he vanished in an instant. Upon witnessing Gu Han's departure, Shui Yu stood in a daze, momentarily lost in thought. Xiao Yu, Shui, the esteemed physician, naturally comprehended her sentiments. You need not worry, I am perfectly fine. Shui Yu said, her gaze dimming as she softly added, as long as I can watch him like this, I am utterly content. In the first volume, chapter 300, she mused, women only serve to hinder Gu Han's swiftness in wielding his sword. When Gu Han arrived, he happened upon a scene where Zhou Yi and Wang Yung stood a considerable distance apart, one enveloped in a dark aura, exuding murderous intent, while the other radiated a faint white light, his expression sour. The surrounding cultivators prudently kept their distance. When such formidable experts clashed, those who approached would surely find themselves in peril. My esteemed friends, Gu Han remarked, a perplexed expression adorning his face, are we truly going to engage in battle here? Considering we are, in a sense, allies? The two men stiffened, instinctively retracting their formidable presences. They were acutely aware of Feng Shi's identity, and a brawl here would undoubtedly reach the ears of Zui Yang and Yu Miao, leading to dire consequences. Haha, Zhou Yi chuckled, though his smile did not reach his eyes. It was merely a jest, my friend Wang. Please do not take offense, for I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Not at all. Wang Yong hastily waved his hands, his laughter shallow. I was merely speaking in jest, and even if we were to engage in combat, rest assured I would show restraint towards you. Zhou Dao you. Bah. Shameless. Do you truly consider yourself my match? They each silently cursed in their hearts. My esteemed friends. Gu Han interjected, his expression quizzical. Are you not departing? The two men hesitated for a moment, although they had completed their task and intended to leave. As they opened their mouths, a sudden realization struck them, and they exchanged wary glances. This man is treacherous. He is undoubtedly waiting for me to speak. Hoping to seize the initiative, they swallowed their farewells, which had nearly escaped their lips. Since you are not leaving, might I request a favor? Gu Han pondered, unwilling to let these two formidable fighters remain idle, for it would be a shame to waste their potential. In truth, before departing from the capital, he had already dispatched the dark-clad guards to relay messages and alchemical formulas to the falling balance sacred land and the holy demon sect. Their return held little significance now. Please speak, my lord, they replied. It's a trivial matter, quite straightforward. Gu Han smiled. I need you to keep an eye on someone, but ensure you remain undetected. Before a scarlet military encampment, Song He felt increasingly vexed as he observed the morale and enthusiasm of his subordinates, bolstered by Gu Han's actions. Humph, he scoffed, disregarding the greetings of his men as he retreated into his military tent. Do not disturb me unless absolutely necessary. He understood well that, given Gu Han's current reputation, attempting to kill him on the battlefield and then fleeing to the barbarian tribes would be fraught with challenges. There would be but a single opportunity. I shall devise a flawless plan, he thought, his heart ablaze with murderous intent. I will undoubtedly slay that wretched creature in retribution for my son. At that moment, he remained blissfully unaware that two deeply hidden gazes were fixated upon him. After arranging matters with the two men, Gu Han sought out Murong Yin and the others, offering a few brief instructions before returning to his own encampment, where he retrieved the void essence crystal. Time to cultivate. Whether on the battlefield or amidst the conflicts among cultivators, strength remains the paramount determinant of success or failure. At this moment, an enchanting melody wafted in from outside, soft and melodious, akin to the gentle tinkling of spring water flowing into the heart. He felt an immediate tranquility, as the fatigue and hostility from the recent battles dissipated in an instant. Miss Xue, you are truly considerate, he remarked with a smile. Just as he was about to immerse himself in meditation, a fragrant breeze swept by, revealing a cup of exquisite spirit tea on the table before him. The aroma was delightful, and the steam rose in ethereal wisps, indicating its exceptional quality. Upon looking up, he saw Zhao Mengyou, her cheeks slightly flushed and demeanor shy. Where did this come from? Gu Han inquired, somewhat puzzled. Zhao Mengyou bit her red lip, remaining silent. Is there more? He asked again. Yes, she replied, her heart fluttering with delight. This spirit tea was her favorite from the Tianqing Hall, and she had brought some with her, intending to share it with Elder Xue and Miss Xue as well. Gu Han pondered for a moment. Given their limited foundation, the spirit tea would be beneficial for them. With a huff, Zhao Mengyou stormed off in irritation. Gu Han shook his head, reflecting, women? They only serve to disrupt my swordplay. Except for that fool, of course. Casting aside further thoughts, he focused his mind, his consciousness expanding instantaneously to interact with the surrounding space. The pinnacle of divine consciousness offered numerous advantages, one of which was the ease of comprehending the essence of space. Coupled with the assistance of the void origin crystal, the surrounding space gradually became clearer in his mind, akin to a thin mist or a watery veil, vibrating at an extraordinarily peculiar frequency. His task was to immerse his spiritual energy within, merging seamlessly. He became wholly absorbed in this endeavor. As time flowed by, his cultivation advanced at a breathtaking pace. Days slipped away in the blink of an eye. During this period, Divine Physician Xue took charge of the alchemical processes, meticulously gathering all the necessary spiritual herbs for the three types of elixirs, the most crucial being the herbs that could restore vitality. Fortunately, the Dayin Empire boasted a rich heritage, teeming with an abundance of spiritual herbs, including the exceptionally rare divine essence. The Dayin Empire also housed the god-slaying array, which sealed a portion of divine corpses. However, unlike the chaotic and declining northern regions, no one dared to covet their treasures as long as the Flame Emperor reigned. Aside from him, the others were diligently honing their skills in preparation for the impending battle. As for Gu Han, Despite his absence, his achievements and renown had spread across all the armies and camps. Commander Gu, the sharpest sword. These two monikers were frequently uttered by many, becoming common phrases on their lips. At this moment, Gu Han, much like the legendary Feng Shi of yore, had become a source of pride in their hearts. The portly fellow was not idle either. With Liao Zheng's straightforward nature, he was no match for Gu Han. Within days, he had boisterously patted his chest and claimed the title of Commander Fu. This brought immense satisfaction to the portly individual. From time to time, he would make an appearance, seemingly by chance, to subtly reveal the fact that he was indeed a figure of considerable renown. Though he possessed a thick skin, he was undeniably a true powerhouse, naturally attracting a multitude of admirers. A vanguard, a formidable vanguard, collectively referred to as the Great Flame Twin Walls by the border troops. Nonsense. The only one who was displeased was Yun Lai. What Great Flame Twin Walls? Absurdity, sheer absurdity. He felt a surge of anger, jealousy, and an overwhelming sense of loss. Despite his status as a prince, resonating with the 8th toll of the Dao Bell, he had never experienced such glory. Meanwhile, Ji Chung and Song He exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads in dismay. The 9th prince was admirable in many ways. His aptitude and cultivation were indeed exceptional among his peers. Yet his narrow-mindedness was so pronounced that it could rival that of a woman. How could such a person ever achieve greatness? They were puzzled as to why the barbarian from the northern domain had taken an interest in Yun Lai. Your Highness, the two shared a knowing look. The larger picture necessitated patience for now. Once you encountered that individual, these two would hardly be your match. Indeed, Song He's voice was cold, his eyes brimming with confidence. Gu Han is not to be feared. Over these past few days, I have made thorough preparations. When the time for battle arrives, it shall also be his demise. The frustration within Yun Lai began to dissipate. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from outside. What is happening? He snapped irritably. Your Highness. A cultivator rushed in, brimming with excitement. Word has come from the central military camp. It appears the young prince has returned. Yin Fan. Yun Lai inhaled deeply. Let us go see. I am quite curious about what mischief they are up to. After the three departed, not far from the military camp, Zhou Yi and Wang Yong gradually revealed themselves. Their actions over these past days had not escaped their notice. Something is amiss. Reflecting on Gu Han's orders, they exchanged a provocative glance, concealing themselves once more. This time, they were determined to outpace him. Within Gu Han's military camp, waves of energy rippled through the space. As the void crystal in his hand had shrunk by nearly 2/3, his aura was nearly imperceptible, blending seamlessly with the surrounding space. He was at the 6th stage of void control, in less than half a month's time, relying on the supreme consciousness in this void crystal. His cultivation speed was nearly a dozen times that of an ordinary person. Just as he prepared to make a decisive thrust, breaking through to the 9th stage of void control, an excited voice suddenly rang out. Brother Gu, I'm back. Who else could it be but Yun Fan? A flicker of realization crossed Gu Han's mind, and with a momentary ripple in space, he left behind a faint afterimage, his true self already outside. As he moved, he noticed that the resistance from the spatial shift had lessened considerably. Oh, outside, Yun Fan, looking travel-worn, was about to speak again when he suddenly noticed a figure before him. Brother Gu? He widened his eyes in astonishment. Your speed has increased significantly since before. You've worked hard. Gu Han smiled gently. How are the matters you entrusted to me progressing? Fear not. Upon recalling Gu Han's schemes, Yun Fan felt a surge of renewed vigor, dispelling the fatigue that had weighed upon him. This time, they would undoubtedly be dazzled. In the central military camp, a vast open space held approximately 200 to 300 individuals who stood with great caution, acutely aware of the stark contrast between the oppressive atmosphere within the barracks and the outside world, their hearts filled with trepidation. Surrounding them, a multitude of soldiers whispered and pointed, engaged in incessant discussions. These individuals were all alchemists, the fruits of Yun Fan's relentless efforts in recent days. Among them, apart from the leading few from the Yuqing sect, the remainder were scattered alchemists he had gathered from the great Yin Empire in the northern regions. At this moment, the two leaders were conversing with the esteemed physician Xue and Mu Rongyan. One, Lu Zhanyuan from the Alchemy Institute, upon learning of Gu Han's requirements, had waved his hand grandly, bringing the entire Alchemy Institute of the Yuqing sect to bear. The other, however, was somewhat unexpected. It was Li Sun. As discussions continued, Two figures descended from the distance, appearing before Gu Han. Captain Gu. Captain Gu has arrived. Upon seeing Gu Han, the assembly of cultivators quickly bowed, their eyes ablaze with fervor and reverence, their respect rivaling that shown to Feng Shi on that fateful day. Big brother Gu, you truly are remarkable. Your prestige is nearly on par with my sister S. After a fortnight's absence, and without flattering Gu Han, Yun's obsequiousness had been bottled up. Although he had just returned and was unaware of the unfolding events, he felt compelled to indulge himself first. Gu Han paid him no heed. His gaze swept across the gathering, somewhat astonished. Directorly, what brings you here? Big brother Gu, Yun Fan whispered. I certainly did not coerce him. He insisted on coming after hearing about your exploits, weeping and clamoring to be here. Young brother. Li Sun, unflustered, clasped his hands together, stating, in my early years, I dabbled in alchemy, though I am far from the caliber of Taoist Shui. Nevertheless, I wish to offer my modest assistance. I hope you will not disdain my efforts. From this day forth, I shall follow Taoist Shui's lead without hesitation. The crowd exchanged perplexed glances. Li Sun's demeanor was unchanged. He remained in the eastern wasteland's northern borders, constantly under the oppressive thumb of Mo Huaiyuan, struggling even to break through to the extraordinary realm. With no prospects in sight, with that in mind, he resolved to ally with Gu Han, determined not to depart. Gu Han found himself at a loss for words. This was indeed Li Sun's characteristic style. Just as this conversation unfolded, several more figures landed, noble lords who had received word of the gathering. Upon learning that these individuals were all alchemists summoned by Yun Fan, their hearts sank. While the alchemists from the Yuqing sect held some promise, the remainder were mere itinerant practitioners. Even combined, their alchemical efficiency likely would not reach 1/5 that of the Yudan sect, which could hardly meet the immense demand for elixirs. Alas, sighed an elderly man. Old Liao, it seems I was overly optimistic. In this gamble, you have triumphed. What a pity. Liao Zheng let out a sigh, his expression one of helplessness. It seems our expectations of him were too lofty. To speak candidly, I, old Liao, do not desire victory. Beside him, the stout man wore a look of sympathy. Old Liao, you might be overthinking this. Given the esteemed title of the Great Vanguard, he decided to offer Liao Zheng a word of caution. What is it, dear brother Yuan? Liao Zheng inquired, his face a mask of confusion. In recent days, under the stout man's persuasion, he had opened his heart to him, not only granting the title of Great Vanguard, but also addressing him as a brother. Feeling as if they were fated to meet, they were just short of pledging brotherhood on the spot. As he pondered, the stout man suggested finding a more secluded spot. Humph. Liao Zheng scoffed suddenly. Out of the blue, a dark voice resonated. Who are these rabble? The crowd frowned, their gazes sweeping over to see Yun Lai and his companions standing not far away. The speaker was none other than Yun Lai. Upon hearing this, Gu Han's eyes narrowed sharply. Liao Zheng and the others felt uncomfortable. Yun Lai was known for his narrow-mindedness. Despite being a prince of the Yin Empire, they could not hold him in high regard. Brother Jiao, Yun Fan, the leader, expressed his dissatisfaction. Be mindful of your words. These individuals were carefully selected and brought back with great difficulty. If you believe they are inadequate, why not seek others? Carefully selected? Yun Lai scoffed. You chose this kind of riffraff? His words caused the gathered alchemical practitioners to lower their heads, feeling ashamed and anxious. Were they to be driven away? Working for the border troops of the Great Yin Empire to refine elixirs promised not only safety, but also excellent treatment. Previously, they had dreamed of such an opportunity, but it had been firmly monopolized by the Yudan sect, leaving them with no chance. Now that they had finally been recruited by Yun Fan, none wished to leave. Without connections, strength, or a backing, life as a wandering practitioner was exceedingly harsh. Moreover, Yun Lai's gaze swept over the crowd. Why should I seek anyone else? Is it my fault you find yourselves in this predicament, devoid of elixirs? If I had not eradicated the Yudan sect, would there be such a mess? Song He and Ji Chung exchanged discreet frowns. They felt that Yun Lai's actions were somewhat counterproductive. Suddenly, a voice broke through the crowd. Zhang Shan spoke up. I believe in Vanguard Gu. What? Yun Lai was taken aback. I believe in him. Zhang Shan summoned his courage. Vanguard Gu said he could resolve it, and he will. He is just like the 10th prince, who has never let us down. Vanguard Gu will not either. Indeed, I also trust Vanguard Gu. The warriors of the War God Hall had been nearly vanquished by him. What could he not accomplish? Exactly. The lack of elixirs is inconsequential. It cannot get any worse. In an instant, the crowd voiced their support, astonishingly united in their stance beside Gu Han. You all. Yunlai was both shocked and furious. His intention had been to incite dissatisfaction among the soldiers towards Gu Han, but he had not anticipated that, following the incident with the war gods. Gu Han's prestige in the military had far surpassed his expectations, making it impossible for him to sow discord. Firstly, Gu Han suddenly spoke. I engage in these actions solely for the sake of my senior sister. Whether you believe it or not is of no consequence to me. Lao Liao. The hefty man nudged Liao Zheng. Do you see? Even my brother finds it beneath him to wager with him. He wishes to bow, yet has not been afforded the opportunity. Liao Zheng. What kind of nonsensical logic is this? According to your reasoning, losing a bet with him and bowing is somehow a matter of pride? Secondly, Gu Han fixed his gaze upon Yunlai. Last time, I should not have let you off so easily. You think. Yunlai, his expression as dark as iron, articulated each word with precision. What are you? This is the great Yin. His sentence abruptly halted midair. Suddenly, a figure cloaked in black appeared, exuding an ethereal aura, a mysterious essence swirling around him. Although his gaze was gentle, it seemed capable of penetrating the depths of one's heart. This elder was none other than the one who stood beside the war king that day. I pay my respects to Elder Chen. In an instant, whether among the cultivators or Yunlai and Liao Zheng along with the other lords, all bowed in reverence, their demeanor exceedingly respectful. Remarkable. Gu Han felt a chill run through him. This elder imparted an odd sensation, far surpassing Zhou and Wang. Yet he lacked the imposing presence typically associated with a saintly cultivator. Half a step into the saintly realm? It hardly seemed so. Do not speculate. The hefty man maintained his composure. He was originally a saintly cultivator. For reasons unknown, he merely fell from grace. How do you know? The hefty man wore an expression of disbelief. Of course I know. When that old seer of the heavenly mechanism fell, I witnessed it firsthand. The elder's gaze swept over Gu Han and the hefty man, a fleeting look of astonishment gracing his eyes. Your Highness. He glanced at Yunlai and sighed. Why such fury? Elder Chen. Yunlai inhaled deeply. Your timing is impeccable. This person is utterly arrogant, disregarding all. And his actions have indeed jeopardized the foundation of our great Yin-S border forces. His ire intensified as he spoke. And my younger sister, too, is indulging in reckless behavior. Your Highness. The elder abruptly interrupted him, a tone of lamentation in his voice. Why persist in your obstinacy? What? Yunlai's complexion paled. The war king has issued an edict. Elder Chen sighed once more. From this day forth, the 9th Prince Yunlai is stripped of his command over the Lian Yin army, and before the next great battle, he is forbidden from stepping outside the camp. Violators will face severe punishment. Boom. The assembly of cultivators erupted in an uproar. Gu Han and his companions, being new arrivals, were unaware that historically, Yunlai was the first to be stripped of such a command. Yunlai's eyes reddened, his fists clenched tightly. Is this my uncle's intention? Although he had resolved to ally with that individual from the northern domain, he had yet to act on it. This punishment was a tremendous humiliation for him. Your Highness. Elder Chen shook his head. You should understand that the War King's will is synonymous with that of the Flame Emperor. Yunlai felt as though struck by lightning, standing frozen in place. He comprehended the elder's words. In a certain sense, the Flame Emperor had forsaken him as a son. Is this all? The hefty man expressed his dissatisfaction. What command? Who cares about such a thing? This punishment would be more gratifying if I were to simply beat him instead. Gu Han remained silent. He was somewhat dissatisfied. In silence, a crimson shadow suddenly emerged in the arena. Fengxi, the 10th prince. The crowd hurriedly paid their respects. Unperturbed by their presence, Fengxi drank deeply, the ethereal image of the heavenly phoenix in her eyes becoming increasingly vivid, while the malevolence in her gaze intensified. Hiss. The rotund man, witnessing Fengxi's state, was momentarily taken aback. This woman is dangerous. As Fengxi fixed her gaze upon him, Old Chen offered a wry smile. Feng girl, for my sake, let it go, shall we? Within the great Yin dynasty, only 3 individuals could address Fengxi by her childhood name. And the elder was one of them. My junior's life. Fengxi spoke coolly, her voice steeped in lethal intent. He earned it back himself. He owes nothing to the great Yin dynasty, nor does he need to have come this far for us. With every utterance, she took a swig of strong liquor, until, by the end, the image of the heavenly phoenix in her eyes seemed almost tangible, ready to soar forth. That is what the great Yin dynasty owes him. You all lack the right to let him suffer indignities. The crowd felt a chill of apprehension. They had only witnessed this version of Fengshi a couple of times before. This is bad. Yun Fan swallowed hard. Having been in Fengshi's service for many years, he was well aware of her temperament. This was no mere anger. She was on the verge of a rampage. Old Sun chuckled bitterly. Though he had come to punish Yun Lai today, he also aimed to protect him. If Gu Han were truly provoked, not to mention Zhou and Wang Yong intervening, Yun Lai would not only survive, but would also have a difficult time ahead. Feng girl. At that moment, a voice filled with resignation crossed the distance. I assure you, there will be no next time. Fengshi remained silent. Clearly, she had resolved to make Yun Lai suffer greatly today. Chapter 302. Ascending 9 Heavens. The elixir begins to form. A profound silence enveloped the area. Within the military, Fengshi's authority was already formidable, and now, clearly enraged, no one dared to speak. Not even Old Sun, who sighed lightly and fell silent. Why? Stripped of his command, and treated thus by Fengshi, Yun Lai's eyes burned crimson. Teetering on the brink of insanity. I am your brother. He is merely an outsider, having been here for just a few days. Why does everyone side with him? I refuse to accept this. Why? Liao Zheng suddenly interjected. Simply because he has nearly vanquished all the war gods in the War God Hall, allowing our great Yin border forces to finally hold their heads high. For this alone, only the 10th prince of yesteryears could achieve such a feat. I, Liao, am convinced. Goodness. Yun Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. My elder brother is this formidable? Boom. Just as Yun Lai was about to speak again, an overwhelming aura erupted from Fengshi. The ethereal figure in her eyes transforming into a stunningly beautiful heavenly phoenix, approximately 3 inches long. With a gentle flap of its wings and a melodious cry, it appeared before Yun Lai in an instant. Old Sun hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to intervene. Yun Lai's eyes brimmed with fury, his internal cultivation surging incessantly, enveloping him in a layer of dragon-shaped energy. Yet, before the divine phoenix, that energy shattered like paper, swiftly breached. With a cough, Yun Lai's complexion turned pale, staggering back several steps as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Fengshi. He glared at Fengshi with a gaze full of animosity. You dare to harm me, your highness. Old Sun shook his head, extending his hand without displaying any imposing presence. A mysterious, ethereal aura gently descended, instantly binding Yun Lai, rendering him speechless. Return and reflect on your actions. With a wave of his hand, Yun Lai transformed into a streak of light, sent back to his military camp. Witnessing this, Ji Cheng and Song, he hurriedly bowed and followed suit. Alas, the elder glanced at Fengshi, gently shaking his head, and chose to remain silent. His figure vanishing in an instant. Sister, Gu Han felt a surge of emotion. The slight displeasure he had felt moments ago evaporated without a trace. From now on, in our actions, Fengshi contemplated, there is no need for hesitation. With that, her figure morphed into a red shadow and departed from the scene. As for Old Sun, Gu Han's curiosity was piqued. Who is he? Yun Fan explained that Old Sun was also one of the 9 lords, possessing profound seniority. He had been by the Flame Emperor's side even before the founding of the Great Yin dynasty. Once a figure of the sacred realm, his strength was terrifyingly formidable. But he had fallen from grace in a great battle and had yet to recover. Now I understand, Gu Han mused. Seeing that matters had concluded, he did not linger, offering a few words to the revered physician, Shui, before arranging for the alchemists to commence their work. The life of a wandering cultivator is fraught with difficulties. Upon learning that they could remain, the gratitude towards Gu Han was boundless, each of them eager to demonstrate their worth with utmost fervor. Among them, the esteemed Lu Zhanyuan and Li Sun were appointed as assistants to physician Shui. Lu Zhanyuan maintained his composure, while Li Sun, after discovering the military's capability to exchange for extraordinary materials, swore an oath on the spot, vowing never to betray. His eager demeanor suggested that, were there fewer people present, he might have directly sought to become Shui's disciple under the pretense of studying alchemy. Atop the mountain peak, upon seeing Old Sun's return, Yunzhan wore an expression of helplessness. This girl has even ceased to heed my words. It was no wonder. Old Sun shook his head. Regarding that incident from years ago, today, she still showed mercy. Yun Lai is not gravely injured. What do you think? Yunzhan remained silent for a moment before inquiring again. Excellent. Old Sun praised. That Xuan Mao is a rare paragon of benevolence. As for those wandering alchemist cultivators, opportunities like this are hard to come by. They will undoubtedly treasure it more than anyone else. This young lad's true intention is to cultivate a cadre of elite alchemists within our ranks. Yun Lai's pettiness is rather foolish, and it is no wonder Feng is so incensed. I find it curious, Yun Zhan replied, somewhat perplexed. What gives him the confidence that these hundreds of untrained alchemists can provide the necessary elixirs for our military, unless... The two exchanged a knowing glance. Did they already know that Ning Biden was brought out by Gu Han? If that is indeed the case, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Yun Zhan's eyes. Our situation in the battle against the barbarian tribes would no longer be so passive. In the central military camp, cough, cough. Witnessing Feng Shi's fierce protectiveness, the portly man was struck by a surge of desire. Is your Fengwu courtyard still accepting recruits? After all, I am a 9th rank. Perhaps you might consider allowing me to join? Very well. Gu Han cast a sidelong glance at him. First, call Mishi Xiang and let me hear it. If you do well, I shall permit your entry. The portly man's expression stiffened. Mind your attitude. I am the Grand Vanguard, while you are merely a vanguard. My rank surpasses yours, and my authority is greater. The portly man stood there, perplexed. Gu Han's expression turned peculiar. Surely, you do not truly believe that Lao Liao considers you a fool? What do you mean? As the Grand Vanguard, must you not accompany the troops into battle and risk your life? The portly man was left speechless. No wonder Lao Liao agreed so readily. He had been waiting for the portly man. Lao Liao, how cunning. Nearby, Yun Fan listened with envy. He had just learned of the two men's circumstances from others. Grand Vanguard, such a title bears great weight. Should I also seek to become a junior vanguard? Just then, immersed in his aspirations, a sudden slap from Gu Han landed on his head. I have something to ask you. Before he could react, he was already being pulled away by Gu Han. Left behind was the frustrated portly man. Brother Gu, upon returning to the camp, Yun Fan rubbed his head, curiosity piqued. What is it? Gu Han remained silent. He wished to inquire about the matter of Yin too, yet recalling Feng Shi's instructions, he hesitated on how to broach the subject. But Yun Fan, ever loquacious, continued, 9th brother has provoked you repeatedly. This time, he deserved the reprimand from my sister. Speaking of which, the last time my sister was this furious was many years ago. Years ago? Yes. Yun Fan sighed. It was when my 7th brother passed away. His gaze dimmed slightly. In terms of talent, 7th brother surpassed 9th brother, and his temperament was gentle. He treated us all, myself, my sister, and 9th brother, with great kindness. Alas, your 7th brother. Gu Han felt a stir within. How did he die? In a decisive battle. Yin Fan pondered for a moment. At that time, I was still young. I only heard that the first war god of the War God Temple had challenged him, and they fought in a secret location. After which the news of his death suddenly emerged. When did this occur? Approximately 10 years ago. 10 years. Gu Han was taken aback. 10 years ago was precisely when Feng Shi abruptly left the northern realm to return to the great Yin dynasty. He sensed a connection between these two events. And what happened afterward? Afterward, Yun Fan reflected. My sister returned, learned of 7th brother's demise, and was enraged, more so than today, in fact. Then, on the battlefield, she personally dispatched the first war god. However, after killing him, my sister uttered a most peculiar statement. What was it? Yin Fan too seemed puzzled. Although the first war god possesses certain abilities, it is utterly impossible for him to slay my 7th brother. Ever since that moment, she has remained with the border troops, earning their admiration through her formidable prowess. In fact, prior to this, my uncle and 7th brother had outright forbidden her from stepping onto the battlefield. Gu Han furrowed his brow, lost in thought. 10 years ago, Feng Shi abruptly departed from the northern borders, presumably to avenge her 7th brother. Has she lingered here all this time due to an unresolved vendetta? What transpired afterward? After pondering for a moment, he inquired. If it wasn't he the first war god who did it, then who was responsible? I do not know, Yun Fan replied, shaking his head. That statement was made by my sister only once. What of the others? Gu Han pressed, maintaining his composure. I find myself quite curious about you brothers. Although Yun Fan was uncertain as to why Gu Han had suddenly taken an interest in these matters, he responded candidly. The 8th brother passed away early. As for the others, I only know their names. They never confide in me about anything. Even 9th brother knows more than I do. A hint of melancholy washed over him. Sometimes, he truly felt as though he were living like a fool. Gu Han gently patted his shoulder. Do not concern yourself with so much. Just be happy. Gu brother, Yun Fan responded, somewhat perplexed. Why do you suddenly ask about these things? It is nothing. Gu Han sighed. I merely find this war to be exceedingly brutal. Humph. Yun Fan's spirits lifted once more. With the elixirs provided by you, Gu brother, when the barbarians return, we shall surely catch them off guard. Let us exact some righteous vengeance. Just then, a graceful figure entered, holding a cup of spirit tea. Zhao Mengyou, Yun Fan exclaimed, nearly dropping his eyes in disbelief. Is this truly the same Zhao goddess who relentlessly plotted to bring harm to Gu brother? In just a few days, how has she transformed so? What of your defiance and unwavering spirit? Where have they gone? Upon seeing Yun Fan, Zhao Mengyou's expression turned awkward. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Struggling against the impulse to flee, she placed the cup of spirit tea upon the desk. Drink some tea. I brought it for you. Noticing Gu Han's brow furrowing again, she bit her crimson lip and reluctantly added, as you instructed, I have sent everything over. Gu Han was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Zhao Mengyou would truly deliver the spirit tea. From his understanding, the Zhao Mengyou of the past would never have acted in such a manner. Clearly, she had undergone considerable change during this time. Take it, he said, after a moment's thought, as he produced a dozen vials of elixirs, all meant to enhance the body and soul. You should be able to make use of these imminently. Although she lacked an extreme state of divine consciousness and void essence crystals, Zhao Mengyou was originally a practitioner at the 7th level of aerial mastery. During this time, she had not neglected her cultivation, and she was now on the verge of facing the heavenly tribulation. For me? Zhao Mengyou asked, her disbelief evident. You do not want them? I want them, she declared, her cheeks reddening as she puffed out her chest. Snatching the elixirs from his grasp and casting a fierce glare at Yun Fan before joyfully departing. In truth, given her family's resources, she would never find herself lacking in elixirs. However, the significance of this elixir, gifted by Gu Han, is undoubtedly different. Gulp. It wasn't until long after she departed that Yun Fan finally came to his senses. He glanced at the spirit tea and then back at Gu Han, a mischievous smile creeping across his face. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. At this moment, Yun, the loyal admirer, was utterly captivated by Gu Han, wholly convinced and in awe. Gu Han's expression darkened. He suppressed the urge to strike him down with a sword and promptly sent him away. Subsequently, he resumed his cultivation. Time passed swiftly, and soon 7 or 8 days had elapsed. He slowly opened his eyes, his aura now more profound than before, and the void essence crystal in his hand had been completely depleted. Ascending the void, 9th level. Suddenly, he caught a faint, yet familiar scent of medicinal herbs. Success. The first batch of elixirs has emerged. Meanwhile, outside, chaos ensued. Chapter 303. The fiery dragon scorches the heavens. The war begins. In front of the white military encampment, an increasing number of border military cultivators caught wind of the distinctly different, refreshing aroma of the elixirs and gathered frantically, encircling the area tightly. One cultivator, astonished, exclaimed, "What kind of elixir is this?" "I don't know," another replied, shaking his head, excitement palpable in his voice. "Just from the scent. I can feel my old injuries showing signs of recovery." "I know." In the crowd, Zhang Shan spoke animatedly. "This is the Ning by Dan. Sister Morong has given it to me before. I remember it vividly. This is indeed Ning by Dan. Not just Ning by Dan, but I can also detect the fragrance of Emu Dan. And there S Miao Qing Dan. Sister Morong has given me that too." In an instant, many cultivators who had previously consumed the elixirs gifted by Morong Yin recognized them. Suddenly, the crowd's breath became heavy with anticipation. These 3 elixirs had long been revered as miraculous remedies among the military cultivators. Possessing even one could mean the difference between life and death on the battlefield. Regrettably, Morong Yan's elixirs had been distributed sparingly, with only a select few fortunate enough to savor their essence. Now, they could be mass-produced. What could this signify? From this day forth, casualties on the battlefield would dramatically decrease, and with an endless supply of elixirs, a single cultivator could be as effective as several. So it was. Zhang Shan murmured to himself, Gu Xianfeng truly has a solution. Could it be real? At this moment, everyone came to the realization. Gu Xianfeng had indeed not deceived them. Previously, they supported Gu Han for multiple reasons. One was for Feng Shi, another for his impressive achievements, and the third due to their profound dissatisfaction with the Jade Dance sect. They had assumed his proposed solutions would be akin to the usual mundane healing elixirs. However, It now appeared to be an extraordinary surprise. On the outskirts of the crowd, someone exclaimed, "I told you so." Mo Huaiyuan, caught up in her excitement, gave Xuan Dan a hearty slap on the shoulder. "There's nothing my brother cannot accomplish." Hiss. Xuan Dan winced in pain, breaking into a cold sweat as he grinned, hurriedly popping a ning by Dan into his mouth. The elixirs could now be mass-produced. There is no need to hold back any longer. If my junior sister enjoys taking photographs, let her take them. Consider it an early refining of her body. Has it come to fruition? In a golden military camp. The stout man stared in astonishment at Liao Zhang. So soon? Previously, he felt he had been deceived by Liao. Reflecting on it, and concluding he had suffered a great loss. Finally, today he found Liao, determined to demand a title even grander than that of the great vanguard. Ideally, a marquis. Liao initially attempted to evade the request, but eventually, after being persistently pursued, he consented to inquire. "It has been accomplished." Liao laughed heartily. "We just spoke with His Highness the 10th Prince, and he agreed. From today onward, you shall be the 10th Marquis of our great Yin border army." The stout man blinked, feeling something amiss. "You just stepped out for less than a quarter of an hour. Has it truly been settled? Is this not too hasty? Is there no ceremony? In times of war, simplicity is paramount. What of the Marquis's seal? You shall carve it yourself." The stout man's expression darkened with every question. "What sort of Marquis am I? Any title will do." His face turned as dark as a bottomless pot. That old Liao. Quite the rascal. This is no longer mere hastiness. This is sheer nonsense. Just as he was about to demand clarity, a commotion suddenly erupted outside. Upon inquiry, they learned that the alchemists summoned by Gu Han, after much exploration and practice, had produced their first batch of elixirs today. "Liao." The stout man smiled with a strained expression. "Come, let us go pay our respects." Gu Vanguard. Gu Vanguard. Within the central military camp, a throng of people surged, tightly surrounding the recently arrived Gu Han, their faces alight with fervor and reverence. In the distance, practitioners from various armies and camps continued to gather, their numbers far exceeding those present during Gu Han's slaying of a few war gods. Old Liao looked somewhat dumbfounded. "What is happening?" The stout man ignored him, feeling a twinge of bitterness. He had thought that obtaining the title of Marquis would overshadow Gu Han's prestige. But it now appeared that Gu Han's renown far surpassed his expectations. What use was a trivial Marquis, even if he were a ruse, when compared to a prince? Old Liao. At this moment, several other marquises approached, each wearing expressions of delight. "We shall bow properly. A man of honor must keep his word." "It is merely a bow. Do you, old Liao, truly care about this?" Having heard their accounts, Liao was utterly bewildered. The ability to mass-produce the 3 elixirs, condensing green elixir, Emu elixir, and instant clarity elixir, would undoubtedly alter the tide of battle for the great Yin border army. He finally understood why Gu Han had boasted that he could reduce casualties tenfold. These elixirs are the foundation of our confidence. At that moment, overwhelmed by the crowd's enthusiasm, Gu Han could no longer endure. He swiftly darted out, fortuitously arriving beside the group. "Marquis Liao?" He smiled warmly. "You have arrived?" Liao's face flushed crimson, and with a determined bite of his teeth, he declared, "Your elixirs are indeed remarkable. With them, our border army will suffer far fewer casualties. I, Liao, am a man of my word and will honor my bet. Before everyone today, I shall bow before you." With that, he clasped his fists and lowered himself, preparing to kneel. "Marquis Liao." Gu Han propped up his arm and chuckled. "I have a poor memory. I've forgotten all about the wager and the kneeling." "Bah." The rotund man scoffed. "You've forgotten? Fat Master wagered that Yun Lai offended you, and you could hold a grudge against him for a lifetime." Suddenly, a voice filled with admiration rang out. "Indeed, Feng Girl has an exceptional eye, far superior to all of us." Not far away, an unfamiliar figure emerged, clad in a long azure robe, exuding an air of grandeur. Though he did not display any overt power, everyone could still feel a hint of his majestic presence. "Yin Zhan, we pay our respects to the prince." The crowd hurriedly bowed. "Senior," upon hearing this title, Gu Han instantly recognized the identity of the person before him and also bowed, secretly pondering the peculiarity of the situation. Could Yun Fan truly be his biological offspring? "No need for such formalities," Yin Zhan smiled. "That rascal Yun Fan has even managed to keep things from me." "Senior," Gu Han replied with a smile, "if I were to reveal it, then it would no longer be a surprise. These elixirs," Yun Zhan remarked with a touch of nostalgia, "hold significant meaning. I never expected you to be willing to part with them. The three formulas had already become known to hundreds. And despite the strict precautions taken by the Great Yin Empire, leaks were inevitable, sooner or later. As for the unpublished formulas, they remained in Yun Fan's possession. Effectively a gift to the Great Yin Empire. Gu Han's actions were akin to relinquishing a tremendous benefit. There is nothing to lament. Gu Han shook his head. My senior sister aided me, and naturally, I shall assist her in return. It is as simple as that. Feng Girl was not mistaken. Yun Zhan fell silent for a moment. Our Great Yin Empire owes you a tremendous favor. He pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat indebted. Shall I gift you a prince? Senior, Gu Han politely declined. I am not one for constraints. I came here solely to assist my senior sister. Once the situation stabilizes, I shall take my leave. If you feel indebted, simply look after Elder Shui for me. Yun Zhan felt a twinge of disappointment, yet he understood that someone like Gu Han was inherently unrestrained. Not even a prince could bind him, let alone a throne. Rest assured, he promised immediately, Xuan Mao is a talent, even without you. As long as he remains within the borders of the Great Yin Empire, no one would dare harm a hair on his head. Senior, the rotund man could no longer contain himself. I am Fu Yulin from Zhongzhou. My achievements are trivial, and I am but a mere bell tolling 9 times. I am a good brother to Gu Han. What belongs to him is mine. Ahem. As for that prince's position, if he does not want it, it could very well be given to me. Of course. He glanced at old Liao, who was filled with resentment. You cannot fool me. Gu Han maintained a calm demeanor. Given the rotund man's character, it would indeed be strange if he did not say such things. Hee. Yun Zhan cast a glance. The little fat one is not bad. Your ancestor must be Fu Dahai, right? I did have a brief acquaintance with him in the past. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd suddenly turned peculiar. They wished to laugh, but suppressed it. The rotund man wore a sorrowful expression. If you won't give it, then so be it. Why bring up past grievances? Gu Han suddenly felt a surge of curiosity. The rotund man, who incessantly clamors about severing his paternal ties. What is his name again? Enough. Yun Zhan ceased his jesting. Aspiring to become a prince is no formidable challenge. In due time, I shall have my elder brother issue an imperial decree, and that shall suffice. Before he could finish his thoughts, his gaze abruptly shifted to the distance, his eyes narrowing slightly. What a fortuitous moment. What is happening? Gu Han was taken aback. The barbarians are attacking. He smirked coldly. Informed the entire army to prepare for battle. No sooner had he spoken than he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, he had already ascended to the summit of the mountain. This time, Old Sun furrowed his brow slightly. They have come seeking vengeance earlier than anticipated. Yun Zhan scoffed. The war god temple has suffered considerable humiliation. They must be eager to regain their honor. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of sanctity surged around him. In an instant, the clouds churned, swept away to reveal 2 bare-chested giants across from him. You too. Yun Zhan's eyes were ablaze with combat fervor. Today, let us stretch our limbs. Boom, boom. 100 miles away from the Great Yin military camp, the ground trembled incessantly. Amidst the rising dust, countless robust barbarians gathered, marching towards the Great Yin border with a force that seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Upon closer inspection, most of the barbarians were bare-chested, with only a few adorned in armor, evidently the leaders of various tribes. Among the foremost was Xian He. Today, he raised his arm high, vowing to avenge past humiliations and restore the prestige of the war god temple. Prestige, prestige. His voice resonated like a tidal wave, echoing far and wide. Above the clouds, in the void, stood a man draped in a dragon robe, his expression imposing, with an aura of dragon energy enveloping him, hands clasped behind his back, eyes gently closed. Standing silently. Suddenly, he abruptly opened his eyes. The dragon energy surrounding him erupted into a frenzy, swirling into the form of a vivid, 100-foot-long flame dragon. The fiery scales shimmered, distorting the very fabric of space. Roar. A clear dragon's roar sounded. The 100-foot-long dragon coiled around him, its blazing eyes fixed intently ahead, radiating an intensity that seemed capable of incinerating the heavens. Volume 1, Chapter 304. The Flame Emperor, Yun Tian. Following the dragon's roar, a red hue suddenly appeared in the distant void. In less than half a breath, that red transformed entirely into a crimson hue, accompanied by an immense pressure akin to mountains, as 5 figures of formidable barbarians, brimming with vitality, emerged from the crimson depths, drawing closer to the man. The attire of the five was nearly identical. Barefoot and bare-chested, their dark skin taut with muscle, exuding an explosive sense of power, as though a mere strike from them could rend the very heavens and earth. Each of the five bore a uniquely shaped, peculiar emblem around their necks. And that crimson hue? It was formed from the vast, oceanic vitality emanating from these five formidable beings. Roar. Confronted by the provocative actions of five individuals, the fury within the eyes of the flame dragon intensified. With a melodic intonation, a formidable dragon's might descended, subtly matching the imposing presence of the five. Flame Emperor. One of the five, an elder with graying hair, spoke slowly, his voice powerful enough to shatter stone. As per our usual custom, I must inquire on behalf of our esteemed comrade. Are you truly intent on continuing this confrontation? Before he could finish, a glimmer of coldness flashed in the flame dragon's eyes. With a swift motion of his colossal tail, infused with overwhelming heat, he struck the elder. A resounding crash echoed, and the elder's vitality dissipated significantly, sending him hurtling away. Throughout this exchange, the Flame Emperor remained silent. This was his response. The other four, having anticipated this outcome, displayed no surprise. In an instant, the elder reappeared in the arena. Although he was a formidable warrior at the 7th level of the Holy Realm, having trained in physical cultivation, he was not unscathed by the Flame Dragon's full-force strike. His vitality was notably diminished. Flame Emperor, he fixed his gaze upon Yuntian. You are indeed powerful. It is no wonder the Grand Elder perished at your hands. To withstand 5 opponents and engage in this prolonged struggle speaks to your merit as an unparalleled powerhouse. However, he shifted his tone. What use is your strength when you stand alone? How much longer can your great flame dynasty endure? 7 of your 9 sons have already perished. You are intimately aware of the state of the remaining 2. Is it worth it to have me bow before you? Yuntian replied coolly, his voice imbued with a commanding authority that hinted at disdain. With just the 5 of you, do you truly believe you are worthy of such respect? With a roar, the flame dragon unleashed his might, swiftly suppressing the vitality of the 5. Their expressions shifted slightly. After years of conflict with the Flame Emperor, they understood his strength all too well. He had grown even stronger. Without hesitation, the 5 collectively shouted, their vitality surging once more as they launched their fists toward the Flame Dragon. In that fleeting moment, the roar of the Flame Dragon and the thunderous clash of energies resonated across the skies. The Flame Emperor faced 5 adversaries, unwavering in his stance. Within the Yunlai encampment, Fengxi had shown restraint during her earlier intervention, yet mere days later, Yunlia's injuries had healed completely. However, the bitterness and rage within him had only intensified. With a powerful surge of dragon energy, he obliterated the documents before him into fine powder. Why? His eyes burned with fury, teetering on the brink of madness. I refuse to accept this. I am also the son of the Emperor. Why must he treat me so differently? Beside him, Jiqing and Songhe exchanged knowing glances, shaking their heads. The 9th prince is indeed unfit for such responsibilities. They considered the situation, realizing it was perhaps for the best. He had reached a dead end, with no path forward except to align himself with that individual. My prince, Jiqing began, if the Flame Emperor refuses to grant you what you seek, why not pursue it for yourself? By aligning with that individual, the rewards you could gain would far surpass anything offered by the Great Flame Dynasty. Indeed, Yunlai's expression twisted slightly. Everything I desire must be reclaimed by my own hands. Your Highness, Songhe let out a sigh. At this moment, we must avoid unnecessary complications. Once the great battle commences, I shall eliminate Guhan first, and then. Suddenly, a clear and resounding dragon's roar echoed from the distant heights, reaching the ears of several individuals. This sound was not foreign to them. The Flame Emperor has made his move. The barbarian tribe approaches once more. Hee. Jiqing's expression brightened with delight. How fortuitous, Your Highness. Today, we shall seize our opportunity. Excellent. Yunlai sprang to his feet. If the Great Flame Dynasty shows me no mercy, then I shall not hesitate to repay them in kind. Beside him, Songhe's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. He was certain that Guhan would inevitably take to the battlefield today. It would be the moment when Guhan meets his demise, paying for Song Jian's life. In the central military camp, upon hearing the dragon's roar and the faint traces of divine might wafting through the air, the excitement in the hearts of the crowd swiftly dissipated, replaced by a heavy gravity. The barbarians are attacking. Brother Yulin. Liao Zheng's expression grew serious as he turned to the plump man. The 9th prince has been stripped of his command. His flame legion shall now temporarily fall under your leadership. Aren't you a marquis, and soon to be a prince? The plump man's face turned grim. While I excel in brawling, I lack experience in warfare. No matter. The elder spoke. Those who have survived to this day in the border forces are all seasoned warriors. They know what to do. Your task is to hold off the formidable warriors among the barbarians. But you must devise a title for yourself. I shouldn't need to teach you that, should I? The plump man, fine. Liao Zheng waved his hand dismissively. Enough of this talk. You'll learn on the battlefield. We must prepare. As for Vanguard Gu, you need not concern yourself with him. Gu Han shook his head. I shall adapt as needed. Very well. The others hesitated no longer and swiftly departed from the location. Zhengyang Army, march with me. Qiyao Army, march with me. Dingxian Army, march with me. In an instant, the cultivators within each military camp rapidly assembled. Despite their underlying tension, their demeanor remained remarkably composed. It did not take long for them to form orderly battalions. Under the leadership of various commanders, they swiftly left their encampments and headed towards the battlefield. Mo Huaiyuan and Xin Xian were among them. After hastily exchanging a few words, Gu Han did not linger. In a flash, he vanished without a trace. Indeed, the plump man lamented deeply. That old Liao has been scheming against me from the very beginning. This will not do. Gritting his teeth, he resolved that while he might risk his life, he could not afford to be vague about his title. He must conceive a name that would dazzle everyone. Before the Fengshi military camp. Are you prepared? Fengshi removed a wine flask, quietly taking a sip, glancing at Yunfan. Yes. Yunfan's expression turned solemn. All members of the Fengyi army have assembled. Just then, a strong gust swept through, and Gu Han's figure appeared in an instant. Brother Gu? Senior sister. As Gu Han was about to speak, he unexpectedly caught sight of Zhao Mengyou standing behind Feng Shi, her brows furrowed in displeasure. You are going too? She scoffed. Humph. I may not possess your battle experience, but I am certainly 10 times stronger than that Song Jian. Do not underestimate me. Why should I not be capable? Indeed, Gu Han nodded, ceasing to dissuade her. Be cautious, do not perish. Understood, Zhao Mengyou replied. Her heart swelling with joy at receiving his concern before heading to the battlefield. It felt like quite a bargain. Humph. Yun De was about to make a jest when Gu Han swiftly smacked him on the back of the head. Go. Find Elder Shui. The first batch of elixirs is far from sufficient for the entire army. Distribute them and keep some on hand for supporting our forces. I understand. Yun Fan's demeanor shifted to seriousness as he promptly departed. In front of the white military encampment, upon Yun Fan's arrival, Li Sun expressed his fervor. Having pledged myself to the great Yin Empire, I am now part of this realm. With the barbarian invasion looming, I bear my share of responsibility. What you may not know, my lord, is that aside from alchemy, I possess some knowledge of combat. Today, I am willing to join the border troops in battle. In recent days, he had thoroughly studied the military merit system of the great Yin Empire. The required merits to exchange for extraordinary resources amounted to an alarming figure. Relying solely on alchemy was far too slow. Engaging in battle seemed a commendable choice. Li Yuan's heart swelled with emotion, reflecting on the nobility and righteousness of such a hero. If only the great Yin Empire were filled with individuals like you. Ha ha. Li Sun chuckled lightly. As cultivators, we should not shy away from battle. I shall take my leave. With those words, he ascended into the air, leaving Yun Fan with the image of his carefree silhouette. In the midst of this reflection, Yun Fan conveyed his intent to Elder Shui, retrieving the elixirs and departing alongside him. Moments later, Shuiyu approached Elder Shui, cradling her guqin, her gaze dimmed. Xiaoyu, Elder Shui sighed. Your cultivation is too insufficient, and you lack any combat experience. This battlefield is not suited for you. Shuiyu remained silent, her slender fingers gently caressing the guqin, her heart resolute. I can be of assistance. 20 miles outside the military camp, the great Yin border troops had already gathered, awaiting the arrival of the barbarians. A sea of cultivators filled the horizon, their numbers unfathomable. Yet, despite the multitude, they maintained a sense of order, their military posture disciplined. It was evident that they were accustomed to such formations, while among the Fengyi army, a notable presence of female cultivators added a unique touch. Among the many female cultivators, one inconspicuous figure quickly scanned Gu Han's silhouette before lowering her head once more. Boom. Boom. The barbarians drew ever closer, and the tremors beneath their feet intensified. The expressions on the faces of the cultivators grew increasingly grave. In the distance, Yunlai glanced at the portly figure standing proudly before the blazing flame army, a flicker of intense dissatisfaction crossing his eyes. These were originally mine. Sensing his gaze, the rotund man glanced back, breaking into a broad grin. That smile, upon closer inspection, was nothing short of derision. Yunlai instantly clenched his fists. Your Highness. Ji Chung remained unperturbed. The overall situation is paramount. There is no need for haste. Beside him, Song He remained expressionless, slowly retracting his gaze from Gu Han. Excellent. Those two have yet to appear. My actions are foolproof. Be cautious. The rotund man quietly approached Gu Han, feeling that those few individuals were extraordinarily calm. Fear not. Gu Han's expression remained impassive. I rather hope they take action. The rotund man was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the implication. He was referring to Wang Yong and Zhou Yi, the two who had not shown themselves for nearly a month. Not only the rotund man, but nearly everyone believed they had left the military camp. Observing Gu Han's lack of denial, he sighed. You are indeed cunning. In this regard, I concede defeat. Gu Han scoffed. If they had no ill intentions, they would naturally thrive. But should they stir trouble, they cannot blame me. He was uncertain whether He would take action. He merely instructed Zhou Yi to remain hidden, just as a precaution. Boom. The ground suddenly shook violently. In the distance, numerous small dots appeared on the horizon, and soon half the sky was engulfed in crimson. These were the elders of the war god temple, led by Xian He, along with the leaders of various great clans. The customs of the barbarian tribes bore some resemblance to those of the demon tribes. There were no sect divisions, only clan-based power structures. The entire northern region was predominantly occupied by barbarian tribes, countless in number, and all were unified under the command of the war god temple. Hence, the barbarian tribes could be considered a solidified entity. The great Yin dynasty, despite its formidable strength, remained suppressed by the barbarian tribes, which was the crux of the issue. As time progressed, countless figures from the barbarian tribes fell into view, their numbers nearly double that of the great Yan's border troops. Their vigorous blood energy surged as one, almost overwhelming. Moreover, their towering physiques instilled great pressure upon the onlookers. Follow me. Slay the enemies. Feng Shi's eyes narrowed, transforming into a red shadow as she surged forth first. With a clear cry, the phantasm in her gaze morphed into a magnificent celestial phoenix, stretching over 10 zhang. Swirling beside her, gulp. Among the crowd, Li Sun's expression shifted slightly. He swallowed hard, his calves trembling. This was reckless. The scene was entirely different from what he had envisioned. Li, the head of the estate, felt somewhat bewildered. In the northern territories, although he often clashed with several others, it had merely resulted in brawls, exchanging harsh words and posturing, rarely escalating to life-and-death battles. The recent incident outside the secret realm, where two half-step transcendent beings perished, had already instilled fear within him. Now, the number of individuals on both sides has reached the thousands, rendering an accurate count impossible. Not to mention the possibility of death even for those at the half-step extraordinary realm. Even those at the extraordinary realm are not exempt from the risk of perishing at any moment. As for those of lower cultivation, the casualties will be even greater. Dean Li, Yun Fan inquired with a hint of curiosity, what troubles you? The young prince, Li Sun, feigned composure, pondering the inevitable loss of life in such a war. Indeed, Yun Fan affirmed with a nod. Every person here is at risk of death, myself included. It is only natural for you to feel fear when confronting such a scene for the first time. Not at all. Li Sun waved his hand dismissively, masking his profound fear with bravado. I merely feel a surge of emotions, an uncontrollable urge to rush forth and vanquish the barbarians. As cultivators, should we not fear death? Dean Li, Yun Fan expressed solemn respect. What a true hero. Earlier, I misjudged you. Not far away, Zhao Mengyou's face paled. Yet she resolutely clung to the thought of not being looked down upon by Gu Han, gritting her teeth to persevere. Kill the enemy. As the barbarian forces drew nearer, old Liao raised his arm and unleashed a formidable presence, charging forward in an instant. Kill! Kill! In an instant, the voices of the border soldiers melded into one, their latent power and murderous intent dispersing a portion of the barbarian's vitality. Having battled for years, the enmity between the two sides was irreconcilable. Boom! Like two torrents, the two armies clashed violently, marking the commencement of this battlefield. Princess Fengxi, a senior elder from the War God Hall, smiled ominously. It has been a while, yet your brilliance remains. Without engaging in idle chatter, Fengxi gently removed a wine flask from her waist, carelessly sprinkling its contents, which instantly transformed into a dense mist, wafting toward the elder. This is bad. The elder's pupils contracted sharply as he erupted with vitality, repelling the mist. At that moment, beside Fengxi, a divine phoenix let out a clarion call, igniting the mist into a crimson flame that spread forth with an insatiable ferocity, draining the elder's vitality in an instant. Help! He cried out in anguish. Boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 4 more individuals rushed over. Their vitality, though not quite matching that of Zhou and the others, was formidable nonetheless. Together, the 5 encircled her, trapping her at the center. A glimmer of ferocity flickered in her phoenix-like eyes as a terrifying intensity surged forth, warping the very fabric of space. The phoenix-embroidered battle skirt, a masterpiece of Yu Miao, grew even more vivid under the onslaught of this intense energy. And together with her unparalleled beauty, she appeared as a goddess of war. In an instant, the 5 were engulfed by the overwhelming intensity. The extraordinary beings of the barbarian tribe indeed, it surpasses the great Yin dynasty significantly. Aside from Fengxi's remarkable ability to take on 5 opponents single-handedly, the composed elder stands as a paragon of strength, rivaling the pinnacle of the extraordinary realm, effortlessly contending against 3 foes. Among the others, old Liao and another nobleman each faced 2 adversaries, barely balancing the scales of high-end combat prowess. However, old Liao ultimately only reaches the 8th level of the extraordinary realm, and facing 2 equally formidable body cultivators proves to be a strenuous endeavor for him. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared beside him. The rotund figure. Bang! Gritting his teeth, old Liao unleashed a powerful strike, temporarily forcing the 2 attackers back, granting him a fleeting moment to breathe. Old Liao cast a sidelong glance at the rotund individual, shaking his head repeatedly. You're not up to it. Allow me to assist you, young brother Yulin. Old Liao's expression turned grave. These body cultivators are tough as nails, far more challenging than ordinary cultivators of the same realm. Are you capable? Old Liao. The rotund man's face darkened. Who do you look down upon? My defenses are second to none in this world. Even amidst the battlefield, old Liao paused momentarily, instinctively inquiring, who is the first? The rotund man stood with arms crossed, a proud smile gracing his lips. Among all body cultivators, if I claim the second position in defense, who dares to assert the first? Old Liao was taken aback. How could young brother Yulin be even more audacious than Gu Xianfeng? Boom. At that moment, the 2 barbarian warriors advanced once again. No one dares to claim the first? One of them sneered. What arrogance! What are you even worth? In an instant, the golden light enveloping the rotund man thickened several layers, nearly submerging his entire figure. You wretched creature! He chuckled derisively. Listen well. I am the 10th Marquis of the Great Yin Dynasty, the Marquis of Zhentian. Fu Yulin. In the first volume, Chapter 306. Do you know how your predecessor met his demise? Marquis of Zhentian. Fu Yulin. His cultivation surged, and his voice resonated over vast distances. For a moment, both sides in the fray were momentarily stunned. The Great Yin Dynasty boasts 9 marquises, each named after their surname, such as Liao, Song, and San. Where did this Marquis of Zhentian emerge from? Opposite, the 2 barbarians' eyes glinted with murderous intent. Zhentian, such grandiosity. Why don't you try to overturn the heavens? Arrogance. In an instant, one could no longer contain himself. His muscles swelled, and his entire body erupted with vigor, clashing against the rotund man's golden light. Old Liao. The rotund man waved his hand. Go assist the others. These 2 are mine to handle. You can rest assured. With a resounding crash, the golden light surrounding the rotund man collided with the 2 assailants. Today, if they can breach my defenses, then consider me defeated. Very well. Old Liao gritted his teeth. Young brother Yulin, if you find it unbearable, please do not hesitate to speak up. The rotund man ignored him, his figure swaying. And in an instant, he found himself amidst the 2 barbarians. Come. He pointed at the golden light enveloping him. Aim here. I shall exhaust you to the last breath. If one were to speak of the combat prowess at higher echelons, it would be characterized by peril, whereas the battles at the mid and lower levels are marked by tragedy. The battlefield is strewn with corpses, both of barbarians and border soldiers alike. The ground has long since been stained a deep crimson, the acrid scent of blood intensifying. Bang! Bang! In one corner of the battlefield, Mo Huaiyuan wields her wolf fawn club with such ferocity that it transforms into a whirlwind, sweeping through the ranks of barbarians. The weaker foes are reduced to mere pulp, while the stronger ones suffer broken bones and collapse, only to be dispatched by Shen Xian, who has been silently lurking behind her. As the sixth toll of the bell rings, her giant spirit bloodline has been significantly purified, bolstered by the numerous elixirs provided by the Xuan Dan regiment, elevating her cultivation to the sixth level of the divine path. In a sense, she is a being born for the battlefield. Death awaits. Above, a barbarian of the void realm, witnessing so many of his kin fall at Mo Huaiyuan's hands, lets out a furious roar, discarding his previous opponent. Brandishing an oversized golden staff, he leaps down towards her. Come! Mo Huaiyuan, in a fervor of bloodlust, exclaims, I shall crush you. Bang! Bang! Under the full eruption of her giant spirit bloodline, waves of energy ripple outward, fracturing the earth beneath her feet. Clang! A resounding metallic clash. The wolf fawn club collides with the staff in an instant. This club, a gift from Feng Shi, boasts exceptional quality and hardness, rendering it virtually indestructible. Crack! With a sharp snap, the barbarian's staff shatters into two pieces. The wolf fawn club, unyielding in its momentum, strikes forward, and with a cacophony of cracking bones, the barbarian lets out a piercing scream, his body flying backward, lifeless before it even touches the ground. However, the brute strength of the barbarians should not be underestimated. Even as she vanquishes her foe, Mo Huaiyuan feels the toll on her body. Her legs sink deep into the earth, fatigue washing over her. Kill! At that moment, three barbarians see an opportunity, channeling their blood energy as they charge toward her. Junior sister. Shun Xian gasps, his heart racing, transforming into a blur. He rushes to intercept the three, seeking to grant Mo Huaiyuan a moment's respite. Suddenly, three identical figures materialize in the arena, their swords shimmering as they strike with precision. The three barbarians hesitate, sudden crimson lines appearing on their necks before they topple lifelessly to the ground. Guhan. Having slain the trio, the other two phantoms gradually dissipate, revealing the true form of Shun Xian standing amidst the carnage. Brother Shun, he remarks, his expression grave. Be cautious. Having attained enlightenment with the extreme sword and being at the 9th level of the void realm, he navigates the battlefield with remarkable agility, evading detection as he effortlessly dispatches numerous barbarians in mere moments. Yet, the battlefield is vast, and the number of barbarians is overwhelming. Though he can slay hundreds, even thousands, he remains unable to alter the tide of battle. Fortunately, the first batch of 3 elixirs proved to be immensely valuable. Thanks to these potions, numerous border troops not only regained their lives, but also quickly restored their combat effectiveness, catching the barbarians off guard. Although they were still slightly at a disadvantage, the situation had improved significantly compared to previous encounters. After giving his instructions, he vanished once more in a flash. Senior brother, murmured Mo Huaiyuan, who had regained some strength, her face awash with astonishment. My brother's speed seems to surpass yours. Shen Xian could only manage a wry smile in silence. As a body of wind spirit, bestowed with the gifts of the great Tao, his speed was unmatched within the same realm. Yet when compared to Guhan's extreme sword escape, he still fell short. We can no longer keep up with him. Swish, swish. Guhan transformed into an afterimage as he sped along, unleashing waves of Yen sword energy that shimmered like light, averting one life-and-death crisis after another for the border troops. A swift glance later, he reappeared before a gravely injured soldier. It was Zhang Shan. Just as a barbarian was about to deliver a fatal blow to Zhang Shan, he suddenly caught sight of Guhan, his pupils dilating in shock. Swish! A flash of sword light streaked by. He barely had time to react before his consciousness faded into oblivion. Commander Gu, Zhang Shan exclaimed, tears of gratitude streaming down his face. Thank you. Without you, I would have certainly met my end today. What of the elixirs? Guhan inquired. None left, Zhang Shan replied, shaking his head. The first batch was limited, and it has been nearly exhausted by now. Given the short time and the inexperience of those alchemists, the supply is woefully insufficient for the entire army's needs. But fear not. His tone shifted to one of excitement. If we can endure this trial, conditions will surely improve. Though time is short, we can strive for it. Though their techniques may be unrefined now, they will eventually reach proficiency. Despite the ongoing struggles, his heart brimmed with hope rather than despair. Stay alive. Guhan tossed him a vial of elixirs. That day will come soon. Indeed, watching Guhan's figure vanish once more, Zhang Shan quickly consumed the elixir and rushed to aid others. As long as he lived, he would have the chance to witness that day's arrival. In another corner of the battlefield, Zhao Mengyou found herself encircled by 5 or 6 barbarians. A radiant aura enveloped her, forming a faint protective barrier that mitigated incoming attacks, a feature of her pure and flawless body. However, despite this shield, her complexion was pallid, and she struggled to sustain herself. It was not due to a lack of strength. She had already felled over a dozen barbarians before. Yet, the opponents before her possessed significantly higher cultivation and attacked her in unison, leaving her unable to withstand their relentless assaults. Hurry! One young barbarian, his eyes glinting with lust, commanded fervently. Capture her. Alive. Such beauty is perfectly suited for me. Despair gradually enveloped Zhao Mengyou's heart. Amidst the battlefield, every soul was preoccupied. And who could spare a hand to rescue her? She silently regretted her stubbornness in insisting on joining the fray. At this moment, hearing the blasphemous words of the barbarian only deepened her resentment. Even in death, she would drag him down with her. Suddenly, the barbarians struck in unison, their combined might crashing down like a mountain, shattering the shield that enveloped her. She paled, spitting out a mouthful of blood. If I were to perish, would he feel even a twinge of sorrow? Just a hint would suffice. For reasons unbeknownst to her, this thought flashed through her mind. Don't hold on. The barbarian youth stepped forward slowly. I am the newly appointed 6th war god of the War God Hall. Your ability to endure so long against them is indeed remarkable. You are worthy of being my woman, do you not know? Before he could finish, a cold voice interrupted him. How did your predecessor meet his end? The 6th war god froze, suddenly realizing a figure had appeared in the arena. It was you. Of course, it was Guhan. Zhao Mengyou's expression momentarily blanked. Quick! The barbarian youth was struck with terror. Block him. On that day, when the previous 6th war god was reduced to mere pulp, he had witnessed it more clearly than anyone else. All of you attack. We must stop him. The warriors around him, sent by the War God Hall to protect him, were of a higher cultivation level than he, and with their combined efforts, they might buy him a chance to escape. However, before he could flee, a figure suddenly materialized before him. In the next instant, an overwhelming spiritual pressure descended like an ocean, leaving him with the last image in his mind, Guhan wielding an extraordinarily fearsome sword. The ground trembled violently for a moment. As the dust settled, a massive pit had formed before Guhan. Within it, the newly appointed 6th war god had followed in the footsteps of his predecessor, reduced to a mere heap of flesh. Chapter 307. A sudden turn in the battle, assassination, betrayal. The commotion from this strike was certainly substantial, instantly capturing the attention of those nearby. Once again reduced to flesh? In that moment, both the barbarians and the great Yin border troops simultaneously entertained this thought. However, while the notion was the same, the reactions were entirely opposite. Witnessing their war god fall once more at the hands of Guhan, the morale of the barbarian forces plummeted, while the spirits of the great Yin border troops soared. In this ebb and flow, the situation on the battlefield quietly reversed. Kill. Meanwhile, Guhan had already engaged with several of the barbarians. Among them, the highest cultivation had barely surpassed the 8th stage of the heavenly tribulation, while the lowest was at the 3rd stage. Even among the barbarians, they were the elite of the elite, possessing formidable strength. Otherwise, they would not have been able to corner Zhao Mengyou to such an extent. Yet, when faced with Guhan, they found themselves utterly powerless. Guhan's speed was simply unparalleled. As they approached, they could barely touch the hem of his garment. Even if they occasionally struck, it was merely his afterimage. Yet, what was truly terrifying was Guhan's sword. Beneath the occasionally flashing, unparalleled brilliance of the blade, their once proud, robust physiques seemed as fragile as paper, if that was an exaggeration. Then comparing them to clay was not at all an overstatement. In contrast to speed, it was Guhan's chilling lethality that constituted their genuine nightmare. Thud, thud, as the long sword rose and fell, and the sword light flickered, in almost an instant, only one barbarian remained standing before him. This individual had also survived the 8-fold celestial tribulations, yet at this moment, his face was wrought with terror, and his courage had evaporated, lacking even the will to resist. He felt his vitality surge, prompting him to attempt an aerial escape. Swish! Just as his body lifted a few feet off the ground, a resplendent sword light descended from above. In an instant, his consciousness darkened, and his head was severed from his body. Having been embroiled in battle for so long, even with Gu Han's foundation in the Three Extremes realm, his spiritual energy was beginning to wane. He hastily stuffed a handful of pills into his mouth and tossed a bottle of condensing jade pills to Zhao Mengyou. Be cautious, he urged. Next time, I may not be able to catch up. Without lingering, he swiftly darted away, rescuing a severely injured border soldier from the clutches of the barbaric horde. Zhao Mengyou clutched the pill bottle, no longer questioning Gu Han's decision to save her. Such foolish inquiries were unnecessary. The enemy was to be slain, while comrades were to be saved. It was a straightforward matter that required no further contemplation. Suddenly, she comprehended why Yang Ying had chosen to act despite knowing the imminent peril. Boom, boom. Nearby, two barbarians noticed her standing motionless and charged toward her with haste. With a silent smile, she consumed a condensing jade pill, and the jade glow surrounding her flared back to life. It dawned on her that she had become his comrade. After comradeship comes friendship, and beyond friendship her cheeks flushed, her heart inexplicably racing. She found herself, like those border soldiers, filled with fervor. As she unleashed her power, the jade light flickered, forcing the two barbarians to retreat in panic, devoid of any means to counterattack. She was laughing. The seemingly ordinary female cultivator from the Phoenix Wing Army was also laughing. Across from her, three barbarians, their blood surging, unleashed their lethal techniques, driving her back and putting her life in jeopardy. Yet, despite the apparent peril, she managed to evade their strikes at the last possible moment each time. Bang! Bang! The three barbarians seemed utterly oblivious to the strange occurrences, their attacks remaining fierce and swift as they sought to eliminate her swiftly. However, within their eyes, there was no glimmer of fierce intent. Instead, they appeared somewhat dazed, as if under someone else's control. Under normal circumstances, someone would have detected the anomaly. Yet, amid the ferocity of battle, from the esteemed Phoenix She to the ordinary border soldiers, all were engaged in life and death struggles, leaving no one with the energy to pay her any heed. Sister, do not panic. I am here to assist you. Suddenly, a fierce shout rang out. Suddenly, Yun Fan's figure flickered and appeared before the female cultivator, wielding a dragon-shaped golden blade that he brought down with great force, instantly slaying three barbarian warriors whose cultivation was merely at the divine connection realm. Sister, take this. A hint of exhaustion crossed Yun Fan's face as he handed her a condensed azure pill. The Phoenix Wing army was numerous, and he certainly could not recognize them all, instinctively treating the female cultivator as just an ordinary border guard. Thank you, the female cultivator replied, a sudden smile gracing her lips. Little brother, you are truly impressive. Yun Fan waved his hand dismissively. This is nothing. Brother Gu is the real powerhouse. Indeed, the female cultivator nodded, somewhat moved. He is genuinely formidable. Boom, boom. Without warning, the ground trembled as the three barbarians suddenly descended, their cultivation levels revealing that the lowest was at the 8th layer of the tribulation, while the highest was astonishingly at the 5th layer of the earth stage. This kid, one of them regarded Yun Fan thoughtfully. He seems to be the son of the War King. Even better, another sneered. Let's see if the War King feels any pain when we take him down. Boom. As they spoke, the aura of their blood surged, and a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Sister. Yun Fan's expression turned grave as he positioned himself in front of the female cultivator. You must leave this place. In recent days, thanks to Gu Han's pills, his strength had indeed improved, but confronting three opponents recklessly would undoubtedly lead to a fierce battle, leaving no room to care for the female cultivator beside him. Humph. One of the barbarians scoffed. You still have the heart to worry about others? Die for me. Boom. No sooner had he spoken than his blood power surged to a new height, his enormous fist wrapped in terrifying might, crashing down towards Yun Fan. In the chaos of battle, there were no rules for one-on-one combat. The moment he acted, the other two also joined the fray. This is bad. Yun Fan's heart sank, and he decided to hold nothing back. A faint white dragon aura arose around him, merging entirely with the golden blade, causing its brilliance to intensify as it collided with the three barbarians' blood power. Sister, in this life and death moment, he did not forget to urge the female cultivator. You must hurry and leave. As he spoke half a sentence, he suddenly sensed something amiss. Under the combined force of the three, he should have been embroiled in a tough battle, with even the possibility of losing his life if he were careless. Yet, the blood power he sensed now was alarmingly weak, and their movements did not match their cultivation levels in the slightest. Slow. Too slow. They were all just showy but ineffective. Kill. Though he was somewhat naive, his grasp of the combat situation was exceptionally keen. Without pondering the situation further, he brought the golden blade crashing down, breaking through the layers of blood energy and striking the head of the barbarian at the 5th layer of the earth stage. Puff. With the dragon aura surging forth, despite the barbarian's formidable defense, his skull was shattered. Puff. Puff. Without pausing, he repeated the attack, bringing down 2 more strikes that crushed the other 2 on the spot. Throughout the encounter, the 3 never even uttered a single cry. They were utterly oblivious to the manner of their demise. I, Yun Fan, widened my eyes, fixated on the golden blade in my hand. Have I truly become this formidable? Indeed. The female cultivator approached and playfully tapped his head. I have always said, you possess great talent. Suddenly, a resounding boom interrupted Yun Fan's contemplation, as a figure plummeted from midair, creating a deep crater upon impact. Li Yuan Master, Yun Fan exclaimed, momentarily dismissing the previous event from his mind. In the air, a heavily armored barbarian, of considerable rank, let out a chilling laugh, preparing to descend and reduce the 3 on the ground to mere pulp. Hee. The female cultivator chuckled lightly, a glimmer of mysterious light flashing in her eyes. The barbarian's gaze flickered with a hint of struggle, his expression becoming vacant, as if he had not noticed the trio, before he turned and wandered away in a daze. Upon completing this task, the female cultivator wiped the thin layer of sweat from her brow, cast a glance at Yun Fan, and quietly departed. Cough, cough. Seeing Yun Fan approach, Li Sun struggled to rise unsteadily. Young prince, as cultivators, we. Cough. Before he could finish, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Li Yuan Master. As more barbarians began to encircle them, Yun Fan hurriedly offered a Mu pill. Healing takes precedence. You, a hero, must not. Before he could complete his thought, a thunderous dragon's roar echoed from the boundless heights above. It was clearer and more imposing than before. Subsequently, the clouds in the heavens churned rapidly, as if boiling, with a hint of crimson woven within. Simultaneously, a vast, silent aura of sanctity descended. Li Sun, having just consumed the pill, turned pale with alarm. What is happening? It is my uncle. Yun Fan's expression shifted to one of gravity. He has unleashed his full power. In another corner of the void, a series of explosive sounds erupted. The clash of vitality and dragon energy reverberated, producing a cacophony of booms. Yunjian, filled with battle intent, exuded an overwhelming presence, driving back the 2 barbarian warriors with each movement, their cries echoing in retreat. Not far off, Old Sin was also besieged by several barbarians. Yet, having once been in the sacred realm, he showed no signs of faltering under the onslaught. Rather, he gained a slight upper hand, effortlessly absorbing their attacks. At that moment, the dragon's roar resonated in everyone's ears. Instantly, both sides hesitated in their assault. This is bad. The 2 barbarians exchanged glances, their hearts sinking. They could no longer suppress the Flame Emperor. The battle intent within Yunjian surged to new heights. Why does he not engage directly? With you worthless beings, even if my elder brother is still injured, how could you possibly contend with him? Humph. One barbarian scoffed. With that one present, we shall never lose. Let us put it to the test. Yunjian laughed heartily, the dragon energy swirling around him as he advanced toward the 2 once more. On the battlefield below, come. Let us clash, stout fellow. The rotund warrior relentlessly pursued an elder from the battle god temple. Let the esteemed fat lord take a look. What is your defensive ranking? Behind him, another elder repeatedly swung his fists, unleashing waves of terrifying blood essence that relentlessly bombarded the golden light surrounding him. Yet, aside from making the golden light tremble more violently, it bore no further effect. Across from him, the individual's eyes were filled with horror. On a body that was originally sinewy and fortified like adamantine, several fissures had unexpectedly appeared, with blood gushing forth incessantly. This was the consequence of confronting the Fat Lord head-on. Whether the Fat Lord's defense was indeed the second strongest in the world, he could not ascertain. All he knew was that it surpassed his own. As a practitioner of the extraordinary realm, he had always relied on his physical prowess to dominate his opponents. following a path of direct confrontation. But in the face of the fat lord, for the first time, he found himself entertaining the notion of evading his might. It was too formidable, unmovable. In another part of the battlefield, Feng Shi, though merely a novice in the extraordinary realm, had managed to suppress 5 opponents, rendering them incapable of raising their heads, relying solely on her profound foundation and combat experience to barely hold her ground. As for Lord Liao and his companions, they were engaged in a back-and-forth struggle with their adversaries. While they did not hold the upper hand, they would not encounter problems in the short term. Further away, Yun Lai and his companions were also putting on a show, feigning combat with their opponents. Song He's adversary was Xian He. The two were of similar cultivation, and their clashes were tumultuous, yet only they knew that they were merely going through the motions. Amidst the conflict, the majority of Song He's focus was directed towards the battlefield below, or rather, on Gu Han. From the very beginning, he had intentionally maintained a certain distance from Gu Han. At the moment the dragon's roar echoed, a surge of joy filled his heart. He abandoned Xian He entirely, pushing his cultivation to its utmost limit, eyes brimming with unrestrained murderous intent as he fixated on Gu Han. Just one breath. This minuscule distance required but a single breath to close, allowing him to reach Gu Han and eliminate him. In that fleeting moment, none could intervene to thwart him. After dispatching Gu Han, he could seize the opportunity while Yan Huang was fully engaged, with no time to spare, to make his escape to the northern domain and seek refuge with the barbarian tribes. On the battlefield below, Gu Han suddenly felt an icy murderous intent and overwhelming pressure descend upon him, causing his movements to freeze in place. Lifting his gaze, he found it was Song He. At that very moment, Yun Lai and Ji Chung exchanged a glance, instantly abandoning their opponents and fleeing towards the northern domain. Along the way, the throngs of barbarians seemed to have received prior instructions, offering no resistance as the two sped past, retreating further and further away. Ji Chung, Song He. Lord Liao swiftly sensed something amiss. And what of the 9th prince? What are you plotting? Ha ha. Xian He let out a hearty laugh, his tone uncontainably jubilant, as he pivoted and delivered a punch aimed squarely at Lord Liao. The War God Hall welcomes His Highness Yun Lai. What? Lord Liao was momentarily taken aback. Bang. In a surge of agitation, his defenses faltered, and Xian He's punch struck him squarely in the chest, causing his vitality to plummet instantly, severely injuring him. In the distance, Yun Lai's complexion turned pale. With gritted teeth, the speed increased further. There was no turning back now. Moreover, he had no desire to look back. As if by design, the high-ranking members of the War God Hall burst into laughter, saluting Yun Lai with clasped fists. We welcome Your Highness Yun Lai. Their voices, imbued with profound cultivation, reverberated across the battlefield. Boom. This proclamation echoed in the minds of the border troops like a thunderclap. The 9th prince had defected? Meanwhile, on the battlefield below, Song He was channeling all his power, his figure flickering as he instantly appeared before Gu Han. Just in time. You little beast. Without a moment's hesitation, he struck out with a palm towards Gu Han. Let my son pay with his life. The crowd quickly noticed his movements, their expressions turning to shock, but the defection of Yun Lai had rendered them unable to assist, including Feng Shi, who was caught off guard. Heh! A cold smile crept across Song He's heart. The plan was flawless. Slap! Slap! However, before he could voice his triumph, 2 ghostly figures suddenly sprang forth, one on each side, gripping his shoulders. At that moment, he was merely a few paces away from Gu Han, yet his strike could not descend. These two were none other than Zhou Yi and Wang You. You scoundrel, we've known something was amiss with you all along, daring to harm young Master Gu. You shall not escape today. The glint of despair flickered in Song He's eyes. Wasn't he supposed to have fled? Heh, humph. The two chuckled coldly, offering no reply. Song He understood that the instant they appeared, his seemingly perfect plan had become riddled with flaws. His actions were akin to a fish willingly biting the bait, utterly foolish. You little beast. His eyes, bloodshot, remained fixed on Gu Han. You deceived me. He was merely at the 5th level of the extraordinary realm, his power entirely suppressed by the gray and white luminescence emanating from Zhou Yi and Wang You, rendering him incapable of exerting even a fraction of his strength. Although Gu Han was within reach, the desire to kill him had become a distant dream. Gu Han didn't even glance at him. Indeed, I deceived you. If you have the capability, then kill me. You little beast. Just as Song He was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he suddenly let out a piercing scream. Uffed. In the next moment, his body was violently split in two, dying on the spot. After being subdued by Zhou Yi and Wang Yong, the two began to secretly vie for dominance, each attempting to pull Song He closer to themselves, eager to demonstrate their superiority over the other. Though they feigned calmness, they were exerting all their strength, desperately trying to draw Song He towards themselves. As Song He was not a body cultivator, he could not withstand the pressure. One half each, Zhou Yi sneered. Fair and reasonable, Wang Yong countered sharply. With that, they both discarded the severed remains with disdain. Above, as Yun Lai fled further into the distance, the murderous intent in Feng Shi's eyes intensified. Boom. Suddenly, on that day, the celestial phoenix let out a furious cry, its form becoming significantly more solid than before, with intense flames swirling around it. With a powerful flap of its wings, it shattered the layers of blood barrier blocking its path. Faced with such overwhelming might, the 5 barbarian warriors felt an immense pressure, retreating continuously, nearly unable to withstand it. One of them coughed, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, yet spoke with great arrogance. Your Highness Feng Shi, since His Highness Yun Lai is unwilling to remain in the great Yin Empire, why not grant him this? To force such a strong individual is rather excessive. Before he could finish his words, he was struck by the celestial phoenix's wing, spitting blood as he was sent flying. Just as Feng Shi was about to pursue, several figures suddenly appeared before her. With the betrayal of Song He and Ji Cheng, coupled with old Liao being gravely injured, the balance of high-level combat power was instantly disrupted. 9 barbarians now stood in front of Feng Shi. Your Highness Feng Shi, Xian He chuckled. You cannot catch up. And once you enter the northern domain, no one will be able to protect you. While I personally wish for you to come to your demise, this is not the time. With a soft crack, Feng Shi crushed the wine jug in her hand. Instantly, the clear wine spilled forth, transforming into a swirling mist that danced around her crimson dress. In the blink of an eye, it took the shape of a celestial phoenix and ignited completely. Quick! Stop her! Xian He's expression changed drastically. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the flames in the celestial phoenix's eyes seemed to come alive, leaping forth and landing on Xian He. Ah! With a scream, the power of life within Xian He withered away instantly, his robust figure rapidly diminishing. Even the soul power he had fused with his flesh began to burn. Within half a breath, he had turned to ash, scattering into nothingness. However, this special attack seemed to demand a considerable toll. After vanquishing Xian He, the flames surrounding the celestial phoenix dimmed somewhat. Quick! An elder from the battle god hall quickly discerned the situation. Altogether, she can hardly use such a special attack multiple times. Boom! As his words fell, the flames in the celestial phoenix's eyes surged again, not allowing the elder even a moment to evade before striking him. Another scream echoed. Although he was at the pinnacle of the transcendent realm and managed to endure a few more moments than Xian He, he too met with death. After this, the flames on the celestial phoenix dimmed once more. Your Highness, do not panic. I shall assist you. At that moment, Zhou Yi and Wang Yong, having dispatched Song He under Guhan's orders, swiftly arrived at Feng Shi's side. Such power! Remarkable! The two exchanged glances at the flames surrounding the celestial phoenix. Feeling a deep sense of awe, this flame was beyond their comprehension and could not be resisted. Indeed, to be the elder sister of the Holy Sun, her abilities were extraordinary. Down on the battlefield, 9th brother Yunfan's gaze dimmed, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes, completely unaware of the approaching barbarians. They have betrayed us. With Li Sun's cultivation, the formidable half-step transcendence of the barbarian tribe posed a considerable challenge. Yet those beneath the skyward realm fell easily under his command. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding barbarian foes were eradicated by the esteemed leader of the Li clan. Do not fret, young prince. With me, Li Sun, here, these barbarians stand no chance, he proclaimed, yet upon glancing at Yun Fan, he realized his words had gone unheard, leaving him somewhat embarrassed for missing an opportunity to showcase his prowess. At this moment, not just Yun Fan, but the entire border army of the great Yin wore expressions of despair and indignation. The morale that Guhan had painstakingly raised had plummeted to the depths. The betrayal of Ji Cheng and the treachery of Yun Lai held vastly different implications. Even the son of the Flame Emperor, the closest to him, had defected to the enemy's camp. What meaning did this battle hold now? Suddenly, a chilling voice sliced through the sky, reaching the ears of all present. It was the Flame Emperor. Accompanying this was a furious roar akin to a dragon's, as the crimson hue in the heavens subtly shifted towards a violet shade. Above the firmament, in the void, Yun Lai and Yun Zhan had separated from their adversaries, their eyes filled with disappointment. I once believed him unworthy of great tasks, yet I was sorely mistaken regarding his ineptitude. Alas, Oldson sighed. Is this truly the fate of the Flame Emperor? On the opposing side, a barbarian wore a smug expression. Shall we continue fighting? Even his own son has betrayed him. What purpose does this serve? Humph. Yun Zhan gazed at the violet hue in the sky. You all underestimate my elder brother. In another part of the void, the body of the flame dragon had swelled to nearly 200 feet, filled with rage and fury, striking down the 5 opponents with such force that their vitality shattered, revealing horrific wounds upon their sacred bodies. Flame Emperor, the gray-haired barbarian continued to mock. Of your 9 sons, 7 are dead, and 2 have betrayed you. You truly are a solitary figure now. Another joined in with a cold laugh. With the 5 of us here, today, you shall not escape. He seemed to recall something. Ah, I almost forgot to mention, that individual has sent us with a message. If you agree to his terms, he will immediately cease hostilities. As for those 2 sons who have betrayed you, whether you wish to kill or maim them, the choice is yours. If you are dissatisfied, we shall deliver them to you ourselves. Boom. This proclamation seemed to enrage the Flame Emperor completely. His figure momentarily halted, and he abruptly ceased his offensive. The flame dragon returned to his side, its fiery eyes fixated on the adversaries. Filial disgrace. Upon uttering these words, he slowly closed his eyes. A faint dragon-shaped mark appeared upon his brow, measuring half an inch in length. This mark exuded a vibrant life of its own, meandering restlessly across his forehead. In an instant, an ancient, ethereal, and vast aura began to ascend from him. The fire dragon suddenly roared, its flames transforming into a subtle shade of purple. A deep voice echoed across the vast distance. You are still injured, and yet wish to forcefully break through? Upon hearing this voice, the expressions of the 5 barbarians instantly shifted to one of utmost respect. The events of yesteryear weighed heavily on the Flame Emperor, who fell silent for a moment. Resolute in his determination, I shall not repeat past mistakes. Today, I shall personally vanquish this youth. What you desire shall remain forever out of your grasp. At this moment, only a few remained composed. Among them was Guhan, soaring through the skies at an almost unimaginable speed, seemingly in search of something. Suddenly, he halted, landing abruptly before a young barbarian. This youth bore several golden rings upon his arms, setting him apart from his kin. Upon Guhan's unexpected appearance, the young barbarian's expression changed dramatically. It's you? He exclaimed. Guhan slowly raised his sword, asking, Which war god are you? What do you intend to do? The youth stammered. I merely wish to borrow your life for a moment. At this juncture, the situation on the battlefield had once again shifted. The morale of the barbarians surged while the spirits of the border troops plummeted, leading to a rapid decline in their ranks and increasing casualties. The depletion of medicinal resources was merely a superficial cause. The defection of Yun Lai was the fundamental reason behind their shattered resolve. In the skies above, with the addition of Zhou Yi and his companion, even though the remaining 7 barbarians were peak experts of the extraordinary realm, they remained firmly suppressed. The primary force was undoubtedly Princess Fengxi. Another chilling scream pierced the air as the flames in the eyes of the heavenly phoenix descended once more, incinerating an elder of the war god hall at the 9th level of the extraordinary realm into ashes. Princess Fengxi. Zhou Yi surmised her intentions and, gritting his teeth, urged, You pursue them. I shall handle things here. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by Wang Yong, who declared, You may go, my lord. With me, Wang Yong. Present, none shall impede your passage. The 2 had been monitoring Song He for several days, but the latter remained cautious, employing barriers during their discussions. They suspected foul play against Guhan, yet could not have anticipated a conspiracy to defect. Though no one would blame them, a sense of discomfort lingered in their hearts. Their decision to step forward was not born of mere rivalry. Fengxi remained silent, her pallor deepening compared to earlier, yet the ferocity in her gaze did not wane. After a moment's hesitation, she nodded, I shall return shortly. Dream on if you think to leave. An order was issued to block her. Despite the elders of the war god hall being intimidated by her fiery dominance, the command they received compelled them to close in, gritting their teeth. Boom, boom. Zhou Yi and his companion unleashed their full powers. A gray light, ominous yet filled with fierce energy, resonated with ghostly cries. A white light, ethereal and delicate, seemed to echo with an uncanny chant. This individual indeed possessed remarkable prowess. The two exchanged astonished glances, intending to utter a few polite words. Yet they were swiftly engulfed by the overwhelming force of the barbarian's blood rage. Without hesitation, Feng Shi's figure flickered and transformed into a crimson shadow, vanishing in an instant. Witnessing her escape, the barbarians were eager to pursue, but were fiercely entangled by Zhou Yi and his companion, leaving them with no choice but to vent their fury upon the two. Boom, boom. Despite the 6 remaining warriors being inferior in cultivation to Zhou Yi, they were not far behind, and soon the two were howling in distress, retreating step by step. On the battlefield below, urgency filled the air. Hurry, protect the 8th war god. Let's join forces and eliminate this brat. Observing Gu Han's movements, the young barbarian's followers immediately abandoned their opponents, their blood rage surging as they charged forward like madmen. When Gu Han made his move, they were present. No one doubted his prowess. He had effortlessly slain even the 2nd war god, so how could he possibly falter against the newly ascended 8th war god? In the war god palace, within the blink of an eye, one barbarian had approached. Your reputation is unassailable. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of light illuminated the scene, and the 8th war god had no time to react before Gu Han decapitated him, leaving only a headless corpse to stagger forward. Before he could comprehend the situation, another flash of light occurred, and Gu Han stood before him, the head of the 8th war god still in his grasp. A chill enveloped his neck, and in an instant, his life was extinguished. Within mere breaths, the barbarian ranks around him had been entirely decimated. Do not lose focus, he cautioned the surviving border troops. Then his figure flickered, and he vanished once more, still holding the severed head. As they beheld his disappearing silhouette, the border soldiers wore expressions of complexity, as if something had begun to stir within them. In a different part of the battlefield, a barbarian youth adorned with a golden ring on his arm, accompanied by several others, weaved through the ranks of border soldiers, claiming lives with each strike. Poor weaklings, your lord has already allied with us. What are you still resisting for? Surrender. Perhaps I might show mercy and grant you a chance at servitude. As he slaughtered, he incessantly taunted. This man was the newly appointed 5th war god of the war god palace. Seeing the morale of the barbarian forces plummet and their fighting spirit wane, he seized the opportunity to unleash a frenzied massacre, and in a moment's time, he had slaughtered half of the border soldiers. The remaining half fought valiantly. Yet despair had already taken root in their hearts. Ha ha! He cackled wickedly, his blood rage swelling, preparing to strike once more. Die all of you. Just then, a chilling voice suddenly echoed from not far away. Who? He felt a murderous intent lock onto him, his movement stalling as he turned to look. It's you. Then he beheld Gu Han, still gripping the severed head. He recognized it well. It was that of the 8th war god. Boom. Without hesitation, with a soft exclamation, the golden rings on his arms radiated a brilliant glow, causing his limbs to swell momentarily, enhancing their robustness. After all, he was the 5th war god, considerably stronger than the 8th war god. However, in comparison to Gu Han, he was vastly inferior. Without waiting for his command, a fleeting shadow appeared before him, and a dazzling sword light suddenly ignited. He felt a chill at his neck as his vision spun chaotically, ultimately resting upon the sight of a slowly collapsing headless corpse, strangely familiar, almost resembling himself. Then, his consciousness fell into complete silence. Gu Xianfeng, Gu Xianfeng. Witnessing Gu Han effortlessly dispatch the 5th war god, the border troops momentarily froze, before a flicker of vitality returned to their eyes. Gu Han remained silent, his gaze shifting to the remaining barbarian warriors. Kill. With a soft command, his form transformed into multiple afterimages. The sword light flashed successively, devoid of screams or pleas for mercy, only the dull sound of blades slicing through flesh. In an instant, tranquility returned to the battlefield. Hold on. Shortly, I shall present you with a surprise. Tossing a vial of elixir to the border troops, he left behind a few words before swiftly departing into the distance. A surprise? The border troops' spirits were invigorated. With the precedent of the Qingbi pill, they believed Gu Han's words implicitly. The promised surprise would undoubtedly exceed their expectations. In an instant, they all consumed the elixir, Their curiosity piqued, while a glimmer of battle spirit rekindled in their eyes. Persevere. Let us discover what the surprise foretold by Gu Xianfeng truly is. In another corner of the battlefield, Zhao Mengyou had gathered with Yun Fan and Li Sun. The astute Li Duiyuan, recognizing the shifting tides of battle, opted to reveal only his mastery of the sky control realm, maneuvering with the two amid the chaos, avoiding prolonged exposure to the attention of the barbarian elites. However, he could not shake off the gloom settling over him. Observing the disheartened expression on Yun Fan's face, Zhao Mengyou sighed inwardly, a peculiar thought surfacing in her mind. Would he have a solution if he were in my position? Just as this thought crossed her mind, a figure suddenly landed before the trio. Li Sun was startled, but upon recognizing Gu Han, he exhaled in relief. Brother Gu? Yun Fan mustered a semblance of energy. What brings you here? Stop dawdling, Gu Han admonished, delivering a firm pat to the back of his head. The situation was dire, and should they continue on this path, defeat was inevitable. Time was of the essence. He had no inclination to comfort Yun Fan. Moreover, he understood Yun Fan's pure nature. Having always considered Yun Lai as a brother, the betrayal had dealt him a significant blow. Briefly outlining his plan, he vanished once more. Zhao Mengyou could hardly conceal her astonishment. He intends to hunt down those war gods? Is that feasible? Li Sun questioned, his brow furrowed. Can we truly secure an invincible position by merely slaying a few of the barbarians' prodigies? Is that not a tad exaggerated? No. Yun Fan suddenly interjected, shaking his head. You do not understand. The significance of the god of war in the hall of war to the barbarian tribes surpasses even the profound importance that Brother Jiu holds for us. Should Brother Gu's strategy prove effective, the morale of the barbarian forces would undoubtedly plummet to a level lower than that of the border troops of Dian. Zhao Mengyou's delicate visage turned pale at the thought. If that were the case, it would seem all the barbarians would turn against him, placing him in grave danger. Could someone else not take on this task? You know. At that moment, Yun Fan had no intention of jesting with her. He simply offered a bitter smile. Brother Gu's reputation within the military is nearly on par with my sister's. No one is more suited for this task than he, aside from my sister. Only he can reignite the morale we have lost. Let us proceed. He suppressed the frustration within him and quickened his pace. We must notify the others. We cannot allow him to be disturbed in any way. This is our sole opportunity. Alas, Li Sun expressed his lament. Brother Gu, a remarkable talent indeed. Just as he began to speak, Gu Han returned, landing once more before him. Li Duoyan, he pondered briefly. How swift are you? Li Sun was momentarily taken aback and instinctively began to boast. In my early years, I dabbled not only in alchemy and combat, but also delved deeply into the art of movement. Assist me with a favor. Li Sun was utterly disinclined to help. Yet, having already boasted, he could only brace himself and agree. Brother Gu, should you have orders, do speak. His words remained unfinished as two bloody severed heads and several vials of elixirs fell into his embrace. After relaying a few instructions, Gu Han promptly departed. Li Sun was left utterly dumbfounded, wishing to slap himself twice. Look at you boasting. Look at your arrogance. Li Duoyan. Yun Fan glanced back at him. If you succeed in this endeavor, you shall be a hero among the border troops of Dian. Li Sun felt tears welling up. All he desired was to catch the winds and steer the helm, to remain a mere fence-sitter, never once aspiring to be a hero. In the past, that ancestor of Yuqing sect sought to be a hero, defying the divine power, and what became of him? He was utterly obliterated. However, having already made such grandiose claims and caught the heads, he had no avenue of retreat left. Rest assured, little prince. Closing his eyes and gritting his teeth, he leaped into the air. Though his tone was imbued with fervor, his voice trembled slightly. I, too, possess the spirit of a warrior. For the sake of the Dian Empire, I fear not death. Below, Zhao Mengyou's perception of him shifted instantaneously. Confirmed. Li Duoyan surpasses her own master, albeit by a slight margin. She then turned inwardly concerned for Gu Han. Please, may he remain unscathed. In the void, the crimson flames enveloping the flame dragon had transformed predominantly into purple flames. The temperature in the arena surged to an exceedingly terrifying level. Witnessing this, the 5 barbarian warriors began to retreat incessantly. Crack, crack. Yet, despite this, their formidable sacred bodies exhibited numerous fine cracks resembling threads. Yin Tian, that deep voice echoed once more. You should comprehend that whether you choose to kill Yin Lai today or not, I have already emerged victorious. Furthermore, your temporary breakthrough will inevitably inflict additional harm upon you. Why resort to such measures? As the words echoed, the purple flames enveloping the purple dragon quivered for an instant, and a trickle of blood swiftly flowed from the corner of the Flame Emperor's lips. From the lineage of the ancestral dragon, he seemed oblivious to his own physical condition, his voice commanding and imperious, never one to succumb to coercion. Roar. Upon finishing his statement, the purple dragon let out a furious roar, and the crimson flames surrounding him vanished entirely, transforming into a deep violet hue. Boom. The dragon's head lifted, and two crystalline purple eyes ignited with twin bursts of violet flames. In that fleeting moment, the purple flames surged with the wind, rapidly enveloping the 5 individuals before him. The white-haired barbarian, enduring excruciating pain, spoke with a tone of profound astonishment. The Ascendant Realm. Volume 1, Chapter 310. Transcendence into Holiness, Ascending to the Heavens. Transcendence into Holiness, Ascending to the Heavens. These terms represent 4 realms within the cultivation world. Among the 5 domains, particularly in Central Continent, the number of Holy Realm cultivators is considerable. However, those in the Ascendant Realm are exceedingly rare across all 5 domains. As for the Ascended Realm, it signifies the ability to pierce through the heavens and traverse the realms beyond, almost never manifesting in the mortal world. The Ascendant Realm epitomizes peak power. The former Flame Emperor belonged to this realm. This is precisely why the forces from the Northern Territories dare not provoke him lightly. Even knowing he is injured and has fallen to the Holy Realm, they still regard him with great caution. A Holy Realm Flame Emperor, bearing injuries. The 5 individuals, when united, believed they could contend with him. Yet, against the Ascendant Realm Flame Emperor, they could not muster even a semblance of resistance. Under the cover of the purple flames, the fissures in their physical forms multiplied, having sustained fundamental injuries. Buzz. At that moment, the clouds, which had been dispersed, began to gather once more, coalescing into a white figure that descended before the 5 individuals. We pay our respects to the Hall Master. The 5, suppressing their agony, bowed respectfully. No need for excessive formalities. The figure waved a hand nonchalantly, and a wisp of ethereal cloud descended, instantly extinguishing the purple flames enveloping them. What a narrow escape. The 5 silently exhaled in relief, retreating to a safe distance. Only the Flame Emperor and the figure remained in the arena. The figure fixated on the dragon-shaped mark on the Flame Emperor's brow, his tone laced with an imperceptible hint of jealousy. It should have been mine. Do you think you are worthy? The Flame Emperor scoffed coldly. The figure remained silent for a moment. Yin Tian, why are you so obstinate? Haven't you lost enough over the years? Hand it over. His voice grew fervent. I assure you, all of this will come to an end, otherwise. You must prepare to lose everything. Boom. The purple flames on the dragon surged fiercely, even if it means losing everything. The Flame Emperor's tone grew increasingly frigid. I will not relinquish it to you. You, a traitor to the ancestral dragon's legacy, are unworthy to be called a descendant of the ancestral dragon. Sighing, the figure lamented. If that is the case, I shall have no choice but to turn Yun Lai into the second Yin Tuesday. Boom. A faint azure flame unexpectedly surged from his body, which, in a moment of ethereal transformation, morphed into a dragon of cerulean hue. Though its form appeared somewhat nebulous, its imposing presence overshadowed the purple dragon behind the Flame Emperor to a certain extent. Roar! Roar! In an instant, 2 dragon roars resounded simultaneously, one filled with wrath, the other with ferocity. Bang! A soft sound echoed as the figure flickered and, with a light touch, pressed a palm against the front of the Flame Emperor. The visible purple aura surrounding the Flame Emperor quivered violently, while the purple dragon lost the stability it once held, now barely clinging to existence. The Flame Emperor fixed his gaze upon the figure, and the dragon-shaped mark on his brow became increasingly animated, the ancient and vast aura growing more pronounced. Do you wish to obstruct me? Then let your true self come forth. Boom. As his voice fell, the purple aura from his eyes surged forth half an inch and swiftly transformed into a purple silhouette that flickered and vanished. Master, a cautious voice called from a distance. Should we intercept him? There's no need. The figure shook his head. He speaks the truth. Unless my true self arrives, no one can hinder him. Besides, he glanced at the Flame Emperor. I am curious to see if you possess the courage to act. In the desolate expanse of the Northern Territory, Two figures sped away relentlessly. It was Yunlai and Ji Cheng. From the moment they rebelled, they had summoned all their cultivation, daring not to pause for even a moment, nor to cast a glance backward. Their fears were not of Yunzhan or Feng Shi, but of the Flame Emperor. No one understood better than they the terror of the Flame Emperor. Further away, even farther, as Yunlai mentally calculated the distance to the border, anxiety began to be replaced by overwhelming exhilaration. Power. Status. The bloodline of the ancestor dragon. He envisioned these unattainable treasures within the grand domain of the Flame Emperor beckoning to him incessantly. Your Highness. Suddenly, Ji Cheng's panicked voice pierced through his thoughts. What is it? Yunlai turned back, only to glimpse a minuscule silhouette of the heavenly phoenix far in the distance. Infuriating. A mix of shock and rage surged within him. Why? Why will she not let me go? Feng Shi, you wretched woman. Is what you possess not enough? Why deny me even this final chance? Ji Cheng, filled with urgency, contemplated abandoning Yunlai to flee alone. Yet, recalling the orders from their superior, he knew that without Yunlai, even if he sought refuge with the barbarian tribes, he would amount to nothing. Thus, he desperately propelled his cultivation to escape. I must kill her. I will surely slay her. Yunlai's expression turned ferocious. Once I awaken the bloodline of the ancestor dragon, I will personally end her. Suddenly, a voice of authority thundered forth. A purple figure descended before the two. Bang! They collided with an invisible force, halting in their tracks. Father! Yunlai's face contorted in despair. Father Emperor? You wretched spawn. The Flame Emperor approached slowly, an icy tone thickening his voice. Whom do you intend to kill? Help me! Yunlai cried out, his voice filled with desperation as he scanned the surroundings, fervently wishing for that person to appear and save him. What of your promise? What of your assurance? Am I not important to you? He shouted frantically, yet not a single figure materialized, as if that person's vow was merely a figment of his imagination. Your Majesty. With a thud, Ji Cheng suddenly knelt, weeping profusely. Spare me. Boom. With a mere flick of his hand, the Flame Emperor released a wisp of purple flame, and without uttering a word, Ji Cheng was reduced to a wisp of blue smoke, dissipating into the air. Having completed this grim task, the Flame Emperor's form wavered momentarily. With a single step, he found himself before Yunlai. Father! Yunlai's complexion turned pale. Do you intend to kill me? The Flame Emperor remained silent, slowly raising his right hand. Why? Years of pent-up resentment surged within Yunlai, his eyes alight with venomous hatred. Why is it that all of you favor her, prefer seventh brother, even cherish Yunfan more than me? Am I not your son? Why must I endure such treatment? I am also a prodigy, a genius of my generation. Why should I be overshadowed by her? Even that insipid disciple of hers is more beloved than I. I refuse to accept this. The Flame Emperor hesitated momentarily. She is your sister. Preposterous. Yunlai let out a bitter laugh. My sister? She offers me no opportunities at all, chasing me from the borders to here. Intent on killing me? Is there such a heartless sister in the world? You are mistaken. The Flame Emperor shook his head. She captured you, yet you still live. It is I who intends to kill you. What? Yunlai was taken aback. Impossible. She has never regarded me as her brother. Yunlai, the Flame Emperor's tone softened. Your lack of familial affection does not mean she lacks it. Do you understand? Brother. Suddenly, a voice echoed from the void. It was Yunzhan, pleading for Yunlai. The Flame Emperor seemed oblivious, his large hand descending silently, gently brushing against Yunlai's head, a tender gesture reminiscent of when he used to caress him in his childhood. At that moment, a sudden cry of a phoenix rang out, imbued with a sense of urgency. Yunlai heard it, and instantly comprehended the truth of the Flame Emperor's words, yet the hatred and resentment in his heart remained undiminished. The nature of a person is hard to change. In silence, a streak of purple flame descended, and he was instantaneously transformed into a wisp of flying ash, severed from existence. With Yunlai gone, the Flame Emperor's power was swiftly depleted, his form gradually dissipating. At this moment, Feng Shi also stood before him, wordless, her eyes glistening with sorrow. Foolish child, the Flame Emperor sighed softly. You know well, when father and son turn against one another, when kin are pitted against each other, this is the curse that comes with accepting the legacy. If I do not end him now, he will inevitably become a second Yun Tuesday. I have erred once. I cannot afford to repeat that mistake. With those final words, his form vanished completely. Feng Shi remained silent, turning away and heading towards the border. Yet her visage betrayed none of the usual resilience and coldness. Instead, it was suffused with a sense of desolation and sorrow. The rift between father and son, the fratricidal strife, she was acutely aware of this curse. And what of herself? Would there come a day when she too would be ensnared in such a fate? She dared not contemplate further. Junior brother, she murmured, you must help me slay him. On the battlefield at the border, Gu Han moved like a specter, weaving through various zones. Though vast, the battlefield made the war gods easy to locate. The golden rings encircling the arms of each war god served as the most conspicuous insignia. Perhaps to them, it symbolized a unique honor, but to Gu Han, it was a harbinger of death. As his divine sense spread, it was not long before he discerned the presence of the ninth war god. Like others of his kind, he reveled in the ecstasy of slaughter, utterly oblivious to the shadow of death that was stealthily encroaching upon him. Ha ha! He laughed triumphantly. The morale of the great Yin border troops has plummeted. Today we shall strike deep. But before he could finish, a flash of light pierced through the air, and Gu Han had severed his head from his shoulders. In the distance, Li Sun had already ascended into the heavens. Feeling the elixir Gu Han had provided, he steeled his resolve. This time, he would risk everything. As long as he survived, the military merits he earned would be sufficient to exchange for ample extraordinary materials. He would break into the extraordinary realm and flaunt his achievements before the old man Morong, parading around like a peacock. Scum of the barbarian tribes. He gathered his strength, his voice resonating across much of the battlefield. Listen well. Today, I, the prodigy of the great Yin dynasty, Gu Han, Vanguard Gu, find your war god temple lacking in prowess and inflated in arrogance. A pack of defeated hounds daring to call themselves war gods. You barbarians are merely practitioners of the physical arts, yet your audacity knows no bounds. I, Vanguard Gu, declare that from this moment forth, I shall hunt down each of your so-called war gods. After today, the barbarian tribes shall have no prodigies, no war god temple. With that proclamation, he summoned his power, displaying the two bloodied heads high in the air. Here, two already. But before he could continue, Gu Han's figure flashed again, tossing him another severed head. Li Yuan master, he instructed, should you find yourself overwhelmed, flee immediately. I shall reward you handsomely afterward. Li Sun felt a bitter pang in his heart. Three already. Yet, outwardly, he showed no sign of trepidation, arranging the three heads in a row. Soon there will be four. TSK. These little barbarians are utterly feeble. What were gods? Mere nonsense. These words were not imparted by Gu Han, but rather an improvisation by Li De Yuan master, and their effect was remarkably potent. With his declarations and the display of heads, the barbarian tribes were thoroughly incensed. The significance of the war god temple to them was akin to that of the Yin emperor to the great Yin dynasty. It was their faith. Previously, Gu Han had trampled upon that faith, and today, he was doing so once more. A more thorough trampling. It is absolutely intolerable. In an instant, countless barbarians transformed into two torrents, one surging towards Gu Han, the other rushing towards the leader of the Leaf family. In chapter 311 of the first volume, Fighting for Belief. Meanwhile, through the tireless efforts of Yun Fan and Zhao Mengyou, information spread from 1 to 10, and from 10 to 100. In just a moment, everyone became aware of Gu Han's intent to hunt the war god, and still on the battlefield. Moreover, he directly communicated his purpose to his adversaries. Such an action was tantamount to a single individual daring to provoke the dignity of the entire barbarian race. For him, the strength of those war gods had lost its significance. What mattered was whether he could successfully hunt down each of those war gods amid the relentless pursuit and blockade of so many barbarians. He was here. They must obstruct him. He must not succeed. This man has continually humiliated our war god palace. We must exert all our efforts to eliminate him. On the battlefield, the customary one-on-one challenges and rules of combat were non-existent. In an instant, regardless of their cultivation level, countless barbarians abandoned their opponents, their collective focus shifting towards Gu Han. Many barbarians, having seen his visage, incessantly pointed out his location, revealing Gu Han's whereabouts entirely to the onlookers. At this moment, everyone understood Gu Han's true intention. With Yun Lai's betrayal, the morale of the great Yin frontier troops had plummeted. Thus, why not take it a step further and suppress the morale of the barbarians to an even lower state? Found him, under Gu Han's sweeping gaze. He instantly spotted a barbarian youth standing far away, his face a mix of astonishment and fury, adorned with a golden ring on his arm. This individual was none other than the seventh war god. Realizing he was targeted by Gu Han, he understood that this golden ring had betrayed his identity. Fighting was surely futile. Fleeing might lead to a fate worse than death. He found himself trapped between two choices. Kill. While he hesitated, Gu Han, without a moment's doubt, unleashed a powerful spiritual pressure that surged outward, causing his moon-white robe to billow dramatically. With a flick of his long sword, his figure transformed into a streak of radiant light, hurtling towards him in an instant. Up. Block him. Protect the seventh war god. In an instant, the nearby barbarian's eyes turned crimson, rushing from all directions like a flood, forming a torrent that obstructed Gu Han's path. Boom. Boom. Gu Han did not hover in the air, nor did he evade. He charged straight into the oncoming tide. At breakneck speed, the spiritual pressure and energy emanating from him began to morph, elongating into a form reminiscent of a long sword, the tip of which coincided with the very sword he wielded. He transformed himself into a sword. PFF. In the blink of an eye, he collided with the tide of people. The sounds of rage and desperate cries mingled with the severed limbs and the ever-dispersing blood, turning this battlefield into a realm of carnage. The intent of his sword was unparalleled. Like a force of nature, it scattered the barbarians into disarray. Slay him. Suddenly, a fresh roar erupted ahead of Gu Han. Before him surged dozens of barbaric warriors, their vitality pulsating with an insatiable bloodlust, their eyes gleaming with an inexorable desire to kill as they charged forth. The lowest among them possessed the cultivation of the Void Realm, while the mightiest among them reached the formidable 6th and 7th levels of the Calamity Realm. Kill. Gu Han's figure darted forward with unrelenting speed. In an instant, his supreme consciousness descended upon them. In that fleeting moment, save for a few Calamity Realm warriors who felt a lesser impact, the rest found their movements faltering. Their actions abruptly slowed. Splatter. Blood surged forth in flashes. Gu Han drew ever closer to the seventh war god. Block him. A handful of Calamity Realm barbarians attempted to forcibly intervene, yet Gu Han deftly evaded them, his intangible sword aura sweeping through the air, leaving behind horrific gashes upon their bodies, blood cascading down like rain. Boom. Suddenly, two titanic forces descended from a diagonal angle. Under the immense pressure, the shape of Gu Han's colossal sword aura began to warp. Two warriors at the brink of the transcendent realm had rushed from a distance. Realizing Gu Han's speed was too formidable to match, they unleashed their full strength in a desperate punch, hoping to slow him down and buy themselves some time. However, disappointment was their fate. The Moon-White Robe's defense was simply beyond their capability to breach. After enduring their strike, Gu Han merely paled for a fleeting moment, suffering no injury whatsoever. His sword aura quickly regained its stability, now even tinged with a hint of crimson. Whoosh! In the next heartbeat, Gu Han shattered through multiple layers of obstruction, standing before the utterly despondent seventh war god. From the moment Gu Han spotted him to his arrival was but 3 breaths. Faced with Gu Han's overwhelming velocity, there was no chance for escape. Even in death, he could not. Splash! That thought barely formed when his vision jolted violently. Gu Han had severed his head and moved on. He could not perish in such a pitiful manner. This was the final vestige of thought in his fading consciousness. Yet, it was merely a fleeting notion. Gu Han's actions had driven the barbarians into a frenzy. They vowed to slay him. At that moment, all notions of war, strategy, and morale vanished. The sole intention within the minds of the barbarians was to dismantle Gu Han into 1,000 fragments. The barbarian forces redirected their wrath toward him, granting the border troops a moment to breathe. Kill. Amidst the throng, Mo Huaiyuan, drenched in blood and wearing a fearsome expression, charged toward the tide of barbarians wielding her wolf-toothed club. No one shall hinder my brother. Gu Xianfeng. Not far off, Zhang Shan's eyes blazed with crimson, a torrent of inexplicable emotions surging within him as he followed her into the fray. Do not let them interfere. The barbarians panicked, attempting to obstruct them. Damn it. Let us fight to the death, even if it means sacrificing ourselves to create an opportunity for Gu Xianfeng. In that moment, not just the two of them, but all the border troops erupted in fervor. Amongst the 10,000 soldiers, they hunted the war god. Gu Han's actions ignited a spark within their hearts, transforming their anger, resentment, and humiliation into the very fuel that stoked this spark into a roaring flame. Like the barbaric tribes, all notions of warfare, morale, and betrayal vanished. Their minds were consumed by a singular thought: to impede the barbarians and create an opportunity for the valiant Gu to utterly dismantle the reputation of the war god hall. Boom. In the blink of an eye, amidst the swirling dust, two colossal torrents clashed once more. Both sides were consumed by bloodlust. The ferocity of battle surpassed all previous encounters. Death. One soldier from the border forces, his eyes ablaze with rage, collided fiercely with the opposing barbarian. A mental assault struck, momentarily stunning the barbarian, as a small sword, barely half a foot long, pierced his eye socket. The remnants of his cultivation erupted in a final act of vengeance, slaying the barbarian on the spot. However, he too fell victim to a barbarian's blood force from behind, losing his life in the process. Yet, before the barbarian could revel in his triumph, a spiked club soared from the side, obliterating his head into a mist of blood. Retrieving the club, Mo Huaiyuan was soon surrounded by several barbarians. "I shall crush you all." With the might of the giant spirit bloodline coursing through her, her strength magnified, and her killing intent intensified. Consumed by rage, she wielded the club and engaged in fierce combat with her foes. Behind her, Xuan Dan moved like a shadow, though silent. The number of barbarians who perished at his hands was no less than those claimed by Mo Huaiyuan. Further afield, Yunfan was drenched in blood, both his own and that of the barbarians. Zhao Mengyou had shed all semblance of a divine maiden, disregarding her own injuries as she endeavored to stall more barbarians, alleviating some pressure from Guhan. In another corner, a female cultivator from the Phoenix Wing army remained silent, outnumbered by several foes, including two transcendent barbarians. Yet, amidst the chaos, no one had the capacity to notice her plight. Sighing softly as sweat beaded on her forehead, she lamented, "Heartless creatures, the next time we meet, I shall not endure your cries for bloodshed." Such scenes were rampant on the battlefield. At this moment, both sides had cast aside everything, fighting solely for the conviction that burned within their hearts. The one whose belief crumbled first would face utter defeat, with no chance for resurgence. And the crux of this struggle lay within Guhan himself. As he darted through the fray, every time a barbarian attempted to intercept him, a contingent of border soldiers stood resolutely in their way, warriors of the spiritual profound realm, the divine passage realm, the sky control realm. And even those on the cusp of transcendence, all rallied to shield him. If numbers were insufficient, they would confront 2 or 3 foes at once. Even if it meant death, they would create an opportunity for Guhan. "I am here." Above the chaos, Li Sun fled desperately while keeping a watchful eye on Guhan's movements. Seeing him decapitate another foe, he swiftly retrieved the severed head. Without hesitation, Guhan stuffed 2 pills into his mouth and vanished once more. Li Sun envied him secretly. Only Guhan dared to consume pills so recklessly. "Damn it! Eliminate him. Seize that head." Boom. Amidst a ferocious growl, a terrifying surge of blood energy suddenly rushed towards him from behind, leaving his complexion pale and causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. The assailants were 5 or 6 relentless warriors from the barbarian tribe, each at the threshold of extraordinary prowess. Without hesitation, he swallowed several more pills, disregarding his own injuries, and frantically urged his energy to flee forward, shouting incessantly as he did so. "The 4th one. Is this all? Where is the might of the war god?" Before Gu Xianfeng, they were merely worthless foes, easily vanquished. The pills provided by Guhan, originating from the Xuan Dan Camp, were undoubtedly superior to those concocted by the border troops. Coupled with his keen wit, he managed to evade capture for the moment. Boom, boom. Just as he felt a surge of confidence, 2 formidable forces of blood energy erupted from both directions ahead, blocking his escape route with 2 more barbarian warriors at the brink of extraordinary. It was over. A chill spread through Li Sun's heart. Aside from Guhan, he harbored the greatest animosity towards him. Brandishing several severed heads in the air only served to further humiliate the war god temple. How could the barbarians allow him to escape unscathed? In his moment of despair, several figures suddenly appeared beside him. They were leaders from various armies, each also at the threshold of extraordinary but visibly injured, clearly having fought their way out with great determination. "Brotherly," one man exclaimed, extending a hand. "You've worked hard. Just hand over the heads." His intention was undoubtedly to help Li Sun. In this dire situation, whoever possessed the heads became a living target, exposed to imminent death. However, Li Sun was far from pleased. What are you doing? I've fought tooth and nail to reach this point. If I give you the heads, I will lose 2/3 of the credit. Was all my effort in vain? His expression hardened, each word resonating with conviction. These heads were entrusted to me by Gu Xianfeng. I, Li Sun, am a man of my word. As long as I possess these heads, I shall remain. If they fall into enemy hands, we are doomed. You must flee. Without hesitation, the man replied, we will block them for you. With that, Li Sun sprang far ahead. Brotherly, the man praised him. You are a man of honor, fearless in the face of death, a true hero. With that, he and his companions immediately positioned themselves to obstruct the advancing barbarians. Gentlemen, I am eager to witness the expression on those barbarians' faces when the heads of the war gods are laid before them. Charge! With that proclamation, the group charged forward, embracing their fate with valor. Seeing the border troops fearlessly holding back the barbarian onslaught, the 6 elders of the war god temple besieging Zhou Yi and his companion could no longer remain idle. Today, if Gu Han truly managed to hunt down each of the war gods, the reputation of the war god temple would be irrevocably tarnished. Equally damaged would be the faith of the ordinary barbarians. I shall slay him. With that, an elder of extraordinary 8th level broke away from the fray, intent on descending to eliminate Gu Han directly. Although Zhou Yi was formidable, however, they were merely a hair's breadth away from the two. From the very beginning until now, the 6 had relentlessly pressed the two. I can't believe it. Another one has broken free. Dream on. Not a chance. The furious roars of Zhou and the other echoed. In their hearts, Gu Han's safety was their foremost concern. Boom, boom, just as the words left their lips. They were once again engulfed by waves of vital energy. The 2 barbarian elders sneered and prepared to depart. Bang! Suddenly, a beam of golden light descended, obstructing the path of the 2. Humph! The stout figure was enveloped in radiant light, his voice thunderous and filled with fervor. Here stands the Marquis of Tianjin, Fuyuan. Should you wish to trouble my brothers, you must first pass through me. The stout man had fully embraced the identity of his lord. Volume 1. Chapter 312. You give us hope, and we risk our lives to create opportunities for you. Surrounded by 6 assailants, Zhou and the other were struggling immensely. Despite their utmost efforts, they could only stave off defeat, with no possibility of retaliation, let alone assisting Gu Han. At this moment, seeing the stout man step forward, they instantly sighed in relief. Want to leave? Not so fast. The stout man stood before them, his expression obscured by golden radiance, yet exuding an aura of an indomitable powerhouse. Have you consulted with me? The 2 barbarian elders felt a sudden chill. As the battle progressed, no one dared to underestimate the stout man. Though he was merely at the threshold of the extraordinary realm, his physical prowess far exceeded their expectations. Initially, they thought he was merely boasting, but after observing for so long, they realized that no one could breach his defenses. Could it be that his defense truly ranks second in the world? A peculiar thought suddenly emerged in their minds. Boom, boom. At that moment, 2 waves of vital energy surged forth. It was the 2 who had been entangled by the stout man, seizing the opportunity to claim Gu Han's life. Stop! In the distance, the severely injured elder Liao, in a moment of desperation, rushed to block the 2. At this time, the lords he served were locked in fierce battles with their opponents, unable to lend him a hand. You seek death. We shall first eliminate you. Though the 2 barbarians had been harassed by the stout man for quite some time, bearing numerous wounds, Elder Liao's injuries were evidently far more severe, and they felt no fear. Today, Elder Liao took a deep breath. With me here, none shall pass. Boom. With that, he disregarded his grievous wounds and forcefully summoned his full strength. Though his aura surged, his complexion grew increasingly pale, clearly prepared to sacrifice his life to block the 2. Gu, the vanguard. He glanced down, his expression melancholic. The fate of the great Yin border army rests solely on you. I, Elder Liao, will take my leave first. With that, a glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes as he prepared to perish alongside the 2. Elder Liao. The crowd gasped in horror. Even amidst the relentless carnage of the battlefield, where life and death are but familiar companions, their hearts are not forged of iron. Witnessing the departure of a longtime comrade, one so dear, inevitably brings forth a pang of sorrow. Despite having endured such heartache numerous times, they remain unaccustomed to it. Damn it! Suddenly, a roar erupted. A radiant golden light descended before him, and he lunged forward, seizing one of the barbarians with an iron grip. You wretched Lao Liao. He fixed his bloodshot gaze upon the barbarian, fury blazing within him. Knowing full well that the fat lord detests such antics, how dare they provoke him? Setting a trap for the fat lord to fall into. This reckoning is far from settled, and they wish for death? Such folly. Thud. With that, he used his head as a hammer, striking down with tremendous force. A thunderous sound erupted. The barbarian's vitality was instantly shattered by the golden light, revealing his eyes wide with horror. He could never have anticipated that the fat lord's method of attack would be so savage, even more so than that of his own kind. He could not comprehend the Wuxiang golden body, which eschews mystical arts and secret techniques. His very flesh is the mightiest, most resilient, and most effective weapon in existence. Damn it, Lao Liao. Without a moment's hesitation, he delivered another headbutt. Crack, crack. The sound of splintering bones echoed as the barbarian's forehead, as tough as refined gold, was riddled with countless fissures. Suddenly, he sensed the looming specter of death. Save me. This impact took a toll on him as well. Stars danced before his eyes, and his mind grew hazy. Yet, blinded by rage, he charged once more. The fat lord shall crush you. Bang. Splatter. The barbarian's head, which was significantly larger than his own, burst open in an instant, the light in his eyes swiftly dimming. 3 strikes. One extraordinary warrior laid low. Panting, he unsteadily rose, the golden light surrounding him flickering with instability, revealing his bloodied, grotesque visage. His gaze menacingly fixed upon the remaining 3 barbarians. Come forth. Dare to harm Lao Liao. Dare to threaten my brother. The fat lord will obliterate you all. At that moment, the 3 barbarians, fully aware that the fat lord might not withstand their combined might, found themselves paralyzed by fear at the sight of their comrade's grim fate, none daring to advance. Coughing, Lao Liao felt a wave of weakness wash over him. Brother Yulin, you wretched Lao Liao. The fat lord continued to curse vehemently, his golden aura intensifying once more. A mere marquis thinks to dismiss the fat lord? I shall become the king of heaven. In the void, Yun Zhan's eyes sparkled with renewed resolve, his battle spirit surging to new heights as he sent the 2 opponents before him flying with a single strike. From this day forth, you shall be the king of heaven for the great Yin Empire. He then cast a glance into the distance, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, my elder brother could not escape the curse of that mark. A force to be reckoned with, courageous and resolute, endowed with exceptional talent. Indeed, quite remarkable. In another corner of the void, the shadow of a figure, observing Gu Han's actions, was filled with admiration. Aside from Feng Yadu and Yun Tu, it had been quite some time since such an exceptional young talent had graced his sight. It was remarkable that he could devise a strategy to salvage the situation. Such intellect, aligned with you, could potentially become a formidable threat as he matures. Master. Behind him, several members of the barbarian tribe could no longer contain their impatience. Shall we strike? Before they could finish, the purple hues in Yan Huang's eyes intensified, suggesting that should they make a move, they would be met with a torrential onslaught. Unexpectedly, the figure chose to shift its focus away from Gu Han and refrained from commanding the others to act. You truly have the heart to take Yun Lai's life. You accuse him of lacking compassion, yet what of yourself? What purpose does it serve? He fixed his gaze upon Yan Huang. In terms of talent, purity of bloodline, and strategy, in which regard do I not surpass you? If you grant me the mark, you shall no longer bear this curse. With my presence, my lineage of the ancestral dragon shall dominate the cosmos, and perhaps even lead us back home, to our ancestral star. Upon receiving the mark, Yan Huang's expression turned frigid. The first thing you would do is betray us. You fail to comprehend, the figure did not deny. Those who recognize the times are indeed wise. Even the ancestral dragon has fallen beneath the stars, a testament to their might. Therefore, a moment of yielding is hardly significant. Thus, Yan Huang scoffed coldly. This mark has chosen me, not you. The figure fell momentarily silent. Feng Yatu is quite remarkable. I hold great admiration for her. Boom. For the first time, a chilling murderous intent erupted in Yan Huang's eyes, and a trace of desolation emanated from the mark on his forehead, ensnaring the figure completely. Just jesting, the figure mused. Our conflict should not involve her. What a pity. He shifted the conversation back to Gu Han. Had Tua Jun been present, this lad would not be so ostentatious today. On the battlefield, Gu Han swiftly maneuvered, relentlessly searching for the whereabouts of the remaining war gods. The sounds of battle, shouts and roars were incessant. Before his eyes lay a gruesome scene, with severed limbs and rivers of blood. He was acutely aware that the border forces had endured thus far solely due to their unwavering faith and cohesion. Such qualities he had only encountered during his time in the Xuan Dan Camp, gleaned from the alchemist there. He did not linger, nor did he engage. To save one border soldier might cost the lives of 10. The utmost priority now was to locate the remaining war gods, eliminate them, shatter the barbarians' resolve, and turn the tide of battle. Throughout, not a single border soldier had called out for his aid, even in the face of death. He had instilled in them belief and hope, and they unhesitatingly risked their lives to create opportunities for him. The camaraderie on the battlefield was thus remarkably pure and simple. Absolutely. A weight like a boulder pressed upon his heart. He could not afford to let them down. Suddenly, he halted. He had found them. 1,000 feet away stood 3 young barbarians, their arms adorned with golden rings, positioned side by side, their fury nearly boiling over. They too understood. The barbarians were tightly ensnared by the border troops, unable to unleash their formidable combat prowess. Should they attempt to disperse further, they would inevitably fall prey to Gu Han, who would hunt them down one by one. Faced with this reality, they decided it would be more prudent to make a desperate stand. One less. Gu Han inquired softly. Humph. Among the 3, a young barbarian, whose cultivation had reached the 7th level of the Earth Tribulation realm, bore a fierce expression. Alas, if only Tua Jun were present. Your demise would be certain. Kill. Gu Han murmured, gradually closing his eyes. Boom. Thunderous roars ensued. In the next instant, the spiritual pressure emanating from him erupted to its zenith, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The formless energy and spiritual pressure coalesced once more into the shape of a long sword, now even more distinct and sharper than before. Bang! Bang! A series of sonic booms erupted. Leaving behind an afterimage, his true form surged toward the trio. Oh no! A heavy dread enveloped the 3. At this moment, Gu Han was far more formidable than they had previously encountered. Even combined, they stood no chance against him. The War God Hall. Its honor must not be defiled. Suddenly, 2 thunderous shouts rang out. 2 barbarian warriors, each on the verge of transcending, could no longer afford to hesitate. They endured several devastating blows to shield their companions. Boom. 2 fists struck out. An endless surge of blood and energy rushed towards Gu Han. Kill. With a fierce roar, Gu Han did not evade. His energy took on a crimson hue, and as he advanced, an ominous black line subtly appeared in the space he traversed. Puff. Puff. 2 soft sounds echoed. His form remained unfaltering. The sharp intent of his sword heightened, piercing directly through the overwhelming surge of energy, arriving before the 3 warriors of the war god. Die. There was no time for them to react. All of his cultivation surged into the long sword, which, when raised, emitted a radiant sword light several feet long. Puff. Having accomplished this, his complexion paled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Before him, 3 headless corpses slowly collapsed, while behind him, the arms of the 2 barbarian warriors on the brink of transcendence fell to the ground.